The day of my father's burial after years of being missing. The executive's wife is drinking a toast with an older man. I looked at the intimate photos of the two on my phone. I charged into the party with a knife in hand. I slapped my wife hard across the face. Then I pointed at his bald boss. I shouted, "You better kneel and apologize, or I'll kill you right now." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. I had just attended my father's funeral when I received a strange message on my phone. In the picture, my wife stands with a bald middle-aged man and a lovely little girl, their warm smiles resembling a happy family of 3. I recognized this middle-aged man. He was my wife's direct boss, Lou Dean. Every time he looked at my wife, his eyes were filled with lust and greed. I often exhaled deeply, typed a message to ask for the sender's identity, but all I received in return was an exclamation mark. As I pondered on my way home, I found a delivery box at the door. The house was pitch black, indicating that Lou Ruyan hadn't returned yet. I opened it casually to find a pair of black stockings inside, along with a crumpled note that read, "Your wife is quite something." My mood instantly soured, and images of my wife in intimate situations with other men flooded my mind, causing my stomach to churn violently. Every 10 minutes, I would call Lou Ruyan, but the response was always the same: "The number you have dialed is turned off." When doubts arise in a marriage, it is destined to end. Realizing this, I decisively chose to download a divorce agreement online, modified its terms, and printed out the photos from my phone. Time passed second by second, and soon it was 10 p.m. My phone rang with a short number. When I answered, I heard a young girl's voice. "Is this Gugu? I'm Lou Jie's colleague. She's drunk, and we're at the Dihao Grand Hotel. Hurry up and come pick her up." Before I could ask more, the caller had hung up. I remained silent for a moment, not rushing to leave. Instead, I called back to confirm that it was indeed the front desk of the Dihao Grand Hotel. "Picking someone up after drinking? Alright, I'll definitely give you a good show." My heart felt as if it were encased in ice. But what was worse was that my migraine flared up, the intense pain making me feel dizzy. Eventually, I took a pill, forced myself up to go to the kitchen, changed my clothes, and left. Upon arriving at the Dihao Hotel, I found a waiter and easily located the private room where Lou Ruyan was. Through the door, I could hear the sounds of laughter and cheers. "Drink a toast, one for Lou Gu and Lou Jia, another for the toast, a toast for long-lasting friendship." Many were egging them on. I pushed the door open and walked straight in. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and alcohol, and I spotted Lou Ruyan at once. She was holding a glass, her cheeks flushed, gazing into the eyes of her boss, Lou Decan. I let out a cold laugh, grabbed a bottle, and smashed it on the ground. The room fell silent instantly as everyone turned to look at the entrance. "Keep drinking, toast away." A mocking smile spread across my face. "Ah, husband, what are you doing here?" Lou Ruyan's voice trembled, a hint of panic flashing across her face as she quickly put down her glass and came over. I replied with a cold laugh, "Why can't I be here? You're drinking a toast. Am I interrupting your little honeymoon?" At my words, Lou Ruyan grew even more flustered, her eyes pleading as if she wanted me to leave quickly. "Gugu, this is a misunderstanding. Everyone's just joking. Please don't take it seriously." A young man stepped forward, laughing to ease the tension. I suddenly turned my head, poking his chest with my finger, and coldly said, "Who the hell do you think you are to joke with me? Why don't you let your mom come and drink a toast with me?" "What did you say?" The young man's expression changed instantly as he angrily replied, "Out of respect for Lou Jia, I called you Gugu. Don't be ungrateful." At that moment, Lou Ruyan hurried over, tugging at my sleeve anxiously. "Husband, let's go talk outside." "I'm sorry, Xiaodao, my husband is just worried about me." "You all keep drinking. Why can't we talk here? Are you afraid I'll expose your dirty little secrets?" I shrugged off Lou Ruyan's arm, sneering. Lou Decan frowned and said, "You're Gu Jingshan, right? This is a private party, and you're not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Several men approached, trying to push me out of the room. I shouted, "If you want to die, come at me. How much do you think you can earn? You dare risk your lives here? I'll tell you, I have no intention of leaving here alive today." After I said that in a brotherly tone, everyone around me froze. Then they saw my right hand reach into my pocket, seemingly gripping something that looked like a knife handle, and from the outline, it was clearly a sharp dagger. Terror spread across their faces, and they almost simultaneously stepped back. Lou Ruyan also began to panic. She gently pursed her red lips and softened her tone, saying, "Husband, don't be impulsive. Let's talk when we get home, okay? Why go home? I want to clarify things here. Do you know what day it is today?" I glared at Lou Ruyan and said coldly. Lou Ruyan frowned slightly and hesitantly said, "Husband, I'm sorry. There have been too many things happening lately." *slap. A loud slap landed on Lou Ruyan's face. The people around were caught off guard, and no one had time to stop it, watching this scene unfold helplessly. I coldly said, "This slap is for my father. Today is the day of his burial, and you have the nerve to drink a toast with someone. I remember telling you 3 days ago, and you swore you'd remember. Everyone around looked at Lou Ruyan in shock. They seemed to understand the source of my anger, but of course, they were more interested in the spectacle, standing by to watch. At that moment, after receiving the slap, Lou Ruyan looked dazed. Once she regained her senses, her face was full of grievance, and her eyes were slightly red. However, after hearing my words, her face turned from red to pale. Her trembling hand tried to grasp my arm as she stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Enough with the fake sympathy," I said, stepping aside and creating some distance. Lou Ruyan's eyes dimmed momentarily, but then she suddenly turned and fixed her gaze on a young girl, saying sharply, "Chenhui, you were in charge of my phone and my schedule. How could you let this happen?" The girl named Chenhui frantically took out her phone and said, "I'm sorry, Lu Jia, your phone was dead. I'm really sorry, I didn't note this down. It's my fault." It seems that Chenhui has taken the blame, but that only makes me angrier, to the point where I laugh out loud. Lou Ruyan opened her mouth to say something, but I pushed her away with my hand, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Bang! Lu Dechang slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Don't hit women. What kind of upbringing did your mother give you? Ha, you really couldn't help but stand up. Your lover must care for you." I threw the family photo with Lou Ruyan's image up into the air. The white paper scattered everywhere, and many people instinctively glanced at it, all looking shocked and astonished. I continued to mock, "Someone sent me a photo today, which I printed out to share with everyone. You all appeared in public for the photo, so this doesn't count as an invasion of privacy. Lou Ruyan, I didn't expect you to be related to this Lou. You participated in a family activity together. Do you ever see each other? Have we ever gone to the amusement park as a family? You always say you're busy with your lover, right? And those black stockings of yours were sent to your home. You two have quite the game going on. Should I clear the house for you?" Lou Ruyan's face instantly turned pale, her eyes revealing a hint of fear, and her tattoos began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Dechen was equally embarrassed, opening his mouth but unable to say a word. He had never encountered a situation like today, leaving him completely at a loss. He was left bewildered by my series of manipulations. At this moment, a few people stood up, one of whom was a middle-aged fat man with a frown. He said to me, "I am Mr. Lu's guest. Today's events have nothing to do with us. We can't stay here. Can we leave, young man?" "Go ahead and leave," I said, stepping aside to open the room door, my gaze cold as I slightly drew my right hand back. The middle-aged fat man fell silent instantly and sat back down. No one dared to gamble on whether I would actually make a move. After a long while, Lu Dechang panted heavily, staring wide-eyed and said, "Gu Jingshan, right? What exactly do you want to do?" "Kneel and apologize," I said calmly, "not going to happen." "I didn't do anything. This is a misunderstanding. I just asked Ru Yen to accompany me to see the performance of the child," Lu Dechang said angrily, as if he had been insulted. Unfortunately, his expression was too exaggerated, appearing somewhat fake. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with tears, but she lowered her head, lost in thought. Perhaps it was because she had been slapped, leaving this director humiliated and looking very pale. I lifted my chin and said coldly, "You have money and can find many girlfriends, and you're not shy about spending it on the street. But why do you have to provoke my wife? We are all men here, we understand each other well. You know what you want to do, so don't make excuses. That just makes me look down on you even more." As I stepped closer, everyone around pressed against the walls in fear, afraid of accidentally spilling blood on the spot. Lu Dechen no longer had his earlier bravado and composure. He trembled and said, "Don't come any closer." Someone chuckled lightly as they realized that Lu Dechen had actually wet his pants out of fear. "This has nothing to do with Mr. Lu. Let him go," Lu Ruyan suddenly said, then knelt on the ground, looking up at me with defiance in her eyes. I didn't look at Lu Ruyan and kept my gaze fixed on Lu Dechen, saying very seriously, "You are wealthy and well-connected, but I have nothing. I still rely on my mother for support, and the house I live in also belongs to her. Don't mess with women who have families, because it concerns a man's dignity. Right now, it seems I've lost face, so I need to clean it up myself." Lu Dechen's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his face filled with fear. His knees buckled, and he knelt down straight. I looked down at him, filled with disdain. Indeed, for wealthy people, face and pride are the cheapest things. They can be discarded whenever needed. The private room was silent as a grave, with everyone watching Lu Dechang and Lu Ruyan, waiting for the next act of this drama. Suddenly, the door to the private room was burst open, and several plainclothes officers rushed in. One of them pointed a gun at me and shouted, "Don't move. Raise your hands." I smiled slightly, slowly raising my hands above my head, only to be immediately slammed onto the table by the police. The cold, greasy sauce splattered all over my face, yet I couldn't help but laugh. "I am the deputy captain of the city's criminal police unit. I just received a report that someone is armed and attacking. Is it him? The deputy captain pointed at me and said, Chen Shang. Lu Dechang was helped up by his subordinate, his face alternating between pale and flushed, trembling as he said, It's him. He forced me to kneel with a knife. Wait a minute, that's not what happened. It's a misunderstanding. Lu Ruyan also stood up, hurriedly saying. His sudden defense of her struck me as odd, as normally, after such humiliation, one would expect him to at least take a few days in jail, especially with a mistress backing him. Lu Dechang patted non-existent dust off his pants, adjusted his coat to hide the marks on his trousers, and after doing all this, it seemed he had regained some of his dignity. Lu Dechang said sternly, Ruyan, don't speak for such a man anymore. He doesn't deserve you. I believe the police will enforce the law fairly. Lu Ruyan's face looked bad. She ignored Lu Dechang and continued explaining to the deputy captain. However, what happened next surprised everyone. The plainclothes officers searched me for a long time and finally pulled out only a knife handle and a dried fish rod from my pocket. I want to file a report. Someone is framing me. Someone made a false report. I will sue you in court. I struggled with all my might, unable to suppress the smirk on my lips. Embarrassment, shame, anger, and many other emotions surged in the hearts of many. The deputy captain frowned, waved for his subordinates to release me, then looked at the knife handle and dried fish rod, saying, What are you doing with these two items? What law states that it's illegal to carry a dried fish rod and a knife handle? I said, stretching my sore shoulders with a light laugh. Lu Dechen's face turned ashen as he felt his intelligence had been insulted. He suddenly pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, I want to file a report. He slapped our company director. According to public security regulations, he must be detained for 15 days. The deputy captain looked at Lu Ruyan and indeed noticed the handprint on her face, then asked, Miss, is he telling the truth? Lu Dechen signaled to Lu Ruyan, but she remained unmoved, simply silent in response to the deputy captain's inquiry. The deputy captain squinted his eyes and said, Everyone, come with me back to the station to take a statement. The middle-aged fat man sitting as a guard stood up and said, I am the director of the city hospital. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have a surgery tonight. If you want to know anything, I will find time to cooperate and give a statement. I'm sorry, Director Lu Dechang said apologetically. The middle-aged fat man patted Lu Dechang on the shoulder and said meaningfully, cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. Mr. Lu, you should learn this well. We'll talk about cooperation later. Wait, Director Lu, about our cooperation. Before Lu Dechang could finish, the middle-aged fat man had already taken his people and left. The deputy captain had no intention of stopping them. Right now, this case had nothing to do with attempted murder. Typical public security cases only required taking statements and completing the incident report. However, what I didn't expect was that my actions had successfully piqued the interest of this deputy captain. I followed the police out of the private room, with Lu Ruyan silently trailing behind. She tried to reach for my hand several times, but I evaded her. Gu Jingshan, calm down, my husband. I will explain everything to you, Lu Ruyan said in a low, urgent tone. I said indifferently, the divorce agreement. Sign it when you get home, then move your things out. I never want to see you again. You hate me so much that you won't even give me a chance to explain? You have no trust in me at all, Lu Ruyan said in disbelief. I lowered my voice and said, all right, but you only get one chance, so make the most of it. The surrounding police officers exchanged glances, puzzled about why this man was speaking so confidently. After all, in their eyes, I was just a 6 feet 0 inches, over 200-pound fat man, ordinary looking, standing next to the beautiful Lu Ruyan, like Beauty and the Beast. Lu Ruyan tried to get in the car with me, but I decisively pushed her away, leaving her awkwardly standing there, unsure of what to do. After I got into the police car, I looked through the window and saw Lu Ruyan arguing with Lu Dechang. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it no longer mattered to me. In the end, both of them were taken into the police car too, and Lu Ruyan seemed to avoid suspicion by not sitting with Lu Dechang. A little over 10 minutes later, I was brought into an office. After sitting there for about half an hour, 2 police officers walked in, one of whom was the deputy captain. He was tall and robust, with sharp eagle-like eyes. After sitting across from me and nodding slightly, he said, I have a rough understanding of what happened. Let's talk. Is this an interrogation? I said. The deputy captain shook his head and said, of course not, just a casual chat. You know, one of our police duties is to prevent crime. In this situation, things can easily escalate. Although you haven't committed a crime, according to regulations, we still need to provide you with psychological guidance. By the way, my name is Chen Hai. Xiao Sun, please pour Mr. Gu a cup of hot water. The nearby officer placed a cup of hot water in front of me and poured another for Chen Hai, who took a couple of sips from the cup. I gently tapped the cup with my finger and pulled it back, then smiled and said, using 2 different temperatures of water to create differential treatment and psychological pressure. Captain Chang, you say this isn't an interrogation? This feels like I'm being treated as a serious criminal. Deputy Captain Shanghai looked slightly surprised, then set down the cup, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Hee, Mr. Gu seems to be quite familiar with our methods. According to the records, Mr. Gu graduated from middle school and then joined the army. Why did you suddenly retire? You were a second-term non-commissioned officer, so you should have been able to become an officer soon, right? Shanghai asked. I frowned slightly, leaned back in my chair, and smiled as I said, I was injured in the army and retired due to my service. I was then assigned to the security department of the Water Resources Research Institute, where the work is light and the salary is decent. Why? What happened? A curious young officer next to me asked. I have a bullet fragment in my head that presses against my nerves, so surgery isn't an option, which is why I had to retire, I said with a smile. Shanghai frowned slightly, stopping his colleague's curiosity, and said, let's talk about today's events. Mr. Gu, you intentionally pretended to have a knife handle and dried fish to create tension and force Lu Dicheng to kneel. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're talking about. I shook my head, denying it outright. Shanghai waved his hand and said, this isn't an interrogation, Mr. Gu, so there's no need to rush to defend yourself. I actually sympathize with you, but the social atmosphere today is like this. I want to say that life goes on, and if you make a big mistake out of momentary impulse, it will be too late to regret later. Captain Chang, you're not a good mediator. If there's going to be mediation, it should be done by the community committee. It's about time, so when can I leave? I smiled and asked, glancing at the clock on the wall. Shanghai squinted his eyes and said, aren't you worried that your wife will sue you? Public security detention can last up to 15 days. If she sues me, I'd already be in detention by now. He's the type who cares about face. Given the current situation, getting a divorce is the priority. If I were locked up for 15 days, once I got out, what I find in their pockets might not just be a knife handle, I said with a light laugh. Shanghai looked at me deeply and said, the law speaks for evidence, so I can only remind you that one must take responsibility for their actions. Knock, knock, someone knocked on the door, and then a police officer walked in and said, Chang, the paperwork is done. Mr. Gu, you can leave now. Shanghai stood up and shook my hand. All right, goodbye, I said with a smile. After I stepped outside, I noticed a light drizzle falling from the sky, mixed with a hint of chill that made me shiver involuntarily. Husband, wait for me. Lu Ruyan called out as she caught up from behind and wrapped her arms around mine. Feigning surprise, I turned to her and said, Husband, I remember you used to call me Gu Jingshan. Why has your address changed? Have you gotten used to calling me that around others? Lu Ruyan looked a bit embarrassed but still didn't let go. Instead, she lowered her voice and said, Husband, don't make a scene here. Let's talk at home. At that moment, a black car stopped in front of us. Lu Dicheng sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and said, Yen, today our company has suffered significant losses. Get in the car, let's go back to the office to handle it. Yen, I remember you. Didn't you say you hated being called that? It seems this pighead calls you that quite comfortably. How come you're so close behind the scenes? Hurry up and get in the car, it's cold. Don't catch a cold, I said, coldly pushing Lu Ruyan's hand away with a sneer. The term pighead seemed to agitate Lu Dicheng even more. He coldly said, Gu, I wasn't going to hold this against you for Yan's sake, but you've crossed the line. This matter isn't over between us. Let me teach you a lesson. You can fight against heaven and earth, but don't fight against wealthy people. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Just wait, he said. All right. I charged directly at Lu Dicheng, my fists clenched, my gaze locked onto him. Lu Dicheng likely thought he had the courage to not go down with the ship over the knife handle and dried fish incident, which is why he dared to be so arrogant. Indeed, I wouldn't throw away my future happiness over an unfaithful wife and her 7 lovers. However, I also see through Lu Dicheng's true nature. Wealthy people fear death more than ordinary folks and will seek slow revenge, like a dull knife cutting flesh. This matter will definitely not end so easily. Just wait. Lu Dicheng's face twitched slightly, and he stepped on the gas without even talking to Lu Ruyan, speeding away. I found it somewhat ridiculous and disappointing. I turned around and said, You cheated for something like this? If he dared to fight me, I might even think better of him. Forget it, that's your choice. Hurry back and sign the divorce papers. The painkillers are wearing off, and my head is starting to ache again. Lu Ruyan noticed my face wasn't right and hurriedly supported me, saying nervously, Are you having another episode? Let's quickly take a taxi home. I ignored her and walked straight toward home, intending to get some fresh air to ease my mind. However, Lu Ruyan insisted on holding on, even if it meant getting soaked. Her dark hair stuck to her forehead as she clung to my arm, her hands devoid of color and her body trembling. "Let's go home and get this sorted out quickly," I said, furrowing my brows. No, let's go back home first, then we can go. "It's been a long time since we've taken a walk together," Lu Ruyen said, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile. I coldly replied, "Your sudden show of affection is making me feel sick. Walking in the rain is just plain crazy." "Fine, but you promised me you'd give me a chance to explain. Don't keep talking about divorce. You know my family situation. I grew up without parents, raised by my grandmother. I won't let our daughter end up like me. I want her to have the best life possible," Lu Ruyen said softly, her eyes filled with conflict. I gave a sarcastic smile and said, "Don't you find that funny? Is this your reason for acting like a mother to someone else? You don't like your own daughter but prefer someone else's? Enough. I don't want to explain myself here, nor do I want to argue with you. I'm trying to endure," Lu Ruyen said in a low voice. At that moment, she seemed to transform back into the powerful career woman she once was, exuding a strong aura. I scoffed, reached out, and fiercely grabbed her chin, shaking it hard as I said, "Remember who you're talking to. If you don't want to continue, just get a divorce. Don't play the victim. Adults should handle things decisively. If you know you've wronged me, would you apologize?" Lu Ruyen said seriously. Instead of being angry, she leaned in closer. This gesture surprised me. I took a step back and released her, saying, "Then let's go home. A place with family is a home, otherwise, it's just a place to live." At 5 a.m., Lu Ruyen and I returned home, and everything seemed unchanged, just as it was when I left. I stood in the entrance hall, ready to let her leave once she finished speaking. Lu Ruyen frowned and said, "Are you planning to say it here? This is also my home. Are you trying to kick me out? Hee. I don't know where you get the courage to be so self-righteous. I only believe what I see and know," I said coldly. Standing on the steps of the entrance, combined with my height and build, I appeared to Lu Ruyen like a towering iron tower, casting a large shadow that completely blocked the light from the entrance. "What do you see? All you do is play games all day," Lu Ruyen said, staring at me fearlessly, enunciating each word. "Let me in. I want to go home. We can talk slowly. I'm afraid you'll dirty the house. Who knows if you've picked up any diseases out there," I said sarcastically. The next second, Lu Ruyen raised her hand and slapped my arm fiercely. Her face was flushed, her brows furrowed, and she shouted, "I'm not as dirty as you imagine. I'll say it again, I did not cheat. Are you crazy?" I slowly lowered my head and said with a cold laugh, "Lu Ruyen, just because you haven't physically cheated doesn't mean you haven't strayed. We've been sleeping in separate rooms for almost 2 years, and you won't even let me touch your lingerie. We eat our meals separately. What's the difference between this and having a roommate? Ask yourself how much feeling you still have for me. Emotional infidelity is still infidelity." Lu Ruyen was completely stunned by me, instinctively stepping back until her back hit the door. She pursed her lips, stammered for a while, and finally took a deep breath, saying, "Let's go inside, we need to talk." It seems I'd been neglecting this. "Fine, I indeed need to reflect on this to avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future," I said slowly. Lu Ruyen stared at me and said, "I've said it before, I will absolutely not get a divorce. What do you mean by repeating mistakes? Are you looking for someone else? What are you implying? Have you cheated?" I ignored Lu Ruyen, took off my shoes, and walked straight into the house. Lu Ruyen changed into a pair of slippers, bit her lip lightly, and followed me inside. However, she didn't seem in a hurry. Instead, she turned on the bathroom heater and said, "You go take a hot shower first. I'll wash after you. Don't catch a cold in this weather." I didn't respond at all. Instead, I went to the study to reprint the divorce agreement. After returning to the living room, I took out a cold beer and started drinking. The sound of running water from the bathroom couldn't be muffled by the door, and I could hear it clearly. However, I felt no shadow of worry in my heart. About half an hour later, Lu Ruyen's cheeks were flushed, her dark hair hanging loosely, and some moisture still clung to her fair skin, making her look even more radiant in the steam. She wore a purple lace V-neck nightgown that half concealed her fair skin, making her look incredibly sexy and charming. Then, she walked toward me with graceful steps. I'm a normal man, and I couldn't help but take a few extra glances at such a woman. However, the thought of Lu Ruyen's possible flirtation with Lu Dechang made my stomach churn. In the end, I couldn't hold it any longer and rushed to the bathroom to vomit into the toilet. The headache started again. I had told you long ago that we should go abroad to see if I could get surgery. This isn't a solution. Lu Ruyen poured a cup of hot water, squatted beside me, and gently patted my back, her tone filled with concern. I was almost laughing out of anger. After pressing the flush button, I rinsed my mouth with the hot water and said, I vomited because seeing you makes me feel sick. Don't pretend to care so much about me. Last month, I was hospitalized for appendicitis and nearly passed out from the pain. When I called you, do you remember what you said? I'm in a meeting, go to the hospital and have the surgery yourself. I'll be there in a bit. You won't forget that, will you? Hee hee, if it weren't for Sister Chui coming to clean, I might have died from a burst appendix. I know I disappointed you over this, but that day I was signing a contract with a commission of 500,000, and my salary will come in this month. I'm doing it for our family, for a better life for us. Lu Ruyan's eyes showed a hint of guilt, but she turned around and spoke with firm conviction. I suddenly stood up, and the lack of oxygen to my brain caused a wave of dizziness, darkening my vision temporarily. Are you all right? Let me take you to the hospital, Lu Ruyan said anxiously as she supported me. I pushed Lu Ruyan away and said with a cold laugh, 500,000? Is that what my life is worth to you? Lu Ruyan, you are truly shameless. This marriage is over, otherwise, I might not even know if I die at your hands one day. You know that's not what I meant, Lu Ruyan quickly explained, her eyes slightly red. But the more she explained, the worse it got, and she no longer resembled the career woman she once was. But in that moment, it made me see the Lu Ruyan who had just stepped out of her ivory tower, pure and innocent, filled with a longing for family. I waved my hand and said, none of this matters anymore. I'll wait for you to finish speaking, sign the divorce agreement, and then we can part on good terms. I warn you again, don't keep mentioning divorce, Lu Ruyan said sharply, grabbing my collar. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with anger and fear, which I simply couldn't understand. Logically, she should be happy and relieved. Why would she fear a divorce? The two of us sat on the sofa, and the air seemed to freeze. On the coffee table lay a crumpled pair of black stockings. Lu Ruyan stared at me intensely, her eyes seemingly filled with rage, and her face turned exceptionally dark. I waited for her to speak, but Lu Ruyan picked up the delivery box and glanced at the information on it. Then she took out her phone and dialed a number, putting the phone on speaker mode. On the other end, a drowsy voice belonging to a middle-aged woman came through. Who is it? Sister Zhou, it's me, Lu Ruyan. I need your help with something, Lu Ruyan said in a low voice. It's Yen Yen. You said someone sent me a package with something inappropriate inside, and I suspect someone is trying to retaliate against me. It was sent from your delivery station. Can you help me check the surveillance to see who sent it? Lu Ruyan immediately said. Sister Zhou immediately became angry and shouted in a sweet voice, who is so malicious? Just wait, I'll check on it right away. Please give me the tracking number. If someone is bullying you, just tell me. And that useless good-for-nothing at your home, don't count on him for anything. You're like a flower growing in cow dung. Hurry up and divorce him. After Lu Ruyan hung up the phone, she said a bit shyly, Sister Zhou is straightforward, don't take it to heart. I'll have her check the surveillance to find out who sent the package. It seems that your friends have a deep impression of me. In your eyes, I must be a good-for-nothing. I hardly work, take a fixed salary every month, and now I need my mom's support to get by. These years have truly been a burden for you, I said slowly, my gaze growing colder. Lu Ruyan shook her head repeatedly and said, I really haven't said anything bad about you outside. They just heard some rumors and nonsense. I'm actually very grateful and satisfied. You have no bad habits and don't run around. That's already better than many others. I shook my head noncommittally, knowing deep down that I had my own issues, being too complacent and not actively pursuing a better life. But I believe that if a relationship has truly broken down, then we should divorce gracefully and seek our own happiness. As long as no fundamental mistakes have been made, it's not a reason for infidelity. Trying to maintain a family while seeking excitement outside is just disgusting. Let's talk about the stockings. Who cares about the details? What matters is how this situation came to be. Did I ask about it? Or did you bring it up yourself? Or are you going to explain that these stockings aren't yours? I leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, waiting with a smirk for her to come up with an excuse. Lu Ruyan sighed and said slowly, they are indeed mine. About 3 days ago, I took off a pair of torn stockings in the office and replaced them with a new pair. I remember clearly that I had put them in my bag to take home, but when I returned after my meeting, they were gone. I suspect someone at the company stole them, but without evidence, I can only investigate quietly. I lightly clapped my hands, sneering, a lovesick admirer with psychological issues stealing the goddess's stockings is quite reasonable. I've seen that trope in countless novels and dramas, at least 100. But don't forget, I've been to your company, and there are multiple cameras in the hallway. It's clear who has entered your office, so you must know who stole it, but you're unwilling to tell me because you're afraid I might misunderstand, or perhaps you're just lying. Lu Ruyan's body trembled, as if she were seeing me for the first time, carefully scrutinizing me as she slowly said, how did you know that? Don't take me for a fool, just speak the truth. We're getting a divorce anyway. For my mom's sake, is there anything you can't say? You can be assured, I won't act impulsively, I said indifferently. Mentioning my mother, Lu Ruyan's eyes showed a hint of guilt, her 10 slender fingers intertwined, as if her heart was in turmoil. After a long silence, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, crossed her long beautiful legs, and one of her delicate feet wiggled in her slipper. Lou Dean has been to my office. I actually already know he was the one who stole this package, she said. And the photos on your phone were likely sent to you by him, she said, her tone suddenly calm and sharp, her demeanor shifting from the earlier pitiful appearance. It seemed to confirm her words. The next moment, a video popped up on her chat app. It showed a young man wearing sunglasses, showdown from the company, sneaking around and tossing the package at the delivery station while leaving behind a false identity. Go on, how long have you two been seeing each other? I glanced over and lifted my chin, saying, this Lu Ruyan was the one I knew, a smart, decisive, and shrewd woman. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, I didn't cheat, but I did create some illusions to make Lu Deqiang think I liked him. But who would actually like such a pig head? Not necessarily, my image isn't much better either, I said self-deprecatingly, patting my belly, which used to have six-pack abs but had turned into a pile of fat. I didn't notice it before, but now, calling someone a pig head makes me realize I'm more like a crow. Lu Ruyan shot me a glance, her eyes twinkling with a hint of charm, and said softly, you don't pay attention to your image either. You were really handsome when you just retired, and you're still not bad now. You have a strong masculine presence that makes me feel secure, especially when you made Lu Deqiang kneel today. Hey, don't change the subject. I'm not falling for that. Who knows if you've said this to Lu Deqiang before? I said, frowning. Although I said that, I felt a bit more at ease inside. This must be a common trait among men, always indulging in their wife's admiration. Lu Ruyan sighed, her eyes showing a hint of complexity, and said, do we have to talk about this now? Can we wait a while? Do you think we're in a romantic drama? Dragging it out for hundreds of episodes while just standing there with your mouth open, not knowing what to say? Am I a fool not to ask? Meanwhile, someone is scheming behind my back, all in the name of caring for me. I am not an idiot. I don't have time to guess, and I don't want to wear a hat. Whether you say it or not, just sign the document for me first, I said impatiently, casually throwing the divorce agreement on the coffee table. Willow Ruyan frowned and said that LV Ditcham wanted to break us apart. He said he wanted me to get a divorce and that he would marry me. He has mentioned this privately more than once. I clapped my hands and said thank you for your honesty, which made me feel that you are actually not that bad. Actually, I understand as well. After all, LV Ditching is a successful person who can not only help you in your career but also take you into high society, which is indeed something I cannot offer you. So, go ahead and sign. Bang! Lu Ruyan suddenly slapped the table and said angrily, I said I won't get a divorce. If I really wanted to enter high society, I wouldn't have married you. I have dual bachelor's degrees and a master's degree, and the people pursuing me can come from the north of the city to the south. Well then, what is your reason for marrying me, a middle school student? Is it out of gratitude? Or do you hope to use my mom's position to meet more wealthy people? Don't talk about how great you are. My mom has never forced you to do anything. Everything is your own choice. People must take responsibility for their own choices, I said coldly. Lu Ruoyan waved her hand irritably and said, I am not a little girl. I have my own understanding of marriage. I know very well what I need. No matter how ugly, lazy, or poor you are still my husband. Wherever you are is my home. I also have self-awareness. Although I have some looks now, being able to maintain them until 45 is already the limit. LV Ditching is a wealthy person, and such people are very smart. How could he choose a woman who is divorced with children? He is neither mentally challenged nor foolish. The so-called domineering CEO falling in love with a divorced woman is just a beautiful fantasy imagined by some people. I was actually rendered speechless by Lu Ruyan's words, and what surprised me even more was how thoroughly the other party analyzed the situation. However, this made it even harder for me to understand Lu Ruyan's behavior. So I said that based on the current situation, it seems that you two are indeed together behind my back. This is for a reason. Be patient, let me finish speaking. Lu Ruyan's gaze became superior, and then she began to speak. After graduating from Linhai Industrial University, my wife Lu Ruyan, through the introduction of Li Yixiang's mother, took a logistics job at a hospital. The salary was 6,000 yuan, with 8-hour shifts and weekends off. It was a respectable job that everyone envied. The office was mostly filled with women who, like her, had entered the logistics department through family connections. When women gathered, comparisons inevitably arose. One colleague's husband was a lawyer, another's family was involved in a demolition project. Their usual conversations revolved around opera, cosmetics, luxury goods, and so on. After the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruyan joined, perhaps out of jealousy, the competition among them became even more pronounced. Although Lu Ruyan privately envied them, she was not a materialistic woman, and her family's circumstances were decent. While she couldn't afford luxury goods worth hundreds of thousands, her living conditions were above average. The turning point came 3 years ago when Lu Deqiang met Lu Ruyan at a hospital gathering. After chatting, Lu Deqiang believed she was a rare talent and strongly invited her to join his company as a salesperson, offering a generous annual salary of 250,000 yuan. In truth, any man's intentions are clear to women, except for fools. Claiming later that he had been deceived was merely an excuse for his own vanity. Lu Ruyan consulted Li Yisheng, who clearly opposed the idea. However, after some time, she resolutely resigned and joined Lu Dechen's company. Since then, Lu Ruyan returned home later and later, and her salary increased. Li Yisheng had his suspicions but found nothing. Lu Dechen never dated Lu Ruyan alone. Every evening gathering or banquet involved a group of people, yet Li Yisheng remained worried. Men understand men best. Li Yisheng had met Lu Dechen once and sensed his intentions toward Lu Ruyan. As time passed, Lu Dechen treated Lu Ruyan better and better, not only giving her gifts like cosmetics during holidays but also occasionally asking her to bring back expensive ingredients like lobsters and abalones. This clearly exceeded the concern a superior should have for a subordinate, yet Lu Ruyan accepted everything without hesitation. I know Lu Dechen has feelings for me. I'm not foolish, and I absolutely haven't crossed any lines. He once tried to harass me, and I scratched his arm with a pen. Recently, I've been getting closer to him, not because I want to gain benefits through my body, but mainly to keep him stable. Lu Dechen suspects I have evidence of his crimes, and to ensure my safety, I can only play along. So he asked me to marry him. Only by tying me to him can he feel completely at ease. My wife looked into Li Yisheng's eyes, speaking very seriously, as if she had no secrets. Li Yisheng pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the spicy smoke, then said expressionlessly, "You're still not being honest, speaking half-truths. Are you really being threatened by him? Since there's trouble, why not choose to resign? Why not report it? I suspect you have your own interests in this, which is why you're willing to entangle yourself with him. Or perhaps the so-called crime is something you and Lu Dechen are jointly involved in. You two are kindred spirits, each holding leverage over the other, and in the end, you grow closer." As Li Yisheng finished speaking, my wife's face gradually turned pale. Although she maintained a calm exterior, her fists were tightly clenched, her manicured nails nearly embedding into her palms. "Li Yisheng, I am Qianxian's mother. Do you see me as that kind of woman?" My wife's eyes reddened slightly, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. Li Yisheng extinguished his cigarette and sneered, "Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If you were truly innocent, how would Lu Dechen dare to harass you? How could you get involved in such a mess? What do you mean by fly? Everything I do is for our family, isn't it? I want my own house too. I don't want to live here. With your current salary, you can barely support yourself. Your mother is getting older. How many more years can she continue her research? Are you going to rely on your parents for the rest of your life? Li Yisheng, you are disappointing me too much," his wife said, tears in her eyes. Li Yisheng's head began to throb again, the veins on his temples seeming to tighten. The intense pain made him clutch his head and grit his teeth as he said, "You're right, I can't delay your search for a happy life. Just go. Sign the papers and leave." "Really, I'm about to go crazy. Can't you give me a little more time?" Lu Ruyan said, unusually agitated. She was clearly on the verge of an emotional explosion but seemed to be holding back for some reason. Li Yisheng waved his hand and said, "You must admit one thing, our relationship has reached its end. The reasons you speak of are just excuses. You always say you're busy enough to attend performances at LV Dechen's daughter's school but not busy enough to have a meal with our daughter. That alone proves that neither I nor our daughter are important to you. Pretending to be nice? Ha! Even if you two haven't had an affair, at least he has taken advantage of you. I haven't. I haven't been taken advantage of by anyone. Aside from shaking hands with the opposite sex out of courtesy at work, I've never had any physical contact with anyone. If I'm lying, may lightning strike me." His wife stood up, swearing to the heavens. Her expression was extremely serious, her beautiful eyes radiating a cold glare. This was simply unbelievable. Li Yisheng was somewhat dumbfounded, to the point where the pain in his head lessened considerably. "Lu Ruyan, you need to know that being stubborn is useless. Don't think I don't have evidence," Li Yisheng said in a deep voice. Lu Ruyan was on the verge of a breakdown. She seemed to feel for the first time how stubborn her husband was, and she roared, "I've already said I didn't cheat. How many more times do I have to say it for you to believe me? I only believe what I see. So you should call and resign right now, then turn off your phone, and we'll move to another city." Li Yisheng slammed his hand on the table, causing the sturdy wooden coffee table to collapse, sending everything on it crashing to the ground. His wife's expression froze, her gaze wavering, and after a long silence, she stammered, "No. No way, I still have many things to handle. Can you give me a little more time?" "Ha!" Li Yisheng suddenly stood up and said slowly, "If you're worried about his threats, you can rest easy. I'm not good at solving problems, but I'm very good at dealing with those who create problems." "No. No way. You absolutely cannot touch him." His wife's eyes showed a hint of fear as she grabbed his clothes, nervously saying. Li Xiang said in disappointment, "You're worried about him? You're worried I might take action against him? My prerequisite is that he threatens you. And you plead for him, kneeling before me? I'll say it again, sign the papers and leave. Let's part on good terms." His wife seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing to the ground, her body trembling. Li Xiang felt his head was about to split open. He couldn't bother to argue with Lu Ruyan anymore and got up to pour out some painkillers from the bottle. The last painkiller felt like a life-saving remedy. Without hesitation, Li Xiang shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it forcefully. He dragged his weary body, swaying as he walked into the room, lying down on the bed, ready to sleep. In a hazy state of drowsiness, Li Xiang vaguely heard the sound of crying coming from the living room, a sound filled with helplessness and sorrow. If outsiders saw this scene, they would probably think I am a thoroughly bad person. Li Xiang felt that he was clearly so understanding, that the reason for his wife to follow her own heart's choice was why it led to today's situation. After more than 10 minutes, the medication gradually took effect, and the pain eased, but Li Xiang couldn't fall asleep no matter what. So, he habitually took out the noise-canceling headphones from the bedside table, connected to Bluetooth, and opened the music app on his phone. After transitioning to civilian life, Li Xiang could only rely on this audio to sleep soundly. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sounds of gunfire and cannon fire echoed in the audio. 7. 62mm caliber continuous fire, 5. 56mm caliber single-shot, howitzer. Li Xiang muttered to himself, and finally a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as his consciousness gradually blurred, not knowing when he fell asleep. Tears continuously slipped through Lu Ruyan's fingers. When she heard the snoring coming from the bedroom, a bitter smile appeared on her lips. She looked at the tightly closed bedroom door, as if it were a huge chasm, completely separating her from her husband. Lu Ruyan felt a vague sense of regret in her heart and also had the impulse to give up everything. But thinking of the effort she had made during this time, a strong unwillingness forced her to dismiss the thought. She curled up on the sofa, and the snoring in her ears not only did not irritate her but instead gave her an unusual sense of security. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but recall the limited time her family had spent together. Although brief, it was exceptionally warm, each scene as vivid as an oil painting. "Cici, husband, I am not wrong. I am doing this for our happiness. In this world, only money can solve most problems," Lu Ruyan said to herself. Lu Ruyan was a typical high-achieving woman, with a high education, high IQ, and high appearance. The most notable characteristic of such people is their self-righteousness. Unless they suffer losses, they cannot be persuaded at all. They often carry an inherent arrogance towards ordinary people, believing that others are inferior in every way, and habitually think that everything should develop according to their will. After crying for a while, Lu Ruyan got up and started cleaning the room. Although the house was generally cleaned by a maid, today she chose to handle it herself. Although she hadn't done housework for a long time, it was much easier than the farm work she did as a child. The room was quickly tidied up, and to avoid disturbing her husband's sleep with the vacuum cleaner, she chose to pick up the broken glass bit by bit, trying to make as little noise as possible. Lu Ruyan seemed to escape her troubles through housework. The more she did, the more energetic she became, cleaning the entire house thoroughly, leaving no corner uncleaned. At the same time, Lu Dechan was playing mahjong. The private room was filled with smoke, and the sound of mahjong mixed with cheers, as if the air was permeated with the scent of money. "I'm out." A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder suddenly pushed his tiles and laughed heartily, saying, "Give me money, give me money." Lu Dechan readily pulled out a stack of cash and said, "Ahoo, you're really lucky today. Lu Zone, no one comes to the Sanbao Hall without a reason. Are you giving me money now because something's up?" Zhao Hu said with a smile. Some people around them tactfully left the private room. Lu Dechan smiled bitterly and said, "Ahoo, in this place of Lehigh City, is there anything you don't know? Last night I was played by a kid. I've never been so humiliated in my life. You must help me get my revenge." Zhao Hu lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, and said, "Lu Zone, you have the Chen family behind you. It's not my place to step in, right? The young lady can crush someone with just a word. By the way, I heard you have an affair with someone's wife, and you didn't even let them go for the father's burial? This matter is quite unethical. Hey, don't mention the Chen family. Anyone who brings them up will make me angry. Don't talk about personal feelings, it's completely unfounded. At most, we have mutual feelings, and I am a principled person. As for the burial, I had no idea at all." Lu Dechan vehemently denied his involvement, but unfortunately, those matters were hard to believe. Zhao Wu squinted his eyes, clearly not convinced by Lu Dechan's words. He looked at a young man with glasses beside him and asked, "On, what do you think?" This young brother seems a bit unfamiliar. Ah, who, is this your new recruit? Lou Decan asked. Zhao Hu laughed heartily and said, a top student from the Linhai City Political Science and Law Academy, my nephew Zhao Wen, just graduated this year. He is one of the few smart ones in our family. Zhao Wen adjusted his glasses and said calmly, Mr. Liu, I think it's better to resolve this matter amicably. Since ancient times, the hatred of killing one's father and the resentment of taking one's wife have been profound. You are almost guilty of both. I've heard about your situation, it was investigated before you arrived. This Li Yishang served in the military, received professional training, and has no assets under his name. The place he currently lives in is also under his mother's name, but he has a very poor relationship with her and rarely contacts her. His father divorced his mother before he was born and hasn't returned to Linhai for decades. A person with no savings, no property, and no friends, and you've taken his wife. I think you should be more worried about yourself right now, rather than trying to save face. If you want my uncle to intervene, it's not impossible. Such a person can't be easily dealt with and will definitely cause big trouble in the future. Killing someone and teaching someone a lesson are not the same thing, Mr. Liu should be mentally prepared. Hey, Mr. Liu, in my opinion, it's most important to find someone to mediate and then dismiss that woman to relieve your worries. Zhao Hu patted Lu Dechen's arm and said slowly. Lu Dechen's expression fluctuated, and after a long silence, he said, I can't let go of this woman. I must have her. Ah Hu, help me find a way to settle this matter. This Li Yixiang, I heard from his wife that he got into the army through the back door and is just raising pigs there. He has no skills, just a good for nothing. Zhao Hu remained silent, his gaze shifting to his nephew. Mr. Liu, the dog that bites doesn't bark. The more honest a person is, the more dangerous they are. You should be aware of last year's North City murder case, that was also a 50-year-old honest man, Zhao Wen said slowly. Upon hearing North City murder case, Lu Decan felt uneasy, but he still insisted, how much will it take to settle this? I want a thorough resolution, no matter what methods you use. 5 million. Zhao Wen extended his palm and smiled. Lu Decan was so shocked he almost stood up but then thought of something and forced himself to hold back, saying, fine, 5 million it is. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Of course, Zhao Wen said confidently. In this world, where there is white, there is black, and of course, there are gray areas that are neither white nor black. Lu Decan planned to hire Zhao Hu to help him resolve his troubles, completely unaware that Li Yishan was sleeping until dusk. His wife quietly pushed the door open and walked in. The moment she got close to Li Yishan, she was pinned to the bed, and a sharp dagger was pressed against her neck. In that instant, Li Yishan had not yet woken from his sleep, but his body's instincts surpassed his brain's reaction speed. When Li Yishan realized what he was doing, he quickly moved the dagger away from his wife's neck. His wife's eyes were red, filled with a hint of pleading, her lips tightly closed, afraid to make even the slightest sound that might provoke Li Yishan. I'm sorry, you should have knocked before coming in. The dagger isn't sharp, I just have a habit of wanting to rest something, Li Yishan said. His wife looked up, revealing her slender, pale neck, and said excitedly, didn't you say that you wouldn't have such instincts towards those close to you? Have I become your enemy now? Li Yishan had exhibited similar extreme behavior the day after their wedding, which had frightened his wife to tears. At that time, he explained to her that he had developed a mental illness in the army, and as long as he took his medication, he could control it and would never harm those close to him. In the days that followed, such behavior never occurred again, and his wife gradually forgot about it. Faced with his wife's aggressive questioning, Li Yishan sarcastically replied, you should be grateful I have good family upbringing and that we have a daughter, otherwise, neither you nor Lu Decan would escape. I'm not running away. I didn't cheat. I want you to apologize to me, his wife said assertively, then clenched her delicate white fist and struck Li Yishan's shoulder several times. Li Yishan couldn't be bothered with such a woman and lay back down on the bed. There are some women who will never admit to cheating unless caught in the act. They will always have 1,000 reasons to explain. Li Yishan loved the sound of rain, especially when waking up, listening to the large raindrops pattering against the window, feeling particularly cozy curled up in the blanket. He didn't know how long had passed when his wife reached out her slender arms and slowly hugged Li Yishan's arm, her beautiful face slightly flushed as she whispered, honey, it seems like we haven't for a long time. How about it? No, we're about to get a divorce. What if you're pregnant? It would be hard to explain later, Li Yishan said coldly, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his stomach, and pushed his wife away. His wife, embarrassed and angry, reached out and pinched his arm hard, saying irritably, nonsense. I really wish I could show you my heart. Don't say that. Back then, Pan Jinlian said the exact same thing, Li Yishan mocked. His wife was taken aback for a moment and retorted, nonsense, hurry up and get up. I made your favorite braised pork ribs. Li Yishang smiled bitterly and shook his head, remembering the last time he had eaten his wife's cooking was a year ago during their daughter's birthday. He didn't expect that now, while they were in the midst of a divorce, this Lu Ruyan would pretend to be a virtuous wife and mother. Li Yishang chuckled self-deprecatingly, put on his slippers, got out of bed, and froze at the door. The room was clean and tidy, and the rich aroma of food filled the air, making Li Yishang feel as if time had traveled back. His wife walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron, which, although ordinary, looked high-end on her like a model. She held a plate of ribs, as if nothing had happened, and raised her hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, gently saying, "Go wash your face and eat. I haven't cooked in a long time, I don't know if my skills have declined." Li Yishang remembered his wife saying that when they were young, she and her sisters took turns cooking since they were 5 years old. Their skills couldn't compare to a chef, but home-cooked dishes were no problem. "Did you invite the auntie to come clean the house?" Li Yishang asked after sitting down. "I did it myself. We need to keep some cockroach medicine in the kitchen. I saw in the community group that a few households in the neighborhood have had cockroaches recently," his wife said while serving rice. Li Yishang frowned and said, "I usually order takeout, and there are no leftovers in the fridge. The kitchen's gas stove hasn't been used in half a year. So, the cockroaches would starve to death. There's no need for that. It's my fault. No matter how convenient takeout is, it can't compare to home-cooked meals. I've neglected you in recent years. Let's have a couple of drinks," the wife said, pursing her red lips with a sense of emotion. Li Yishang looked at the 7 or 8 dishes on the table, a wave of uncontrollable sadness surged within him, and he self-deprecatingly said, "All right, a meal without wine is not a feast, we must drink 2 cups for this farewell dinner." "Husband, I'm sorry," the wife's expression changed slightly, her eyes filled with guilt as she spoke. Li Yishang waved his hand and said, "Please don't say sorry, otherwise, I feel like this green hat is being worn even tighter. I'd rather deceive myself into believing that you are still innocent. So, we are breaking up because of our emotional discord. I won't delay you from finding someone new." The wife's eyes brimmed with tears as she poured wine for Li Yishang. He continued, "Yesterday, I slapped you. After dinner, you can hit me back. Hitting a woman goes against my principles. What nonsense are you talking about? That slap was something I deserved. After all, it was your father's funeral, and I shouldn't have forgotten that no matter how busy I was," the wife said, feeling ashamed. Li Yishang gently shook his head and said, "My father went missing in Baikal for 3 years, and when he was found, there were only ashes left. The funeral should have been handled by his wife and stepdaughter, but they couldn't return from abroad, and there was a funeral home arranged domestically. I went just to go through the motions. So, my anger isn't just about that, I was just overwhelmed, and with my recent frequent headaches, it affected my mood." The wife said worriedly, "Why don't we change to another hospital? I'll accompany you abroad." "It's useless, let's just make do. To be honest, I've wronged you. If it weren't for my mother's connections, you, this proud daughter of heaven, probably wouldn't be someone I could aspire to," Li Yishang sighed and said. The wife chuckled and said, "What do you mean aspire? It should be me aspiring to you. Back then, my grandmother accepted 1,000 yuan betrothal gift just to marry me off to a 40-year-old bachelor. If it weren't for our mom's help, I might still be in the mountains, now a mother of 7 or 8 children. I'm sorry to our mom, I didn't take good care of you, and things turned out this way." As she spoke, her emotions stirred, and tears streamed down her face, glistening as they flowed down her cheeks, looking pitiful. The way they spoke now in the atmosphere felt like a couple, but in Li Yishang's heart, it was the last time. "By the way, Jean Lian, you didn't poison this wine, did you?" Li Yishang joked, shaking the beer with a smile. The wife gave him a charming eye roll and said, "What nonsense. My name is Lu Ruyan, not Pan Jinlian. I will only marry once in my life, and that will be you. Stop. Don't be so sentimental, otherwise, I won't be able to eat." Li Yishang frowned and said impatiently. The wife's expression instantly froze, looking comically filled with frustration as she lowered her head, seemingly at a loss for words. She was indeed not a sentimental person. At home, she always liked to take the lead, with a strong desire for control, arranging and restricting every aspect of life. It wasn't until their daughter was born that Li Yishang completely gave up and finally broke free from his wife's control. The meal quickly came to an end, and it was finally time to get to the point. Li Yishang took out 2 copies of the divorce agreement and placed them in front of his wife, saying, "Sign it. Once you sign, you'll be free. Can you give me a little more time to sort things out? I really didn't cheat, please believe me." The wife pleaded, her crystalline tears spilling over, sliding down her cheeks and leaving 2 clear tear tracks on her delicate face. Li Yishang tried to maintain his composure, avoiding emotional outbursts that could lead to another headache, and slowly said, "Don't want a divorce? That's fine. Just do 2 things, and I'll believe you. What do you want?" His wife was clearly agitated, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Li Xiang leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and through the swirling smoke, said, "First, resign. Second, hand over your phone. Third, stay at home for a month without contacting the outside world. If you can do 2 of these 3 things, I can forgive you." Since his wife insisted she had not cheated, he believed that if she agreed to 2 points, he could get to the bottom of the matter. Upon hearing Li Xiang's conditions, his wife's expression fluctuated, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, her eyes revealing despair as she pleaded, "Can we change the conditions? I can come home on time every night, and you can pick me up from the office. You're a businesswoman, you should understand that sincerity isn't just words. You're smart enough to know my intentions. We're currently in a state of broken trust, and reconciliation is impossible, so let's be straightforward," Li Xiang said. His wife seemed to realize that everything was beyond repair, wiped her tears, and said, "Divorce is fine, but I have a few conditions." Indeed, when a woman changes her mind, the first thing she thinks of is to secure favorable terms for herself. Li Xiang felt a twinge of discomfort but still said, "What conditions? Go ahead. There's no savings at home, and nothing to divide. The house belongs to my mother, and I only want custody of Qianqian. You can propose any other conditions." To Li Xiang's surprise, his wife did not demand property or custody of their daughter but instead put forth several strange conditions. First, during the divorce cooling-off period, you cannot move our things out. You must ensure that everything at home remains intact, including but not limited to our wedding photos and items we bought together, excluding consumables. Second, during this time, you cannot accept living subsidies from your mother. I will give you 20,000 a month as child support, which you have the right to use. Third, until the divorce is finalized, you cannot find a girlfriend or a male partner. Fourth, you cannot announce our divorce to the outside world. If either of our families needs it, we must cooperate. Stop. Li Xiang interrupted as his wife seemed ready to continue, mocking her. "Lu Ruyan, are you saying that only the officials can set fire while the common people can't even light a lamp? You play around outside and still have the face to restrict me? Rest assured, I've been faithful throughout our marriage and will never be like you." His wife narrowed her eyes, looking at Li Xiang as if he were a rival. After a moment of silence, she said, "You guarantee it's just physical, not emotional, and the third point can be waived. Lu Ruyan, do you think I'm playing a game with you? Let me tell you, aside from custody and property division, there are no other conditions to discuss between us." Li Xiang slammed the table, coldly stating. His wife stubbornly looked at Li Xiang and said, "If you don't agree, I won't sign. If you have the guts, just kill me." Heh, truly shameless. Fine. I'll agree to everything except the third and fourth points. I will definitely inform my mother and family about this matter to avoid your troubles affecting them. And in case they see you shopping with your lover, it won't turn into a big scene, Li Xiang said coldly. Families that have lived in the same city for more than 3 generations are quite large. Li Xiang has an uncle, 2 aunts, 2 uncles, and an aunt on his father's side, with relationships intricately intertwined. When Li Xiang got married, just the relatives alone filled 20 tables. The wife's eyes were somewhat lost, and after a long silence, she finally forced herself to say, "What if they ask about the reason for the divorce? I didn't cheat, it was you who forced me to divorce. What will I say if they ask?" "Incompatible feelings," Li Xiang replied. A generic explanation, but those who understand know that getting divorced in middle age speaks volumes. The wife lightly pursed her red lips and suddenly asked the final question, "Do you love me? I don't understand what love is. My parents divorced early, I joined the army right after graduating from middle school, and I've never been in a relationship. We got married 3 days after we met. Maybe our marriage was a mistake, now we have to pay for that mistake," Li Xiang said with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat lost himself. The wife took his hand and said earnestly, "You do love me, otherwise, you wouldn't have been so impulsive today. I love you too, and the misunderstandings between us will eventually be resolved." Li Xiang instinctively felt a wave of nausea, especially after she held his hand, feeling as if he were ensnared by a snake. Her icy fingers felt like the scales of a venomous snake, sending shivers down his spine. The wife was startled by Li Xiang's reaction, her eyes brewing a storm, and the uncontrollable anger led her to act irrationally. "You don't even want to touch me now? I will." The wife lunged into Li Xiang's arms like a fierce wolf, kissing him forcefully. The lipstick smeared across his face, his lips split, blood mixing with saliva, filling his mouth with a metallic taste. Li Xiang picked her up and threw her onto the sofa, then rushed to the bathroom to vomit. "I'm clean, maybe you think I'm dirty. Go get yourself checked," the wife said coldly, leaning against the door. Li Xiang waved his hand and said, "Sign the papers, then get lost." In the end, the wife signed the divorce agreement, leaving behind a bank card. Li Xiang tucked the card away, regardless of how much money was on it. He would give it to their daughter when she grew up, letting her decide how to use it. As for the issue of their daughter's living expenses, Li Yisheng wasn't worried. A comrade had opened a security company and had invited him several times to be the manager, offering a high enough salary that Li Yisheng thought he could give it a try. But before that, he needed to completely distance himself and his daughter from the troubles his wife might bring, so he could start a new life. The wife packed a few clothes, saying she would stay at a hotel for now, and that Li Yisheng could call her anytime if he needed anything. Li Yisheng ignored her. She had often been on business trips or working late on projects in recent years, so it didn't matter whether she was home or not, they were already divorced. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Li Yisheng sat in front of the computer, opening a wargame, using a sniper to take out one opponent after another. He had enjoyed gaming since he retired. Especially when he saw the scene in the game where bullets pierced through bodies, it brought him a sense of calm, even effectively suppressing his headaches. However, today seemed to be an exception. Li Yisheng thought he would accept the divorce and his wife's departure with indifference. But now he suddenly felt an emptiness inside, as if a piece was missing. I was the one who drove her away. I was the one who insisted on the divorce. Li Yisheng self-mockingly drank beer, the cold liquid unable to suppress the turmoil in his heart. After sitting there all night, around 6 in the morning, Li Yisheng got up, dressed, and prepared to go out for some fresh air. The sky was still drizzling, rainwater pooling on the ground and flowing into the drains. Li Yisheng held an umbrella, turned up his collar, but the cold wind blew the raindrops directly at him. Ha! A wisp of white mist escaped from Li Yisheng's mouth, quickly blown away by the wind until it vanished without a trace. He stood at the street corner, feeling somewhat lost, watching the hurried footsteps of passers-by. Cars sped past him, their tires splashing through puddles, wetting his pant legs. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yisheng aimlessly began to move, eventually arriving at his mother Han Ling's home. Han Ling's house was in the family area of Lehigh Industrial University, allocated by the school. The building was quite old, covered in climbing ivy that stretched all the way to the top floor, appearing lush from a distance. Li Yisheng first called his mother, but a graduate student answered and asked what he needed. Instantly losing interest in the conversation, knowing Han Ling was busy, he hung up and chose to see his daughter first. After knocking on the door, a woman's voice quickly came from inside. "Who is it?" "Sister Cui, it's me." Li Yisheng noticed that his voice had become somewhat hoarse after a night. Sounds of movement came from inside, and then the door was cautiously opened a crack. "Is it Yisheng?" The woman inside exclaimed in surprise and then opened the door wide. A woman, unadorned and plump, appeared before Li Yisheng. She had a standard oval face, with long, slightly curved eyebrows and beautiful eyes that seemed to hold gentle spring waters. At first glance, she wasn't the kind of stunning beauty, but the more you looked, the more comfortable you felt. At the same time, there was a rare gentleness and submissiveness about her. Li Yisheng looked at the woman named Lu Xiaocui and sighed inwardly, saying, "Sister, I came to see the child." Lu Xiaocui was Han Ling's nanny, who had come to the city to work at 18 and almost got scammed, but Han Ling kindly took her in. She had been a nanny in Li Yisheng's home for nearly 20 years. Now 36, she had no plans to marry and had mentioned more than once that she would follow Han Ling for life. Come in, come in." Lu Xiaocui, filled with unexpected joy, hurriedly welcomed Li Yisheng inside, but then worriedly said, "You don't look well, have you been staying up late lately?" "I'm fine, let's talk inside." Li Yisheng gently shook his head and stepped inside. Lu Xiaocui squatted down to help Li Yisheng untie his shoelaces, then took out a pair of slippers, almost ready to put them on for him. "Sister Cui, I can do it myself," Li Yisheng said somewhat helplessly, but habitually handed her his coat. "Hey, why are you being so polite with me?" Lu Xiaocui said nonchalantly, carefully hanging up Li Yisheng's coat and smoothing out the wrinkles. "Shanshan is still sleeping, you sit in the living room for a while, and I'll prepare breakfast for you. I have oil cakes and soy milk, and I've pickled some vegetables. What else do you want to eat?" Lu Xiaocui said. Li Yisheng leaned wearily against the sofa and replied, "Anything is fine." Lu Xiaocui poured him a cup of warm water and then went to the kitchen to get busy. She wore the cheapest dress, but it showcased her plump hourglass figure perfectly. Li Yisheng glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze. Since getting married, he had tried to avoid seeing Lu Xiaocui, wanting to prevent his wife from feeling uneasy and fulfilling his duties as a husband. When he was younger, many joked that Lu Xiaocui was the child bride his mother Han Ling had prepared for him. Li Yisheng had denied it vehemently at the time, fearing it would affect Lu Xiaocui's future marriage. However, somehow his wife found out about it, and after they married, she often joked about it. Lu Xiaocui set the steaming breakfast on the coffee table, thoughtfully preparing new chopsticks and a spoon for Li Yisheng, along with pickled vegetables in his favorite flavor. "Sister, I got divorced." Li Yisheng spoke these words in an extremely calm tone while eating. Lu Xiaozui's pupils dilated, and the spoon slipped from her hand into the bowl as she said in disbelief, "Why? What's going on? She didn't come on the day my father was buried. She was drinking a celebratory toast with her colleagues. Someone sent me a family photo of her participating in a parent-child activity with her boss, and someone else mailed me the stockings she wore. I suspect she's cheating, although there's no direct evidence, but a decent woman wouldn't do something so boundaryless. Besides, our feelings for each other have indeed grown distant. She's busy with work, her career is thriving, and she deserves a better life," Li Yishang said, then showed Lu Xiaozui the photos on his phone. Lu Xiaozui's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "How can she be so restless? What gives her the right to look down on you? Everything she has today is thanks to Aunt Han's support and help. This ungrateful person, I'm going to call her right now and scold her. I'll definitely stand up for you." Lu Xiaozui rarely showed anger, and her emotions were so intense that her mountainous chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. In typical novels or TV dramas about divorce, the man usually tries to hide it, fearing that friends will find out he's divorced, especially worrying it might give his parents a heart attack. In reality, after a divorce, the innocent party can't wait to announce it to the world, not only to ensure the other party fully accepts the moral judgment from friends and family but mainly to sever ties. During the cooling-off period, they still belong to the couple's relationship. If one party takes out a loan, the other has the right to repay it, and necessary notifications are part of the process to avoid losses for friends and family. Li Yishang originally planned to inform his mother, Han Ling, first, then send the divorce news to the family group. However, now that Lu Xiaozui knew about it, she wanted to confront Lu Ruyan, which made Li Yishang feel it was better to wait until the divorce certificate was issued. If his several younger female cousins and aunts found out, they might come over and beat up his wife. The internal strife of a big family is intricate, but they are surprisingly united against the outside world. "Alright, Sister Cui, you mustn't go over and make a scene. If you push her too hard and she commits suicide, you'll have to take responsibility. After all, she is Chanshan's mother. I've already made a scene once, and it's best to cut ties cleanly now," Li Yishang said while yawning. Lu Xiaozui calmed down and said with some concern, "So what are your plans recently? If not, just stay at home, I'll make you some food. Look at you, you've lost weight." Li Yishang almost spat out his tea, chuckling as he patted his belly, saying, "Lost weight? Starting today, I'm going to lose weight. A man should be a bit sturdier. I think you're fine as you are, why lose weight?" Lu Xiaozui said indulgently to Li Yishang. In her eyes, Li Yishang still seemed like a little child who needed care. Being with Lu Xiaozui felt really easy for Li Yishang. There were no reservations in their conversations. This was probably because Lu Xiaozui had spoiled him since childhood, doing everything according to his wishes. Li Yishang liked black, and she wished she could dye all the curtains in their home black. "Shanshan, look who's here, come call daddy," Lu Xiaozui said as she brought her daughter out from the bedroom. The daughter mainly resembled her mother, looking as cute as a porcelain doll, with eyes very similar to Li Yishang's when he was young. Because Li Yishang grew up in a single-parent family, and Han Ling was busy with her research, she wasn't a good role model, and no one taught him how to be a good father. His daughter Chanshan was very well behaved and understanding, snuggling up beside Li Yishang, her eyes fixed on him as if afraid he would disappear. Then Lu Xiaozui hurriedly helped her daughter wash up, braided her hair beautifully, and prepared egg custard and vegetable pancakes. Li Yishang felt a sense of daze. This was how a family should be. If his wife could do half of what Lu Xiaozui did, they probably wouldn't have come to this point today. It was raining today, and Lu Xiaozui didn't take her daughter out. Seeing that Li Yishang didn't look well, she pushed him to her bedroom to rest. Lu Xiaozui now slept with her daughter. Her room was clean and tidy, with only a faint scent of soap on the sheets and duvet cover. This fragrance made Li Yishang feel more at ease, unlike the luxurious perfume his wife liked, which always made one feel restless. Li Yishang slept soundly, not knowing how long it had been until the ringtone of his phone woke him up. He glanced at the time, it was noon, and he had slept for about 3 hours. His head felt a bit swollen, but his spirits had indeed recovered. It was a strange call. After Li Yishang answered, he said, "Hello? Hello, Mr. Li, I am the for Mr. Lu, my name is Zhao Wen. Mr. Lu hopes to reach a settlement with you and compensate you for the mental distress caused. We hope you can come out and discuss it in person." The voice on the phone belonged to a young man, calm and confident. Li Yishang closed his eyes, his mind began to turn like rusty gears, and after a long pause, he said, "Is the so-called mental distress referring to the fact that he cheated on me? Has he admitted to having an immoral relationship with my wife? Oh, you misunderstood. Mr. Lu just hopes you won't continue to harass him to avoid affecting his and the company's performance," the lawyer replied without a hitch. Li Yishang smiled coldly and said, "Alright, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the cafe on North City Road. Make sure to bring Lou Decan along. Upon hearing cafe on North City Road, the other party fell silent, and after a long while, replied, okay, see you there. After hanging up, Lee Yixiong fell into deep thought and then messaged a lawyer friend of his. The richer people were, the more they feared death. It was reasonable for Lou Decan to want a settlement, but Lee Yixiong analyzed that it probably wouldn't be that simple. After getting up, Lee Yixiong went out and heard Lu Xiaotsui telling stories to her daughter Chanxian through the study door, making Chanxian giggle. Chanxian, be a little quieter. Daddy is sleeping. Auntie will continue telling you the story, Lu Xiaotsui said in a lowered voice. Li Yishang smiled and pushed the door open, saying, Sister Cui, I have something to do outside. I'll be back in the afternoon. Ah, Yixiang, you're awake? I saved you some food. Wait until you finish eating before going out, Lu Xiaotsui hurriedly said. Li Yishang couldn't refuse Lu Xiaotsui's kindness. If he didn't eat this meal, she would probably cry secretly again. Before leaving, he hugged his daughter for a while and promised he would be back soon, which made her smile through her tears. Li Yixiang took an umbrella and went to the nearby electronics market, buying some electronic components and equipment as needed. He originally thought he would never use the skills he learned in the army, but he didn't expect to encounter such troublesome matters. After bringing the items home, he received a call from his wife while on the road. Honey, are you home? We're divorced, don't call me honey to avoid misunderstandings. Just say what you need. Li Yixiang said coldly. Li Yixiang's indifference did not deter his wife, instead, it made her more aggressive. We're not officially divorced yet, you're still my husband. I have 2 opera tickets here, come pick me up tonight, his wife said in an unusually charming voice. Just as Li Yixiang was about to refuse, he vaguely heard someone speaking. Nan, I have to work late tonight, Director Lu's project has made progress. Although his wife quickly covered the phone, Li Yixiang still recognized the voice as Lu Decan, so he chose not to refuse and quietly waited for her decision. I know, hurry up and go out. Don't you know to knock? I'm on the phone with my husband. His wife's tone was anxious, her voice trembling slightly. Okay, I'll come back later, or you can come over to my place. Lu Decan's voice was frivolous, full of teasing. Get lost. His wife threw a document at him, and the noise on the phone disappeared. Hello? Honey, are you there? Don't misunderstand, Lu Decan just has a foul mouth. Mrs. Pan said cautiously, nervously asking. Li Yixiang replied coldly, this is your business. I'll be there on time for the opera tonight, remember to give me the tickets. There was a moment of silence on the line, and Mrs. Pan seemed to have received a loud slap in the face. In a strained voice, she whispered, I'm sorry, honey, let's postpone it, I have a project to handle tonight. Next time, remember to leave time before making plans. You can just accompany Director Lu to work late, after all, you're already used to it, Li Yixiang mocked. On the phone, Mrs. Pan's sobs could be heard, as if she felt humiliated but had no words to respond. I'm sorry, I was wrong. She kept apologizing. Li Yixiang had no desire to listen any longer, he was deeply tired of this woman's hopeless behavior. Today is Saturday, remember to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for the divorce on Monday. After saying this, Li Yixiang hung up the phone. Mrs. Pan did not call back but sent an apology text, perhaps realizing she had gone too far. Li Yixiang returned home with his things and began modifying his phone with tools. By the time he finished, it was evening, and Lu Xiaotsui called one after another, urging Li Yixiang to hurry back for dinner. When Li Yixiang arrived at his mother Han Ling's house, he immediately smelled the rich aroma of pork ribs. Dad, what delicious food did you buy for me? His daughter Chanxian jumped into Li Yixiang's arms, her eyes fixed on the bag in his hand, filled with anticipation. Li Yixiang felt a pang of guilt, ruffled his daughter's hair, and said, the things I bought for Chanxian are downstairs, I'll go get them now. The delivery man has already brought them. Chanxian jumped up happily, and Lu Xiaotsui noticed Li Yixiang's awkwardness, waved her hand for him to hurry downstairs, while she took Chanxian inside. Li Yixiang quickly bought some toys at the supermarket downstairs. He didn't know what his daughter liked, so he bought a random assortment. Of course, Lu Xiaotsui complained about it, but seeing his daughter's happy face, Li Yixiang felt it was all worth it. Just after 9 o'clock that night, Li Yixiang was still lying in Lu Xiaotsui's room resting. He had left his original room for his daughter Chanxian, and naturally, he couldn't stay in his mother Han Ling's master bedroom. Hello, Ms. Su, it's me. Sorry to disturb you so late. Li Yixiang was on the phone in the bedroom, and after the voices inside faded, Lu Xiaotsui carefully brought in a basin of hot water and gently said, Yixiang, how about soaking your feet? I also heated a cup of milk for you, it will help you sleep better tonight. Thank you, sister, I'll do it. Li Yixiang put down his phone, quickly sat up, and said, Alright, I've been washing for you for so many years. I'll give you an acupressure massage later. Lu Xiaozui skillfully placed Li Yixiong's feet into the basin of hot water. Suddenly, a wave of guilt surged in Li Yixiong's heart. After getting married, he spoke less with the woman in front of him, and they were no longer as close as they had been in their youth. He obediently let Lu Xiaozui arrange everything, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Li Yixiong did not notice that Lu Xiaozui's face had already turned crimson, quickly spreading to her long neck and earlobes. This meant that her heart was far from as calm as her words suggested. She was probably already feeling shy. This time, Li Yixiong surprisingly did not listen to the special music and slept soundly until the next morning. When he woke up, it was already 9 o'clock. Lu Xiaozui had left a note saying she took Shanshan to buy groceries and that breakfast was in the pot, he just needed to heat it up. Lu Xiaozui was always so virtuous, perhaps his wife was right to find Li Yixiong lazy. Being spoiled by such a woman, even after marriage, he couldn't change. He left at 9:15, and half an hour later, Li Yixiong arrived at the cafe in the north of the city, pushed the door open, and found a corner to sit down. The position he chose was close to the kitchen on the left side, directly facing the main entrance, so he could spot anyone who came in right away. Hey! Last year, it was that shop across the street, the whole family of the owner was murdered, and several neighbors who helped also died. It was so tragic. Who says otherwise? I heard the owner seduced the wife of an employee? Serves him right. The murderer was sentenced to death this year. If you ask me, it's better to be alive, divorce is an option. The cafe was filled with various discussions. Last year's case in the north of the city had caused a stir, making this cafe a popular spot. Li Yixiong sipped on a glass of lemonade, not participating in the discussion, as such topics were meaningless. At exactly 10 o'clock, the cafe door was pushed open, and a young man in his 20s walked in. This young man wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked refined, dressed in a crisp blue suit, and his black leather shoes were polished to a shine, resembling a workplace elite. Others cast curious glances, and many girls' eyes sparkled as they whispered among themselves. Good-looking people always have an advantage in society, judging by appearance is a human instinct for most. Li Yixiong looked down at his belly and resolved to lose weight successfully. Sorry, Mr. Li, I'm late. My name is Zhaowen, nice to meet you. The young man put down his bag and politely extended his hand. Li Yixiong did not respond but continued sipping his lemonade, as if the young man were just air. Zhaowen was not embarrassed, he chuckled lightly, sat down, ordered a cup of coffee, and then took out a document from his briefcase. After you sign this document, as long as you agree not to harass my client, Mr. Lu Decan, and not to affect the company's operations, you will receive a compensation of 500,000. This is enough to prove Mr. Lu's sincerity, Zhaowen said, pointing to the amount on the document with a smile. Li Yixiong flipped through the terms. They were clear, but the reason for the compensation was vaguely written. When will the money be transferred? Li Yixiong said. A hint of disdain inevitably flashed in Zhaowen's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and smiled, saying, It can be done now, you just need to tell me your bank account number. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. In Zhaowen's eyes, Li Yixiong was just one of those who overestimated themselves. He had completely lost his patience, pushed the document in front of Li Yixiong, and said, Just sign, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Alright, then I thank you on behalf of the child, and thank Mr. Lu for his generosity. Li Yixiong smiled as he picked up the pen and signed his name, then wrote his bank account number at the end of the document. Zhaowen took the document, glanced at it, and quickly made a transfer through his phone. Alright, my work is done. Mr. Li can check the bank information now. The money should have been transferred, Zhaowen said with a smile. Li Yixiong nodded and said, I believe the money will arrive. I look forward to our next meeting, until we meet again. A sudden feeling of discomfort rose in Zhaowen's heart, and he frowned slightly, saying, I do believe we will meet again, but I will decide the location next time. Li Yixiong watched Zhaowen leave the cafe, shook his head and smiled, then looked at the time. At 10:30, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the cafe. The man, in his 30s, wore a black suit and exuded an air of confidence, with a dazzling gold watch on his wrist, followed by a sexy and alluring female assistant carrying a briefcase. Li Yixiong waved and said, Xiaojie, over here. A glimmer flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he quickly walked over, excitedly saying, Old class leader, long time no see. It's rare for you to invite me today. Looks like you're doing well. Li Yixiong said with a smile. The female assistant proudly interjected, Our Luo lawyer is the best criminal defense lawyer in Linhai City and the youngest partner in our firm. Class leader, don't listen to her nonsense, I'm just a soldier in front of you. Chen Na, let me tell you, this is my lifesaver, the one who pulled me out of the collapsed building with his bare hands back then. You better show some respect. Luo Xiaojie said excitedly. The female assistant was taken aback, stepping back half a step in fear, saying, "I'm sorry, my apologies." "It's fine, Xiaojie, let's not bring up the past. I need your help with something now," Li Yixiang said after having him sit down, his tone serious. Luo Xiaojie, being a top lawyer, reacted quickly and said solemnly, "Do you have a legal issue to resolve? Or have you encountered some trouble? I'm getting a divorce from Lu Ruyan, and I might face some legal issues afterward. I need your help," Li Yixiang said as he handed the divorce agreement to Luo Xiaojie. "You and your sister-in-law are getting divorced? That surely can't be your fault. Shen Na, give the firm a heads up. I'm taking my annual leave starting tomorrow for a month." Luo Xiaojie browsed through the divorce agreement, his brow furrowing, and his expression turning somewhat grim. The female assistant immediately panicked, saying, "Lawyer Luo, you have a big client to meet tomorrow. This Mr. Li can be handed over to our firm's lawyer. She is the best divorce lawyer. You can't take leave at this time. Xiaojie, if you're busy with work, then forget it," Li Yixiang said, smiling as he took back the divorce agreement. Luo Xiaojie owed more than one life to Li Yixiang. His current success was entirely due to the support and help from his comrades back then. If word got out that he refused Li Yixiang today, his future career would likely stagnate. The bond of comradeship is a connection, a special circle, and the barriers between different circles are deep. Only the military can bring together people from different classes and identities, and through the crucible of fire, they become indistinguishable, as close as brothers. Once Luo Xiaojie was ostracized from the circle, re-entering would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Luo Xiaojie was a smart man. He immediately glared at the female assistant and said, "When did my matters require your decision?" "Starting tomorrow, I'm on leave, and I will personally take on my old class leader's case. It has nothing to do with the firm." The female assistant fell silent, instead looking at Li Yixiang with a strange expression, seemingly guessing the relationship between the two. At that moment, an unexpected person appeared. To her surprise, his wife had also arrived at the cafe, accompanied by Lu Dechen. Lu Ruyan was dressed in professional attire, a black pencil skirt paired with nude stockings, her stunning face and curvaceous figure immediately attracting the attention of the men in the cafe. Nan, let's sit over there," Lu Dechen said loudly on purpose. It was clear that Lu Dechen was provoking Li Yixiang, as he entered and defiantly raised his chin towards him, likely relying on the two burly bodyguards behind him. When his wife turned to see Li Yixiang, her expression became very strange, a mix of panic and anger. She shot Lu Dechen a glare, seemingly whispered something, and then hurried over to Li Yixiang. Luo Xiaojie stood up thoughtfully, as if he had guessed the reason for Li Yixiang's divorce, and took the initiative to say, "Sister-in-law, long time no see. Who are you?" His wife asked, somewhat confused. She had only met Li Yixiang's friends during their wedding, and after so many years, her memory had long faded. Luo Xiaojie exaggeratedly laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, you forget things easily. I'm a friend of Li Ge. My name is Luo Xiaojie." "Oh, hello." His wife responded perfunctorily, then nervously sat beside Li Yixiang and said, "Honey, I'm going to handle a project with President Lu. We just passed by the cafe. Please don't misunderstand. The divorce agreement has already been signed, so don't let President Lu misunderstand." "Didn't you see that President Lu's expression was not good?" Li Yixiang said with a smile. Lu Dechen walked over, arrogantly saying, "Mr. Li, I didn't expect to see you here. Let's sit together for a while. Today, I'll treat. Is Mr. Lu's intention not in the bar? You went through so much trouble to come here just for a cup of coffee?" Li Yixiang said with a half-smile. His wife's eyes flickered uncertainly, her questioning gaze on Lu Dechen, as if waiting for him to provide an answer. "Mr. Li is joking. I really was just passing by." Lu Dechen seemed to sense danger and retreated to stand beside his bodyguards. The cafe was quite crowded, many eyes were on them, and the waitstaff had come out, ready to intervene in case of a potential conflict. The air was suddenly filled with tension. His wife felt somewhat embarrassed and awkward, perhaps wanting to explain to Li Yixiang, so she said to Lu Dechen, "President Lu, you go meet Dean Lu first. I took leave today and won't be going." Nan, I can't live without you no matter who I leave," Lu Dechen said in an unusually ambiguous tone. His wife's face instantly flushed red, and she anxiously looked at Li Yixiang, her delicate, fair fingers gripping his hand tightly. After breaking free from his wife's grasp, Li Yixiang slowly stood up, picked up the half-drunk lemonade, and splashed it directly onto Lu Dechen's face. Lu Dechen, who prided himself on being an elite of high society and was usually very concerned about his image, was likely experiencing this for the first time. "You bastard!" Lu Dechen's face changed dramatically, but he suddenly laughed, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his face, saying, "Mr. Li, you really have no grace. I warned you long ago not to compete with me." As soon as he finished speaking, a police car stopped at the entrance of the cafe. 2 police officers got out of the car and entered the cafe, heading straight for Li Yixiang. "Hello, are you Mr. Li Yixiang? We are from the North City Police Station and just received a report. You are suspected of extortion, with a particularly large amount involved. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." "What? This is impossible. There must be a misunderstanding." His wife was very agitated, standing in front of Li Yixiang and anxiously defending him. One of the middle-aged police officers said sternly, "Miss, please do not obstruct us from performing our duties." Lu Dechen stood nearby, his face filled with the pleasure of revenge, but he pretended to be sympathetic, saying, Nan, I'm sorry, it was me who reported it. Your husband is blackmailing me for 500,000, otherwise, he will tarnish our reputation. I have no choice but to be forced into this. Officer, you must enforce the law impartially. It's a misunderstanding. There is a misunderstanding here. We can resolve this privately. Mr. Lu, let's talk alone, the wife said anxiously. At this moment, Luo Xiaojie suddenly spoke up, saying, Wait a minute. Officers, I have a question. If you have questions, go back to the station and ask, don't obstruct us. The young officer said impatiently. Luo Xiaojie restrained his smile, became serious, and took out his business card, saying, My name is Luo Xiaojie, and I am Mr. Li Yixiang's private lawyer. I can intervene in any legal matters. My client is only cooperating with the investigation. He is not necessarily required to accept it. Do you have a formal arrest warrant? How well did you conduct your preliminary investigation? You can't just arrest someone because someone filed a report. The law doesn't work that way. His words were powerful, and with his reputation, Luo Xiaojie was a well-known figure in the judicial circle of Linhai City. The two officers exchanged glances. The older middle-aged officer hesitated for a moment and explained, Lawyer Luo, we apologize, mainly because NM Pharmaceutical Company is a major taxpayer in this city, so the higher-ups are very concerned. We were indeed a bit hasty, so please have Mr. Li come to our station for an investigation when he has time. Li Yixiang chuckled lightly and said, Officers, I want to file a report. Someone is deliberately framing me. A good citizen, please enforce the law impartially. What? You want to file a report too? Alright, everyone come back to the station with me. The middle-aged officer keenly sensed that this might be a troublesome case. Especially after seeing Luo Xiaojie, he became even more certain of his suspicion. With Luo Xiaojie present, the police did not handcuff Li Yixiang and requested that one of the parties involved, Lu Dechen, also go to the police station for cooperation. The wife's eyes were filled with guilt and worry. She tried to say something several times but couldn't utter a word. Hold my phone for me. Li Yixiang handed his phone to his wife before getting into the car, looking at her deeply and saying, The phone is an indispensable tool for modern people, containing not only wealth but also personal privacy. The wife was somewhat moved, her eyes red. She seemed to believe she was still the person Li Yixiang trusted the most. As the police car drove away, Luo Xiaojie said, Sister-in-law, why don't you take my car? Ah, no need, I drove here, you go ahead. By the way, Xiaojie, will my husband be okay? The wife asked nervously. Luo Xiaojie shook his head and said, I'm not sure, it depends on the evidence. By the way, sister-in-law, what is your relationship with Mr. Lu? We have nothing, I'll leave first. The wife felt somewhat awkward and quickly got into her car. Luo Xiaojie stroked his chin, feeling that this sister-in-law was a bit strange, very different from the usual unfaithful women, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After the police car brought Li Yixiang and Lu Dechen to the police station, Li Yixiang was immediately taken to the interrogation room. Name? Li Yixiang. Occupation? Deputy Section Chief of the Security Department of the Linhai City Water Conservancy Institute. Li Yixiang cooperated throughout the process. After the middle-aged officer in charge of the interrogation finished his routine questions, he said, What is your relationship with Lu Dechen? He is my wife's superior, Li Yixiang said expressionlessly. According to the police report, not long ago, you had a conflict with Lu Dechen, and you believe he has an immoral relationship with your wife, correct? Li Yixiang shook his head and said, No, it was just a normal conflict, and it has been resolved through mediation. Li Yixiang's ignorance of the situation irritated the middle-aged officer across from him, who slammed the table heavily and shouted sternly, Li Yixiang, don't think that if you don't confess, we won't have evidence. What is this? The middle-aged police officer took out a compensation agreement, pointed to the signature position, and continued, This is your signature. You used the relationship between Lu Ruyan and Lu Dechen as leverage to extort Lu Dechen. Is that right? Ha? Extortion? Compensation? No way? Li Yixiang pretended to look confused. The middle-aged police officer, full of authority, said, The evidence in this case is conclusive. You'd better come clean and try to get a reduced sentence. Not long ago, a female streamer with a situation similar to yours has already been sentenced. Li Yishang still wore a confused expression and said, "Sorry, officer, I did sign today, but it wasn't for any compensation, it was a charitable donation." Nonsense. The middle-aged police officer was momentarily stunned, frowning as he spoke. Li Yishang pointed to the agreement and said, "I am a volunteer for our city's charity foundation. Yesterday, I received a call from lawyer Lu's office, saying that Mr. Lu had a donation. So, I reported to President Su Qing and explained the situation. After getting her permission, I met with the lawyer at a cafe and left my account information. You can check the flow of that money now, and remember to contact President Su Qing as well. Officer, I have reason to suspect this is a premeditated frame-up. Because the handwriting on the agreement is different from my own, please verify it carefully." The middle-aged police officer thought he was hearing things. Faced with this new situation, he immediately took the agreement to the office next door. Li Yishang smiled lightly, feeling unusually relaxed as he leaned back in his chair. After receiving that call from someone named Zhaowen yesterday, Li Yishang sensed something was off. He didn't care about the so-called compensation, so to be cautious, he contacted the charity foundation's president, Su Qing. Su Qing was a very kind elderly woman, and Li Yishang had some contact with her during his time as a volunteer. He briefly explained the situation, and Su Qing helped him with the paperwork, authorizing him to temporarily receive the donation in his personal account. Then, once the compensation funds were in place, he would transfer them to the charity foundation's public account immediately. Everything went just as he had anticipated. Lu Decan indeed planned to set him up. At this moment, the police outside obtained the bank statements and inquired with the charity foundation. The entire situation was exactly as Li Yishang had described, with no flaws whatsoever, and Ms. Su Qing personally provided a guarantee. The middle-aged police officer returned to the interrogation room with a pale face, then forced a smile and said, "Sorry, Mr. Li, thank you for your cooperation. Ms. Su Qing has confirmed your words. We will thoroughly investigate the matter regarding your framing and give you an explanation." Ms. Su Qing had a very high reputation. When she called to inquire, even the police chief had to meet her personally. The pressure directly fell on Lu Decan. In the interrogation room, Lu Decan's eyes were nearly popping out as he roared in disbelief. "What? I framed him? He was the one who asked for the compensation. He signed the agreement. Humph. The handwriting on the agreement we verified does not match Li Yishang's at all." The precinct chief shouted sternly. "Handwriting can be forged. What about the account?" "The money was transferred to his account," Lu Decan hurriedly replied. The precinct chief snorted coldly and said, "That money has already been transferred to the charity foundation's account." Mr. Li Yishang received the donation with the consent of Ms. Su Qing using his personal account. "You are clearly framing him. Honestly confess the matter. Charity foundation? Ms. Su Qing?" Lu Decan was completely stunned, but then he realized that he seemed to have been played. The precinct chief left the interrogation room, and the middle-aged police officer walked over and whispered, "Chief, Li Yishang has already left, but I always feel that something is not quite right here. Neither of them is a good person, but this Li Yishang is a cut above." The bureau chief sighed. The middle-aged police officer glanced at the interrogation room and asked, "So what about this Mr. Lu? Keep him locked up for now, let him handle bail after a while," the bureau chief said impatiently. At this moment, Zhaowen was also locked up for interrogation, and he was being questioned more than Lu Decan. Upon learning all this, he instantly became furious. "Damn it, Li Yishang, we'll see about this," Zhaowen said fiercely to himself. Light rain was falling from the sky as Luo Xiaojie brought Li Yishang out of the police station. "Where's Lu Ruyan?" Li Yishang squinted his eyes and looked around before asking. Luo Xiaojie hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Sister-in-law went to handle bail for Lu Decan." "Don't be angry yet, I think. Enough. I didn't bring my phone, lend me some change, I need to buy something at the nearby supermarket." Li Yishang interrupted Luo Xiaojie, as he still had pent-up frustration inside him that hadn't been released. Luo Xiaojie took out his wallet, which was filled with 100 yuan bills. He was about to take them all out, but Li Yishang only pulled out one. Li Yishang braved the rain and went to the small supermarket, where he browsed around, picked the sharpest kitchen knife, and then bought some fruits and vegetables. "Captain, what are you planning to do?" Luo Xiaojie was startled and asked. Li Yishang handed him an orange and said, "The kitchen knife at home is broken, so I bought a new one. I'm planning to make some pig's head meat. Come over to my place for dinner on Sunday." "Captain, don't joke around," Luo Xiaojie said with a helpless smile. The two waited at the police station entrance for about half an hour before they saw his wife and Lu Decan come out. Lu Decan had a gloomy face, cursing under his breath, though it was unclear what he was saying. His wife seemed to be explaining softly, her face full of apology, looking very submissive. Lu Dechen. Li Yixiong approached with the kitchen knife, shouting sternly. Ha! You're going to kill me. Lu Dechen saw the aggressive Li Yixiong holding the knife, and his legs instantly went weak. The gleaming kitchen knife was not like a dried fish, it seemed like it would chop down on his neck any second. Lu Dechen rolled and crawled backward, screaming in fear like a pig being slaughtered. Help! Help! He's going to kill me! Upon seeing Li Yixiong, his wife's face turned pale, and she rushed over to hug him, excitedly saying, Honey, calm down, it's not worth it. Killing him isn't worth it. Li Yixiong looked at Lu Dechen, who had wet his pants again, and a cold smile crept onto his lips as he pretended to be confused, saying, Kill who? Are you crazy? At that moment, the police who had heard the commotion surrounded Li Yixiong. The middle-aged police officer from earlier opened his left hand and placed his right hand on the gun holster at his waist, trying to calm Li Yixiong down, saying, Mr. Li, put down the knife. Stay calm. What's wrong? Is it illegal to pick up my wife and buy a kitchen knife on the way? Are you crazy? Li Yixiong deliberately shouted. Several police officers came over, and after checking, they found that the kitchen knife was wrapped in a layer of transparent packaging and posed no threat. At the same time, Li Yixiong provided the supermarket receipt, and in the other bag, there were vegetables and fruits, completely fitting the profile of someone shopping for home. Sorry, Mr. Li, this Mr. Lu might be having some sort of stress reaction, the middle-aged police officer said apologetically. In fact, the police knew that Li Yixiong was just messing with Lu Dechen, but they had no evidence. It was quite reasonable for someone picking up their wife to buy a kitchen knife while shopping, right? Guilty conscience. You should ask him what he's afraid of. Li Yixiong said coldly. Lu Dechen's reaction was too embarrassing, as if it had confirmed his affair with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan also seemed very angry, her brows furrowed, standing with her arms crossed, lost in thought. Arrest him! He wants to kill me, are you blind? Lu Dechen roared, seemingly trying to cover up his weakness in this way. To be honest, Lu Dechen's achievements today were due to his natural abilities and background, making him stand out among ordinary people. However, he encountered Li Yixiong, who played by completely different rules than those he had dealt with before. Mr. Lu, please calm down. No matter what conflict you have with Mr. Li, I hope you can resolve it properly. Our police need evidence to make an arrest. The kitchen knife in Mr. Li's hand is unopened and was meant for home use, said the middle-aged police officer, frowning. Lu Dechen was almost going mad, shouting, Are you saying that it only counts as evidence if the knife is at my throat? Under current laws, that can be understood that way. After all, we haven't seen Mr. Li attempt to harm you, the middle-aged police officer replied. Lu Ruyan walked over to Li Yixiong, her eyes filled with worry, and whispered, Honey, you can't do this. Lu Dechen is not someone to mess with. So what? Should I just watch you cheat? Lu Ruyan, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Don't make me find evidence, Li Yixiong said with a cold smile. The wife's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth several times but hesitated. Lu Dechen approached, his face cold. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, gritting his teeth and saying, Li, consider yourself lucky to have escaped this time, just wait. Hey, Boss Lu, I haven't even said anything as the victim. Where does your anger come from? Li Yixiong said with a smile, patting Lu Dechen's shoulder, his eyes extremely cold. Lu Dechen shrugged off Li Yixiong's hand, brushing off his shoulder disdainfully, and arrogantly said, If you don't cherish such a good woman like Nan Nan, then let her be with me. Enough! The wife's face flushed red, she shot a resentful glance at Li Yixiong, then stood in front of him and said to Lu Dechen, This matter ends here, let's leave it at that. I'll wait for you in the car. You better hurry. Lu Dechen snorted coldly and turned to leave. The wife said with guilt, Honey, I really don't know what happened. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Remember to go register for the divorce tomorrow, don't make my trip in vain. Xiao Jie is the divorce lawyer I hired. If you don't show up, I'll have him file a lawsuit against you in court, Li Yixiong said. The wife's body trembled, fear evident on her face, and after a long pause, she said with a complex expression, Okay, I'll go tomorrow. We still have a 30-day cooling-off period, you have to give me a guarantee. Guarantee what? To still act like a couple during the cooling-off period? What are you thinking? Li Yixiong said coldly. The wife's phone rang, the caller ID showing pig head, likely a call from Lu Dechen. After hanging up, she took a deep breath and said, Honey, I have something to take care of, I'll leave first. Let's talk when you've calmed down, I will definitely go tomorrow. Have you driven? Li Yixiong made a tactical gesture to Luo Xiaojie, who immediately understood. Yes, it's right at the door, let's go, Luo Xiaojie said, pulling out the car keys smoothly. Then Li Yisheng sat in the car, adjusting the equipment while saying, "Looks like you've been doing well these past few years, even driving a Cullinan. It's all thanks to the brothers looking out for me. I've made a little money," Luo Xiaojie said very humbly. "It's a straight distance of 30 meters, can you keep up?" Li Yisheng asked. "Don't worry, I learned to drive from you, I've been through gunfire and rain. What is a mere small boss worth?" Luo Xiaojie said with a cold laugh. Luo Xiaojie's car was driving steadily, even though it was raining, he still closely followed the black Audi of Lu Dechen. Li Yisheng turned on the listening software on his spare phone, took a deep breath, and put on the headphones. His wife had hurriedly left and forgotten to return his phone. This phone was a listening device, and the two phones had to be within a certain range to ensure the quality of the listening. At the same time, this phone was also a test to see if his wife would open it and check the information inside. The phone contained recordings of his conversations with Xiaowen, which could prove that he was aware in advance that the 500,000 was compensation. Although the recording couldn't be considered evidence of extortion, it would still be a headache if it came to a lawsuit. If his wife really colluded with Lu Dechen, she would definitely not miss the opportunity to please her lover. At this moment, Li Yisheng could already hear the conversation inside the car, though the sound was somewhat muffled through the bag, he could still make out some words. "Nan, you're getting divorced tomorrow, as we agreed before, when will you marry me?" Lu Dechen's voice was very lewd. His wife immediately replied angrily, "I've done what you asked. You made me get a divorce. When will you give me the password? I just want my share of the money." "You can have the money, but I want you, and I want your heart. After you register for the divorce tomorrow, I'll wait for you at the Linhai Grand Hotel in the evening. At that time, I'll give you the password, what's mine is yours. This time, I mean what I say. Your husband made me lose so much face, I won't let him off," Lu Dechen said angrily. His wife coldly replied, "He has nothing to do with this is my deal with you. He's very impulsive, aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" He. "Of course I'm not afraid, if he dares to act, I'll lock him up immediately. If you behave well tomorrow, I might consider letting him go," Lu Dechen threatened. After a moment of silence, his wife said, "I want 70% of that money." "Fine, as long as you agree to marry me, everything is negotiable. Have a son for me, stay at home and cook, everything I have will be yours," Lu Dechen said with a smile. His wife snorted coldly, "Stop at the intersection ahead." "What about tomorrow's date?" Lu Dechen asked. "I'll be there tomorrow. If you lie to me, I'll kill you," his wife said sharply. The conversation ended. Li Yisheng's face was exceptionally grim, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking with a popping sound, as if a beast was about to break free from its cage. He wanted to destroy everything. Betrayal, shameful betrayal. When Lu Ruyan said, "I'll be there tomorrow," the countless sweet words and apologies she had once said now felt extremely ironic. Luo Xiaojie saw the black Audi had stopped, so he slowed down and parked by the roadside. "Sister-in-law is out, should we continue?" Luo Xiaojie asked. Li Yisheng wearily leaned back in the back seat, put away the spare phone, and said, "No need, thank you for your hard work. The equipment needs to be recovered, class leader. It's better not to do this kind of listening in the future, it's illegal. I can help you find someone who specializes in this, so if something happens, someone will take the blame," Luo Xiaojie said. Li Yisheng shook his head and said, "I used my own phone, who told her to take my phone? But you're right, I shouldn't have come personally for this next time." Ding-dling. Luo Xiaojie's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lu Ruyan, so he handed the phone to Li Yisheng. The other party persistently continued to call. "Hello, what is it?" Li Yisheng suppressed the anger inside him and said in an unusually cold voice. Lu Ruyan said impatiently, "Husband, where are you now? I'll return the phone to you, let's meet up. I've already gotten a new SIM card. Just throw the phone away, I won't be using it again. There's no need for us to meet, go be with your lover. Just seeing you makes me sick. I'll warn you one more thing, don't bring that dirty business home, in front of our daughter. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Tomorrow morning at 8, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. We can talk then," Li Yisheng said coldly. A faint sound of sobbing came from the phone before it was hung up. Lu Ruyan didn't turn on the phone, and Li Yisheng took a deep breath, remotely formatting another phone. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaojie asked curiously, "Class leader, with your skills and techniques, it should be easy to plant a listening device in your sister-in-law's phone, right? Why go through so much trouble? You said it yourself, it's illegal. It's just a waste of a phone, and I've already gotten the answer I wanted." Li Yisheng pinched his brow and said, "Do you have any cigarettes?" "I have cigars, wait a moment while I toast one for you." Luo Xiaojie skillfully took out a cigar box from the passenger seat and began to toast a cigar under the poor conditions. He handed the cigar to Li Yisheng, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Class leader, I don't think sister-in-law is the type to cheat. The way I see it, her relationship with Lou Dean doesn't seem ambiguous. It looks more like business partners, somewhat superficial." Li Yishang didn't reveal what he had overheard, declined the cigar, lit his cheap cigarette, and slowly said, "She's just too greedy, wanting everything. She thinks she's the smartest in the world, expecting everyone to act according to her will. This Lou Dean is not simple. He has connections in the city and is ruthless, linked with some thugs in the area. I heard he caused a death a few years back. Sister-in-law being with him might lead to trouble," Luo Xiaojie said worriedly. Li Yishang snorted coldly, "If it rains, it rains. If a woman wants to marry, she will. She chose this path herself, and she'll have to walk it even if she cries. If she doesn't show up at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, just help me file for divorce. By the way, what's your lawyer fee? Just give me a number. I won't let you work for nothing." "Class leader, you're slapping me in the face," Luo Xiaojie immediately refused. Li Yishang didn't say anything more. His previously indifferent mindset had changed a bit. He didn't like owing favors. Money was always regretted when it was needed. Luo Xiaojie accompanied Li Yishang to get a new SIM card and then bought a new phone. As soon as it powered on, he received a call from his mother's assistant. "Brotherly, the teacher has a meeting at 2 this afternoon, and there's about an hour around noon. If you have anything to discuss, you can wait in her office." The girl on the phone was Bai Xiuha, 23 years old, a genius who had completed her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies in one go, and currently the project assistant to Han Ling. The way she addressed him as brotherly made Li Yishang feel embarrassed. He had tried to correct Bai Xiuha before, but she always did as she pleased. Among the so-called fellow disciples, Li Yishang had the lowest degree. Han Ling only taught graduate and doctoral students, yet she couldn't manage to teach her own son, having completely given up on him in elementary school. And Li Yishang might be the only person in the country who had enjoyed guidance from a doctoral supervisor while doing elementary homework. No matter how foolish he was still her biological son. Although Han Ling had given up on his education, she had still planned a path for his life. Li Yishang greeted the security guard familiarly, holding a black umbrella and walking straight towards the Research and Development Center. The Research Center is located in the northwest corner of the university, almost like Han Ling's second home, where she lives year-round, only able to see her family during holidays and festivals. Linhai Industrial University is one of the top engineering schools in the country, long subjected to foreign sanctions, primarily engaged in cutting-edge aerospace technology research and development. Han Ling holds 7 or 8 national-level projects, with hundreds of researchers collaborating, while countless private enterprise owners covet the opportunity to cooperate but can't even get a chance to speak. There is a guard post at the entrance of the research center, with armed soldiers standing inside, their eyes fixed ahead. Li Yishang looked friendly, but as he approached, he was immediately stopped by the vigilant guard. "No visitors allowed," the guard shouted. "I have an appointment, Professor Han Ling," Li Yishang said helplessly. After the guard checked according to protocol, he made a phone call to confirm the visitor's information, and after verification, allowed Li Yishang to register. While waiting for someone from the research center to come out and accompany him, Li Yishang also had to place his phone in a safe and pass through a metal detector. This series of tedious checks was one of the reasons Li Yishang was reluctant to visit his mother. "Senior brother." A girl about 1.60 m tall ran out, waving at Li Yishang as she approached. The girl had a doll-like face, exquisite and flawless features, short hair to her ears, and a pair of beautiful eyes that sparkled like stars. Although she was wearing a white lab coat, it couldn't hide her exaggerated front, especially when she ran, making one worry she might fall. Xiaohe," Li Yishang greeted and stepped forward. Bai Xiuha was one of Han Ling's favorite students, the other being Lu Ruyan. However, unlike the latter, Bai Xiuha's intelligence and emotional quotient were inversely proportional, and she was more dedicated to research. "Senior brother, you've gained weight again, you need to lose some," Bai Xiuha said without reservation, linking her arm through Li Yishang's and smiling brightly. When she smiled, she had 2 shallow dimples, and her eyes squinted, making her look extremely cute. "Yeah, I'll lose weight later," Li Yishang said, calmly pulling his arm back and speaking lightly. He knew Bai Xiuha meant no harm, but he instinctively disliked such boundaryless behavior. It wasn't that he didn't like her, he just hated trouble and wanted to live a stable life. Bai Xiuha was unfazed. She bounced along, leading Li Yishang into the research building, continuously swiping her card to open doors until they reached a private office on the top floor. After knocking, Bai Xiuha respectfully called out "teacher," then timidly stepped back. Li Yishang sighed, pushed the door open, and walked in, calling out, "Mom." Han Ling, over 50 years old, with a full head of black hair and thick-framed glasses, exuded a strong presence. Many people felt a sense of trepidation in her presence. Although the projects Han Ling researched were niche, they were internationally leading. Even during non-working hours, if the mayor wanted to meet her, it would depend on her mood, and these officials couldn't afford to have any temper. Top-tier research leaders held a high status, and Li Yixiang had known this since childhood, having seen many prominent figures grow up. If it weren't for Li Yixiang's refusal, he could easily have been a powerful leader at the department level. Speak, what's the matter? Han Ling continued trimming branches without turning her head. The relationship between mother and son was very cold, and Han Ling spoke to him as if he were a student. Li Yixiang was already used to it, knowing that teacher Han was pressed for time, so he said, I want to divorce Lu Ruyan. I know. Xiao Zui called me. Don't provoke her too much, she cried nonstop on the phone, you'd think she was my daughter-in-law. If you want a divorce, then go ahead. Is there anything else? Han Ling said. Li Yixiang laughed in anger and said, you can answer Lu Xiaozui's call, but when I call, it's turned off? Am I still your biological son? You can only say that because you are my biological son, standing in front of me to say this. Lu Ruyan following you is just a waste. Han Ling said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Li Yixiang felt like he was about to explode. If there was anyone in this world who could stir his emotions, it would definitely be this biological mother in front of him. Li Yixiang said angrily, Lu Ruyan cheated. The daughter-in-law you introduced, your favorite student, cheated. Following me is a waste, I didn't cheat. Han Ling elegantly set down the kettle and turned around, saying, Lu Ruyan was brought up by me. As long as I am alive, she won't cheat, nor would she dare to. Do you need me to show you her family photo with other men? The stockings she wore have been sent home. Working overtime every day, not a trace of her. If this life can still go on, it would be a ghost. Li Yixiang said furiously. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his head began to show signs of a headache as his blood pressure rose. Han Ling slowly said, I really regret sending you to the army. You came back as if you had become a different person. If I hadn't tested the DNA, I really wouldn't believe you have changed so much. I believe Lu Ruyan has her reasons for doing this. She is dissatisfied with the path I arranged and wants to carve her own way. She is smart and greedy. Perhaps this time she wants to take a big gamble. What happens to her in the future has nothing to do with me. As long as you don't oppose it. Li Yixiang no longer wanted to stay. Han Ling said lightly, you handle your own affairs, I won't interfere. She is Qianxian's biological mother. If there are places I can help, I will help. But don't let it lead to a tragedy that will affect Qianxian in the future. Alright, I'm leaving. Li Yixiang said irritably as he turned around. Just as he was about to leave, Han Ling called him back. Han Ling said, are you going to your father's funeral? Have all the relatives from the Li family gone? Yeah, except for Lu Ruyan, who went to drink with her lover, everyone else is here. Li Yiping's tone was full of sarcasm, as if he were refuting Han Ling's words. Han Ling gently frowned and continued, it seems you are determined to get a divorce, so I won't advise you otherwise. But one can't always be single. Your uncle's son couldn't handle it after his divorce and now has depression, right? What do you think of Bai Xiaohua? Simple personality, good family background, has never been in a relationship, not even held a boy's hand. I see she has a special feeling for you. Once you get the divorce certificate, I'll talk to Xiaohua. Stop. Why are you meddling again? I've already fallen into a pit once. Can I fall in again? When you introduced Lu Ruyan to me, didn't you say the same thing? Rather than this, I might as well marry Sister Cui. That would be better for Qianxian. Li Yixiang said irritably. Han Ling's eyes brightened, and she said thoughtfully, that could work too. Enough, stop playing around, I'm leaving. Tell Aunt and the others not to cause trouble for Lu Ruyan, and don't pay her any mind. I need to hurry and get a divorce. After Li Yixiang finished speaking, he quickly left, fearing his biological mother would say something shocking again. Honey, Yixiang? I'm back. Lu Ruyan opened the door, and the living room was pitch black, making her feel inexplicably uneasy. When the lights in the room came on, Lu Ruyan walked around the house and then sat down despondently on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the study. Once, Lu Ruyan hated it when Li Yixiang played games at home. The sounds of gunfire made her already weary mood even more irritable. But now that broad back was gone, Lu Ruyan felt like a sailboat swaying in a storm, filled with confusion and unease. Honey, I'm almost there, you have to wait for me, okay? With effort comes reward, and I've put in so much already, I can't give up halfway. Lu Ruyan poured herself a cup of hot milk and curled up on the bed, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. She knew her husband was definitely at her mother Han Ling's house right now, but she didn't dare to reach out. There was always a glimmer of hope in her heart, wanting to return to her original life after everything settled down. The lights in the room were still on, but the cold loneliness made Lu Ruyan tremble in fear. Over the years, she had come into contact with many people from high society. Aside from witnessing their extravagant and decadent lives, she had gained a clearer understanding of human nature. Lou Ruyan yearned for success, for the spotlight among the crowd. She had a clear awareness of her own needs, but family was an untouchable taboo. Lou Ruyan had never thought of getting a divorce. She had a pathological obsession with marriage, stemming from the misfortunes of her original family, which made her unwilling to allow herself a failed marriage. It could be said that even if Li Yixiang was complacent and waited for death, Lou Ruyan would rather support him than divorce him. Han Ling had a keen eye for Lou Ruyan, choosing her as her daughter-in-law among countless girls after careful consideration. Unfortunately, Lou Ruyan was too utilitarian, underestimating Li Yixiang's self-esteem and Lu Dechen's shamelessness, ultimately leading to the end of their marriage. On the other side, Lu Dechen was almost going mad. He had called Lou Ruyan several times without getting through and cursed, "Bitch." Then, he stepped on the gas and drove to the bar. Lu Dechen kicked open the door to the private room, found Zhao Hu, and slammed his hand on the table. "Zhao Hu, what did you promise me? Either return the 5 million, or give me an explanation." Lu Dechen roared. Zhao Hu's face also looked grim as he said in a deep voice, "That kid is very clever. This result is not what I wanted to see. My nephew is still being investigated at the police station, and even without you, I will definitely regain my face." Lu Dechen's mood improved significantly, and after sitting down, he continued to drink with Zhao Hu. Soon, Zhao Wen pushed open the door to the private room and walked in. His eyes were cold as he bowed 90 degrees to Lu Dechen and said, "Mr. Lu, it's my failure. I'll give you an explanation." He picked up an empty wine bottle and smashed it against his own head, blood streaming down straight, looking extremely terrifying. Lu Dechen was very unaccustomed to such a desperate act, but he was equally stunned. He swallowed hard and raised his glass, saying, "Forget it, it's fine. Next time, it must be done well. I already have a plan." Zhao Wen said coldly, "You better have a plan, don't play tricks on me." Lu Dechen warned before turning to leave. Zhao Hu frowned and asked, "On, what happened this time?" "Playing dumb to eat the tiger, I was also deceived. But this kid has some connections, I need to plan again," Zhao Wen said in a deep voice, pressing a handkerchief against his wound, his gaze as cold as a snake. Zhao Hu hesitated for a moment and said, "It's indeed better to be cautious. We are in a transitional period. If it weren't for the Chen family's connections, I really wouldn't want to wade into this muddy water." In the family area of Linhai Industrial University, Li Yixiang had just finished showering, wearing only a pair of baggy shorts and a tank top, swaying as he walked out. Lu Xiaocui had just coaxed Qianqian to sleep and carefully closed the door. Seeing Li Yixiang like this, she frowned and scolded in a low voice, "Why didn't you dry your hair before coming out? What if you catch a cold?" "It's fine, what man needs a hairdryer?" Li Yixiang said nonchalantly, then lazily leaned back on the sofa. He originally wanted to open a bottle of beer, but thinking about his current diet, he forced himself to hold back. Lu Xiaocui pulled Li Yixiang up and said, "Let's go to the bedroom. I'll dry your hair." "Are you going to have a midnight snack tonight?" No more." Li Yixiang obediently stood up and said slowly. He looked at Lu Xiaocui's plump and graceful figure, and an inexplicable feeling seemed to awaken in his heart. The hairdryer was working hard, and Lu Xiaocui carefully dried Li Yixiang's hair, then gently massaged the acupoints on his head with her fingers. "Are you really going to register for divorce tomorrow? Have you thought it over?" "I don't think Pan Nan is the kind of woman who would cheat," Lu Xiaocui asked softly. Li Yixiang replied impatiently, "Why are you like my mom? Some women are just good at acting. A woman like Lou Ruyan would sacrifice anything for success. There's no difference between her and a woman standing on the street, it's just a matter of how much money is involved." Slap. Lu Xiaocui slapped Li Yixiang, dissatisfied, and said, "That's nonsense, that's Qianqian's mother, you shouldn't talk like that. Actually, I can see that Pan Nan cares a lot about this family, she asks about Qianqian every day. Never listen to what women say, look at what they do. Just because she has ambiguous relations with other men, no matter how many noble reasons she has, it won't pass with me. I may indeed lack ambition and have delayed Lou Ruyan's bright future. This divorce will free both of us, it's a relief." As Li Yixiang spoke, he yawned, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and his eyelids slowly became heavy, eventually closing. Lu Xiaocui gently smoothed the wrinkles between Li Yixiang's brows, speaking in a barely audible voice, "Don't worry, I will always be with you." Li Yixiang had already fallen asleep, seemingly back on a smoke-filled battlefield, the deafening sound of explosions echoing in his ears, the dark night obscuring his direction. "Ha!" Li Yixiang sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his pajamas soaked with cold sweat, his forehead dripping with sweat. He glanced at his phone, it was just 6 o'clock. After calming his heartbeat, he got out of bed. The living room was very quiet, but if one listened closely, they could hear sounds from the kitchen. It should be Lu Xiaocui preparing breakfast. After washing up, Li Yixiang returned to the bedroom and began doing push-ups on the floor. Just after reaching 100, he heard his bones crackle, and his muscles ached abnormally. This was the consequence of not exercising for a long time. Back in the day, Li Yixiong had completed 2,900 push-ups during a military exercise, a record that had yet to be broken. Now, doing less than 100 felt exceptionally painful. Li Yixiong was not lacking in willpower. Sensing the changes in his body, he continued to push his muscles to their last bit of strength until he collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The sweat on the floor pooled together, vaguely forming a human outline. Li Yixiong lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. He didn't know what his purpose in losing weight was. It completely contradicted his thoughts when he retired. To live a plain and simple life. Li Yixiong walked into the kitchen and saw Lu Xiaocui frying ribbon fish, the fish coated in egg and batter being slowly placed into the hot oil. Sizzle! The ribbon fish rolled in the oil, and soon the air was filled with a faint aroma. Yixiong, you're up? Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. I also made congee with century egg and lean meat. Lu Xiaocui turned around and smiled. She wore a black apron that was a bit tight on her plump figure, and as she turned, Li Yixiong's eyes widened slightly. Especially as the rich fragrance of her body wafted over, he instinctively took a half step back. Lu Xiaocui seemed unaware and affectionately tidied up Li Yixiong's stray hair before hurriedly returning to the frying pan. A plate of fried ribbon fish, a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, plus 2 fried dough sticks. Li Yixiong was very restrained in his efforts to lose weight and did not take any fried fish, which made Lu Xiaocui very worried, her eyes reddening with concern. Li Yixiong, helpless under Lu Xiaocui's hopeful gaze, took a bite of the fish. The outer crispiness and tender inside, along with the rich, fresh flavor of the fish, instantly increased his appetite. In the end, all the food on the table was cleared away. Li Yixiong realized what had happened, but it was too late for regrets. He could only resolve to double his exercise for the day. At 7:30 in the morning, his daughter Chanshan finally woke up, calling out auntie and then asking for a hug when she saw Li Yixiong. Seeing that it was about time, Li Yixiong coaxed his daughter with a few words before hurriedly leaving the house. Luo Xiaojie's Cullinan was parked early by the roadside, and after Li Yixiong got in the car, they arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau 15 minutes later. There was a queue for divorce registration, while the marriage window was empty. Li Yixiong was in a bad mood. After taking a number, he stood outside smoking with Luo Xiaojie until Lu Ruyan got out of a taxi. Luo Xiaojie extinguished his cigarette and said softly, "Class leader, I'll go ahead. Call me if there's any problem. You two should talk it over." "There's nothing to talk about," Li Yixiong replied coldly. Lu Ruyan was dressed very simply today, likely having not slept all night and having just cried, her eyes swollen like walnuts, and even with makeup, her dark circles were still visible. Yet, despite this, she remained a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure. Many men unconsciously focused their gaze on her before looking back at Li Yixiong. They simply could not understand how a man could divorce such a remarkable beauty. It seemed like a waste. Standing next to Lu Ruyan, Li Yixiong felt out of place, creating a striking contrast reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. "Husband, I'm sorry I'm late." Lu Ruyan seemed on the verge of tears, her glistening tears rolling in her eyes, her trembling hand trying to hold onto Li Yixiong's arm. After he avoided her, he coldly said, "Let's go in. Who are you putting on this act for? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was the one cheating. Where's your lover, Mr. LV?" His voice was deliberately loud, and the people around immediately understood, their gazes filled with disdain, sympathy, and some men even contemplating asking Lu Ruyan for her number later. Lu Ruyan bit her red lip, her expression turning cold as she slowly said, "Let's go, I don't want to waste any more time." The normal procedure was to first go to the mediation room. A kind-looking female mediator in her 50s glanced at the documents and said, "You two have children and stable jobs, so you must think it through. It's not a particularly big conflict, don't rush into divorce." Lu Ruyan lowered her head and said nothing, while Li Yixiong, expressionless, replied, "The relationship is not harmonious. She cheated during the marriage." "I didn't. I'm clean and innocent." Lu Ruyan protested unwillingly. Li Yixiong sneered, "Emotional infidelity is still infidelity. Wanting to be a mother to someone else's child is disgusting." Lu Ruyan wanted to retort but was stopped by the mediator. Perhaps having seen too many such cases, the mediator was neither curious nor concerned. After organizing the documents, she said, "So, regarding the division of property and custody of the children, will it be executed according to your agreement? If confirmed, please sign below." Li Yixiong did not hesitate at all and directly wrote his name on the document. Lu Ruyan was completely different. Her hands trembled violently as she suddenly tore the agreement in half and said, "I have objections. I want custody of my daughter." In that moment, her expression was exceptionally fierce, as if she were about to devour someone. After saying that, she stood up and ran away. This caught Li Yixiong off guard, and once he reacted, he chased after Lu Ruyan. Come back. After running out of the hall, Li Yixiong watched helplessly as Lu Ruyan got into a black Audi. Luo Xiaojie walked over in surprise and asked, "Class leader, what happened?" Li Yixiong recounted the events and then said fiercely, "Damn it, we had agreed so well before. Divorce is also a relief for her. How could she change her mind at the last minute? I absolutely cannot lose custody of my daughter. Sister-in-law." She might not want a divorce, Luo Xiaojie tentatively expressed his opinion, but upon seeing the predatory look in Li Yixiong's eyes, he quickly changed his words. "Class leader, according to current laws, sister-in-law's salary is much higher than yours, and since it's a girl, it's highly likely that custody will be awarded to the mother. If you want to fight for custody, you must first prove that she cannot fulfill her responsibilities as a mother or has serious moral flaws that would negatively impact your daughter. Only then will the court consider awarding you custody. Of course, specific circumstances need to be analyzed individually." Neither of us has actually taken on responsibilities. I will change in the future. There's no way around this, so we can only focus on moral flaws, like infidelity? Li Yixiong said slowly. Luo Xiaojie reminded him, "Class leader, if you want to catch sister-in-law cheating, you can't do it in private places with hidden cameras or eavesdropping. Illegally obtained evidence won't be recognized by the court. If they engage in intimate actions in public, like kissing or holding hands, actions that exceed the bounds of friendship, and then are photographed or recorded, those can be used as evidence. Or if they have a more substantial relationship, like checking into a hotel together, we can report it. The check-in records and surveillance, along with testimonies, can form a complete chain of evidence. Of course, everything carries risks. Divorce cases should primarily focus on mediation. I think it's best for you to talk to sister-in-law. Stop calling her sister-in-law." "Fine, I got it. You can go back now." "I need to think for myself," Li Yixiong said, waving his hand in frustration. Inside the black Audi, Lu Ruyan's eyes were red, her hands clenched together, and she looked completely lost. The one driving, Lu Decan, smiled and said, "Now that the marriage is over, shouldn't we take care of our business? Your useless husband doesn't deserve you. Honestly, there aren't many smart beauties like you around. Come on, let your husband give you a kiss." After saying that, he leaned towards Lu Ruyan, a lewd smile on his face. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows, shifting slightly towards the window to avoid Lu Decan's harassment, took a deep breath, and said, "I won't go back on my promise to you, but how can you guarantee the things you promised me?" "Lu Ruyan, am I giving you face?" Lu Decan recalled his two experiences of wetting his pants and abruptly pulled over to the side of the road, then grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair with his right hand, saying viciously, "You have what belongs to me, whether you give it back is up to me. If you push me too far, that money will be your funeral expenses. No matter how expensive a luxury car is, once it becomes second-hand, it's worthless. No one will pamper you. If it weren't for your mother-in-law Han Ling's patent, would I have brought you into the company?" Lu Ruyan felt a sharp pain in her scalp but did not retort, her fists clenched tighter, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "You better understand who is in charge now. First, go back to the company, then to the hotel. Dare to say a word of refusal, and I'll kill you right now," Lu Decan said fiercely. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and said, "All right, but I'm hungry, I want to eat and drink." He. "Sure." Lu Decan laughed with satisfaction. Today is Monday, and the head of the Human Resources Department personally called Li Yixiong, insisting that he come to the office immediately. Li Yixiong, the deputy head of the security department, spent most of his time on sick leave, only showing up at the end of the month. Rather than working, it was more like a nominal position, with his salary paid every month. He was a veteran who had been discharged due to injury, and the Human Resources Department generally turned a blind eye. He had been safe and sound for several years. As Li Yixiong sat in the taxi, he had a vague premonition. As expected, when he entered the Human Resources office, many people looked at him with sympathetic or gloating eyes. "Deputy Headley, I'm here on behalf of the organization to talk to you. Your long-term absenteeism has led to significant security lapses, and the organization has decided to terminate your employment," the head of the Human Resources Department said in an official tone, placing a document in front of Li Yixiong. Li Yixiong glanced at the termination notice, squinting his eyes, and said, "Old Lu, I've been on sick leave, and there's been no issue for so many years. The old director approved it. Why are you suddenly pulling this on me? What's going on?" "Well, you know that was the old director. Our new director took office last week, didn't you know?" the head of the Human Resources Department said helplessly. Li Yixiong frowned and said, "I think someone mentioned it, but I was at the hospital for an examination at that time and couldn't come over. But I did request sick leave properly. You can't just terminate me like that. I have a civil service position." Hey, nowadays, there's no such thing as an iron rice bowl. Hurry up and sign it. While you're still young, find another job. The head of the Human Resources Department waved his hand and said. Li Yixiong took the document and sneered, fine, but I need to confirm this with the director. The head of the Human Resources Department wanted to stop him, but Li Yixiong had already turned to leave. Quick, stop him. The head of the Human Resources Department shouted anxiously. The office was mostly women, and the few male employees kept their distance. Earning over 2,000 yuan a month wasn't worth getting into a conflict with Li Yixiong. Li Yixiong smoothly arrived at the director's office and vaguely heard someone speaking inside. He kicked the door open. Inside the office was a chubby man in his 40s, sitting in a boss's chair. Talking on the phone, it was Wu Desui, the director of the Water Conservancy Institute. Wu Desui was startled, put down his phone, and angrily said, "Who are you? Get out! I'm Li Yixiong, the one you want to terminate?" Li Yixiong clenched his fists, stepping closer to Wu Desui, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was unfortunate for Wu Desui. Li Yixiong was already in a terrible mood, and he just happened to walk into the line of fire. If he had waited a few more days, Li Yixiong would have resigned on his own. Wu Desui slammed the table suddenly, angrily saying, "You're Li Yixiong? Taking leave for years without working, leeching off the organization. I absolutely won't allow such behavior. The higher-ups are cleaning up the redundant staff, and you're a typical example. The city's secretary's sister-in-law has been on a nominal position for nearly 10 years, why don't you terminate her? So you only pick on the soft targets?" Li Yixiong sneered. Wu Desui roared, "I'm taking you as a typical example, I just can't stand you. Get out immediately. Don't think that just because you have a little merit in the army, you can do whatever you want here. I tell you, in the Water Conservancy Institute, I'm the local emperor. If I want you terminated, I can terminate you. To hell with you." Li Yixiong rushed up and slapped Wu Desui twice. This time, he didn't hold back at all. With his large palm, he struck twice, making Wu Desui see stars and his ears buzz. Wu Desui never expected that as the head of the Water Conservancy Institute, he would be slapped in the face by someone. He was momentarily stunned, instinctively covering his face, and after regaining his composure, he shouted loudly, "Rebellion! Where are the security personnel? Get him arrested!" The crowd that had gathered in the corridor quickly dispersed, indifferent to the situation. Life experience told them that if someone with a job tried to intervene with someone who had been dismissed, getting hit was purely deserved. In such cases, it was best not to get involved. "Arrest me? I'm from the security department." Li Yixiong kicked Wu Desui in the stomach, knocking him down, and then raised his arm to slap him several times, causing blood to gush from Wu Desui's nose, his right cheek swelling up like a pig's head. "Wu, if you have the guts, fire me. I'm waiting," Li Yixiong said, grabbing Wu Desui by the collar with a fierce expression. Wu Desui was so frightened that he froze, his face alternating between blue and red, and it wasn't until Li Yixiong left the office that he managed to get up from the floor. As the head of the unit, being beaten, Wu Desui didn't dare to call the police. This incident was already something he had done wrong. If it escalated and attracted the attention of higher authorities, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Wu Desui covered his face, closed the office door, and then picked up the internal phone to have the HR department post a notice to immediately dismiss Li Yixiong. After doing all this, the angrier he became, the more he took out his phone and dialed a number, starting to complain as soon as the call connected. "Zhao Hu, Boss Zhao. I did as you asked. This Li Yixiong is a brute, and he just beat me up. I've already dismissed him, but I suspect he will cause more trouble. If you can't handle it, I'm in big trouble." Director Wu, don't worry, I'll take care of this. I'll be waiting for you at the bar tonight." Zhao Hu's hearty laughter came through the phone. Greed flickered in Wu Deshui's eyes, but he pretended to be aloof and said, "Oh, it's nothing, we're friends, no need to be polite." Just as he was speaking, the office door was kicked open again by Li Yixiong. Wu Desui jumped in fright, instantly hanging up the phone. Li Yixiong ignored him, looked around, picked up his phone from the floor, and shot Wu Desui a fierce glare before leaving. "Damn it, offending Zhao Hu, let's see how you die," Wu Desui said viciously. He had no idea that his earlier conversation with Zhao Hu had already been recorded on the phone. While beating Wu Desui, Li Yixiong had casually turned on the recording and tossed the phone in the corner of the room. He had suspected from the beginning that something was amiss, and it turned out someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zhao Hu was Zhao Wen's uncle. He had heard Luo Xiaojie mention this person. Originally just a thug from Linhai City, he had opened several bars and KTVs over the years and had become quite wealthy. However, Zhao Hu was ruthless and very greedy, willing to do anything for money. Luo Xiaojie had repeatedly warned Li Yixiong to be cautious of this person. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Li Yixiang's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, like a waking tiger. Li Yixiang didn't care about his job. From issuing the notice to completing the dismissal procedures, it would take at least another 7 or 8 days. By the time he dealt with his divorce, he would have plenty of time to settle scores with Wu Desui and the Zhao family. Li Yixiang checked the time and sent a message to Lu Xiaocui, saying he wouldn't be home for dinner. Then, he bought a new coat, gloves, bottled water, and bread at the supermarket. Next, he rented a white sedan and parked it in the parking lot in front of the Linhai Grand Hotel, with the front of the car facing the hotel entrance, ensuring he could see anyone coming in or out. Li Yixiang waited patiently, his eyes fixed on the door, from noon until 9 in the evening. A familiar black Audi pulled up to the hotel entrance, and the doorman respectfully opened the car door. A woman in a fitted V-neck evening gown helped a man out. The man seemed to be drunk, swaying as he walked, but his hand around the woman's waist was constantly taking advantage. Just from the back, Li Yixiang recognized it was his wife and Lu Decan. A surge of murderous intent boiled within him, and his grip on the steering wheel turned pale. Don't rush. You already know she has betrayed you, so stop holding on to fantasies. Find evidence of the affair and fight for custody of your daughter. Li Yixiang muttered to himself. He took a deep breath and quietly waited for about half an hour, then put on a baseball cap, took out a bottle of white liquor, drank a few sips, and splashed some on himself. Li Yixiang pretended to be drunk and staggered into the hotel. Sir, hello? Are you checking in or returning to your room? The lobby manager approached with 2 attendants, speaking politely. At this time, the hotel feared rowdy guests the most. Li Yixiang opened his mouth, reeking of alcohol, slurring, I'm going back to my room. Where am I staying? I don't remember. My wife is called Lu Ruyan, you can check. Where's my wallet? The lobby manager led Li Yixiang to the front desk, where the front desk staff checked and confirmed that there was indeed a lady named Lu Ruyan registered. Sir, do you have any identification? The lobby manager asked, squinting. Li Yixiang took out his marriage certificate, his eyes bleary, and said, hurry up and give me the room card, I want to go back to sleep. After verifying, the front desk staff looked at the lobby manager, who nodded slightly. Alright, sir, I'll get you a new room card right away. The front desk staff quickly handed a room card to Li Yixiang with both hands. After taking it, Li Yixiang staggered toward the elevator. Sir, be careful, I'll help you with the door. Welcome to the hotel, the lobby manager said as he sent Li Yixiang into the elevator, letting out a deep sigh. The front desk staff quickly asked, Manager, this room was just opened half an hour ago, and a man and a woman went in. Are you just letting him go up? What if he's here to catch them in the act? The lobby manager replied quietly, we act according to the rules, the rest is none of our business. A man who has been cheated on might do anything. He might be carrying a knife, if you stop him, he might think you're in cahoots with his wife's lover. If he stabs you, would you feel wronged? We're just getting paid, it's not worth risking our lives. Notify security to be on standby. The front desk staff shivered, looking nervously at the elevator. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Li Yixiang watched the floor numbers rise, fully aware that his little trick had been seen through by the lobby manager. However, as expected, the other party did not make things difficult for him. Just like a defibrillator on an ambulance is not lent out, but if you forcibly take it, no one will stop you. When you need something from someone, you must bear the cost of breaking the rules. Li Yixiang obtained the room card through deception. Whatever chaos ensued afterward would have nothing to do with the hotel, which would also be a victim of the deception. The elevator doors opened with a creak. Li Yixiang stepped out, heading straight for room 21001. At the door, he gripped the handle tightly and charged in the moment it opened. Bang! The lights in the room instantly illuminated. There were high heels, stockings, and men's clothes on the floor. Who is it? A charming voice came, and then the wife, dressed in a camisole, appeared at the door. Li Yixiang grabbed the woman's hair and slapped her hard, cursing, "You little whore, I've caught you this time." "Wait, honey, what are you doing here?" Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly came from behind Li Yixiang. Only then did Li Yixiang realize he seemed to have hit the wrong person, and he quickly let go. He found that the woman in front of him, wearing the same style of nightgown as Lu Ruyan, was strikingly similar to her in both appearance and figure. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, dressed in a neat women's suit, frowned tightly, her eyes filled with confusion. "Sister Pan, I won't earn this money anymore. I'm going to report you," the woman wailed. Lu Ruyan walked around Li Yixiang and comforted her. "Alright, your task is complete. I'll double your pay. You go rest in the next room, and I'll come find you in a bit." The woman shot a fierce glare at Li Yixiang and took her clothes to the next room. "What kind of trick are you playing?" Li Yixiang said coldly. "How did you know I was at the hotel? Are you following me?" Lu Ruyan asked, frowning. Li Yixiang looked at Lu Decan lying on the bed, along with the messy sheets and bedding, and sneered, "You're fighting me for custody of our daughter. Shouldn't I find solid evidence of your infidelity? I told you, I haven't cheated. You just refuse to believe it. Damn it. You almost ruined my plans," Lu Ruyan said angrily. Li Yixiang patted his pocket and said coldly, "You should be grateful that the person lying on the bed isn't you. Just a minute ago, I could have killed you." Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, "I'm not afraid of being investigated. I have a clear conscience. I'm doing this for the family. If you were doing this for the family, you wouldn't be doing such things. What are you doing? A honey trap? That's illegal. Do you want our daughter to have a criminal mother?" Li Yixiang shouted softly. "I don't want to either, but who told you to be a homebody? Who told you not to strive for more? I want our family to live better. I want our daughter to have more. Is that wrong? Am I wrong?" Lu Ruyan argued passionately. Li Yixiang raised his chin and said, "I already told you what kind of person I am during our blind date. You should have been prepared when you chose to marry me. I don't know what you're doing, but you're walking a tightrope. Let's get a divorce quickly, and I won't bother you again. Do whatever you want. Enough. Let's talk outside," Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice. Li Yixiang looked at the sleeping Lu Decan with confusion, wondering why, despite his loud voice and the commotion just now, this guy showed no signs of waking up. "Stop looking, I put drugs in his drink, he won't wake up for at least 12 hours, Lu Ruyan said expressionlessly. Li Yixiang didn't want to stay in such a disgusting place, frowning as he walked out the door. He also didn't want to be with Lu Ruyan, heading towards the elevator on his own. "Wait." Lu Ruyan caught up, blocking Li Yixiang's arm, and said softly, "Don't you want to know why I did this? Come with me, and I'll tell you everything." Li Yixiang stopped. He was a normal human being. He couldn't just say like a character in a novel, "I don't want to hear it." Such inhuman behavior only appeared in novels and TV dramas. He turned to look at his wife and said coldly, "Are you sure you'll tell the truth, without any concealment? Last time at home, you didn't say anything. I don't believe you'll say it now. If I don't say it, you really will divorce me. What was the point of my efforts these past 2 years?" Lu Ruyan said softly. Li Yixiang took a deep breath and said, "Alright, I want an answer first. Let's talk about the rest later." Lu Ruyan led Li Yixiang into a room. The woman from before had already dressed, twisting her waist like a water snake, exuding an air of the world. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, she said in a sultry voice, "Sister Pan, I finished what I needed to do, and I should be leaving. We agreed on a maximum of 1 month. I still need to return to Linhai." "Good. Remember to change your phone number. Just think of it as a vacation. And keep your mouth shut," Lu Ruyan said sternly. "Understood." The woman picked up her backpack and left with a smile. The room fell completely silent. Li Yixiang lit a cigarette and slowly said, "Go ahead." Lu Ruyan whispered, "You saw it too. I drugged Lu Dechen. I have never cheated. My only goal was money. Can you give me a little more time, please? I came to hear your confession. Since you're unwilling to speak, let's meet in court." Li Yixiang stood up and said coldly, "Husband, I beg you, just give me a little more time. 1 month, just 1 month is enough." Lu Ruyan clutched Li Yixiang's arm, speaking sorrowfully. Li Yixiang shook off Lu Ruyan's arm and said, "There's no need for that. After what you did for money, we have no future." "Wait, Just as Lu Ruyan was about to speak, her phone suddenly rang. Li Yixiang hesitated for a moment but ultimately left the room. Lu Ruyan sat dejectedly in the chair, staring blankly at the door, tears streaming down her face like a floodgate opened, her heart twisted in pain, making her feel as if she could not bear to live. It seemed her family really could not hold together any longer. "Hello?" Lu Ruyan answered the phone, her tone icy. "I've got what you wanted." Lu Dechen admitted that he poisoned his wife and then pushed her off a cliff while on vacation. "I'll send you the video later. The evidence is solid, no one can protect him. I've had enough of this for 2 years. But you got what you wanted, didn't you? Lu Ruyan, find a way to get Lu Dechen out of the country, to Southeast Asia." A woman's voice came from the phone. Lu Ruyan's expression turned cold, her right hand clenched tightly, her nails almost digging into her palm. She said in a deep voice, "This is your business, it has nothing to do with me. If something happens to Lu Dechen, I will be investigated too. You've pushed me to the point of divorce. During the lawsuit, I can't have any negative news surrounding me. With your intelligence, you should have gotten the password from Lu Dechen, right? If you want to secure that money, you'd better cooperate with me," the woman said. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and replied, "I will resign tomorrow. I will never be threatened by anyone." "Ha ha, just send the video over first, our cooperation ends here," the woman said. Lu Ruyan hung up the phone, her expression fluctuating, and opened a video stored in her memory. In front of the phone camera, Lu Dechen's face was flushed, drunk, and he lowered his voice, saying, Nan, my wife was actually pushed off a cliff. That bitch deserves a terrible fate. You have no idea how hard it is for me as a son-in-law. The Su family doesn't treat me like a person. They've driven me to Linhai to fend for myself. Once we get married, we'll be a united front, and with that money, we can go abroad and become rich. Lu Ruyan sent the video to an overseas email, then took a deep breath and said to herself, from today on, I will control my own destiny. Only children make choices. I want it all. I, Lu Ruyan, will succeed in both my career and my marriage. Lu Ruyan's eyes revealed greed, and the aura around her gradually changed. It was a confidence brought by money. At this moment, Li Yixiang was completely unaware of Lu Ruyan's transformation. He felt very frustrated inside, but also a bit relieved. After realizing that Lu Ruyan had not cheated, Li Yixiang's mood improved significantly. His reason for insisting on divorce now was the incompatibility of their views. Lu Ruyan was too utilitarian. Although she still maintained her bottom line, it was hard to guarantee that in the future, when faced with choices, she wouldn't hesitate to give herself up. Of course, this was also a speculation about the inherent evil of human nature, but Li Yixiang didn't dare to gamble. Life is short, and living every day in fear was worse than separating quickly. The sky drizzled with rain, and dark clouds loomed. Li Yixiang drove with a cold face, feeling particularly lonely, as if he were a ghost wandering on an empty street. An hour later, he returned to his mother Han Ling's home. As he pushed the door open, a warm breath greeted him. This feeling of home instantly relaxed Li Yixiang's tense nerves, followed by an unbearable headache. Why are you back so late? Nothing happened, right? Lu Xiaotsui came out in her pajamas, worriedly asking. It seemed she had been waiting for a long time. Her eyes were a bit red, and her face was full of fatigue. Li Yixiang shook his head and said, Lu Ruyan regrets it. She wants to fight me for Chanshan's custody. I plan to go through legal procedures with her. Sis, I didn't eat dinner. Can you cook me some noodles? Okay, keep your voice down. Go to the bedroom first. I'll bring it to you when it's ready. By the way, drink a bowl of ginger soup to warm up. Don't catch a cold, Lu Xiaotsui said with concern. Li Yixiang felt warmth in his heart, nodded, and said, thank you, sis. He suddenly thought that if he could be with Lu Xiaotsui after the divorce, perhaps his long-cherished wish would come true. Li Yixiang's wish was simple, a plain and ordinary life. He washed up as quickly as possible and then lay on the bed, the pain sweeping over him like a tide. He gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, a layer of cold, fine sweat forming on his forehead. He wanted to grab some painkillers but remembered that the last one had already been taken, and he had been too busy these past 2 days to go to the hospital for a new prescription. When it rains, it pours. Li Yixiang was on the verge of breaking down when Lu Xiaotsui pushed the door open and walked in. Oh no, is your headache acting up again? Lu Xiaotsui hurriedly placed the bowl and chopsticks on the bedside table, then sat beside Li Yixiang and helped him massage the acupoints on his head. Li Yixiang's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a beautiful dream quietly came, as if the pain also retreated with it. Lu Xiaotsui was caught off guard when Li Yixiang instinctively pulled her into his arms, causing her mind to go blank. Due to her inexperience, her face was filled with panic, her beautiful eyes glistening with a faint mist, looking pitiful. How can it be like this? Lu Xiaotsui felt both shy and embarrassed, her whole body starting to soften. Lu Xiaotsui's cheeks turned increasingly red, her gaze complex, revealing an elusive emotion. Shyness mixed with a hint of anger, along with some embarrassment, eventually turned into a silent sigh. Li Yixiang had a dream where he was fully armed, running 5 kilometers, starving to death, but the cooks were nowhere to be found, so he had to make buns himself. In the end, holding steaming buns, he ate them with great delight. Then, he woke up. The rich fragrance filled Li Yixiang's nostrils, and when he looked down, he found himself holding Lu Xiaotsui, warm and soft like cotton candy, and Lu Xiaotsui was also looking at him. Lu Xiaotsui's cheeks were flushed, and due to lack of sleep, dark circles were very obvious, making her look much more haggard. But this gave her a kind of delicate charm that made Li Yixiang feel as if electricity coursed through his body, and he instinctively lowered his head to press his lips against Lu Xiaotsui's. Time passed second by second until Lu Xiaotsui pushed Li Yixiang away, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture from shyness, which made Li Yixiang a bit flustered. I'm sorry, Sister Cui, I overstepped, Li Yixiang hurriedly said. Lu Xiaotsui lightly pressed her red lips together, then let out a soft sigh, reaching out to touch Li Yixiang's head, saying, it's okay, Sister Cui doesn't mind, as long as you're happy. No, I must take responsibility. After I divorce Lu Ruyan, I will marry you, Li Yixiang said seriously. Lu Xiaotsui shook her head gently and said earnestly, stop saying such foolish things. You should find someone young and beautiful, from a good family. I'm much older than you, it's not suitable. Don't mention such things again. If If you need anything, I can help you. By the end of her sentence, her face was as red as an apple, clearly having mustered all her courage to say it. This woman always kept Li Yixiong in her heart, never caring for herself. Li Yixiong felt only moved, tightly holding the woman in his arms. He didn't make any promises then, but he had already made up his mind to treat Lu Xiaotsui well. Lu Xiaotsui got up to prepare breakfast, wearing a loose nightgown that completely concealed her curvy figure. Her black hair was tousled and fluffy, and her face was bare, exuding a rare purity and freshness. Coupled with the laziness of just waking up, there was an indescribable charm that made it hard for Li Yixiong to look away. After Lu Xiaotsui washed up, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, feeling very cheerful, humming a tune with a spatula in her hand. Oh, how annoying, Lu Xiaotsui murmured to herself, her expression slightly unusual as a hint of mistiness appeared in her eyes. Under the morning sun, her beautiful face was tinted with a rosy glow, radiating vitality. Li Yixiong continued his workout in the house, determined to stick to his weight loss plan and greet a new life with a fresh appearance. Meanwhile, Lu Decan woke up from his dreams, tentatively reaching out his arm to the side, the empty bed making him feel much more awake. Hiss! It seems like I had some success last night? Lu Decan held his head, feeling dizzy, as if he were still recovering from a hangover. The fragments of memory were somewhat unclear. He remembered being extremely excited last night, talking a lot, and after a few drinks, he had rambled on about many things. The more Lu Decan thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He picked up his phone to call Lu Ruyan, but after several attempts, he couldn't get through. The feeling of unease grew stronger. Lu Decan hurriedly got out of bed and dressed, forcing himself to calm down before calling the company. Hello? Is Director Pan at work? She is? Then have her call me back. Director Pan looks unwell and very angry? Alright. I understand. Lu Decan hung up the phone, feeling relieved. He called Lu Ruyan again, and when it connected, he was met with a barrage of insults. Lu Decan, if you don't give me the password, I'll kill you. I will definitely give you the password. My daughter hasn't gone out to play in a long time. Let's arrange another time. Lu Decan laughed it off, responding perfunctorily. Lu Decan lay back down on the bed, seemingly savoring the wonderful night he had the previous evening, completely unaware that he had been played by Lu Ruyan, as the password had long been leaked. As for Li Yixiong, he had completely let go of all these messy matters. The next day, he bought an annual membership at a nearby gym. The gym primarily caters to college students, with a swimming pool and gym integrated into one facility, boasting a complete range of equipment and, most importantly, a high cost-performance ratio. The receptionist, clearly a part-time female college student, eagerly promoted the courses, but Li Yixiong naturally declined. His workout methods came from the military, and if it came down to it, he understood body muscles far better than so-called gold medal fitness coaches. I'm just here to lose weight, just exercising casually, Li Yixiong said. The receptionist immediately lost interest, lethargically handed him a locker keychain, and then began scrolling on her phone. Li Yixiong changed into workout clothes and started warming up on the treadmill. At first, no one thought anything was amiss, but as Li Yixiong's speed increased and the time stretched longer, people began to take notice. Wow! This is a master, 5 kilometers in 19 minutes. Someone exclaimed after glancing at the data on the treadmill. Li Yixiong frowned. He hated being watched, so he slowed down, adjusted his breathing, and switched to a slow walk. When someone tried to strike up a conversation, Li Yixiong ignored them completely, and the onlookers dispersed. After taking a few sips of water, he moved to the equipment area and loaded the barbell with 180 kilograms. A few people nearby, bench pressing 70-kilogram barbells, stared in disbelief. A coach, fearing an accident, hurried to inform the gym manager. There was an unspoken rule in the gym: if you could bench press over 150 kilograms, you could have priority access to all equipment. In the fitness community, 150 kilograms was the dividing line between masters and fitness enthusiasts. As Li Yixiong prepared, people in the gym gathered around again. Sister Yang is here. The crowd parted, greeting a woman in her 30s enthusiastically. She wore a yoga tank top, her abdominal muscles clearly defined, and her yoga shorts perfectly showcased her peach-shaped backside, with strong leg muscles giving her a healthy beauty. I'm Yang Tao, the manager of the gym. Little brother, you just got here and you're lifting 180 kilograms? I see your form isn't quite right, please don't overexert yourself. If something happens, our gym will be held responsible. Her voice was soft and charming, like a gentle spring breeze. Li Yixiong completely ignored her. Although he had been out of training for years, his core strength remained. Moreover, he had once bench pressed 220 kilograms, and now he had lost 40 kilograms. Seeing that Li Yixiong was not heeding her advice, Yang Tao signaled to 2 fitness coaches to stand by the barbell, ready to intervene if danger arose. Li Yixiong took a deep breath, his body suddenly exerting force, his arm muscles swelling to their peak, unleashing terrifying power. Unlike the muscles built in the gym, Li Yixiong's explosive strength was astonishing. He steadily lifted the 180-kilogram barbell. Good. Everyone watching couldn't help but applaud, while those who truly understood gasped in shock. Li Yixiong's physique did not resemble that of someone who had trained for years, which could only prove that his talent was exceptionally frightening, like a monster in human skin. 1, 2, 3. The crowd began counting. Li Yixiong did not show off. He felt his muscles slightly tearing and his stamina rapidly depleting, so he placed the barbell back on the rack. A full 10 reps of bench pressing left everyone in the gym wide-eyed. Yang Tao's eyes sparkled, and as Li Yixiong sat up, she unconsciously walked over, gently pressing her hand on his muscles, and whispered, "You're amazing, let's chat sometime?" Li Yixiong frowned, subtly avoiding her, and replied coolly, "There's no need for that, I'm just here to work out and lose weight. Don't get me wrong, our gym is still missing a sign. As long as you can train here regularly, I won't charge you," Yang Tao said with a smile. Li Yixiong thought for a moment and replied, "Alright, but on one condition, I will only train according to my own schedule." "No problem." Yang Tao eagerly used her towel to help Li Yixiong wipe off his sweat, while the men around them looked on with envy. Yang Tao was a well-known rich beauty in the fitness circle of Lehigh City. Fitness was just a hobby for her, and she had never shown such an attitude towards any man before. Li Yixiong felt quite awkward, he didn't know why, but it seemed that ever since his divorce with Lu Ruyan, his luck with women had suddenly improved. After finishing his workout, he quickly showered, changed into casual clothes, and left the gym. Li Yixiong had originally planned to walk home, but a Kawasaki H2 roared up from behind and came to a steady stop beside him. "Handsome, let me give you a ride." Yang Tao, dressed in a black leather jacket, showcased her curvaceous and fit figure, especially her eye-catching peach-shaped backside. Li Yixiong had to admit that Yang Tao was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in terms of her rear. He shook his head and said, "No need, I'll walk back. Let's exchange numbers." Yang Tao didn't insist, smiling as she took out her phone and handed it to Li Yixiong. Her enthusiasm left Li Yixiong unsure how to refuse, so he ended up giving her his number. The motorcycle sped away, leaving a fresh and elegant scent of perfume in the air. Days passed like this, and Li Yixiong tried to contact Lu Ruyan to finalize their divorce or negotiate custody, but Lu Ruyan kept dodging him with various excuses. Li Yixiong's patience reached its limit, prompting Luo Xiaojie to file for divorce in court on his behalf. After filing for divorce, the court needed to schedule a hearing and notify the defendant. Luo Xiaojie took a month off work, so he wasn't in a hurry. He occasionally came to chat with Li Yixiong, spending the rest of his time partying in bars and nightclubs. Saturday. The sun slowly rose from the horizon, and the first golden rays awakened the entire city. Li Yixiong wrapped his arms around Lu Xiaocui's waist, holding her delicate body close. He had actually woken up long ago, but the fragrance of her dark hair made him feel drowsy again. Li Yixiong's headache hadn't bothered him for a long time, and he hadn't even taken painkillers. He felt that as long as he held Lu Xiaocui, his spirit would completely relax, and he would no longer suffer from insomnia. Besides that, Li Yixiong didn't plan to take any further steps. He intended to propose to Lu Xiaocui after the court's ruling. Lu Xiaocui let out a soft sound, her eyelashes fluttering. When she opened her eyes, her gaze was filled with a lazy spring warmth. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, but she gently pushed Li Yixiong and softly called out, "Yixiong, hurry up, you promised Qianqian to go to the amusement park today." Li Yixiong slowly opened his eyes, his vision clearing from blurry to sharp, revealing the familiar soft and charming face before him. The rich fragrance seemed to seep into his heart, melting it away. Lu Xiaocui tied up her hair and said with a loving gaze, "Stop staring. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Come on, get up." "Okay, I'll get up right away, but you have to kiss me first," Li Yixiong said, holding her hand. Lu Xiaocui felt very shy, but inside she was a bit excited and happy, her eyes curving with delight. Just as she had said before, she would not refuse any request from Li Yixiong. Lu Xiaocui leaned down to give him a quick kiss, but then she tried to get up, only to be directly embraced by Li Yixiong. "Sister Cui, it's really great to have you," Li Yixiong murmured. Lu Xiaocui's eyes trembled slightly as her delicate jade hand covered Li Yixiong's cheek. She gently said, "I've always been here, don't worry." Li Yixiong smiled and got out of bed to get dressed. Lu Xiaocui calmly went to the bathroom, and after closing the door, she covered her flushed cheeks and whispered, "Lu Xiaocui, how can you be like this? This isn't good. Stop daydreaming." Although Lu Xiaocui said this, her heart felt as if it were soaked in honey. She truly loved Li Yixiong very much. She had liked him since the first time they met, and her feelings had not faded even a bit with time, but rather, they had matured like fine wine. During breakfast, their daughter Chanshan's mood was clearly low. Even though she knew they were going to the amusement park, she showed no signs of happiness or joy. Chanshan, what's wrong? Lu Xiaocui asked gently, holding a spoon ready to feed her. Chanshan shook her head and said softly, I miss mommy. Mommy hasn't come to see me for several days. Li Yixiong, who was eating, frowned, and his chopsticks paused. He was about to tell their daughter the truth when Lu Xiaocui stepped on his foot. Chanshan misses mommy? Mommy is busy. Let's have daddy call mommy, and you can say a few words to her, okay? Lu Xiaocui comforted. Li Yixiong looked at his daughter's expectant eyes and couldn't help but sigh, saying, alright, just a moment. He made the call, and it rang for a good 10 seconds before Lu Ruyan answered. Hello? Husband, what's the matter? Lu Ruyan asked. Our daughter wants to talk to you. Are you free? Li Yixiong said in a deep voice. He brought the phone to Chanshan, who sweetly called out, Mommy. Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment before saying, Chanshan, be a good girl. Mommy will come to see you in a few days. Mommy is a bit busy today, but after I'm done, I'll take you to the amusement park. Alright, I have to hang up now. Chanshan's hopeful eyes instantly dimmed, and her lips pouted as if she were about to cry. Lu Xiaocui quickly coaxed her, saying they would see mommy soon, that mommy was buying toys for Chanshan, and so on. A child just over 3 years old could easily forget, and soon she was smiling again. However, a surge of anger welled up in Li Yixiong's heart, but he couldn't express it in front of his daughter. After finishing up in the morning, they were about to head out when they ran into Luo Xiaojie, who was delivering documents to Li Yixiong, so they decided to go to the amusement park together. Luo Xiaojie had switched to a new car this time, which was much more low-key than the Cullinan. Class monitor, that matter has been processed, Luo Xiaojie said. Li Yixiong stopped the conversation, saying, let's not talk about that today, with the child here. We'll discuss it tonight. The atmosphere in the car became heavy. An hour later, Li Yixiong walked into the amusement park holding his daughter. This amusement park had just opened not long ago, and there were many visitors. Everywhere he looked, there were dense crowds. Chanshan's attention was quickly drawn to the surrounding stuffed animals, and she reached out her little hand wanting a small duck. Li Yixiong generously bought all the stuffed animals his daughter liked. Luo Xiaojie followed behind, completely becoming a servant, with stuffed animals in both hands. Lu Xiaocui watched the father and daughter, a happy smile appearing on her delicate face. Although she wore a simple coat, it couldn't hide her graceful and beautiful appearance. Any man who met her gaze would involuntarily look twice. Daddy, I want to eat cotton candy. Chanshan boldly made her request. Okay, Li Yixiong said, holding his daughter as they walked towards the candy house. There were even more people at the entrance of the candy house. Suddenly, Chanshan pointed in a direction and said, Daddy, I see mommy. Li Yixiong followed the direction of his daughter's finger and instantly felt his face turn pale with anger, his whole body starting to tremble. Lu Ruyan was at that moment holding a little girl's hand, and the two were whispering intimately to each other. Lu Ruyan was dressed exceptionally brightly today, wearing a red trench coat, resembling a vibrant rose. Li Yixiong took out his phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number, his gaze fixed on the other side. Hello? Honey, I can't talk right now, let's discuss it later, Lu Ruyan said before hanging up. Li Yixiong glanced at Luo Xiaojie, who understood immediately and began to pull out his phone to gather evidence. Lu Xiaocui covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was witnessing, her eyes filled with worry. Mom, I want to ride the Ferris wheel, the girl suddenly exclaimed. Her voice was loud, and Chanshan naturally heard it. Mom! She's my mom! Chanshan screamed, her eyes red. Lu Ruyan froze for a moment, and when she turned around, her face instantly turned pale, as if she had been electrocuted, releasing the girl's hand and hurriedly coming over. Mom, look, Dad is here, the girl said happily, hugging Lu Ruyan. Lu Dechen came out, both hands holding cotton candy, sweating profusely, and was also taken aback upon seeing Li Yixiong. Li Yixiong handed the child to Lu Xiaocui, asking her to take the child away. Then, he walked up to Lu Ruyan, pointing at the girl, and said, Is this your daughter? This is my mom. Who are you? The girl said rudely, glaring at Li Yixiong. Are you sure this is your mom? Does she live with your dad? Li Yixiong's heart was filled with murderous intent. The girl nodded confidently, saying, Of course, she is my mom. She definitely lives with Dad. Stop talking. Honey, it's not like that. Don't misunderstand, she's just talking nonsense. Lu Qingqing, I'm not your mom. Don't say such things. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with panic as she anxiously grabbed Li Yixiong's sleeve. The girl named Lu Qingqing immediately burst into tears. Li Yixiong shook off Lu Ruyan's hand, coldly saying, In front of your daughter, you dare to do this. You don't deserve to be a mother. Disappear from my sight immediately. No, it's not like that. Lu Ruyan's mind was buzzing, and her usually sharp words failed her at this moment. Lu Decan protected his daughter behind him, watching Li Yisheng warily. In his heart, Li Yisheng was just a brute, and he absolutely could not provoke him before the bodyguards arrived. The attention of all the surrounding tourists was drawn to the scene, and they began to discuss among themselves. What's going on? Caught cheating. Her daughter and husband saw it. What a beautiful woman, what a shame. This woman has become a mistress to someone else? This is too outrageous. The murmurs of the onlookers made Lu Ruyan's face turn from green to red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lu Ruyan now felt nothing but regret and resentment, believing that things had completely exceeded her plans. Li Yisheng clenched his fists and stepped in front of Lu Decan, grinning maliciously. You like my wife that much? Let your daughter find a stepmother? This is Nan's choice, you should accept it. We are men, we should be more rational, Lu Decan stammered, swallowing hard. His gaze was restless, searching for bodyguards, cursing them in his heart. Lu Ruyan, fearing Li Yisheng would act impulsively, quickly grabbed his arm again, advising, Honey, come home with me, I will explain everything to you, please don't act out. I will tell you everything, trust me. The eyes of the surrounding people once again focused on Li Yisheng. Some things had been suppressed for too long, just waiting for a spark. Lu Ruyan thought she was persuading Li Yisheng for his own good, but to the onlookers, it clearly looked like she was protecting her lover. Get lost. Lu Decan, seducing my wife, screw you. Li Yisheng swung his fist and heavily struck Lu Decan's face twice. The latter didn't even have time to react. His nasal bone was broken, and blood gushed from his nose as he clutched it and staggered back. Li Yisheng then spat a thick phlegm onto Lu Decan's face and said, Just because you dare to fight me for my wife, you should take a good look in the mirror. Do you even deserve it? Lu Qingqing, right? Such a young age, yet so cunning. If you want to recognize a mother, there are plenty on the street. If you dare to spread rumors again, watch out. The little girl named Lu Qingqing trembled in fear, which successfully provoked Lu Decan. Although Lu Decan was trash, he still wanted to maintain his dignity in front of his daughter. Ignoring the difference in strength, he swung his fist at Li Yisheng. Li Yisheng deliberately let the opponent's fist hit his head, using a technique to dissipate the force and avoid injury, but to the onlookers, it looked like he had taken a few punches. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Lu Ruyan panicked, and seeing Li Yisheng being hit, instinctively swung her bag and struck Lu Decan hard. Lu Decan was both angry and furious. He turned around and slapped Lu Ruyan hard, cursing, Bitch, just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. Li Yisheng felt it was about time, and Luo Xiaojie simultaneously made a tactical gesture. He immediately roared, raised his right knee, and delivered a sweeping kick. This kick, filled with anger, was a standard military combat technique. Bang! A sound of bones cracking echoed. After being kicked, Lu Decan fell directly to the ground, clutching his ribs and began to wail incessantly. Li Yisheng followed up with another kick, this time to Lu Decan's groin. Lu Decan's eyes nearly popped out, his hands moved to his pants, and this time he couldn't even make a sound, gasping like a frog with his mouth wide open. The men watching seemed to feel the pain themselves, collectively gasping. Lu Ruyan felt relieved and wished she could step in and kick him a few times, but she was worried about really hurting him and having to take responsibility. In her heart, she thought Lu Decan was scum and didn't deserve to live. It wasn't worth it for her husband to get involved with such a person. At that moment, Lu Decan's bodyguards finally arrived, hurriedly asking, Boss, are you okay? Kill him. Kill him. If you kill him, I'll take responsibility. Lu Decan used all his strength to point at Li Yisheng. The two bodyguards exchanged glances and charged at Li Yisheng simultaneously. Li Yisheng raised his arms to protect his vital points and decisively curled his body up. The people around began to feel scared. Luo Xiaojie took advantage of the chaos and shouted loudly, Murder! Lu Ruyan, seeing Li Yisheng being beaten, went a bit crazy and screamed, Stop it, stop it. If you hit my husband, I'll kill you. At this point, she didn't want to pretend anymore. She was tired of acting for days, and this was her breaking point. Lu Decan felt humiliated and roared, Hit him to death. Beep! A sharp police whistle sounded. The patrolling police arrived just in time, quickly pinning the two bodyguards to the ground. The body camera recorded clearly the scene of them beating Li Yisheng. A leading police officer crouched down to check on Li Yisheng's condition, and after pressing on his neck, he immediately became tense and shouted, Quick, call an ambulance, his heart rate is too low. He's in danger. Lu Ruyan rushed over in panic, kneeling in front of Li Yisheng, anxiously shouting, Husband, what happened to you? Husband, you mustn't have any accidents. I don't want anything. I don't want anything. In the midst of speaking, she slapped herself several times, as if this could atone for her sins. The paramedics from the amusement park arrived quickly, pulling Lu Ruyan away and lifting Li Yisheng onto the ambulance. Wait, what about me? My rib is broken. I'm hurt too, help me. Lou Decan raised his arm and cried out in pain. The police officer frowned and said, a broken rib won't kill you. You can take the police car to the hospital. Someone saw you instructing your bodyguards to beat others, which is suspected intentional injury. If the person doesn't make it, that's intentional homicide. A few minutes earlier, Luo Xiaojie had already shown the video to the leading officer. This was a conflict triggered by a catch in the act, with both sides at fault, but it started as a brawl. However, when Lou Decan ordered his men to surround and beat Li Yisheng, the nature of the incident completely changed. More than 3 people were already suspected of gang crimes, especially since the 2 bodyguards were professionally trained, which increased the severity of the situation. Snap! The cold handcuffs were put on, and Lou Decan couldn't understand how he, the victim, had become the suspect. Lu Qingqing burst into tears, clutching Lu Ruiyan's sleeve and shouting, Mom, what should we do? Snap! Lu Ruiyan shook off Lu Qingqing's arm and scolded, you bring bad luck. Your mother is already dead. You should follow her. Lu Decan saw this scene and his eyes widened in rage, roaring, Lu Ruiyan, how dare you treat my daughter like this? We'll see about that. Lu Ruiyan didn't care about this at all. She wanted to get on the ambulance, but Luo Xiaojie had already gone ahead. Lu Ruiyan trembled as she took out her car keys, preparing to drive after them, her mind completely in chaos. Lu Ruiyan, it's all your fault. If anything happens to Yisheng, I'll fight you. Lu Xiaocui rushed over with Chi-Chi, raising her arm and slapping Lu Ruiyan hard. It was the first time in her life she had hit someone, and Lu Ruiyan's actions had completely enraged her. The slap was very loud, leaving a clear handprint on Lu Ruiyan's face, her head tilting to the side, blood streaming from her nose. Auntie, don't hit my mom, Chi-Chi cried out, her small fists pounding against Lu Xiaocui. Mother and daughter were connected. Although Lu Ruiyan rarely visited her daughter, Chi-Chi still defended her mother, not wanting Lu Xiaocui to hurt her. Lu Xiaocui gritted her teeth and said, Chi-Chi, your mother has found another family. She has other daughters now, she doesn't want you anymore. She's the one who hired people to beat your father. Hearing this, Chi-Chi became even sadder, looking at Lu Ruiyan with tear-filled eyes. Lu Ruiyan felt her heart wrench, rushing over anxiously and saying, Chi-Chi, it's not like that. It's not like that, let me explain, Mom. Lu Xiaocui, how can you say that about me? I'm telling you, it's all a misunderstanding. I have my reasons. Believe me. Chi-Chi, let Mom hug you. At that moment, Lu Ruiyan truly regretted it, opening her arms in hope, trying to embrace her daughter. But Chi-Chi looked at Lu Ruiyan with resentment and said, Chi-Chi doesn't like Mom. Mom takes other people's kids to the amusement park but doesn't take Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi hates Mom. After saying this, tears streamed down her face again. Lu Ruiyan froze, feeling as if she were submerged in icy lake water, her heart filled with sorrow, and tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of her eyes. Lu Xiaocui took Chi-Chi around Lu Ruiyan, preparing to hail a taxi. Lu Ruiyan wiped her eyes and choked out, Sister Cui, take my car. If anything happens to Yisheng, I won't live either. Forget it. What are you pretending to be so emotional for now? Where were you before? Lu Xiaocui was furious, wishing she could hit her a few more times. The 2 beautiful women were arguing at the amusement park, immediately attracting a lot of attention, especially since Lu Ruiyan didn't even know she was trending online. Videos with pixelated faces had already appeared on forum websites, with very explosive titles. Wife takes lover's child to the amusement park, caught by husband on the spot. Moral decay. How could a woman be stepping on 2 boats at once? 2 men fighting over a wife. This woman seems to have 2 families. Underneath many posts, someone exposed the identities of Lu Decan and Lu Ruiyan. The NM Group is a multinational corporation with a dedicated public relations department. When the public opinion began to rise, they immediately deployed online trolls and other means to delete a large number of posts. The upper management of the group was furious and ordered the East District CEO to conduct an immediate investigation and handle the situation. Lu Ruiyan naturally knew nothing of this. After driving her daughter and Lu Xiaocui to the hospital, she rushed to the emergency room door as fast as she could. Luo Xiaojie, how is it? What's the situation? Lu Ruiyan said nervously. Lu Xiaocui followed closely, tears welling in her eyes. What happened, Xiaojie? Luo Xiaojie, facing the 2 beautiful women, felt a twinge of envy but still kept his mouth shut, saying, they are currently in emergency treatment, I don't know the specifics. You both should go rest for now. If there's any news, I'll inform you. Cici is so small, it's not good for her to stay in the hospital. Lu Xiaocui's face was pale, her lips trembling, but she realized that holding Cici, she indeed shouldn't be here. I'll wait a little longer, I'll leave soon. Lu Xiaocui didn't dare to say anything ominous, she was afraid that Li Yisheng might really be in danger, and at least she wanted Cece to see her father one last time. Lu Ruyan's mind was buzzing. Dragging her weak legs, she directly knelt at the emergency room door, murmuring, "Husband, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I don't want anything. I just want you to be healthy. Please forgive me. I was supposed to make a final decision today. Lu Deccan is about to have bad luck." Lu Ruyan suddenly realized that she had never truly recognized herself. Clearly, she had always looked down on Li Yishan for being unambitious. But when this man was truly in danger, she still felt worry and fear. At this moment, the panic and fear in her heart completely overshadowed her desire for money and wealth. Lu Xiaozuwei clutched her amulet, chanting, "Amat Ba, Bodhisattva bless." This foolish woman hoped for divine intervention, wanting to exchange her own life for Li Yishan's safety. Luo Xiaojie stood at the stairway smoking, squinting, his right hand unconsciously reaching for the medicine bottle in his pocket. Time rewound to 4 hours earlier, when Li Yishan charged at Lu Deccan. He had already taken an overdose of painkillers. Taking too many of these pills can slow the heart rate, and in severe cases, lead to shock. Li Yishan precisely controlled the timing of the drug's effect, delivering a heavy blow to Lu Deccan while completely shifting the responsibility away. Fighting could lead to a maximum of 15 days detention, but instigating others to intentionally harm someone, resulting in serious consequences, is a criminal offense. Li Yishan had already decided before taking action that he would send Lu Deccan to reform. Even if the other party managed to escape, they would definitely leave a criminal record. The hatred of killing a father, the resentment of taking a wife. How could he understand this so well? Luo Xiaojie secretly admired this while placing an order on his phone to buy online trolls to guide public opinion. As an excellent lawyer, Luo Xiaojie knew how to use public opinion to achieve the best results. Meanwhile, Lu Deccan also entered the emergency room. After x-rays and tests, it was found that 2 of his ribs were broken, and the most serious injury was to his lower body, which was completely shattered. Lu Deccan realized he might become a eunuch in the future and couldn't help but roar in resentment. "Li Yishan, I will kill you. And you, Lu Ruyan, you shameless woman." His impotent roar had no impact, and soon the lawyer sent by the group arrived. Lu Deccan gasped for breath and said, "Are you the lawyer? Good. I want to immediately fire Lu Ruyan. I also want to sue Li Yishan for intentional injury. I have been ruined." "Mr. Lu, let me briefly explain the situation. It is very unfavorable for you. I have just communicated with the police. The opposing lawyer has complete video evidence showing clearly that you instructed your bodyguard to beat someone with the intent to kill. These videos are widely circulated online and have already affected the reputation of the group," the lawyer said calmly. Lu Deccan roared, "So what? We have connections. I've been ruined, I can't be a man anymore. The other party is currently in critical condition. According to the brain CT scan, there is a blood clot in their brain, and it is currently impossible to determine if it is an old injury or a new one. If Li Yishan dies despite rescue efforts, the video shows that only you struck him on the head. The police will definitely charge you with intentional injury leading to death," the lawyer said calmly. The lawyer's meaning was clear: you may have only been injured below, but if the other party dies, your crime is even greater. Lu Deccan was so angry he nearly spat blood, saying harshly, "What if he survives? He must be faking it." I consulted the attending physician. Li Yishan has shrapnel in his brain and belongs to a high-risk group. Even if he wakes up, he may have sequelae. Moreover, he is a retired military officer. If the military gets involved, it won't just be a brawl between the two of you. You, Mr. Lu, may also be held accountable by the military. The family of a retired officer is considered military family, and Li Yishang is a special forces officer, still registered in the reserves. To put it more seriously, Mr. Lu, you are suspected of undermining military marriage, which could start with a 3-year sentence, the lawyer said indifferently. A hint of fear flashed in Lu Deccan's eyes as he hurriedly said, "I didn't know any of this. You have to help me. You must help me. I absolutely cannot go to jail. I can try to reach a settlement with the other party, but the premise is that Mr. Lu must sign a resignation agreement, dated 3 days ago, to facilitate the group's public relations department in clarifying the situation," the lawyer said slowly. Lu Deccan was stunned after hearing the lawyer's words, his eyes bulging red as he roared, "This is illegal dismissal. I will sue you. You are burning the bridge after crossing it. Don't forget, you have dirt on me." The lawyer adjusted his glasses and said coldly, "If you sign the resignation agreement, Mr. Lu can still receive a considerable compensation. If it truly affects the company's stock price, the group will directly hold you responsible. The employee code clearly states that relationships and improper conduct among the internal management are prohibited. Even if the group dismisses you, it complies with the regulations. Mr. Lu, think carefully. As for the dirt, is it really in your hands? Lu Dechen's expression changed rapidly. Taking a deep breath, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he slowly said, "Fine, I'll sign. When will the compensation be in place?" "Immediately, very soon," the lawyer replied briskly. Lu Dechen held his breath and signed his name on the resignation agreement, then collapsed weakly onto the bed. He had no idea how things had escalated to this point. The lawyer carefully placed the agreement in his bag and was about to leave when the ward door suddenly burst open, and several doctors and nurses rushed in. A nurse nervously said, "Mr. Lu, after the blood test, your AZ virus is positive. Please undergo a second test." AZ virus? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have a physical examination every year, and I take precautions. You must be mistaken. Lu Dechen panicked completely, trying to sit up to explain, but was immediately restrained by a strong orderly. The doctor said very seriously, "Mr. Lu, you better do the second test. Otherwise, we will consider you a spreader of dangerous diseases and involve the police." Hearing the doctor say this, Lu Dechen immediately became honest. He pleaded with the lawyer, "Please help me find someone to take care of my daughter for a while. I've already notified her aunt to come pick her up. Of course, I will send someone to bring her home later," the lawyer said slowly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the lights in the emergency room went out, and the nurse pushed Li Yisheng out. Lu Ruyan rushed over immediately, holding Li Yisheng's hand, and said, "Honey, how are you?" Lu Xiaotsui lagged a step behind. She didn't approach, staring anxiously at Li Yisheng. The doctor said in a deep voice, "Mr. Li is currently in a coma. Based on my experience, he should wake up soon, but the bullet fragments in his brain are a risk and need to be operated on as soon as possible." Lu Ruyan quickly replied, "I know about this. I consulted experts from the capital's hospital, and they said the surgical risks are very high, so we didn't take the risk." "Well, it's good that you know. The patient needs observation and rest. Just one person can stay in the special care unit." The doctor instructed some more before going to attend to other patients. Lu Xiaotsui breathed a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her baby, Shanxian, was already asleep, and after checking the time, she said, "Xiaojie, I'll take the child back to sleep. If anything happens, let me know. Tomorrow, after I drop the child off at kindergarten, I'll come right over." "Okay, Sister Chui, leave it to me. By the way, the lawyer for Lu Dechen will come over soon. Are there any conditions you want to propose?" Luo Xiaojie asked. Lu Xiaotsui shook her head and said, "No matter how much money they offer, I don't care. I just want Yisheng to be safe. You handle it." While they were talking, they completely excluded Lu Ruyan, which made her feel very uncomfortable, but she also knew it was her own doing. Lu Ruyan brought Li Yisheng back to the ward, her delicate hand holding his, whispering, "Honey, you must wake up. Otherwise, all my efforts during this time will be in vain. I was forced out by Lu Dechen today. He seems to suspect me, and I had no choice. You can't fall in love with someone else, especially Lu Xiaotsui. I hate her. She just spoke ill of me in front of our daughter. I absolutely did not cheat or take advantage of anyone. Why don't you believe me? I was actually very happy that you fought for me today. It proves that you still care about me. Let me tell you something, Lu Dechen won't live much longer." Lu Ruyan thought Li Yisheng hadn't woken up, so she rambled on a lot. However, she didn't notice that Li Yisheng's eyelids slightly trembled, and his consciousness had already awakened. Li Yisheng only sneered inwardly. Although Lu Ruyan stood by his side during the fight with Lu Dechen, her deception towards their daughter was something he couldn't overlook. Lu Ruyan was still the same Lu Ruyan, selfish and self-serving, willing to sacrifice everything to achieve her goals. Li Yisheng actively blocked out Lu Ruyan's nonsense, pondering how to deal with Lu Dechen. At that moment, outside the ward, Lu Dechen's lawyer was talking to Luo Xiaojie. "Hello, brother Luo, my name is Zhou Mingqi," the lawyer said, extending his hand respectfully. Luo Xiaojie raised an eyebrow slightly, shook hands with him, and said, "Don't call me brother, let's stick to the rules. We represent both parties. By the way, I remember you studied international business. What made you interested in criminal cases?" "There was no choice, things got a bit out of hand, and there's some noise online. It must be your doing, right?" Zhou Mingqi smiled and said, "If you don't have evidence, don't make wild claims, or I'll sue you for defamation. Back to the point, does your group want to get involved in this matter?" Luo Xiaojie said seriously. Zhou Mingqi shook his head and said, "Of course not. Lu Dechen has already been abandoned, but his identity is somewhat special. The group won't pursue it. I'm here to talk to Miss Pan. If it involves my client Li Yisheng, then you can talk to me. If it's just about Lu Ruyan, you can contact her directly. Of course, I remind you that my client has already sued Lu Ruyan for infidelity during marriage and is currently in the process of a divorce lawsuit." So any opinion she has cannot represent my client, do you understand? Luo Xiaojie warned seriously. Zhou Mingqi shrugged and said, alright, after I meet Miss Pan, I'll come back to talk to you, senior brother. While the two were talking, Lu Ruyan had already walked out of the ward. She was on the phone, her voice very low. I've already promised you, what more do you want? I'm already hospitalized. Damn it. Lu Ruyan appeared unusually anxious, her expression somewhat unsettled. Both lawyers noticed that Lu Ruyan seemed to be hiding something, but neither intended to confront her about it. After Lu Ruyan hung up the phone, she approached the two. She had met Zhou Mingqi before, so she got straight to the point and said, Lawyer Zhou, what does the group mean? LZ virus refers to HIV, intended to reflect an alternate urban world, non-reality, to avoid readers projecting themselves into it. Lu Ruyan never expected that someone from the NM group would come so quickly, and it was Zhou Mingqi, who was the best at public relations. Director Pan, let's find a place to talk. I'm here on behalf of the group to handle this public relations crisis, Zhou Mingqi said slowly, his eyes inevitably revealing a hint of admiration. Although Lu Ruyan had been through 2 days of hardship, it did not diminish her beauty in the slightest, especially the alluring charm she exuded, which made it hard for anyone to look away. Men are always more forgiving towards beautiful women. Therefore, Zhou Mingqi's tone was not as aggressive as it was with Lu Decan. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and said, let's talk in the ward. If my husband wakes up, I can know right away. Zhou Mingqi was somewhat puzzled, his eyes inevitably revealing it. After all, the video of Lu Ruyan cheating had been widely circulated online, and now she was acting so affectionate, which seemed somewhat illogical. Lu Ruyan, sensitive to thoughts, gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. If I say I didn't cheat, I'm afraid you all won't believe it. Alright, let's wrap this up quickly. Luo Xiaojie did not follow them in. He had already received a text from Li Yisheng, so he was not worried about any unexpected events. Instead, he had a mindset of watching a good show, waiting for the two to say something scandalous. The ward was very quiet, only the beeping of the machines could be heard. Lu Ruyan brought a chair for Zhou Mingqi, while she sat on the hospital bed, gently holding Li Yisheng's hand, as if this could give her some strength. Zhou Mingqi took out a resignation agreement and said, now the public opinion has affected the group's reputation, we have decided to issue a statement tomorrow. You two have actually resigned 3 days ago, and anything you do has nothing to do with the group. By the way, this resignation agreement has already been signed by Director Lu. Public opinion, affecting reputation? Is it that serious? Lu Ruyan frowned, unable to believe it. Zhou Mingqi smiled and said, the news about you and Director Lu has already made the headlines on major websites, and forums are also buzzing with your news. Many netizens have not only dug up your identities but also have many photos from public occasions, such as attending parties together, entering and exiting hotels, and sharing vehicles, etc. Lu Ruyan's hands trembled a bit. She had been worried about Li Yisheng, so she hadn't looked at the news online at all. When she opened her phone browser and casually scrolled through the local news, she almost fainted. I didn't cheat. These people are talking nonsense. I want to sue them for defamation. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale with anger, and she looked anxiously at the unconscious Li Yisheng, fearing that Zhou Mingqi's words would be heard by him. Zhou Mingqi shook his head and said, this has nothing to do with me, but it is related to the group. A mob can easily be misled by the news. People will only believe what they see. Let's consider those previous photos and videos as official business. How do you explain the incident at the amusement park a couple of days ago? You didn't accompany your own daughter but went to accompany someone else's daughter? Many videos have already recorded this, and General Manager LV's daughter called you mother. So now the public opinion is very unfavorable for the company, and even if I wanted to explain for you, I couldn't. It was LV Deccan who coerced me into taking his daughter to the amusement park. This is workplace bullying. Lu Ruyan said in a low voice. Director Pan, please sign here. Zhou Mingqi said. Lu Ruyan knew the situation was dire, and after signing the document, she coldly asked, is there anything else? Zhou Mingqi put away the document and said, next is a personal matter. The group knows that your branch has a small treasury, mainly for rebates and surplus funds, which LV Deccan has used to buy virtual currency over the years. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all, Lu Ruyan denied vehemently. Zhou Mingqi chuckled lightly, Miss Pan, we are all smart people, hiding things is pointless. 3 days ago, someone in the cryptocurrency circle suddenly sold $100 million worth of virtual currency at a 30% discount, and the funds flowed to your Swiss bank. Don't underestimate the group's capabilities. If the group wants to know, nothing can be hidden from them. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, her hands clenched tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white, and she said coldly, you want me to return the money? Ha, of course not. $100 million is just a small amount. not even as much as a month's research funding for the lab. This money will be considered one of the compensation payments for Miss Pan. I will write it into the agreement later, so you can use it with peace of mind. What I mean are the several agreements and transfer records on the hard drive that need to be handled by Miss Pan, Zhou Mingqi said slowly. What are those? Lu Ruoyan asked. Zhou Mingqi gently tapped his bag and said, Miss Pan is so curious? It's not curiosity, I want to know the group's sincerity. At the very least, it should be open and aboveboard, Lu Ruoyan said, enunciating each word. Zhou Mingqi nodded and said, initially, the group provided benefits to certain people to enter the market in Tiannan province, and this matter was handled by LV Deccan. He kept these as leverage to coerce the group into giving him more power and benefits. We now know that these things are in your hands, so the group no longer wants to cooperate with LV Deccan. Ha ha, then I think we should have a good talk. A hint of greed flickered in Lu Ruoyan's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Zhou Mingqi was not surprised. His information indicated that Lu Ruoyan was a clever and greedy woman who would never let this opportunity slip by. So what does Miss Pan mean? Zhou Mingqi asked. Lu Ruoyan squinted her eyes and smiled. I want NM Group's exclusive authorization for pharmaceuticals in Tiannan province. And I guarantee that the profits and sales will absolutely be more than LV Deccan's. Does Miss Pan want to be the branch manager? Zhou Mingqi asked with a smile. Of course not. I registered a sales company called Nanxiang Medical, and now I just need the authorization. As far as I know, the group is already preparing to abandon the business in Tiannan province, so why not change to a new partner? Lu Ruoyan said with a smile. Zhou Mingqi's eyes showed appreciation as he slowly said, I can apply to the group, it will take a few days. I can wait for your news. This is the hard drive, and it is my sincerity. There are absolutely no copies, and you can check. Lu Ruoyan took the external hard drive out of her bag and handed it to Zhou Mingqi. Zhou Mingqi nodded in satisfaction, packed the hard drive in a plastic sealing bag, and said, very good, Miss Pan is indeed a smart person. I wish you great success in your future career, and I believe we will have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Thank you. Lu Ruoyan smiled modestly and replied, Miss Pan, I need to remind you that Lu Dechan's identity is quite special. His grandfather is the head of the Chen family in Tiannan province, which is why the group is unwilling to have a falling out with Lu Deccan, so you'd better be careful. If your husband unfortunately passes away, then everything will be easier to handle, but if he survives and even recovers his health, I'm afraid you will have to face his retaliation directly, Zhou Mingqi said in a deep voice. Lu Ruoyan took a deep breath and said, don't forget, my mother-in-law is Professor Han Ling, and I haven't divorced my husband. No one dares to use extreme measures against me. That would be best. I hope you can maintain a good relationship with Professor Han Ling. She has many patents that the group needs, and I believe your cooperation with the group will deepen further, Zhou Mingqi said with a smile, then left with the hard drive. Lu Ruoyan seemed to relax completely, then couldn't help but start laughing, but soon tears flowed down her cheeks. She held Li Yixuan's hand and choked out, husband, wake up, okay? Look, we are already billionaires. We will soon have our own company. I am doing all this for our family. A chill rose in Li Yixuan's heart. He had been kept in the dark for so long, and Lu Ruoyan's greed was completely beyond his expectations. Husband, I have memorized those transfer records and personnel lists. The NM Group is also very clear about this, so they must authorize me. Those people will come to continue cooperating with me. Am I amazing? Lu Ruoyan murmured to herself, seemingly falling into some kind of neurosis. She lowered her head and gently kissed Li Yixuan's forehead, her gaze gradually becoming infatuated. Li Yixuan didn't want to move, wanting to wait for Lu Ruoyan to leave on her own, but he didn't expect her to become increasingly excessive. Husband, I want to have another baby while I'm still young, okay? I can take good care of the child myself, Lu Ruoyan said vaguely, clearly already emotional. Li Yixuan was almost going crazy, due to the sedatives, only his mind was clear, while his limbs felt powerless, and he couldn't even make a sound. A hint of cunning flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes, and her cheeks began to redden. Outside the ward, Luo Xiaojie pressed against the door, secretly listening to the commotion, shaking his head helplessly, then moved a little further away to prevent the doctor and nurses from getting close. The next morning, Lu Xiaozue hurried to the hospital. After entering the ward, she saw Lu Ruoyan putting on makeup in front of the mirror, so she frowned and said, "What are you doing? Can't you see? I'm putting on makeup. I have a meeting to attend soon." Lu Ruoyan looked radiant, appearing very relaxed. Lu Xiaozue gritted her teeth, checked on Li Yixuan, and said, "You go ahead and be busy, you're no longer needed here. Go to the meeting." Her voice was full of resentment. Lu Ruoyan had no intention of arguing with Lu Xiaozue, smiling gently as she said, "Sister Cui is still the same, so concerned about my husband. I don't care about him, do I expect you to? When Ishyang had a headache and fever, where were you? At home. He couldn't even have a hot meal. Last time he was hospitalized for appendicitis, and during the surgery, a family member had to sign, where were you? Lu Xiaotsui said angrily. A hint of guilt flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she gently bit her red lip and said, I will make it up to him in the future. Once we have money, we will move into a villa. By then, you can move in with us too. Please hire 2 more servants to clean and cook, and you take care of Ishyang and the children. I'll handle the outside, and you handle the inside? Lu Ruyan tentatively suggested, only to be directly rejected by Lu Xiaochui. Lu Xiaochui scoffed, You're raising Ishyang so he can watch you flirt with other men? Don't be shameless, or you'll face retribution. A woman who cheats is morally corrupt, and Ishyang is a good man. Don't ruin him. These words struck Lu Ruyan like a slap in the face, turning her complexion pale and her breathing rapid. She knew that some things were hard to explain to an outsider, but she always believed she was a good woman loyal to her family. Lu Xiaochui's words were like a slap in her face. Lu Ruyan was instantly furious, screaming, What do you think you are? You're just a maid, and you've been thinking about someone else's husband. I admit, I love Ishyang. Aunt Han asked me about my thoughts early on, and I thought it would be best for Ishyang to marry a smart girl with a degree. But I was wrong. I regret it. If I had known you were this kind of woman, I would never have let him go to you. Lu Xiaochui was rarely angry, presenting a stark contrast to her usual gentle and submissive demeanor, and this momentum instantly overwhelmed Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's lips trembled, and after a long pause, she managed to say, I haven't cheated, I haven't done anything wrong to him. If I'm lying, may heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts. I don't want to hear your guarantees, save them for explaining to Ishyang. If Ishyang doesn't wake up, I'll make you 2 pay with your lives. Lu Xiaochui said fiercely. The resentment in her eyes made Lu Ruyan feel uneasy, sending chills down her spine. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, He's fine, he'll wake up soon, he's just pretending to be asleep. Lu Xiaochui glanced at Li Yishan with some doubt, completely disbelieving Lu Ruyan's nonsense, and began to busy herself. Lu Xiaochui completely ignored Lu Ruyan, filled a basin with warm water, and started to wipe Li Yishan's face with a towel. Li Yishan felt somewhat helpless and could only open his eyes, saying, Sister Chui, pour me a glass of water. Ishan, you're awake? That's great. I'll go call the doctor right now, Lu Xiaochui said with delight. No need, I'm fine now, Li Yishan gently said, holding Lu Xiaochui's hand. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's expression turned somewhat ugly. She walked to the bedside and pinched Li Yishan's arm, saying, If you want to be affectionate, go home, I'm not dead yet. Get lost, I don't want to see you, Li Yishan said coldly. Last night, he hadn't fully recovered, so he couldn't stop the other party in time, but now it was different. Lu Ruyan looked into the cold gaze of the man before her, feeling inexplicably guilty, but more so, heartbroken. She stammered, Husband, let me stay and take care of you. Aren't you going to a meeting? Get lost, don't be so fake. Lu Xiaochui said sharply. Li Yishang shook his head, saying, Go take care of your own matters, don't drag our daughter and me down. Re-sign the divorce agreement. This marriage must end. Lu Ruyan pleaded softly, Let's talk about this when you're discharged and back home, okay? I know you hate me, I'll tell you everything as it is. Before Li Yishang could respond, the door suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 people walked in. The leading police officer frowned upon seeing Li Yishang awake and said, Doctor, hurry and check him, if he's conscious, I'll arrange to take a statement. Miss Pan, I'm mainly here to find you. Miss Lu Ruyan, we received a report from Mr. Lu Dechen, who claims that after having relations with you, he contracted the AZ virus and was intentionally harmed, damaging his reputation. We are now investigating you according to the law, please cooperate, the police said, producing a warrant and speaking in a serious tone. Li Yishang's body was covered in goosebumps, and his stomach was churning violently. He immediately shook off Lu Ruyan's hand and said, I didn't expect you to be so cheap. You got infected and dragged me down with you. Nurse, hurry up and test me. Within 24 hours, can I get a prophylactic? The people around him looked at Li Yishan with strange expressions, and several young nurses were filled with disdain. Li Yishan felt somewhat wronged, but more than that, he couldn't suppress his anger. Lu Ruyan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, rolled up her sleeves, and said, LV Deccan is framing me, turning black into white. Come on, a test will prove it. Honey, you know that day at the hotel. She stopped mid-sentence because the police were nearby, and she couldn't say too much. Li Yishang understood the implication, and the first thing that came to his mind was the woman who resembled Lu Ruyan at the hotel. His face remained expressionless, but inside, he became more vigilant towards Lu Ruyan. After sharing a bed for so long, he didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless. The nurse carefully drew a tube of blood from each of them and sent it for testing as quickly as possible. The testing speed was fast, and the nurse brought the results to the police, who frowned deeply. Lou Ruyan confidently said, "I'm sure there's no problem, right? Miss Pan, after testing, your result is positive, while Mr. Lee's is negative. According to regulations, we need to question you. Please come with us," the police said in a deep voice. Lou Ruyan's face instantly turned pale, and a sense of fear rose within her. Her legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Her mind began to race, quickly recalling the recent events. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Absolutely impossible. I have kept myself clean, there has been no infidelity, I can't be infected. I need to be tested again." Li Yisheng also felt something was off, so he turned to Luo Xiaojie and said, "Xiaojie, you personally take the officer for a retest, and don't let the blood samples leave your sight. If the results don't change, then we'll go to another hospital. This way, we can avoid any foul play." The police thought for a moment and found no problem, so they had the nurse draw blood again, with Luo Xiaojie personally signing the seal for confirmation. 2 police officers took Luo Xiaojie to the testing center. The air in the hospital room seemed to freeze. Lu Xiaocui glared at Lou Ruyan with disdain, pointing towards the bathroom, and said, "You go stand over there, don't infect Yisheng. So dirty. You. Who are you calling dirty? I'm not sick, really. You have to believe me, honey. The person who infected LV Deccan wasn't me, it was that woman from the hotel that day," Lou Ruyan explained anxiously. Even such a strong woman was a bit flustered in the face of life and death, and one could vaguely hear her teeth chattering. Li Yisheng tiredly closed his eyes and said, "It's too easy for you to get infected, a glass of red wine laced with blood, a needle contaminated with the virus, and besides that, it's your reckless private life. Lou Ruyan, I'm really tired. You want too much, and I can't give you anything." Lou Ruyan's expression changed unpredictably, disturbed by Li Yisheng's words, and a strong fear surged like a tide. Lu Xiaocui's expression was complex. She suddenly felt a bit sorry for Lou Ruyan and comforted her. Maybe it's a misdiagnosis. Besides, medical technology is so advanced now, it's not a life-threatening illness. This statement was as good as saying nothing and had the opposite effect. Lou Ruyan suddenly burst into tears, snot and tears flowing, and then desperately hugged Li Yisheng, repeatedly apologizing, "Honey, I'm sorry, I'm not a good wife. I haven't cooked a meal for you since we got married. I'm sorry for you and our daughter. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die." When a person is about to die, their words are kind. When a bird is about to die, its song is mournful. "Alright, stop crying," Li Yisheng said with a frown, feeling flustered. Lou Ruyan mistakenly thought Li Yisheng was concerned about her, and was instantly moved, tears welling in her eyes, her heart seemingly stopping, the surprise in her gaze fleeting, but she soon said painfully, "No, I must sign the divorce agreement immediately. I would rather die than drag you down. Sister Cui, I leave my husband in your care from now on." Lou Ruyan seemed to have already resigned herself to her fate, taking the divorce agreement from her backpack and trembling as she signed her name. The second time signing the divorce agreement did not require registration at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It could be submitted to the court as evidence of emotional breakdown for a direct ruling. Alternate world, not reality. Lu Xiaocui's impression of Lou Ruyan changed somewhat, and she walked over to comfort her, saying, "You are still Qianqian's mother, you must pull yourself together." Lou Ruyan seemed to have lost all hope, only holding onto Li Yisheng's hand tightly, her whole being devoid of any energy. She was thinking a lot now, mostly regretting not spending more time with her husband and child during the limited time they had. Clearly, she had devoted herself to the family, yet ended up in such a situation. Immediately, a wave of overwhelming resentment surged in Lou Ruyan's heart. She now only wanted to tear Lu Deccan to shreds. On the other side, Luo Xiaojie arrived at the testing center with blood samples under police escort. The masked doctor glanced at him and said, "It's Lou Ruyan again. Hasn't she been tested already? Test again. What if the equipment malfunctions? Even if it's positive, we are prepared to take it out of town for further testing," Luo Xiaojie said slowly. The doctor was momentarily taken aback, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, and it was this tiny crack that Luo Xiaojie noticed. Luo Xiaojie instantly judged that something was amiss, and said, "I remember that deliberately swapping test samples and causing serious consequences is punishable by law. Last year, there was a case in a neighboring city where a doctor was instructed to alter DNA test results, resulting in 2 deaths and 5 injuries. The doctor was sentenced to 10 years. So testing must be done with utmost caution, there can be no mistakes. These people are foolish. How much money would it take for them to take such a huge risk? Once a person goes in, their wife and children might be gone. What good is making money?" The doctor was sweating coldly, and even the 2 accompanying police officers sensed something was off. You wait for me a moment, I will conduct the test right away," the doctor said, flustered, as he hurriedly took the blood sample to the machine and began operating it. The test results came out quickly, and this time the director of the testing center personally apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, it was our work error that led to the contamination of the blood sample. I sincerely apologize." The police, seeing this situation, had the director write his name under the identification results, stating that he would bear legal responsibility if there were any further issues. Luo Xiaojie was still not at ease and went to another hospital for testing, but the result was still negative. Since there was no evidence to indicate that the testing center acted intentionally, the matter could only be left unresolved. After the accompanying police reported the test results, things became straightforward. Lu Ruyan appeared dazed, her spirit on the verge of collapse, staring blankly at Lu Xiaocui as she busied herself. Lu Xiaocui poured boiling water over the canned peaches, then cut the peaches into small pieces, feeding them to Li Yishang bit by bit. After each couple of bites, she would not forget to wipe Li Yishang's mouth. "Do you want to drink some millet porridge? I've been simmering it for a long time," Lu Xiaocui said gently. Li Yishang shook his head and said, "That's enough, you should eat a couple of bites too. Once the doctor finishes the check, I can be discharged. I'm healthy enough to take down a tiger." "Nonsense. Just take it easy." Lu Xiaocui shot a charming glance and said softly. Watching her ex-husband being so intimate with his new love, Lu Ruyan felt as if a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned in her heart, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, as if they could fall at any moment. Soon, the doctor entered the room for another examination and then spoke to the police officer beside him. "The patient currently appears to be recovering well, but since the injury is to the head, we cannot guarantee that there won't be any issues in the future. Moreover, the patient retired from service due to duty, and we have his records in our hospital. You police must treat this matter with caution. I will report this later." The police officer preparing to take notes did not dare to be negligent and carefully wrote down the doctor's suggestions. The notes were actually quite simple, as Luo Xiaojie had recorded the entire incident in detail. The police focused their investigation on the relationship between Lu Ruyan and Lu Dekhan, which was akin to pouring salt on Lu Ruyan's wounds. "Mr. Li saw your wife dating another man, and the other party's daughter called her mom, so he concluded that she was betraying the marriage?" The police officer's eyes were filled with sympathy as he asked in a deep voice. "Yes, I think any normal person would think so, unless they are insane," Li Yishang replied coldly. Lu Ruyan's dazed gaze shifted slightly. She wanted to explain but found it impossible to face. A clever woman knows how to feign ignorance. She was fully aware of how disgusting her actions were. As the police's questions delved deeper, Lu Ruyan wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lu Xiaocui's expression was unfriendly, glaring fiercely at Lu Ruyan. Her thoughts were simple: no one could hurt Li Yishang. It could be said that Lu Xiaocui's love was all-encompassing, but Lu Ruyan had directly struck her sore spot. "Alright, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Li," the police officer said as he put away his notebook and left. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with tears, her 10 delicate fingers intertwined as she said with guilt, "Husband, I was wrong." "What did you do wrong? For money, right?" "How shameless," Li Yishang retorted sarcastically. Lu Ruyan's tears finally fell, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. However, just when she was at her most heartbroken, Luo Xiaojie returned with the test results. "What? I wasn't infected. I told you I wasn't. Husband, I really wasn't." Lu Ruyan exclaimed joyfully, her whole being blooming like a peony, instantly regaining her radiance. Li Yishang frowned and said, "Xiaojie, can you find out who did this? That doctor has already resigned, but I suspect it has something to do with Lu Dekhan. He probably wanted to drag Miss Pan down with him," Luo Xiaojie replied. Lu Ruyan suddenly thought of the divorce agreement she had signed, so she twisted her waist and said in a coy tone, "Husband, can you give me back the divorce agreement? I don't want to divorce. I'm already very wealthy now, will you promise me? I can support you, right? Don't you like playing games? I can build you a separate esports room, okay? I'll buy you the latest graphics card." Lu Ruyan tried to move Li Yishang with this approach, but her previous actions had left him with no trust in her. "Enough, don't bring this up again. You are clearly very smart. Didn't you notice the crisis in this? If a doctor can falsify documents, the forces behind this are probably not small. You should be careful. It's best to divorce now to avoid dragging me and the child into this," Li Yishang said coldly. Lu Ruyan was in a good mood now, her intelligence and emotional quotient returning. The regret and frustration from earlier had long been cast aside. She knew her actions were too hurtful, and if she didn't divorce, it might leave Li Yishang with a mental scar. It would be better to simply divorce, then wait until she resolved all her troubles, and by then, there would be plenty of ways to remarry. "Okay, I agree to the divorce, but I want to see my daughter anytime I want, and we should still take her out to play every week. I want my daughter to have a happy childhood, so you can't tell her about the divorce," Lu Ruyen pretended to be sorrowful, lowering her head to wipe away non-existent tears, but her eyes were filled with cunning like a fox. Li Yixiang felt a bit soft-hearted and said, "Alright, no problem." Luo Xiaojie noticed something was off but didn't remind them, pulling out his phone to process the divorce application online. According to the system, special groups can apply for registration online without going to the service hall. Alternate world city, non-reality. Li Yixiang had a doctor's diagnosis certificate, so the application went through smoothly, and he submitted the divorce agreement in front of the camera with Lu Ruyen. The staff in the background registered it, and they just had to wait 30 days to receive the divorce certificate. Afterwards, Luo Xiaojie withdrew the lawsuit and paid a fine. Although Lu Ruyen was mentally prepared and had a plan for how to win him back, when the moment came, she still found it hard to bear. Lu Ruyen's tears fell like broken pearls, rolling down continuously as she tightly hugged Li Yixiang's neck, choked with emotion, saying, "We're divorced, I have no home. Husband, I have no home. How could that be? You have a lot of money, you can have many people accompany you. Someone like me, who is so useless, how could I be worthy of you? You're just a bit unaccustomed right now, you'll understand soon," Li Yixiang said patiently. He was also puzzled inside, not knowing why the other party was so emotional about the divorce. If it was an act, he had nothing to gain from it. Lu Ruyen gritted her teeth and said, "A place without you and our daughter is never a home. Li Yixiang, we will always be together. You will remarry me." This version of Lu Ruyen seemed a bit pathological, and Li Yixiang felt somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't want to provoke Lu Ruyen any further, he was already prepared to move to another city once things calmed down. Ding-dling! The ringtone broke the eerie atmosphere in the hospital room. Lu Xiaochui glanced at her phone and hurriedly said, "It's Aunt Han's call, she must be asking about Yixiang's situation." "Yixiang, why don't you answer it?" It was no surprise that Han Ling called, as this was an information age. Although the website had mosaics, acquaintances could recognize it at a glance. This call felt like a death knell. Li Yixiang felt a headache coming on. He asked Lu Xiaochui to answer and then opened the chat app on his phone. The family chat group had already exploded, with over 700 unread messages, and his phone was bombarded by several cousins and aunts. "This Lu Ruyen is clearly not a good woman, she's bullying the Han family, we can't tolerate this." His cousin Han Xian sent an angry emoji. "Stay calm, let's see what the inside story is. We must give an explanation after verifying." His cousin Li Wenwen quickly followed up with another message. "Is Yixiang okay? I checked with connections, and it seems he hasn't been taken to the detention center." An aunt's message also came through. Li Yixiang felt his scalp tingle and quickly sent a message. "I have officially divorced Lu Ruyen. We are both doing well, please rest assured." He shouldn't have sent it. As soon as he did, 7 or 8 calls came in immediately. The group also began to take stock of Lu Ruyen, with all sorts of unsightly comments turning into a complete insult fest. Lu Ruyen reacted and took out her phone to check. She also had many missed calls. Initially feeling guilty, she hadn't answered any, but now it seemed she had done something foolish. Unfortunately, it was too late to explain. Lu Ruyen had just sent a message in the group, "I did not cheat." The next second, she was kicked out of the family group. Lu Ruyen's tears seemed to be about to fall again as she looked at Li Yixiang with a resentful gaze, as if she had something to say. Lu Xiaocui put down the phone and said, "Pan Nan, Aunt Han wants you to come over when you have time, she has something to tell you." "What? What did you tell Mom? What does she mean?" Lu Ruyen's face turned pale, her calves began to tremble, and her eyes were filled with fear. "I didn't say anything, there are all kinds of news online." Lu Xiaocui felt a bit schadenfreude. Lu Ruyen swallowed hard, thinking it was bad. The person she feared most in her life was her mother-in-law, Han Ling, whose dual role as both teacher and mother made Lu Ruyen feel like a mouse facing a cat. Thinking of the foolish things she had done, Lu Ruyen wished she could slap herself twice, but she still held on to a glimmer of hope that her mother-in-law would listen to her explanation. I'll go over right now." Lu Ruyen didn't dare to delay and hurried out of the hospital room. At that moment, Li Yixiang was busy putting out fires, feeling extremely frustrated. Divorce and marriage had never been just a matter between two people. Rumors spread among relatives first, and then they stood on a moral high ground to judge recklessly. Li Yixiang was somewhat reclusive and didn't like to interact with relatives. After awkwardly responding a few times, he closed the chat app again and set his phone to busy. "By the way, class leader, there are still some things." Luo Xiaojie glanced at Lu Xiaocui and said in a low voice, "You guys chat, I'll go wash some fruit." Lu Xiaocui picked up on the subtext and immediately got up to leave the hospital room. Luo Xiaojie said in a deep voice, "Class leader, during the 30-day cooling-off period, as long as one party withdraws the application, the divorce will fail, and ultimately, we will still have to go to court. There are a few points you need to pay attention to. First, you must have a formal and stable job. Being the deputy director of the security department at the Water Resources Bureau is a plus, and you absolutely cannot resign at this stage. Second, you cannot have any criminal record, even detention is not acceptable. Third, during the marriage, you cannot have any intimate or cohabiting relationships with other women. Especially the third point, you should restrain yourself in the recent period. If this ends up in court and Lou Ruyan hires a private investigator, we will be in a very passive position. Li Yixiang nodded and said, I understand. Class leader, Lou Dechen has already signed a settlement agreement with me, waiving accountability, but I feel this matter is not over. Class leader, you must be careful, Lou Dechen's family is not simple. Luo Xiaojie said solemnly. I know what to do. Li Yixiang said calmly. Luo Xiaojie suddenly felt a bit uneasy. In his impression, his class leader's first reaction should have been one of anger. But now, he saw nothing in the other person's eyes, which were as calm as a deep pool, making him feel uneasy. Li Yixiang looked at the sunset outside the window. After Lou Ruyan left, he felt very strange. If his past mind was like a volcano, erupting with intense pain from time to time, now it felt like a glacier, surprisingly calm, as if nothing could cause him emotional fluctuations. Alright, class leader, call me if you need anything. I'll head back to the office first. After Luo Xiaojie said his goodbye, he left. At this time, after the police informed Lu Dechen of the test results, he became even more distraught, roaring, she must have a problem, go check. You guys go check. Mr. Lu, calm down. We are not pursuing your responsibility for filing a false report out of humanitarian considerations. By the way, I need to inform you that Mr. Li Yixiang has woken up. Your lawyer has reached a settlement with the other party. However, your 2 bodyguards are suspected of intentional injury and have been approved for arrest, the police said coldly. At this moment, Lu Dechen was almost going crazy. He had contracted the AZ disease, but it was not transmitted by Lou Ruyan, and he couldn't make sense of the situation. The most critical part was that he had suffered such serious injuries, yet the lawyer actually settled with the other party. Suddenly, Lu Dechen reacted and roared, I didn't hire a lawyer. I didn't authorize the group lawyer to handle this matter. Officer, are you mistaken? The police officer was taken aback for a moment, and then a middle-aged man walked in. There is no mistake, young Master Lu. I am the lawyer sent by the head of the family, and I signed the settlement agreement, the middle-aged lawyer said. The police officer shot Lu Dechen a cold glance, his contempt evident, as if looking at a scum, and then left the ward. Come back. What kind of attitude is that? Lu Dechen shouted. Young Master Lu, I will arrange for your transfer to another hospital shortly. The head of the family is very dissatisfied with this incident, the middle-aged lawyer said expressionlessly. Lu Dechen's eyes were filled with resentment as he screamed, why settle? I want that pair of scoundrels to die. I want them dead. You go and kill them for me. Young Master Lu, I hope you can remain calm. This is the mainland, not Southeast Asia. If you want revenge, it's best to stay within the rules. The family is currently in a transitional period, and if our competitors catch hold of something, you will only be abandoned. This is the intention of the head of the family and the young lady, the middle-aged lawyer said. Lu Dechen was like an angry bull, snorting heavily, and after a long while said, I understand. You want to abandon me? Dream on. I have family shares, and I have trump cards and backup. Just wait. The lawyer sent by the Chen family didn't care about Lu Dechen's thoughts, but Lu Dechen had to find a way to take revenge, and the key was to first retrieve the hard drive. Only by relying on the information in the hard drive could he possibly turn the situation around. Lu Dechen had initially kept the information confidential and hadn't made copies. Now he thought about it, this was definitely his biggest mistake. He shouldn't have let the wolf into the house, bringing the venomous snake Lu Ruyan close to him. After the middle-aged lawyer left, Lu Dechen called Zhao, gritting his teeth and saying, Ahu, get me someone. I want them alive. It's that Lu Ruyan. Why aren't you taking care of it? Just find her. Also, take care of Li Yixiang. I'll pay 10 million, 10 million. At this moment, Zhao squinted as he hung up the phone and said to his nephew Zhaowen, what do you think? It seems Lu Dechen has lost something, whether it's a life-threatening secret or something valuable, it's an opportunity for us, Zhaowen said slowly. Zhao lightly tapped the table and said, you saw the news, right? Lu Ruyan was caught red-handed by her husband, and she probably has fallen out with Lu Dechen. So how do we find her and then capture her? Lu Dechen has his own bodyguards and subordinates, if he can call me, Lu Ruyan has probably hidden away. With a permanent population of over 20 million in Linhai City, finding a place to hide is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The monk can run, but the temple can't. On one hand, we send people to look for her in the places she often visits. On the other hand, we wait and watch her husband and child, she will show up sooner or later, Zhao Wen said coldly. Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction and said, we need to handle this beautifully without causing trouble. How do we deal with Li Yixiang? I understand. I will personally oversee this matter. Li Yixiang is a person within the system. To avoid future troubles, the first thing to do is cut off the Li guy's escape route. Once Li Yixiang loses his job, we can find someone to take care of him. Zhao Wen's eyes were exceptionally cold as he cut a piece of bloody beef with a knife, his whole demeanor like a venomous snake. Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction and personally poured a glass of red wine for his nephew. The woman that the Zhao family wanted to capture, the one that Lu Dechan hated the most, had just arrived at Linhai Industrial University. Senior sister. Bai Xiaohai had been waiting at the door and waved repeatedly upon seeing Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at her former junior sister and couldn't help but sigh at the passage of time. When she graduated from her master's program, the other had just started her freshman year. Now, the other was already a key research member, while she had become a greedy businessman. Bai Xiaohai jogged over, her arms clasped at her chest, looking as cute as a little deer. Senior sister, why haven't I seen senior brother? Bai Xiaohai asked curiously. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, and she forced a smile as she said, he's not feeling well. Oh, no wonder. I noticed he didn't look well the last time I saw him, Bai Xiaohai said without a hint of doubt, leading Lu Ruyan to Han Ling's office. The office was brightly lit. Lu Ruyan knocked on the door, and after receiving permission, she walked in and carefully closed the door behind her. Han Ling was flipping through documents, page by page, and did not speak to Lu Ruyan. The air in the office seemed to have solidified. With Han Ling not saying a word, Lu Ruyan dared not utter a sound, obediently standing in front of the desk like a prisoner awaiting judgment. You divorced Li Yixiang? Han Ling said without looking up. Lu Ruyan glanced at Han Ling with a mix of grievance and fear, quickly lowered her head, and said softly, yes, I did. I didn't want to. I've seen the news. How far have you developed with that man? Han Ling asked. Lu Ruyan's face turned bright red, both embarrassed and ashamed, and she gritted her teeth, saying firmly, Mom, I didn't cheat, and I wasn't taken advantage of. I promise. I've watched you grow up and know the grievances in your heart. Since you say there isn't, then there isn't. The reason I called you here is because of Chanshan. You should come home more often, Han Ling said lightly. Why don't you ask me the reason? Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke up, her eyes filled with stubbornness and unwillingness. Han Ling smiled gently and said, what other reason could there be? Because you have ambition. Do you know why I would rather lend than buy a house for my son? Why? Lu Ruyan also had this question, frowning tightly. Han Ling shook her head and said, from what I know of you, once the house is in Yixiang's name, you will definitely be restless. The first step would be to mortgage the house and then gamble in the investment market. If you win, you will want to invest more. If you lose, you will look for private loans. The world of capital is a man-eating tiger. I don't want you to go down the wrong path and drag my son down with you. Lu Ruyan still felt unconvinced, but the knot in her heart had loosened. However, what Han Ling said next made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Yixiang is still young. He will definitely find someone. I'm planning to choose between Lu Xiaocui and Bai Xiaohai. Which one do you think is more suitable? Han Ling asked. An indescribable pain consumed Lu Ruyan's body and mind. She suddenly realized that the biggest obstacle to her remarrying was her former teacher, her beloved mother-in-law. Just as Han Ling understood Lu Ruyan was also very clear about her mother-in-law's temperament. Now, Han Ling appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, she was already furious. Thud! Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she said excitedly, Mom, I was wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? I can't live without home. I will make Yixiang forgive me. I am already very wealthy now. I can ensure that Yixiang and Chanshan live a good life. Money? How much can you have? The latest foreign equipment I just purchased costs $1.2 billion, not including the infrastructure costs. And do you think Yixiang and Chanshan are living poorly now? Are they lacking food and clothing? Han Ling asked strangely. Lu Ruyan said bitterly, Mom, I don't think like you. I believe that after people have enough to eat and wear, they should improve their quality of life. Not everyone is like you, willing to sacrifice everything for scientific research. Someone has to make sacrifices, right? Otherwise, how can you live a peaceful life? After you got married, you once complained to me that Yixiang was not ambitious, living off his parents, playing games at home. But do you know why I never intervened? And why I still give him money every month? You've always wanted to know the reason, right? Turn around and pull down that piece of cloth. Han Ling said. Lu Ruyan trembled as she stood up, following Han Ling's to a wall, reaching out to pull down a piece of red velvet cloth. What came into view were 5 plaques, 2 of which were first-class meritorious service and 3 second-class meritorious service. Lu Ruyan's breath quickened, her pupils suddenly constricting as she said in disbelief, "This is Yixian's merit plaque? No, it can't be. He clearly told me he was raising pigs, that the shrapnel in his head was from a training accident. I didn't let Zhang Yang promote it. Yixiang meant the same. He told me that these honors came with the sacrifice of his comrades, so he didn't even want to mention them. And you have never understood him, nor do you know what he wants." Lu Ruyan, when you see these merit plaques, what is your first thought? Han Ling asked. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and said, he relied on this merit to transition to civilian life. He might already be at the department level now. Staying in the army would also have limitless prospects. I really can't understand. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's response, a hint of disappointment flashed in Han Ling's eyes as she slowly said, if it were Lu Xiaochui, she would first feel sorry for Li Yixiang and care about whether he was injured. If it were Bai Xiaohe, she would greatly admire Li Yixiang and develop feelings for him. Only you would think of using Li Yixiang's merit to maximize your own benefits. No, that's not it. Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning, trembling all over as she hurriedly defended herself. Mom, I'm not that kind of person, you misunderstood me. I also care about Yixiang. I want to take him for treatment when I earn money, please believe me. With money, I can find the best doctor. It can't be cured. Do you understand? There's a 30% risk of death. I don't want my son to gamble with his life. I would rather let him live happily. He has already made contributions to the country in the past 10 years. He owes no one. He has the right to choose his own way of life. And let me tell you something, the money I give you every month is actually Yixiang's disability allowance. After Yixiang retired, he refused all subsidies. The leaders of his unit found me and finally transferred it to him in my name. So do you understand? He is not a good for nothing. He deserves any good girl. So you leave immediately. I don't want to see you. Han Ling said coldly. Lu Ruyan knew that no matter what she said, it was useless. With bitterness, she said softly, Mom, you really misunderstood me. I won't give up. Han Ling frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that she couldn't understand her former daughter-in-law. She sighed lightly and said, I have some connections with Lu Dechen's grandfather's family and have already made arrangements. The Chen family won't pursue it. Take care of yourself from now on. Mom! Lu Ruyan only said this one word, choking up and unable to control herself any longer. After a long while, when her emotions calmed down, she left the research center. At that moment, a phone call came in. Hello, is it you? Didn't I say our cooperation was over? Lu Ruyan said sharply. I just learned that you have a list. Are you interested in continuing the cooperation? Here's a message to show my sincerity. Lu Deccan has hired Zhao Hu to catch you. There's money to be made, but I'm afraid you won't have a life to spend it. Don't think about calling the police, it's useless. At most, they'll catch a few small thugs. You've already divorced Li Yisheng, and Professor Han Ling's influence isn't as strong anymore. If you fall into Zhao Hu's hands, I can't guarantee what will happen to you, the person on the phone said. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a chill run through her body. She realized she was in danger and, with no other choice, could only say, okay, I agree to cooperate with you. When can you deal with Lu Deccan? Very soon, just wait for my news. Before I completely deal with Lu Deccan, you'd better hide yourself. A pleasant laugh came from the phone before it hung up. Lu Ruyan felt an impulse to go back to her mother-in-law Han Ling, but thinking about how it would deepen Han Ling's misunderstanding of her, she decided to handle it herself. At the inpatient department of the first hospital of Linhai, Li Yishan was holding his daughter while handling discharge procedures, and Lu Xiaocui came to find the doctor with a brain CT scan. Doctor, can you take a look? He seems a bit off, like he suddenly can't smile anymore and is always very cold. Lu Xiaocui said with a worried expression. The doctor looked at the scan and asked, who are you to the patient? I'm his wife, Lu Xiaocui said, her cheeks flushing as she spoke softly. The brain is very mysterious in the medical field. Based on my experience, the hematoma in the patient's brain is shrinking, which has caused a change in the position of the fragments, leading to changes in his mental state. Theoretically, there's no life-threatening danger, but I recommend he stays for observation. The doctor gave his advice candidly. Lu Xiaocui gently pressed her full red lips together and said softly, his mother means to respect his choice. Yishang feels he's better and wants to go home to rest. That's fine too. Just pay attention at home, and I'll prescribe some sleep aids. If you feel he's too emotionally distant, you can try to stimulate him more to help him recover quickly, the doctor said while writing the prescription. Lu Xiaocui's face turned even redder. She wanted to ask the doctor how to stimulate him but was afraid of being misunderstood, so she held back her words. Half an hour later, the family took a taxi back home. Li Yishang sat on the sofa watching his daughter bounce around, but he felt a bit dazed, always having a sense of unreality. He could freeze every scene and then replay it, as if watching a movie, separated from reality by a curtain, with his consciousness as the remote control. As this state continued for a long time, Li Yisheng felt a buzzing in his ears, as if countless mosquitoes were flying around, making him feel nauseous. "Come on, Qianqian, it's time to eat." Lu Xiaocui first prepared dinner for Qianqian, then sat beside Li Yisheng and said worriedly, "Yisheng, it's time to eat. Are you okay?" Li Yisheng suddenly felt a bit confused, unable to hear what Lu Xiaocui was saying, only feeling his head resting in a soft, gentle place, and then he unknowingly fell asleep. Lu Xiaocui's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she carefully helped Li Yisheng into the bedroom. After coaxing Qianqian to sleep, she tiptoed into the bedroom and turned off the bedside lamp. Amidst the rustling sounds, Lu Xiaocui mustered her courage to lift a corner of the blanket, suppressing her shyness as she slipped under the covers. The night rain showed no signs of stopping, the roads were muddy and bumpy, and the city's drainage system was blocked, causing flooding in the city center, forcing workers to start emergency repairs overnight. Thunder rumbled. "It seems to be raining. I'll go take a look." "Don't move, I've closed the windows. Let's chat a bit longer." Lu Xiaocui opened her hazy eyes. She wanted to check if Qianqian had been scared awake, but after trying hard, she couldn't lift her arm. The morning sun pierced through the dark clouds, casting light through the gaps in the curtains. Li Yisheng suddenly woke up, slightly furrowing his brow, feeling as if he had just had an absurd nightmare. "Where are you going? What time is it?" Li Yisheng said. At that moment, Lu Xiaocui was tiptoeing to get dressed, and upon hearing this, her whole body tensed up. She whispered, "It's a little past 7, I need to make breakfast, Qianqian will wake up soon." "Make it light in the morning, go ahead," Li Yisheng yawned and said naturally. "Okay, you sleep a bit more," Lu Xiaocui said, her face flushed, dragging her seemingly leaden legs slowly out of the room. Her body felt soft, but her mood was indescribably joyful, making her look as if she had become 10 years younger. Li Yisheng leaned against the headboard smoking. He would never have done this in the past, but since returning from the hospital, his state had been very abnormal. This is a mental issue caused by shrapnel compressing the nerves. The downside is increased demands, the upside is rational focus. The headache symptoms have disappeared, further observation is needed. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Li Yisheng also found that his memory had improved. "Yisheng, it's time to eat, what are you thinking about?" Lu Xiaocui walked in gently. She had her hair up and was wearing a loose beige nightgown. Although the style was old, her demeanor was as serene and elegant as crystal. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, it was hard to believe she was a woman from the mountains. "I wasn't thinking about anything, come here, let me hug you," Li Yisheng waved his hand and said lightly. Lu Xiaocui's cheeks flushed, although she felt embarrassed, she obediently walked to Li Yisheng's side. Li Yisheng embraced Lu Xiaocui, her shoulders trembled, but she showed no resistance. "Let's get married, I feel this is unfair to you," Li Yisheng said slowly. After he finished speaking, Lu Xiaocui's eyes instantly revealed a complex mix of emotions. There was shock, fear, joy, hesitation, and worry. Finally, she lowered her head and said, "No, I don't deserve you, don't say that again. I just want to stay by your side." Li Yisheng squinted, his gaze as unfathomable as an abyss, and said lightly, "Okay, if you change your mind, you can tell me, and I will give you an explanation." "I don't want any explanation, I just want you to be safe." Lu Xiaocui lowered her head, perhaps due to long-standing inferiority, making it hard for her to face her own heart. Lu Ruyan did not leave Linhai. She firmly believed that the most dangerous place was the safest place. So she directly rented an apartment in the family area of Linhai Industrial University, where she could see Han Ling's home from the living room. Lu Ruyan not only bought a telescope but also a whole month's worth of living supplies, preparing to have a good talk with her husband once everything was over. Ding ding! The sound of the phone announcing the time rang out. Lu Ruyan went to the window, pulled the curtains apart slightly, and fixed her gaze on the entrance of the building. Li Yisheng and Lu Xiaocui each held one of Qianqian's hands, walking side by side towards the kindergarten, looking just like a family of 3. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red, her hands trembling slightly. She recalled that she had never sent her daughter to kindergarten, and now she felt she had been too much. What made her feel the worst was that Lu Xiaocui seemed to have replaced her position. Lu Ruyan had always known that her husband Li Yisheng wanted this kind of life, a simple family of 3. But after experiencing the extravagance of high society with Lu Dekhan, she had become dissatisfied. "As long as I succeed, I will have another chance. At worst, I can sue." Lu Ruyan's heart became resolute, and then she turned and returned to the living room to start doing yoga. Lu Ruyan is a smart woman. She wants to keep herself in the best condition and believes that with her beauty and wealth, reclaiming her family is only a matter of time. "Daddy took me to kindergarten," Qianqian happily said to her classmates. She was particularly cheerful today and spoke much more than usual. Li Yixiong was not used to crowded environments. He watched Lu Xiaocui greet the parents enthusiastically, maintaining a calm expression. After watching Chanxian being led into the kindergarten by the teacher, Li Yixiong and Lu Xiaocui left. Li Yixiong accompanied Lu Xiaocui to the market to buy groceries, and this novel experience felt very interesting to him. "Xiaocui, is this your man?" a sister selling vegetables asked curiously. Lu Xiaocui's face immediately turned bright red. She wanted to explain but was embraced by Li Yixiong, which made her not only blush but also her earlobes turned as red as gemstones, revealing her embarrassment. "Yes," Li Yixiong said with a smile. "Oh my, how lucky you are to marry such a good woman. You must treat Xiaocui well. Here, sister will give you a bag of greens." Without waiting for a response, the vegetable seller quickly packed a bag of vegetables for them. Lu Xiaocui hurriedly thanked her, touched her slightly heated cheeks, and weakly said, "That's not good, don't tease me, I've told you, it's not possible. While the child is still young, I want to give the child a complete family, and of course, I also really like you," Li Yixiong said. He instinctively made the decision that was most beneficial to himself, sounding somewhat cruel. However, Lu Xiaocui, blushing, couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. She gently pressed her red lips together, her heart racing like a fawn, her gaze lingering on Li Yixiong for a long time without moving away. After buying the groceries, Li Yixiong sent Lu Xiaocui home and then went to the Water Conservancy Institute, only to be informed by the gatekeeper that he had been expelled. "Interesting, really interesting," Li Yixiong stroked his chin and muttered to himself, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "Hello, Dazai, it's me, Li Yixiong. Let's go out for dinner tonight, I need your help with something." Li Yixiong found a comrade's number in the phone book and made a call. "Old squad leader, you can think of me as doing you a favor. Just tell me what you need, no need for dinner. The troops are currently in a big competition, and there are so many press releases to write that I really don't have time." The man on the phone spoke very respectfully. Li Yixiong thought for a moment and said, "Would it be convenient for you to write a report for me to put some pressure on our unit's leadership? They expelled me, claiming I often took leave. You know my situation, sometimes I'm not in good condition and really need to take time off. Although I plan to resign, I still need this job for certain reasons. If it's a hassle for you, then forget it." "Squad leader, you're slapping my face. I remember it's the Linhai Water Conservancy Institute, right? Who dares to mess with you? Squad leader, leave this matter to me. I'll write the press release right now. I guarantee you'll get justice," the man on the phone said indignantly. After thanking him, Li Yixiong hung up. He actually wanted to solve it in his own way. However, the words of Luo Xiaojie were firmly etched in his mind. There must be no blemish on his record, as it would be detrimental to fighting for custody in case of a lawsuit in the future. Of course, Li Yixiong never imagined that his simple intention to apply pressure would create quite a stir. The Zhao family uncle and nephew were about to turn Linhai City upside down and had been watching Li Yixiong for several days, but they had gained nothing. Under the urging of Lu Dekhan, they had no choice but to apply pressure in person. Linhai First Hospital, Psychiatry Department. "Mr. Li, from the scans, it appears that the blood clot in your brain has decreased again, which is a good sign. How have you been feeling mentally lately?" the doctor asked while looking at the scans. Li Yixiong's expression was emotionless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I feel very calm doing everything, as if nothing can provoke a change in my emotions, and my focus has somewhat improved." It might still be a problem with the brain's nerves," the doctor said, putting down the film, his expression slightly serious. Li Yixiong slowly asked, "What impact does this have on my health? If you maintain this calm state for a long time, it might lead you to completely lose your emotions, ultimately becoming like a robot. I think it's best for you to find someone or something that continuously provides you with emotional value, to stimulate your spirit. This will help improve your recovery," the doctor suggested. Li Yixiong pondered. The first person that came to his mind was Lu Ruyan. Just thinking about this ex-wife made him uneasy. Frustration, anger, resentment, and other emotions might just be a change in feelings. Li Yixiong felt troubled. He couldn't just go looking for trouble, but then he thought, if he could make Lu Ruyan uncomfortable, perhaps his own emotions would also change. "Can't let heroes bleed and cry." A combat hero forced to retire due to injury was cruelly dismissed during treatment. Is this a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? An internal publication's front page prominently featured this news article, along with a dismissal notice and Li Yixiong's medical records. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Several generals who read the report slammed their tables and called the provincial office one after another. Pressure was passed down layer by layer, and several main leaders in the city were scolded mercilessly. Soon, Wu Desui received news that the city leaders were coming to the Water Conservancy Institute. Without caring about the ongoing meeting, he hurried back to his office. "Ah, Secretary O, your esteemed presence, I wonder what instructions you have," Wu Desui said, bowing and scraping. Oh Ronghue was furious upon seeing Wu Desui. Suppressing his anger, he coldly said, "Director Wu, is there a deputy director of the security department namely in your Water Conservancy Institute?" "Yes, there is such a person, namely Ishang, cunning and lazy, acting recklessly." Wu Deshui's voice grew smaller as he saw Oh Ronghue's face darken. Bang! Oh Ronghue slammed the table and roared, "Director Wu, your stance is very problematic. Do you know who Li Yixiang is? A first-class combat hero, retired due to injury, low-key and humble, not causing trouble for the organization. We, Linhai City, have the responsibility and obligation to take good care of the hero's daily life. And you, because he took too long to see a doctor, dismissed him? Do you know that this morning at the provincial expanded meeting, Mayor Chi was named and criticized? Are you a pig's brain? Don't you know how your predecessor handled things? Haven't you checked the archives?" I didn't know it was so serious. I apologize, I will retract the notice immediately." Wu Deshui's face showed a mix of terror and regret, and then his legs went weak, his whole body began to tremble. Apologizing is too late. Let me tell you, this matter has blown up. The internal publication's headline, "Linhai City hasn't seen this in 10 years, all thanks to you. Wait for the investigation. Honestly explain the situation," Oh Ronghue said coldly. Looking at the whole situation, anyone with eyes could see there was a problem. If there was indeed a principled error, the city still had a reason to explain. But Wu Desui was overly confident and too brutal in his methods, ultimately leading to a backlash. Wu Desui collapsed to the ground, his head buzzing. He wished he could slap himself, as a mere few tens of thousands in shopping carts had ruined his future. However, even when taken away for investigation, Wu Desui did not dare to betray the Zhao family uncle and nephew. An hour later, Li Yixiang arrived at the Water Conservancy Institute and met Oh Ronghue. "Hello, Director Li, I am Oh Ronghue, and I apologize to you on behalf of the city. The matter of Wu Desui unlawfully dismissing you will definitely be addressed. Later, the main leaders of the city will visit your home to offer their condolences. If you have any requests, feel free to bring them up with the organization," Oh Ronghue said with unusual kindness. The city secretary general is the big steward of Linhai City. Initially, it was not the mayor who stepped in because they were unclear about Li Yixiang's background. Internal publications are not something anyone can just get into, let alone make the headlines. Li Yixiang guessed that perhaps the article had an effect, but he never expected it would stir up the city. He calmly said, "I have no requests. I have indeed been unwell recently and need some time to rest. I hope the organization can approve my request for a month's leave. I have an appointment with a doctor today." "Of course, no problem. A month isn't enough, you should take 2 months. It's a pity to have someone like Director Li at the Water Conservancy Institute. Would you be interested in working in the city?" Oh Ronghue said with a smile. He had begun to appreciate Li Yixiang, who remained composed. A normal person would probably struggle to speak in front of him. Li Yixiang hesitated for a moment. If it had been a few days ago, he would have refused without hesitation, but now his thoughts had changed. Oh Ronghue thought Li Yixiang was worried about his health and noticed his concerns, so he reassured him, "It's okay, no rush. Take your time to think. There's one more thing, you know our Linhai City has always valued military-civilian relations. Now that this incident has occurred, the city will definitely give you an explanation, and I hope Director Li can understand and be more accommodating." The meaning behind his words was clear, and Li Yixiang understood instantly, so he said in a deep voice, "I'll make a call to a friend, this matter should end here. I just hope that when the city does publicity, they can omit my name and photo." Of course, Director Li is indifferent to fame and fortune, which is admirable. "How about this, let's refer to each other as brothers privately," Oh Ronghue said with a smile. Li Yixiang also did not hold back this time and called him Brother Oh. He considered himself fortunate in misfortune, not only getting 2 months of leave for free but also having his name recognized in the city. However, none of this was what Li Yixiang wanted. If he hadn't retired, he would at least be a major battalion commander by now. As the sun set, a few sparrows landed on a power pole. Thick clouds were split by sunlight, casting shadows over half the city. Li Yixiang walked down the street, vaguely sensing that someone was following him. His pace did not slow, he continued to move quickly, but his nerves were frayed to the breaking point. Passing by a small supermarket, Li Yixiang casually bought a bottle of beer along with some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Through the reflection in the glass window, Li Yixiang locked onto the person following him. One tall and one short, they were dressed plainly, but their demeanor was that of standard thugs, with shifty eyes, glancing around as they walked. The two followed him into the residential area, and when Li Yixiang turned a corner, he suddenly stopped. The three of them faced each other. The tall thug was momentarily taken aback but didn't think much of it, walking up to Li Yisheng and saying, "Lu Ruyan is your wife, right? What do you want?" Li Yisheng replied coldly. The tall thug grinned and said, "Your wife owes money from gambling and hasn't paid it back. As her husband, you should help, right?" She owes money, you should go find her. What do you want with me? We're about to get a divorce. Get lost. Li Yisheng said coldly. The tall thug sneered, "That won't do, you can run from the monk, but not from the temple. Unless you hand her over, it will still fall on you. Your daughter just started kindergarten, don't do anything foolish." Li Yisheng's fists instantly clenched, the joints cracking sharply, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. What he hated the most was when someone threatened his family, so he slowly said, "If you don't want to die, you can give it a try." The two thugs exchanged glances, both revealing mocking smiles. There are many lethal spots on the human body. The temple is a nerve-rich area. A single punch can cause brain death. Besides that, there are the heart, eardrum, cervical vertebrae, and so on. I came from the military, and I specialize in one-hit kills. Don't challenge my expertise with your interests. This is my friendly advice to you. Li Yisheng's expression was extremely indifferent, his eyes filled with disdain. The two thugs suddenly felt like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, goosebumps rising on their skin. The taller thug, somewhat annoyed, probably to save face, suddenly pulled out a dagger and cursed, "You fat pig are looking for death. I'll let you bleed a bit today. Let you know how tough I am." To be honest, Li Yisheng's weight had already dropped to 90 kilograms, and his belly had shrunk a lot. He could definitely not be called fat, but rather strong with muscle. The tall thug was eager to try, and as he got closer, he swung the dagger. He didn't dare to stab him for real, just planning to make a cut on Li Yisheng's body. Li Yisheng was waiting for this move from the other side to fulfill the requirements of legitimate defense. Slap! His palm, like a fan, struck first, fast as lightning, hitting the tall thug hard in the face. The tall thug spun 360 degrees, half of his face instantly swollen, his jaw drooping, teeth mixed with blood spraying out. Thud! The tall thug fell limply to the ground, already knocked out by a single slap. The other thug's eyes were about to pop out, terrified and wanting to retreat, but the intense fear rendered him unable to move. Li Yisheng pointed to the camera and said indifferently, "Attempted robbery with a knife, starting with 10 years. Do you think I should call the police or settle this privately?" You don't call the police, let's settle it privately," the shorter thug stammered. Li Yisheng took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and said, "What's your name, and who do you work for?" "The brothers on the street call me Away, and I hang out with Scarface from the west side of the city," the thug named Away said very honestly. He considered himself tough, but he was completely intimidated by Li Yisheng. Li Yisheng frowned. He didn't know how these thugs were organized, and just hearing their names sounded untrustworthy. So, he simply asked, "Who does Scarface work for? Who sent you here?" His tone was unarguable, and Away swallowed hard, whispering, "It's Xiaowu, Lord Hu. The order I received was to scare you and find out your wife's location." "My ex-wife is missing?" Li Yisheng frowned slightly. He didn't care at all about Lu Ruyan's safety. But the weekend was approaching, and his daughter Chanxian had been looking forward to seeing her mother. If something really happened, he didn't know how disappointed his daughter would be. I don't know, I just heard that Lord Hu wants to turn Linhai City upside down, and I heard your wife has something in her hands," Away said cautiously. "Take your people and get lost," Li Yisheng said indifferently. "Okay, I'm leaving right now, but, just to let you know, there's more than just me sent by Lord Hu. There are others watching you," Away said, not knowing why he voluntarily explained the situation to Li Yisheng. Li Yisheng nodded and turned back home. He looked down from the balcony and indeed saw two people squatting under a tree, seemingly convinced that Lu Ruyan would definitely appear. "Yisheng, is something wrong with Bannon? Someone just called the house, asking Lu Ruyan to hurry up and pay back the money." Lu Xiaozui's eyes were slightly red, tears seeming ready to flow at any moment. She felt guilty towards Lu Ruyan, so she was particularly concerned. Li Yisheng said in a deep voice, "It's nothing, she's out there messing around, it has nothing to do with us. I can handle it in the next couple of days. Recently, you and the child should stay indoors." Lu Xiaozui softly hummed in response, her eyelashes fluttering, with many words stuck in her heart that she couldn't express. Li Yisheng squinted his eyes and took out his phone to call Lu Ruyan, but the phone was indeed turned off. That day in the hospital, Li Yisheng had already learned some things. The trouble Lu Ruyan had caused was not small, not to mention that list, just the $100 million was enough to make people envious. Li Yisheng took a deep breath and sent Lu Ruyan a message through a chat app. "Someone is looking for you today, you brought the trouble. For the sake of the child, you need to handle it well." Lu Ruyan replied quickly, "Honey, everything will be over soon. It's someone sent by Lu Dekhan, he's going to be in trouble." Li Yisheng felt nothing but disdain and mockery. The other party was still fantasizing about the other person getting into trouble, completely putting herself in a passive position. He immediately sent another message: if what you have is of high value, the other party is very likely to hire professional hackers. You can't hide your whereabouts. Now, tell me your address immediately, I'll come to pick you up. I'm in Building B, room 201, Lu Ruyan replied. Li Yisheng never expected that Lu Ruyan would dare to hide in the nearby building, and he had gone out every day without noticing anything. The night was always the best cover, especially on a rainy night with dark clouds, where the sound of rain could mask many abnormalities. Li Yisheng quietly waited until 3 in the morning, the time when people were the most tired. He put on a raincoat to conceal his figure and slowly walked out of the building. He first circled outside a few times, pretending to be a resident returning home from work, and arrived at room 201 in Building B. Just as he raised his arm to knock on the door behind him suddenly opened, and he turned around warily. Lu Ruyan peeked out sneakily, lowering her voice and excitedly said, "Honey, I'm here." Li Yisheng glanced at the number 202 on her door and coldly said, "At this time, you're still playing tricks on me? Do you want to die? Hurry and come in," Lu Ruyan said awkwardly, opening the door a bit more. Li Yisheng walked into the room with a cold face, and before he could say anything, Lu Ruyan tightly hugged him from behind. "Honey, I'm sorry, you came to save me." Lu Ruyan's eyes were fiery, like a blazing firewood, and she breathed heavily as if trying to merge herself with the man in front of her. Li Yisheng expressionlessly pried Lu Ruyan's hands away and coldly said, "I prepared a raincoat for you, now come home with me. We'll talk when we get home." Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Li Yisheng, and after realizing it, she suddenly shouted, "Home? Only where you are is home. I'm not going with you. I'll go by myself, I won't drag you down. I'd rather let them kill me." Lu Ruyan, acting out of character, began to throw a tantrum, mainly because she smelled another woman's scent on Li Yisheng. This moment stimulated her already tense nerves, and she began to hysterically vent her dissatisfaction. At this moment, Li Yisheng was filled with disgust, and the intense emotional fluctuation surprised him. In her extreme state, Lu Ruyan even picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table, preparing to cut her wrist. Slap! Li Yisheng slapped her face, then grabbed her hair with his right hand and said coldly, "If you weren't Shanshan's mother, you could die wherever you want, and I wouldn't care. Shanshan is looking forward to going to the park on Saturday. If you break your promise, I'll personally break your legs." Lu Ruyan's entire face twisted in pain, with a clear handprint on her cheek, but she calmed down and said softly, "I don't care. You don't even want to touch me now. Without you, I have no home. What's the point of getting the money? What is the result of my efforts?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she seemed, and she began to cry, tears streaming down her face. The fear and tension of the past few days had completely broken her psychological defenses, and the moment she saw Li Yisheng, she could no longer control her emotions. Li Yisheng was now very aware that his mind had undergone a transformation, otherwise, this woman in front of him would drive him insane. He calmly said, "This is your choice, you chose it yourself. I just want to live a simple life. What's so good about a simple life? Have you seen the ocean and the desert? Have you seen the snow-capped mountains and the grasslands? Life shouldn't be like this. I want to be with you, let's go see the sights we haven't seen before. Isn't that good? A good life needs financial support, am I wrong for wanting that?" Lu Ruyan said sadly. Li Yisheng grabbed Lu Ruyan by the collar and lowered his voice, "I have fought pirates in the ocean, launched surprise attacks on enemy missile bases in the desert, ambushed cross-border smugglers in the mountains, and killed poachers on the grasslands. I have no interest in the outside world, I just want to live well and stay at home. Do you understand? We are not the same." Li Yisheng's silhouette was elongated by the light, like a messenger from hell, especially with the killing intent radiating from him, which directly frightened Lu Ruyan. But then she thought of Li Yisheng's illness and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She reached out to touch his face and said hesitantly, "I'm sorry, I forgot. Mom told me about you, I've seen your merit plaque. Those years must have been tough, right? Everyone has different thoughts. After this matter is over, you should pursue your own life, we should all have our own lives," Li Yisheng said slowly. He felt a complex emotion towards Lu Ruyan, especially since she hadn't cheated but was taking risks to gain wealth. He didn't approve of her methods, but according to her reasoning, no matter how wrong she was, her goal was to make her family live better and achieve social mobility. So, to each their own. Perhaps in the eyes of some, this could be understood. "Are you still going to divorce me?" Lu Ruyan seemed to have an obsession, unable to bear hearing those words. Li Yisheng felt that Lu Ruyan was a bit neurotic, so he said, "Let's get through this first, and we can talk slowly later. If the interests involved are too great, our whole family probably won't survive long." "Yes, that's right. We must resolve this quickly, that damned Lu Dekhen." Lu Ruyan's expression turned cold, as if she was contemplating something. Li Yisheng glanced at his watch and said, "Let's go. Otherwise, it will be dawn." This time, Lu Ruyan obediently put on her raincoat, and before stepping out, she deliberately wore a pair of height-increasing shoes and added a few more layers of clothing. From a distance, she looked like a man, which could serve to mislead. "Who did you learn all this from?" Li Yisheng asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Ruyan replied lightly, "I'm good at summarizing and synthesizing. I've been researching for the past 2 days and have already read several books on criminal investigation." Li Yisheng suddenly felt that his wife seemed a bit terrifying. The people sent by Zhao who had been watching for a few days and had already figured out the situation at Li Yisheng's home, so they relaxed their vigilance at night. Several thugs were sleeping in the car, while Li Yisheng and Lu Ruyan walked past the car openly without being discovered. Li Yisheng took out his keys from his pocket, and after hearing the lock click, he immediately pushed the door open, with Lu Ruyan closely following behind. Once back home, Li Yisheng felt the tense nerves completely relax, and he couldn't help but let out a deep breath of stale air. The thugs downstairs were completely disregarded by Li Yisheng. The key was the behind-the-scenes player, Lu Decan, who was willing to pay any price to find Lu Ruyan. Once the interests involved were staggering, even if Li Yisheng sought help from Oronghue and his mother, it would probably be useless. Moreover, even if the Zhao family uncle and nephew were dealt with, the next challenge might be professional killers or even mercenaries. Li Yisheng could not put his family in danger. There is a saying that a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. The problem must be resolved at its root. "You two are back? Pan Nan, it's so good that you're back," Lu Xiaocui said as she walked out of the bedroom in her nightgown, her face filled with panic and anxiety, clearly having not slept all night. Lu Ruyan squinted her eyes, sizing up the voluptuous and sexy woman before her, and alarm bells rang wildly in her heart. She had sensed Lu Xiaocui's feelings for Li Yisheng from the very beginning. For so many years, she had been preventing the two from having prolonged contact, but clearly, it was her mistake that had ignited the dry kindling. "Suijie, thank you for taking care of my husband and daughter these days. I must thank you properly later," Lu Ruyan said with a forced smile. Lu Xiaocui, like a frightened mouse, hurriedly replied, No, it's nothing. It's what I should do." "Stop talking nonsense, you're already divorced, don't call him husband." "Suijie, you should go to sleep. Don't mind her," Li Yisheng said coldly, then took off his shoes. Lu Xiaocui quickly came over to neatly place his shoes, then took the raincoat and jacket from him, the whole process flowing smoothly. In the mountains, women regard their husbands as everything. Lu Ruyan also came from the mountains. She watched coldly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable inside. After leaving the mountains, her horizons had broadened, and she had always believed that women should be strong and independent, never relying on men for their lives, and should maintain their own personality and will. Lu Xiaocui's behavior was something Lu Ruyan had looked down upon in the past, but now she had some reflections. Perhaps men really liked such simple women. Being too rigid can lead to breaking, and being too excessive can be counterproductive. Had she been too domineering in the past? Lu Ruyan lightly bit her red lips, watching Li Yisheng walk into the living room and directly lie down on the sofa. Without even lifting a hand, Lu Xiaocui had already placed the steaming ginger tea in front of Li Yisheng, almost ready to feed him with a spoon. Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a bitter smile as she realized she couldn't reach Lu Xiaocui's level. She had to admit that deep down, she held a somewhat superior attitude towards her husband, who had a lower level of education, believing he should listen to her in everything. However, her high education and degrees seemed to be a disadvantage in her husband's eyes, rather than a plus. "I'll take a shower first, Suijie, please help me tidy up the bed," Lu Ruyan said as if nothing had happened, maintaining her previous attitude towards Lu Xiaocui. Lu Xiaocui quickly replied, "Okay, I'll go tidy up right now, and I'll get you a new nightgown." "Enough! She can sleep on the sofa. If she sleeps in the bedroom, where will we sleep?" Li Yisheng frowned and said coldly. Lu Ruyan thought she had misheard and immediately rushed into the bedroom, where her eyes were met with 2 pillows adorned with mandarin duck pillowcases and a bright red quilt. "How can you do this?" Lu Ruyan felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into her at once, her face instantly turning pale. Although Lu Ruyan had anticipated this, seeing it for real filled her heart with endless grievance. She had clearly upheld her chastity and had not been taken advantage of, yet this scoundrel man could not hold back for even a day. Lu Ruyan felt that her plan for remarriage seemed to have encountered serious obstacles, and she stood there like a walking corpse, completely devoid of soul. Lu Xiaocui quietly approached and said, "Don't worry, I won't marry Yisheng." Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly sparkled with life, as if a thought had crossed her mind. She pretended to be indifferent, turned around, took Lu Xiaocui's hand, and said warmly, "Sister Cui, you're being too polite." "I really don't mind." With you by Yixiong's side, I can rest assured. But you must promise me, aside from you, keep the door tightly shut and don't let any other dubious women in. I'm mainly worried about his health, right? Lu Ruyan was indeed a clever woman. Knowing the situation was irreversible, she quickly analyzed the pros and cons and aimed to pull Lu Xiaocui to her side. Lu Xiaocui felt both ashamed and touched, and she repeatedly assured Lu Ruyan that she would definitely keep an eye on Li Yixiong. At that moment, Li Yixiong was online searching for information, and as expected, news about Lu Decan and Lu Ruyan had been completely overshadowed by new hot events. No one was discussing it anymore. This must be the Chen family's influence behind Lu Decan. As expected of a prominent family, they could sacrifice a popular star to protect Lu Decan. I can't just wait like this, it's too passive. If a life is lost because of Lu Ruyan, it doesn't seem worth it. I must think of a good solution, Li Yixiong thought silently. The two women in the bedroom were also unaware of what they were discussing, and when they came out, both had red eyes, looking as if they had been crying. Li Yixiong extinguished his cigarette and said, "Let's talk about the situation. Don't waste time. Can you wait for me to take a shower first? I promise I'll tell you everything this time," Lu Ruyan said, gently shaking Li Yixiong's arm like a pleading child. Li Yixiong snorted softly, closing his eyes and ignoring her. After so many years of marriage, he could see through some of his ex-wife's little thoughts. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, Lu Ruyan emerged wearing a black silk camisole nightgown, with two thin transparent straps crossing her shoulders, her fair and delicate collarbone and long swan neck adding to her charm. "Honey, it's a bit cold in the living room, let's talk in the bedroom," Lu Ruyan said, her cheeks flushed, as she tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, signaling an invitation. If this were in the past when they were still married, Li Yixiong would never refuse such an invitation. In fact, no normal man would. But now, Li Yixiong felt somewhat disgusted, as he didn't know if she had used the same tactics with Lu Decan. Li Yixiong's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized her alluring face and said, "If you have something to say it, if not, get lost. Don't forget you told me to avoid being in the same bedroom to prevent affecting your mood." "No, there isn't. Last time we argued, that wasn't my true thought. Why are you bringing up old scores?" Lu Ruyan said anxiously, nearly biting her teeth to pieces. "How does it feel to have the bullet you shot hit yourself? We've been living apart for 2.5 years, and now we're divorced. There's no need for this kind of thing." Li Yixiong pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling that he was struggling to maintain his calm in front of Lu Ruyan, as a violent impulse was constantly assaulting his rationality. He was very worried that if he followed Lu Ruyan into the room, he wouldn't be able to help but teach this woman a harsh lesson. Lu Ruyan, however, did not perceive the danger. Instead, she sat on the edge of the sofa, draping her snow-white arms like lotus roots around Li Yixiong's neck, exhaling softly, and said, "I'm a bit scared. I don't want to say it here. I need you to hold me before I can speak. I'm really very scared." As if to confirm, Lu Ruyan's body trembled continuously, her emotions fluctuating greatly, and it seemed that only in front of Li Yixiong could she show her truest self. Li Yixiong looked deeply at Lu Ruyan and said expressionlessly, "I think you're a bit dirty. Then scold me, hit me. Anything is fine. I owe you. Come on. Don't let me look down on you. Are you a man?" Lu Ruyan deliberately provoked Li Yixiong, mocking him. The relationship between Li Yixiong and Lu Ruyan was like Zhou and Huanggai. Lu Ruyan didn't know if it was out of a sense of atonement, but during their conversation, no matter how badly Yixiong's temper was, she endured it. In fact, after being scolded, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At the same time, Lu Ruyan trembled as she recounted the events of the past 2 years. Lu Ruyan joined Lu Decan's company initially just to earn more money, to broaden her horizons and network. But one day, a strange woman found her. The woman was Suyu, the sister of Lu Decan's ex-wife. She suspected that her sister, Su Fei, had died at Lu Decan's hands, but there was no evidence. The Su family and the Chen family behind Lu Decan were in a marriage alliance, and the Su family was also a prominent family in Tiannan province. Without evidence, the two families could not turn against each other. So, Suyu wanted to hire Lu Ruyan to help her find evidence. In the process, relying on Suyu's information, Lu Ruyan discovered a mobile hard drive containing secrets in Lu Decan's secret safe. Lu Decan tried to take it back, but Lu Ruyan firmly stated that she had evidence of his crime of murder, and she wanted the virtual currency inside the hard drive as a hush fee. Although Lu Decan was furious, he had no way to deal with Lu Ruyan. After all, he was in the country now, not in Southeast Asia, and many methods were simply unusable. The key was that he didn't dare to gamble. If Lu Ruyan really destroyed the hard drive or exposed the so-called evidence, he would not only gain nothing but also face the Su family's crazy revenge. In this situation, the two continued to pretend to be polite until Lu Decan thought of marrying Lu Ruyan, thus binding them together as accomplices. Lu Decan became increasingly impatient, and Lu Ruyan found it hard to bear the pressure, ultimately pretending to be moved. The bedroom light emitted a soft warm glow, and an ambiguous atmosphere lingered in the air. Lu Ruyan told an absurd and bizarre story, one that was almost impossible to happen in reality, or rather, impossible for ordinary people. Li Yishang leaned against the headboard, smoking, still uncertain about how much of what Lu Ruyan said was true. The breakdown of marital feelings often begins with lies. Lu Ruyan indeed did not cheat. She was very smart and saw through everything clearly. She would neither stray for warmth due to emotional deficiency nor disdain using her body to exchange for wealth. Lu Ruyan was more like a gambler, betting her life and fortune on a future. She only thought about the winning outcome and never considered what would happen if she lost. Because of the misfortune of her original family, she longed for an absolutely safe haven and was determined to create it by any means necessary. In fact, Lu Ruyan loved no one. Her various attachments were actually her seeing herself as part of the safe haven. If in the future a man could give her greater security, Lu Ruyan would definitely abandon herself without hesitation. In an extremely calm state, Li Yishang analyzed Lu Ruyan's psychology more thoroughly. Lu Ruyan, remember this. This is the last time I help you. If you bring danger to us again, without them lifting a finger, I will take care of you myself. Li Yishang said expressionlessly. Husband, you're so good, I love you. Lu Ruyan felt a sense of security fill her heart, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer with a hazy light. Li Yishang got up from the bed and said indifferently, you sleep by yourself, I'll go to the sofa. Lu Ruyan's expression stiffened as she watched Li Yishang leave. A strong sense of loss surged within her. This feeling was something she had been trying to forget, memories flooding back like a tide, as if pulling her back to the dark, silent little mountain village. Terrifying memories completely surrounded her. She didn't know how long it had been, but Lu Ruyan trembled as she opened the door, then lay on the bed, the sounds of snoring from the living room making her feel incredibly safe. Unknowingly, tears streamed down Lu Ruyan's face. Li Yishang, however, was unaware. He had already thought of a solution. At the same time, a thug nicknamed Scarface stood at the door of the emergency room, waiting for the doctor to come out, and hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is my brother? Concussion, ruptured eardrum. You didn't run into a bear at the zoo, did you? The doctor asked in confusion. Is that enough for a minor injury? Scarface quickly inquired. The doctor raised an eyebrow and said, that should be enough. Do you need me to call the police? No, we can't report it. Away quickly said, then explained in a low voice under the questioning gaze of the boss. Scarface's mouth twisted in anger, cursing, a bunch of useless fools. How could he be so stupid, so useless? How could he let someone knock him down? Boss, that guy is a trained fighter. The way he looked at me was like I was dead, and he definitely has blood on his hands. Boss, I want to go home and raise pigs. The big city is too dangerous. Away said in a low voice, his eyes filled with fear, his teeth chattering. Scarface noticed that Away was scared out of his wits, his expression shifting between dark and light, and finally pulled out his phone to call Zhao Wen. After a heated argument, Scarface said coldly, tomorrow I'll personally keep an eye on him. Bring more people. I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave men. Greed is enough to destroy a person's reason. The next morning, Lu Ruyan woke up very early. She hadn't slept so soundly in a long time, stretching lazily in bed. She perked up her ears to listen, and there was no sound in the living room, causing her to gently bite her lip. Mommy? Her daughter Chanchan peeked in, her eyes filled with surprise and grievance, along with a hint of distant estrangement. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she opened her arms, saying, Chanchan, come here, let mommy hug you. Chanchan hesitated, afraid to come closer, but after several encouragements from Lu Ruyan, she finally nestled into her mother's embrace. A bond of blood flowed between mother and daughter, and Lu Ruyan felt a happiness she had never experienced before. Chanchan, mommy will take you to the seaside, okay? Lu Ruyan tried to mend her relationship with her daughter, speaking with a hint of coaxing. Chanchan lowered her head and said softly, Mommy, don't be someone else's mommy, okay? Take Chanchan with you. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a pain in her heart, the sudden surge of bitterness and sorrow reddening her eyes as she tightly held her daughter, promising, Mommy only has one daughter, Chanchan. In the future, Mommy will take you to many places, and I will never leave you again, okay? Chanchan didn't fully believe her, remaining silent. This scene made Lu Ruyan feel somewhat vulnerable. Tears streamed down her face as she kissed her daughter's cheeks twice, saying, Mommy promises. The two of them were whispering, and Lu Xiaotsui felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Li Yishang walked out of the study and said, I've already informed the security room at the entrance, so no suspicious people will be allowed up. Lu Ruoyan, come with me. Lu Xiaotsui said worriedly, Yishang, could there be danger? Why not report it? Reporting won't completely solve the problem. I know what I'm doing. Li Yishang ignored Lu Ruoyan and opened the door to leave. Lu Ruoyan didn't know what Li Yishang was planning, but she immediately changed her clothes quickly. Linhai Industrial University is a key university, especially since many retired professors live in the family area, so after the security chased away the stalkers, the scar-faced thugs didn't dare to act recklessly. In the end, the scar-faced man had no choice but to find some young punks to impersonate university students and guard the entrance of the community. After Li Yishang and Lu Ruoyan came out, they were immediately targeted. "Big brother, look, is that the woman?" one thug said excitedly. The scar-faced man looked at the photo, then at the woman next to Li Yishang, and his breathing became rapid. A whopping 3 million. The scar-faced man seemed to have already caught the scent of money. He sat in the car, excitedly pointing at Lu Ruoyan's back, saying, "Follow her, find a secluded place and make a move." Li Yishang curled his lips into a cold smile, slowing his pace and turning into a large shopping mall. The scar-faced man felt a bit troubled, but fortunately, after more than 10 minutes, the target reappeared. "Hurry up! Follow her! Quick!" the scar-faced man urged. A small van followed Li Yishang at a leisurely pace, and at a secluded corner, the van suddenly accelerated. After an emergency brake, the side door opened, and 3 or 4 burly men rushed out, directly grabbing Lu Ruoyan and stuffing her into the car. "Let go of me! Let go of me! Help! Kidnapping!" Lu Ruoyan screamed. Unfortunately, her strength was limited, and she couldn't resist at all. Li Yishang was about to rush in to save her when the scar-faced man got out of the car, holding a machete, and shouted, "If you don't want to die, come over. Let's see if your fists are stronger or my knife. This is kidnapping." Li Yishang's face turned pale as he said coldly. The scar-faced man smugly replied, "That's right, it's kidnapping." He was still somewhat wary of the burly Li Yishang, and after seeing that the target had been taken away, he hurriedly got back into the car, fearing complications. The van sped away from the scene. Li Yishang did not chase after them. Instead, he leisurely took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking. The thugs in the van were very excited, and one of them saw the gold chain around Lu Ruoyan's neck and directly yanked it off. The other thugs also pulled out a lot of luxury items, and those who didn't get anything took advantage of the situation. "Tiger said we should lock her up first, he'll be here later," the scar-faced man said, feeling pleased with himself. He lifted the gold chain in his hand, estimating it to be worth at least 100,000, which made him even happier. At the same time, a foreign man rushed into the embassy, and then the embassy's consul personally came to the Tiannan Province Police Department to report the case. "A citizen of our country was kidnapped in broad daylight. You must rescue her immediately," the foreign consul shouted angrily. A middle-aged man named Robert cried, "It's too dangerous. They are not only kidnapping but also robbing. They threatened me with a knife." Since it was the foreign consul reporting the case in person, Tiannan Province immediately activated an emergency plan. Police Chief Yang Wei frowned and said, "Mr. Robert, please calm down. Do you have any grievances with those people?" "No. The whole process has been recorded, and I've uploaded it to the international forum. I want justice for my wife," Robert said firmly, then took out a sports recorder. When Yang Wei saw the scarred face holding a machete on the video screen, his expression darkened instantly. He slammed the table and shouted, "Lawless, get me the criminal police team of Linhai City." This call bypassed the main leaders of Linhai City, with orders going directly to the criminal investigation team. Subsequently, the governor of Tiannan Province, Su Nanfeng, personally issued a directive. "The nature of this incident is extremely bad, and the impact is exceedingly severe. Strict and heavy measures are to be taken." This caused an uproar. The entire city was under martial law, with Mayor Chi Hung personally taking command, and police cars were everywhere on the streets. One of the parties involved, the scarred face, was completely unaware that he had become a celebrity. He was eagerly leading Zhao Hu to a private room in a bar. "Scarred face, you did well this time. Go to finance later to collect your money." Zhao Hu, smoking a cigar, walked into the room with a sense of accomplishment. Upon seeing the disheveled Lu Ruoyan, Zhao Hu shot a glare at the scarred face, who awkwardly said, "This woman has such a great figure, I couldn't help but take a little advantage." Forget it, forget it." Zhao Hu walked in front of Lu Ruoyan, noticing her hair was loose and he couldn't see her face clearly. "Help me." Lu Ruoyan suddenly began to struggle and shouted. Zhao Hu laughed and said, "I understand that, but shouldn't you be shouting for help? Calling like that is just going to bring in Interpol?" Lu Ruoyan suddenly cursed in a string of incomprehensible words, causing Zhao Hu's expression to change slightly as he reached out and grabbed her hair. With a slight tug, he pulled it up. A foreign woman with a blonde buzz cut appeared before Zhao Hu. Due to her skin being specially treated and her makeup, she looked strikingly similar to Lu Ruyan, about 60 to 70% alike. Damn it, scarred face. What's going on? Where is she? Zhao Hu turned and roared. The scarred face stared at the unfamiliar foreign woman, completely dazed and unaware of what was happening. At that moment, a group of armed special forces burst in, brandishing assault rifles, wearing bulletproof vests, exuding a murderous aura. Any thug attempting to flee was shot on the spot. Don't move, release the hostage. Get on the ground. Now! The leading special forces captain shouted loudly. Zhao Hu felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he seemed to have fallen into a trap and quickly explained, "Wait, this has nothing to do with me." Having navigated the underworld for many years, Zhao Hu had never seen so many guns, and his legs began to tremble. The special forces captain barked, "Raise your hands above your head and show me your hands. Hurry!" Since Zhao Hu was very close to the hostage, the special forces were afraid of harming her, so they did not open fire immediately. The scarred face had already wet his pants, sitting on the ground in a limp state, his eyes filled with despair and fear. His limited intelligence couldn't comprehend how everything had turned out this way. The blonde woman, who had been lying down, suddenly jumped up, clutching her collar, and cried, "Help me." Her movement startled Zhao Hu, who instinctively turned around. In such a tense moment, any slight action was like a trigger. The special forces had received orders to spare no effort. Any movement from the criminals could result in immediate execution. So Zhao Hu was out of luck. The assault rifles fired continuously, almost turning him into a sieve. The scarred face and his little brother were also shot dead, leaving no survivors at the scene except for the victims. Report. Hostage rescue successful. All stolen property has been recovered. Additionally, 2 homemade firearms were seized, 5 kilograms of contraband, and 13 knives, the special forces captain reported via radio. Countless reporters swarmed in, blocking the bar's entrance, with camera flashes going off continuously. The spokesperson of Linhai City said loudly to the reporters, "We will absolutely not tolerate any crime. We urge the citizens to actively report any wrongdoing, and we will further crack down on these bandits." May I ask who the mastermind is this time? Besides Zhao Hu, is there any family power involved? I've heard that Zhao Hu was instructed by the Chen family to carry out the kidnapping, a foreign reporter asked, holding up a microphone. The spokesperson gave the reporter a deep look and said, "We are currently investigating. According to orders from higher authorities, this incident will be thoroughly investigated, regardless of who is involved or what background they have. Please stay tuned, as there will be a police cooperation announcement soon, and we hope everyone will assist in publishing it." Snap! The flashlights lit up again. The questioning foreign reporter glanced at his phone, which had just notified him of a bank deposit. One question was worth 100,000, a very lucrative deal. Zhao Wen watched the news broadcast, his expression turning very grim, but he did not panic. He first removed the SIM card from his phone, then changed into ordinary clothes to blend into the crowd. You can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. From Robert's report to Zhao Hu being shot dead, the entire process took less than 2 hours. The kidnapped woman was named Martha, an employee of Zeus Shield Security Company. This information was inadvertently revealed, and the case was full of doubts, leading to much speculation. However, the newly appointed mayor of Linhai City, Chi Hung, was already prepared to use this opportunity to set an example and firmly reprimand several disobedient families in the city. Zhao Hu was the black glove of these families, and now, under high pressure, no one dared to stand up. The Zhao Group, which was well known in the underworld of Linhai City, collapsed with a bang, all assets were seized, and all key members were arrested except for Zhao Wen. The Linhai City Criminal Police Team issued a cooperation notice, listing Zhao Wen as a Class A wanted criminal with a reward of 1 million. This was just the beginning. Due to the significant impact, Tiannan Province issued a severe rectification of public security notice, and all underworld forces were targeted, with no one daring to commit crimes in defiance. The day after this incident, at noon, Li Yixiang sat in a Western restaurant ordering food, his expression calm as he conversed with the waiter in fluent English. Lu Ruyan looked around nervously, afraid of any trouble, and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Honey, when did you learn a foreign language?" "When I was in the peacekeeping forces, maybe I have some talent for foreign languages," Li Yixiang replied. Lu Ruyan rested her chin on her hand, suddenly realizing that her husband seemed like a treasure trove, occasionally bringing her surprises. Then she felt a bit ashamed. After so many years of marriage, it seemed she had never truly understood him. "That's about it. Let's start with the appetizers," Li Yixiang said, finishing his order. After the waiter left, he glanced at his phone. "Honey, who else did you invite?" Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Li Yixiang's only response was 2 words, "friends." His attitude remained cold and distant, but Lu Ruyan didn't mind. Instead, she leaned in a bit closer. The restaurant's door opened, and a foreign couple walked in, greeting Li Yisheng from afar. Li Yisheng quickly stood up, a smile appearing on his cold face as he said, "Robert, Martha, thank you." "Ha ha, Li, this time we must drink a few good ones. You look in great shape." Robert opened his arms, hugging Li Yisheng and giving him 2 hearty pats on the back. Martha also hugged Li Yisheng, leaving a clear lipstick mark on his face under Lu Ruyan's piercing gaze. Robert turned his attention to Lu Ruyan, laughing heartily. "Li, is this your wife? She's really beautiful." Li Yisheng was just about to explain when Lu Ruyan interjected, "Yes, thank you for the compliment. Are you a friend of my husband?" Robert raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Yisheng with confusion, and asked, "Li, it seems you didn't tell her?" Martha nudged Robert and enthusiastically linked arms with Lu Ruyan, saying, "Li is a real man. He wouldn't explain to his lover what he's done." "Pan, I really envy you. You have a good husband." This praise made Lu Ruyan feel a bit embarrassed and even more curious. She truly had no idea what had happened in the past 2 days. After the 4 of them sat down, Li Yisheng asked, "What stage are we at now?" "We received 10 million in compensation. It's really a good deal." "Li, thank you so much," Robert said sincerely. Lu Ruyan listened in confusion, looking at Li Yisheng as if waiting for an explanation. Martha lowered her voice and said, "Pan, do you remember what happened yesterday? Li took you to the mall and made you wait in the fitting room for an hour. I was next door, disguised as you, and after I went out, I was kidnapped." Robert reported it to our embassy and then applied diplomatic pressure on your police department. "Now, all the people who were harassing you have been dealt with." "So it was you?" Lu Ruyan exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. She immediately thought of the news she had seen today and then turned to look at Li Yisheng. Lu Ruyan never dreamed that after just one night, her husband would come up with such a meticulous plan. This plan calculated human nature and hearts, from high-ranking officials to street thugs. Every person seemed like a chess piece on a board. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her glass and said, "Husband, thank you, I love you." Martha and Robert both laughed and started to applaud, surprised by Lu Ruyan's bold declaration of love. Li Yisheng frowned. He didn't like this way of expressing feelings, but in front of his former comrades, he couldn't speak harshly. In an extremely awkward atmosphere, the 4 began to enjoy their meal. Lu Ruyan learned more about Li Yisheng through Martha, and when she heard about the dangers in the desert operation, she couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide her astonishment. Those living in peace can never imagine the brutality of real war. There is no such thing as tranquility, only someone carrying the burden for you. Robert suddenly said, "Li, you need to be careful. Your plan, while perfect, has many loopholes. After all, the kidnapper's target wasn't Martha, and there are surveillance cameras along the way. It won't be long before they trace it back to you." "It's not that it won't be long. It's already been traced back." "Don't worry, I'm prepared," Li Yisheng said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. He continued, "You all eat first, Pan. Pan Nan, you go home by yourself, don't go anywhere else." Martha spoke up, "Don't worry, she's with me, no one can hurt her." As they spoke, a team of plainclothes officers entered the restaurant, led by Chan Hai, whom Li Yisheng had seen before. "Mr. Li Yisheng, there's a case here, please come with us to assist in the investigation." Chang Hai's gaze was exceptionally sharp, sweeping over the group like a hawk before finally landing on Li Yisheng's face. Li Yisheng stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Wait. You can't take him without me waiting for a lawyer," Lu Ruyan said nervously, holding on to Li Yisheng firmly. Chang Hai frowned and said, "Miss Pan, I hope you won't obstruct official duties. In fact, you were also on the original list of personnel to assist in the investigation, but some matters have not been verified. If Mr. Li Yisheng can help us understand the case, I believe you can avoid a lot of trouble." Lu Ruyan was a refined egoist, and under Chang Hai's threat, she would normally choose to evade. But now, she seemed like a different person. She firmly stood in front of Li Yisheng and said, "I absolutely will not allow you to take my husband away. Otherwise, take me with you." "Enough, Lu Ruyan, I am not a tool for you to display your deep feelings. Right now, you are just the mother of my daughter, and you only have that role. Remember, don't cause me any more trouble." Li Yisheng said coldly, then directly pushed Lu Ruyan aside. Lu Ruyan's thought process was different from that of normal people. She seemed not to feel ashamed, but rather believed that Li Yisheng was saying this to protect her. "Husband, I will definitely come to save you." Lu Ruyan shouted excitedly at Li Yisheng's back. Robert chuckled and said, "Ms. Pan, this is really interesting. You actually don't know what kind of person your husband is." "He is a real man," Martha said with admiration. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't like the cliché of a soldier returning home, and I'm not a silly sweet female CEO, so can you two stop?" Robert and Martha exchanged smiles. Then, Martha propped her chin up and said meaningfully, Pan, you should thank Lee for his mercy. I was really shocked when I saw the news. That's right, I thought Lee would use the most brutal means against you, he hates betrayal the most, Robert continued. Lou Ruyan said angrily, I did not betray. You two have problems with your brains. My husband, I will save him myself. A confident and composed smile appeared on her stunning face. After saying that, she picked up her backpack and quickly left the restaurant. She needed to contact the best lawyer to prepare for Lee Ishan's bail. This time, she wanted to make up for the lost points of the past. Robert shrugged and said, Let's go, Martha, we should leave. Are you sure he doesn't need our help? Martha's eyes were filled with eager excitement, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her lips. Of course not, the control here is too strict, and it would be useless for us to stay, Robert replied. Chen family. Lu Dekhan lay on a special care bed, his gaze vacant, looking lifeless. Tap tap. The sound of high heels echoed on the floor, and Lu Dekhan looked towards the door. Outside, a dozen bodyguards all bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted loudly, Miss. This was a very beautiful woman, who, purely based on appearance, looked only in her early 30s, definitely not someone who was already in her 40s. Chen Hongzhuang, let me go. I don't want to see you. Lu Dekhan suddenly roared in agitation. Chen Hongzhuang was the current head of the Chen family, extremely capable and strong-willed. She was the key to the Chen family's survival and the only woman in charge of the family. Slap. Chen Hongzhuang gave Lu Dekhan a resounding slap and sternly scolded, If it weren't for your aunt asking me to take care of you before she died, you would have been dead long ago. I've already hidden by the seaside. Why won't you Chen family let me go? I have no value anymore, and you still want to stop me from seeking revenge. Lu Dekhan said resentfully. Chen Hongzhuang poured a cup of scalding hot water over Lu Dekhan's head, causing him to scream in agony. Lu Dekhan, can you speak properly? Chen Hongzhuang asked coldly. Lu Dekhan nodded repeatedly and said, What do you want to do? Chen Hongzhuang coldly stared at her cousin and slowly said, I have two questions for you. First, was the Zhao family kidnapping case instigated by you? Second, did you poison your ex-wife, Sophie, to death? I don't know anything. Lu Dekhan's gaze flickered uncertainly as he stammered. Slap. Lu Dekhan was struck again, his head buzzing. Don't think you can hide anything from me, there's nothing in Tiannan province that I don't know. Chen Hongzhuang raised her hand, and someone immediately brought in a newspaper. Then, she forcefully threw it in Lu Dekhan's face and coldly said, Zhao Wu was shot dead on the spot, and Zhao Wen is wanted. The families in Linhai are very dissatisfied with the Chen family, believing that the Chen family instigated Zhao Wu to carry out the kidnapping. Fear flickered in Lu Dekhan's eyes as he hurriedly said, I had Zhao Wu kidnap Lu Ruyan. That bitch stole my hard drive, which contains very important information. I didn't have him kidnap any foreigners. But Zhao Wu's last call was to you. The police have already retrieved the call records and the text messages you sent. No matter who you had him kidnap, it's still a crime. If I weren't protecting you, you would have been arrested by now. Chen Hongzhuang scolded angrily. Lu Dekhan trembled as he said, There must be a problem here. Zhao Wu is framing me. Yes, that's right. It must be like that. I will investigate this matter slowly, but right now the most critical issue is Sophie. Did you kill her or not? Chen Hongzhuang bent down, her gaze as cold as a blade. Lu Dekhan, a man in his 40s, felt like a mouse facing a cat in front of Chen Hongzhuang. His face turned very uncomfortable as he slowly averted his eyes and said, No, it wasn't me, Sophie died of illness. You better stick to that story. Your ex-father-in-law, Su Nanfeng, is now the governor of Tiannan province. Although the Su family's foundation is not as strong as the Chen family's, for the next 4 years, the Chen family will have to rely on Su Nanfeng. Your sister-in-law, Su Yu, has been insisting that you killed her sister, and it seems she has found evidence recently. Chen Hongzhuang said slowly. Lu Dekhan trembled even more violently, finally lowering his voice and resentfully said, It was me who killed her. I first poisoned her to make her faint, then took her to climb a mountain and pushed her off a cliff. That bitch put a green hat on me. I'm just a son-in-law. The Su family doesn't treat me like a person. In the end, that bitch wanted to kick me out for a pretty boy. Chen Hongzhuang seemed to have anticipated this, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and slowly smoking as she said, The thing I regret the most is being too indulgent with you. Now that you're back home, eat whatever you want, and think about what other wishes you have. After all, I'm your sister, I'll try to fulfill what I can. Her tone was very gentle, truly like a sister pampering her brother, her eyes filled with pity. But Lu Dekhan felt a chill deep in his bones, fearfully saying, What do you want? You can't do this to me. I have a daughter. What will happen to Qingqing if something happens to me? Lu Qingqing is not your child at all, she is Sophie's child with another man, and you've known this for a long time. Are you keeping Lu Qingqing by your side because you truly see her as a daughter, or do you want to use her to take revenge on the Su family? Chen Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Upon hearing Chen Hongzhuang's words, Lu Dechen's pupils dilated in an instant, fear making his whole body stiffen as he instinctively screamed, "You want to kill me? You're dreaming! You promised my mother to take care of me. I can't die. I will raise Lu Qingqing properly, no one will know her true identity. She is your and Sophie's child. Killing requires paying with your life, and debts must be repaid. After you commit suicide, the relationship between the Chen family and the Su family will return to normal," Chen Hongzhuang said gently. Lu Dechan slumped weakly on the bed, realizing he was already a useless person, and with his biggest secret exposed, he said, "Sister, I beg you, help me take revenge. Yu Ruyan and Li Yixiang, I want them dead." "Hey, you've learned bad things abroad, do you really think the Chen family can cover the sky with one hand? Fine, I'll find a way," Chen Hongzhuang said. Lu Dechan closed his eyes, he didn't know how much longer he could live. Perhaps from this moment on, his heart was already dead. Chen Hongzhuang walked out of the room expressionlessly and said to a man in a black suit, "Xiao Dao, go to Linhai and find out the truth. Daring to plot against the Chen family, this matter is not over." Then she took out her phone, dialed a number, and said in a respectful tone, "Grandpa, the matter has been taken care of, the Su family can have an explanation. Rest assured, I won't act recklessly." "I understand. Han Ling's son cannot be touched." Linhai City East District Police Station, Interrogation Room. Li Yixiang surveyed the layout of the interrogation room and shook his head gently. The conditions here were even worse than the confinement room in the army. The walls were covered with huge mirrors, and the low ceiling and dim lighting created a strong sense of oppression. Cheng Hai entered with 2 jurors, sat down, and opened the case file, saying, "Mr. Li Yixiang, this isn't our first meeting, so let's skip some questions. Where were you at 9:30 a.m. the day before yesterday?" Deputy Captain Chang. Li Yixiang had just said these few words when one of the jurors slammed the table and shouted sternly, "This is our new criminal police captain, just say what he asks you to say." Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow and said, "Captain Chang got promoted? Congratulations. Due to certain individuals, the former captain has been reassigned." "Mr. Li, the information we have far exceeds your imagination. Voluntarily confessing and being found out will lead to different outcomes in your trial," Cheng Hai said slowly. Li Yixiang smiled and leaned back, saying sincerely, "All right, what do you want to know? Where were you at 9 a.m. the day before yesterday?" "I came to meet 2 friends, the same 2 you saw at the restaurant today, Robert and Martha. Then, as we were passing an intersection, Robert wanted to take a group photo, and suddenly we encountered the kidnappers. The rest of the story should be the same as what was reported in the newspapers. What else do the officers want to know?" Li Yixiang said with a smile, showing no signs of concealment. Cheng Hai frowned slightly, and the other 2 jurors exchanged glances, feeling that the situation was somewhat tricky. They knew there was something fishy about the whole affair, and it might even have been orchestrated by the man in front of them, but they had no way to prove it. Even if they could prove it, it wouldn't constitute a crime under current laws. It was like a thinly dressed girl walking alone into an alley. No matter how little she wore, it wasn't a reason for you to infringe upon her. Li Yixiang had not profited from the incident and had committed no illegal acts, and even the experienced Cheng Hai found himself in a bit of a bind. Cheng Hai turned off the camera, let the 2 jurors leave, then walked in front of Li Yixiang, handed him a cigarette, and said slowly, "Mr. Li, your friend's case has a very bad impact, and the higher-ups demand a thorough investigation. You're very clever, and what you've done is seamless, but no one is a fool. You've divorced Lu Ruyan, is it worth it for a woman like her? Disasters do not affect family, some people have crossed the line. I believe Captain Chang can understand," Li Yixiang said softly. A sense of powerlessness rose in Cheng Hai's heart. The man in front of him seemed even calmer than the last time they met, showing no signs of a flaw. "Mr. Li, the charge of provoking trouble cannot be avoided no matter what. This isn't my intention, do you understand? Personally, I actually respect and admire you very much." Cheng Hai lowered his voice and said slowly. Li Yixiang smiled and said, "Trust me, your superior will probably come looking for you soon, asking you to release me." Suddenly, a police officer knocked on the door, quickly walked in, and whispered a few words to Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai gave Li Yixiang a deep look and said to the officer, "Don't let anyone get close to him." Then, he stood up and left the interrogation room. The officer glanced at his watch and quietly left as well. The interrogation room fell silent in an instant. A middle-aged man in plain clothes suddenly walked into the interrogation room, his gaze towards Li Yixiang filled with coldness, and he walked straight up to him. "Fool!" Li Yixiang shook his head, sensing a familiar aura of danger. The middle-aged man's right hand suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket, but before he could stab, his hair was grabbed first. Li Yixiong erupted with strength, breaking free from the handcuffs, and then threw a powerful right hook that struck the man's jaw hard. His fist was like a hammer. The middle-aged man fell unconscious in a second, his jawbone shattering with a sound. After a long time, perhaps sensing something was wrong, several police officers rushed in. Upon seeing this, they immediately raised their guns and shouted, "Don't move!" One officer crouched down to turn the middle-aged man over, his face instantly turning very ugly as he shouted, "How did this person get in? Damn it! Hurry up and report to team leader Chang." Li Yixiong's eyes were like a deep, still spring, filled with dead silence, showing no emotional fluctuations at all. Yet, this unusual calmness instilled an unprecedented fear in the surrounding officers. At the same time, Lu Ruyan brought Luo Xiaojie to the criminal police team. As soon as she entered, she felt that the atmosphere was off. Especially after she requested to see Li Yixiong, the duty officer's expression changed instantly. "What happened? Tell me quickly," Lu Ruyan asked nervously. "Nothing. Nothing happened, you all wait a moment," the duty officer replied perfunctorily. Lu Ruyan had watched many TV dramas and thought of some bad things, immediately saying excitedly, "I want to see Li Yixiong, right now, immediately." "Wait a minute, sister-in-law, it hasn't been 24 hours yet, let me handle the communication," Luo Xiaojie said with some headache. Luo Xiaojie really didn't want to deal with Lu Ruyan, he knew the disgusting things this woman had done. But this woman insisted on acting like the big sister-in-law, such thick skin was rare. "Shanghai, let me introduce you, this is Commander Tang from the Municipal Garrison Command," Police Chief Zhao Hongwei introduced. Tang Wanzhong, 50 years old, with the rank of Brigadier General, had a strong build and a square face, exuding an air of authority. "Captain Chang, I'm here to ask for a person. The military has ordered a large-scale exercise for all militia reserves, and Li Yixiong is a registered major in the reserve of the garrison. I can't do without him. So, has the investigation concluded?" Tang Wanzhong seemed to be inquiring, but his tone carried an order. Although the military and politics were separate, and Tang Wanzhong's rank was high, Shanghai was somewhat cautious but not afraid. He frowned and said, "Mr. Li still has some issues that haven't been clarified, I hope Commander Tang can understand." Tang Wanzhong snorted coldly, saying, "Li Yixiong is one of ours, even if he needs to be interrogated, it should be handled by our security department." "Captain Chang, you are overstepping your authority." Facing the murderous intent of Commander Tang, Shanghai's face couldn't help but turn slightly pale. Zhao Hongwei coughed lightly and said, "Shanghai, I just received a call from Secretary O. If there are no issues with Major Li Yixiong, hurry up and let him return to the army. The local area needs to support the military's work." "Yes." Shanghai saluted and said loudly. He had endured for so long, waiting for this one sentence, so that certain people wouldn't vent their anger on him. Shanghai had never believed that such coincidences could exist in this world, and he felt a slight increase in vigilance towards Li Yixiong. At that moment, a police officer walked in and whispered a few words to Shanghai. "Not good." Shanghai's hair stood on end, he never expected that someone would dare to attack within the criminal police team. Tang Wanzhong said in a deep voice, "If anything happens to my men, you will bear full responsibility." A group of them arrived at the interrogation room and saw a middle-aged man lying on the floor. A police officer reported to Shanghai, "This person knocked out one of our colleagues and disguised himself to get in. He looks like a professional killer." Tang Wanzhong snorted coldly and shouted sternly, "So bold. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. I want to ask Mayor Qi how he handles things. Rest assured, Commander Tang, we will definitely get to the bottom of this. Shanghai, you must solve the case within 3 days." Zhao Hongwei was both angry and furious, shouting loudly. Shanghai said in a deep voice, "Commander Tang, Director Zhao, this killer is clearly targeting Li Yixiong. I hope he can stay and cooperate with the investigation." "Investigate what? The killer isn't dead, you have a live one to work with. You want the victim to stay for the investigation? If you can't figure it out, I'll commission the Military Intelligence Department to investigate." Tang Wanzhong was thoroughly enraged. Tang Wanzhong's blatant favoritism left Shanghai and Zhao Hongwei speechless as they watched him walk up to Li Yixiong and personally help him remove the handcuffs. "How did you end up like this? Just in time to take this opportunity to practice well." Tang Wanzhong patted Li Yixiong's shoulder hard and said, "Yes, Captain." Li Yixiong stood at attention, saluting, his back straight, a hint of a smile on his face. "I'll give you 3 days off, go home and tidy up. I'll be waiting for you at the garrison area." Tang Wanzhong shot a glare at Li Yixiong, his eyes revealing a doting affection like that of an uncle. Li Yixiong actually didn't want to trouble Tang Wanzhong, even though he had saved his life, but favors can always run out. Not wanting to burden his family, he ultimately had no choice but to ask Tang Wanzhong for help to avoid becoming a scapegoat. However, he didn't expect that Chi Hang's attitude was also quite subtle, as he had Ouyang Ronghue personally call to vouch for him. The signals in this were somewhat unusual, but Li Yixiang didn't take it to heart. After completing the formalities, he walked out of the police station. Honey, are you okay? They wouldn't let me see you. What happened? Lu Ruyan ran towards Li Yixiang. She was wearing a light-colored OL professional suit today, her curvy figure accentuated by the fitted skirt, showcasing her beautiful curves. Her long legs were clad in flesh-colored stockings, and she wore black high heels, making her appear both dignified and formal, yet undeniably sexy and charming. Li Yixiang frowned and avoided her embrace, saying, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go home?" I was worried about you." Lu Ruyan initially felt a bit guilty but quickly straightened her chest and said confidently, "Squad leader, are you okay? I just saw our old captain. If I had known you were bringing him out, I wouldn't have worried," Luo Xiaojie said casually. Li Yixiang shot a glare at Lu Ruyan, then turned to Luo Xiaojie and said, "Sorry for making you run this errand. In a couple of days, I have to return to the army for the militia reserve exercise." "Are you going?" "I'm not going. Running 5 kilometers now feels like losing half my life." Luo Xiaojie shook his head repeatedly, smiling wryly. Lu Ruyan became anxious, grabbing Li Yixiang's arm and saying, "Honey, you're going back to the army?" "No way, absolutely not. What will I do if you leave?" "What do you mean, what will you do? We're already divorced." "I'll find time to come back midway, and we'll directly handle the divorce certificate. When I'm not around, you should visit our daughter more often," Li Yixiang said indifferently. Li Yixiang left in Luo Xiaojie's car. Lu Ruyan squinted, watching the taillights of the vehicle disappear at the street corner. The anxiety and grievance on her face faded away, replaced by a sense of composure. The female assistant Chen Hui stepped out of a brand new Audi and quickly approached Lu Ruyan, respectfully saying, "Boss, the directors of several hospitals have arrived." Lu Ruyan was now the owner of Nanshan Medical Sales Company, and in front of others, she exuded the aura of an elite female CEO. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness as she slowly said, "Chen Hui, do you know why I kept you?" You value my abilities?" Chen Hui shivered and said cautiously, "It's because you're smart and know what's beneficial for yourself. Remember whose meal you're eating now. Lu Dekhen is doomed, no one can save him. I have your handle in my hands, and if you make any small moves, I won't hesitate to send you in for a few years. I will never forget how you sowed discord between us." Lu Ruyan threatened without any reservations, her tone chilling. Chen Hui trembled all over, stammering, I'm sorry, boss. I will definitely be loyal to you from now on." Lu Ruyan was a born businesswoman, her eyes only on profit. She only considered whether the other party could bring her benefits, never believing in absolute loyalty in this world. Even Chen Hui, who had been in the workplace for many years, dared not breathe in front of the formidable Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had already found a platform to showcase her talents. After a storm, Lehigh City gradually fell into calm. The case in the interrogation room was suppressed, and Shanghai later called Li Yixiang to express his apologies, after which the whole matter went quiet. Tang Wanzhong also subtly indicated that such things would never happen again, and there were no extra words, clearly wary. Li Yixiang quietly noted this down, planning to settle the score when the opportunity arose. At the same time, he deeply understood a saying, heroes are merely tools in the face of power. In the next 3 days, Li Yixiang packed his things at home and then spent time with his daughter and Lu Xiaocui. Clatter! The sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Li Yixiang walked to the kitchen door, looking at her plump back, a bit worried she might tire herself out, so he said, "Don't be busy, I'm leaving this afternoon. Let's talk quickly, or we won't see each other for 2 months. It'll be ready soon. Who knows what you'll be able to eat when you get to the army," Lu Xiaocui said, gently wiping the corner of her eye, a bit sad, then reached to untie her apron. "Chat with me while Chanshan is still in kindergarten." Li Yixiang lifted her from behind and walked toward the bedroom. This made Lu Xiaocui's face flush. Although her back was against Li Yixiang, she could clearly feel his scorching gaze. Her heart raced like a little rabbit, barely controlling her trembling body. She whispered, I understand." Bang! The bedroom door was tightly shut. An hour later, Li Yixiang turned on the faucet in the bathroom, the cool water from the showerhead pouring over him, and he regained his calm. He looked at himself in the mirror, his brow slightly furrowed. In the mirror, his eyes were filled with indifference, like an emotionless robot. "No wonder my daughter doesn't dare to get close to me now. Sister Cui is also worried about me." Li Yixiang adjusted his micro-expressions in front of the mirror, controlling his facial muscles to create a very perfect smile, suppressing his indifference. He returned to the bedroom and looked at the rosy-faced Lu Xiaocui, smiling as he said, "Sister Cui, you should rest a bit longer. I'm going to pick up Chanshan. You You are too much. Are you satisfied now? Lu Xiaocui murmured softly, then weakly pinched Li Yishang's waist. Well, let's talk more when I get back. I didn't know you were hiding so many secrets. Li Yishang rubbed Lu Xiaocui's head. She was much older than him and usually acted like an older sister, so he didn't expect to see this side of her. Lu Xiaocui's face turned even redder, and she angrily swatted Li Yishang's hand away, suddenly looking a bit worried. Has Pan Nan been okay lately? She said she would come over yesterday, but I haven't seen her for 2 days. She's a big boss now, very busy. I estimate she won't have time to see the kids in the future, so I'll trouble you to take care of Chanshan. Li Yishang said lightly. He had long been used to Lu Ruyan's ways, and one could even say he never had any hope from the beginning. At that moment, Lu Ruyan had just finished an entrepreneur seminar. She had indeed been in high spirits these days, having taken over the assets of the NM Group's branch with less than $20 million. Now that the NM Group's authorization was in place, Nanshan Company's development was already on the right track. Conversely, Lu Ruyan had been exceptionally busy these days, with no time to rest, so busy that she even neglected to eat. The former office of Lu Decan had been renovated, and Lu Ruyan sat in a large chair, just finishing a video conference. Lu Hui, make me a cup of coffee. Lu Ruyan pinched her brow, speaking wearily. Okay, boss. Lu Hui quickly replied, then brought a cup of coffee to Pan Pan. As Lu Ruyan sipped her coffee, she said, today's negotiation was delayed for 2 hours, all unnecessary arrangements afterward are cancelled. Boss, the original plan was for you to have dinner with Mr. Li an hour ago. This was an important arrangement you instructed, Lu Hui said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's scalp tingled, and she stood up as if electrocuted, scolding sharply, why didn't you tell me earlier? Damn it, boss, I notified you, and you said to delay. Lu Hui was almost in tears, stammering. Lu Ruyan's mind was in a fog, and when she realized, she said, I got so busy. Remember next time, all matters involving my husband should be prioritized. No matter what I'm doing, you must report to me immediately. Lu Hui inwardly grumbled but nodded in agreement on the surface. Lu Ruyan hurriedly had the driver take her home as fast as possible, then knocked on the door. Hey, why are you here? Lu Xiaocui opened the door, puzzled. Where's Yishang? Where's my husband? Lu Ruyan squeezed past the door, barging in directly. After turning around a few times and not seeing anyone, she was about to push open the bedroom door when Lu Xiaocui stopped her. Lu Xiaocui said discontentedly, it's already 9 in the evening, Chanshan is asleep. Yishang went to the army at 6 this afternoon and probably won't be back for a month or two. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Ruyan suddenly panicked. Lu Xiaocui was also angry and shouted, didn't I say? How many calls did I make to you? Either your phone was off or your assistant answered. Just focus on your work. Ugh, it was my mistake. Things have indeed been too busy lately. Did Yishang leave me any messages? Lu Ruyan felt a headache coming on, sitting on the sofa with a conflicted and pained expression. Lu Xiaocui thought for a moment and said, no, he still doesn't care about many things. He used to like playing games, but now he doesn't play at all. All day long, he either reads books or looks at newspapers. It's all my fault, I've hurt him too deeply. I must make it up to him. Lu Ruyan shed tears, thinking that Li Yishang's change was due to the divorce. Lu Xiaocui watched coldly, not believing it at all. She crossed her arms and said, is there anything else? Otherwise, why don't you stay and accompany Chanshan? Tomorrow is Saturday, and you promised her to take her to the amusement park. I have a few important things to do tomorrow. By the way, I bought a villa in Mingjue community, you can move there with the child. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and said. Lu Xiaocui snorted coldly and said, Shanshan's little friends are all at the workers' kindergarten. Aren't you worried she won't get along? Fine, if you care, just come over yourself. Lu Ruyan felt a bit awkward. She really wanted to accompany her daughter to the amusement park tomorrow, but she also understood that she truly couldn't spare the time. In the end, she left a bank card with 500,000 as living expenses for her daughter for the next 2 months, hoping Lu Xiaocui would take good care of her daughter. Lu Xiaocui didn't care for it, but she didn't refuse it for Chanshan. After all, it was from her biological mother. Lu Xiaocui, like Li Yishang, put the bank card away, planning to let Chanshan decide for herself when she grew up. On the roadside right in front of the Haijing Hotel, a gray sedan was parked. 2 women were leaning against the car window, watching the situation. They were Li Yishang's cousin Han Xian and her older cousin Li Wenwen. Chanshan, Yishang told us not to interfere. I think it's not good for us to just come looking for Lu Ruyan, Li Wenwen said in a low voice, nervously. You know what Yishang is like. He can't get anything done. There's no guts in the army. If it were me, I'd go in with a knife and come out with blood. If the Li family won't stand up, the Han family will seek justice. I must give Lu Ruoyan a taste of her own medicine, Han Xian said fiercely. Li Wenwen felt overwhelmed and helplessly said, "What do you mean the Li family won't stand up? It's been said since ancient times that it's hard for a clean official to settle family matters. You said it yourself, it's family matters. We're all family." Han Xian's eyes were fixed on the hotel entrance, saying, "She's coming out, she's coming out." Before Li Wenwen could react, Han Xian had already opened the car door and ran toward the hotel entrance, leaving Li Wenwen no choice but to follow closely behind. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan and several middle-aged men with big bellies walked out of the hotel. She was wearing limited edition clothes and expensive luxury accessories, making her look dignified, elegant, and exuding wealth. "Boss Pan, you're really straightforward, much better than Lu Dekhan. I wish you a prosperous opening." Director Lu smiled and then tried to take Pan Nan's hand. Lu Ruoyan subtly avoided it, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Director Lu. I've heard my mother-in-law, Professor Han Ling, mention you. You were once known as the knife of internal medicine." "Ah, Professor Han Ling, please ask Boss Pan to send my regards to her," Director Lu said, somewhat apprehensively lowering his arm, awkwardly. "I will definitely pass it on, Director Lu. After we work together for a while, you'll know what kind of person I, Lu Ruoyan, am. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Lu Ruoyan smiled. "Lu Ruoyan!" Han Xian charged at Lu Ruoyan fiercely, but the female bodyguard Lu Ruoyan hired quickly stood in front of her. "Lu Ruoyan, you shameless woman. My aunt saved you, this ingrate. Cheating during marriage, you won't have a good end." Han Xian tried to pounce but was stopped by the bodyguard. Lu Ruoyan said apologetically to Director Lu, "I'm sorry, it's a relative from my family. Director Lu, I'll handle it myself. I hope I didn't embarrass you." "It's fine, I understand. Every family has its own difficulties," Director Lu said meaningfully. After sending the guests away, Lu Ruoyan's expression darkened as she walked up to Han Xian and said, "Han Xian, what nonsense are you talking? I'm your sister-in-law. Don't you know how I've treated you? You've taken quite a bit of money from me." "Nonsense? You're the one who cheated while married. I know you started a company with your lover, and you've bullied my brother. This matter isn't over," Han Xian shouted loudly. Lu Ruoyan felt a headache coming on. She waved her hand, signaling the female bodyguard to bring her over, and said, "What lover? That's such an ugly way to put it. I didn't bully your brother." Just as she finished speaking, Han Xian, who had been released, suddenly pulled out a bottle of liquid from her pocket and splashed it directly onto Lu Ruoyan's face. Lu Ruoyan's first reaction was that it was sulfuric acid. She instinctively let out a scream, but then felt a sticky sensation on her face, a fouling smell rushing to her head. Han Xian had splashed the most stinky ink available on the market, mixed with some stinky tofu juice. Unable to bear it, Lu Ruoyan vomited, while Han Xian let out a triumphant laugh. "Ah, you XXXX. In her panic, Lu Ruoyan blurted out a string of local dialect curses, which was completely different from her usual self. She was truly caught off guard by Han Xian. The bodyguards didn't dare to intervene, as they realized this seemed to be a family matter for the boss. If they really got involved and ended up hurting someone, they might not only miss out on a reward but could also face punishment. "Ha ha, you're just a country crow thinking you've turned into a phoenix with a few feathers? How dare you look down on my brother? What I hate most is your proud look. Let's see how proud you can be now." "Pa," Han Xian said smugly. Lu Ruoyan's eyes flashed with cold light. She wiped her face with her hand and then pressed her ink-stained hand hard against Han Xian's mouth. Han Xian had her mouth wide open at that moment, so she swallowed quite a bit of the ink and screamed, "Lu Ruoyan, I'm going to fight you." She lunged at Lu Ruoyan, grabbing her hair fiercely. Lu Ruoyan was also a tough character, with much more fighting experience than Han Xian. She grabbed Han Xian's hair in return and kicked her several times with her high heels. "Ah, Li Wenwen, are you dead? Come help." Han Xian was about to go crazy, continuously screaming. Li Wenwen's face turned pale, shrinking back in fear, and said, "Pan Nan, let go. We're all family, don't argue with a child. Xian Shan doesn't understand yet." Bang! Lu Ruoyan pushed Han Xian down and coldly said, "Second sister, for your sake, I'll let her go today. If I see her again, I won't hold back my bodyguards. This outfit is worth 200,000, it's this year's limited edition. If you want to trouble me, I'll accompany you to the end." These words made Han Xian's arrogance vanish, but she still glared at Lu Ruoyan in anger. Li Wenwen quickly said, "Don't worry, there won't be a next time. You should hurry and leave." Han Xian wanted to curse, but was tightly held by Li Wenwen as they left. Lu Ruoyan watched the two leave, took a wet tissue from the bodyguard to wipe her face, her eyes slightly reddening, and muttered to herself, "Anyone can bully me, but your family has no good people." Lu Ruoyan certainly wouldn't let Han Xian off so easily. After returning to the hotel to freshen up, she dialed Han Xian's mother's phone number from memory. "Aunt, it's me, Lou Ruyan. I have something to discuss with you. Of course, it's a good thing. I know Qian Xian is going abroad to study. Is she still short on money? You know I have a company now, and my financial situation is okay. I'll cover Qian Xian's study expenses. We're all family, so don't be polite. However, I only have one condition. Han Xian must report to school as soon as possible and achieve excellent results." Lou Ruyan spoke calmly, made a call to Han Xian's mother, Chung Foming, then sighed deeply and muttered to herself, "If I can't provoke her, can I still avoid her?" Han Xian never dreamed that Lou Ruyan would use such a drastic measure to send her abroad, and there was no way to protest. Li Wenwen also benefited, as Lou Ruyan bought her a limited edition PLD bag. All the relatives of the Han and Li families received gifts. Lou Ruyan was generous, giving face both inside and out. "You owe me, and you can't bite the hand that feeds you." Lou Ruyan's actions also silenced Li Yixiang's relatives, even pulling some into her camp. After all, everyone wants a wealthy relative at home. By the time Li Yixiang learned of this, Han Xian was already on a plane, constantly accusing Lou Ruyan of her insidious tactics. "Alright, focus on your studies. Stay out of our matters." Li Yixiang shook his head and said helplessly. After hanging up, he went to the training ground and began to exercise madly under the sun. "Lieutenant, someone is looking for you at the gate." A soldier on duty rushed over and said anxiously. Li Yixiang finished his last set of push-ups, his muscles sore and aching, sweat soaking his training uniform. He took off his uniform, wiped his head and face hastily, then changed into a clean outfit. His weight loss was already showing results, his deltoids and back muscles had begun to take shape, and his face had slimmed down a bit. "Who is looking for me?" Li Yixiang buttoned up and asked with a frown. The soldier hesitated and said, "Report, sir, I'm not sure, the commander is also there." Li Yixiang found it strange. He currently held the rank of militia reserve major, and before the registered militia from various units arrived, he was practically invisible at the base. Even if there was a reception, he shouldn't be called. He approached the base gate with confusion and saw 3 large trucks lined up, preparing to enter. Commander Tang Wanzhong was talking to a woman, and although he was far away, Li Yixiang recognized her at a glance. It was his ex-wife, Lou Ruyan. Lou Ruyan was wearing a black turtleneck sweater paired with a gray coat and high heels, exuding an elegant and intellectual aura, yet still retaining a delicate charm. Li Yixiang frowned tightly, stopping in his tracks, ready to turn and leave. He truly did not want to deal with this woman anymore. "Here, Yixiang." Lou Ruyan raised her arm, her eyes slightly red, seemingly filled with indescribable emotions. She didn't dare to call him husband, fearing Li Yixiang would embarrass her, and unwilling to use his name, she opted for a relatively intimate term. Li Yixiang's mood soured instantly, but Tang Wanzhong didn't seem to care. He waved his hand and called out, "Major Li, run over here. The most important thing in the military is to obey orders." Although Li Yixiang was just a militia reservist, wearing the uniform made him a soldier. He quickly ran to Tang Wanzhong, stood up straight, saluted, and shouted loudly, "Present." Tang Wanzhong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Chairman Lou Ruyan is here today to deliver supplies to the troops. To reflect the close relationship between the military and the people, your task today is to host Chairman Pan well." "Ha? Sorry, Commander, I have training duties today." Li Yixiang immediately replied. "Do you think I'm bargaining with you? This is an order," Tang Wanzhong said in a deep voice. With so many people present, Li Yixiang couldn't openly refuse the order, otherwise, it would be a slap in Tang Wanzhong's face. Reluctantly, he could only shout loudly, "Yes." Lou Ruyan smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Commander Tang. Yixiang, I'll wait for you in the car." She twisted her waist and turned to leave, her voluptuous and sexy silhouette drawing envious glances from the men around. "Commander, you wouldn't really sell me out, would you? What kind of deal did you make with my ex-wife?" Li Yixiang said discontentedly. Tang Wanzhong shook his head and said, "Yixiang, your ex-wife is like a sticky plaster, emotionally intelligent and even more cunning. She begged me for half a day, almost kneeling down. I don't know what happened between you two, but we still need to save face, so you better figure it out quickly. Don't let me end up with some kind of joke." After hearing his old leader's words, Li Yixiang left the base with a dark expression and saw Lou Ruyan leaning against an Audi. "Hubby, come here." Lou Ruyan waved, her face full of excitement. Li Yixiang said in a deep voice, "We're divorced, so why act so affectionate? You hardly called me anything after we got married, and now you're pulling and tugging at me after the divorce. What do you really want?" "Nothing, I just want to make it up to you. Your task today is to accompany me shopping. That's an order." Seeing Li Yixiang's helpless expression, Lou Ruyan couldn't help but smile slightly. "Lou Ruyan, it seems I've been too good to you. Make it up? How do you plan to make up for what you did to the child?" Li Yixiang said coldly. Lu Ruyan looked around and noticed many people were watching them, so she took a deep breath and lowered her voice, saying, "Let's talk in the car. I paid such a high price, can't you spare me a day? You have money, you can go to a bar and find a handsome guy, strong and muscular. Aren't you good at spending money?" Li Yixiang sneered. Although he said that, he felt embarrassed and opened the car door to sit in the back seat. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, took off her high heels, changed into a pair of flat sneakers, and personally took the driver's seat. The black Audi slowly drove onto the main road, arriving at the highest-end shopping center in Linhai City half an hour later. This shopping center mainly featured international luxury goods, with even the most ordinary shirt costing over 10,000, and it had everything from jewelry to luxury watches and cars. Although it focused on luxury items, there were many shoppers, including tourists from neighboring countries who came to visit. Once inside the shopping center, Lu Ruyan tried to link her arm with Li Yixiang's, but he shook her off. "Don't touch me, I have a cleanliness obsession. You can find Lu Decan to accompany you, it's not the first time," Li Yixiang said without changing his expression. Lu Ruyan's eyes darkened, and she pressed her red lips together, saying, "You know the situation, so don't mention Lu Decan, it disgusts me. You're Chanqian's father, and I'm Chanqian's mother. Today, we're buying some clothes for the child. If you refuse me, I'll immediately withdraw my sponsorship and throw a tantrum. Then it won't just be me who looks bad." Lu Ruyan was determined not to give up, trying again to link her arm with Li Yixiang's, but was repeatedly shaken off, ultimately having to follow closely behind him. Li Yixiang remained silent, pondering Lu Ruyan's intentions and analyzing what else about himself she might want to exploit. From an outsider's perspective, the two really seemed like a loving couple, strolling through the shopping center. Beneath the loving facade was a disconnect. Lu Ruyan was aware of this but habitually deceived herself, wanting to completely forget the past. "Come on, let's go to the men's clothing store and get you a suit, you've lost a lot of weight," Lu Ruyan insisted, pulling Li Yixiang into a store, then waved her hand and said, "Get this gentleman a seasonal outfit." Lu Ruyan led the staff in selecting clothes, and Li Yixiang placed his bank card on the counter. "Ah, understood." The clerk was a bit curious but didn't say anything. The customers coming to buy things were all sorts, and an excellent clerk in reading people's expressions was definitely not inferior to a secret agent. Lu Ruyan picked out more than a dozen outfits, while Li Yixiang only chose a black suit. Once he put it on, he didn't take it off. Even when Lu Ruyan repeatedly begged him to try on a couple of others, he showed no mercy. "My husband is like this, he hates shopping for clothes the most. How much is it in total?" Lu Ruyan explained to the clerk with a hint of embarrassment. Understood. The total is 123,700 yuan, but after the discount, it will be 120,000. Our store will also give you an extra belt," the clerk explained with a beaming smile. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, "That's fine, the cost-performance ratio is still quite high. Let's pay by card." Lu Ruyan enjoyed the feeling of spending lavishly. She elegantly took out her bank card, but her expression changed the next second. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but that gentleman just paid the bill," the cashier said apologetically. Lu Ruyan put away her bank card and hurriedly caught up with Li Yixiang, her eyes flashing coldly as she whispered, "Why won't you spend my money? Do you really want to be so clear-cut with me? Why? Of course, I think your money is dirty. Do you even know where your money comes from? Just thinking about you being someone's mistress, being a stepmother, makes me feel a bit nauseous," Li Yixiang said. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, her emotions like a roller coaster, taking deep breaths repeatedly. After a moment, she smiled sweetly and said, "If you don't want it, I will give it. The first bucket of capital is often dirty, no one despises a successful person." Lu Ruyan could always come up with a lot of reasoning, and Li Yixiang was a bit impatient. He snorted coldly, suddenly furrowing his brows and said, "Lu Ruyan, I suddenly feel like you're in trouble again." What's wrong?" Lu Ruyan instinctively turned her head but was directly held back by Li Yixiang. "Don't move, I feel like someone is watching us," Li Yixiang said. The two were very close, and Lu Ruyan directly hugged Li Yixiang, her eyes revealing deep affection. She didn't care who was watching, with this man around, she was not afraid of anything. Li Yixiang was very disgusted by this feeling, forcibly pulling her arm away and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." "Phew! Let's go eat, I'm hungry," Lu Ruyan said, her eyes sparkling, her right hand gently resting on Li Yixiang's arm, her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Yixiang didn't pay attention to the hidden gaze. It was obvious that the other party was targeting Lu Ruyan, and he was happy to watch the excitement. The trouble Lu Ruyan stirred up was not small, whether it was the Lu Decan or Su Chen families, or even those big shots in the data, anyone could potentially take action against her. Sometimes Li Yixiang couldn't understand how much courage and ambition Lu Ruyan had to dare to take risks among so many forces. As Li Yixiang said, trouble soon came. "Sister Pan, A young man with slick-back hair and a fair complexion waved at Lu Ruyan from a distance and then quickly walked over. This young man fit the aesthetic of certain women very well, with fair skin, a slim figure, and a sunny smile. This way. Li Yishan pulled Lu Ruyan's arm and turned into a corner of the mall, in front of a freight elevator, which was an independent space where customers basically wouldn't come. The young man followed closely behind, panting, and said, "Sister, why didn't you wait for me?" Lu Ruyan instinctively linked her arm with Li Yishan's, frowning and saying, "I don't know you, who are you?" "I'm Lu Chen, we met at the Spade bar, right?" "Of course, you ordered me, have you forgotten?" the young man said in a very ambiguous tone. Lu Ruyan's face flushed red and then turned pale, her whole body began to tremble, and her blood seemed to turn cold in an instant. She roared, "I don't know you at all, what nonsense are you talking about? Husband, believe me, I really don't know him, he's saying this on purpose." "Ah, Sister Pan, why are you turning your back on me? By the way, you left your underwear in the store, remember to pick it up later," the young man said with a grin. Lu Ruyan was almost fainting with anger, her face as pale as a zombie, a surge of anger and fear rising in her heart. Li Yishang pressed down on the young man's shoulder and said slowly, "Who sent you here?" What do you mean? "I don't understand," the young man hesitated and replied. "Someone sent you to disgust me. It seems that I give others the impression that I'm easy to bully," Li Yishang said expressionlessly, his right hand slowly applying pressure, his 5 fingers gripping the young man's shoulder blade like iron hooks. The intense pain made the young man open his mouth in agony, but before he could make a sound, a lighter was stuffed into his mouth. "Hold on, the lighter is full of gas, it will explode," Li Yishang said with a light laugh. Fear flashed in the young man's eyes as he shook his head frantically, realizing that his shoulder felt numb. Li Yishang released the young man and said slowly, "I'm not interested in Lu Ruyan's romantic affairs, but don't drag me into it. Tell the people behind you that this is just a warning, otherwise, I won't hesitate to take more severe measures." The young man looked up and was first met with Li Yishang's knife-like gaze, which completely terrified him. "Who sent you to slander me?" Lu Ruyan's eyes were cold and dark, like ink that couldn't dissolve, filled with resentment and hatred. The young man's lips trembled in panic. After hesitating for a few seconds, he was slapped hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap, accompanied by the fiery pain on his face, almost made him cry out. But when he saw the predatory look in Lu Ruyan's eyes, all that remained in his heart was fear, and he stammered, "Someone hired me to say this, I don't know who it is." Li Yishang glanced at the time and said, "You stay here and sort out this mess yourself, don't come looking for me again. You make me feel sick just thinking about it." Wait, I want to explain. Lu Ruyan calmed down and said, "You can see it too, someone is trying to sow discord between us. This method, don't you find it familiar? The stockings and the photos?" Li Yishang remained expressionless, patting Lu Ruyan's cheek with his right hand, and said, "What is there to explain? Explain that you didn't flirt with him, or that you didn't go to the bar?" Li Yishang looked down at his ex-wife and said indifferently, "Flies don't buzz around an unbroken egg, you know best what you've done. Do you want to say you've never been to a bar, never called an escort to drink? The other party could set this trap because they know you can't defend yourself. As long as the surveillance shows you entering the bar, then after that, you won't be able to prove your innocence. Or rather, once you enter such a place, you are already far from innocent. My mom said you are a smart person, you should have thought of the consequences, so don't feel wronged." Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, her hands clenched tightly, her long nails almost digging into her palms. After a long while, she said, "You're right, this is my own doing. Have dinner with me, I have something to give you, something related to Chanshan." 40 minutes. Li Yishang glanced at his watch and said. It was already noon, and he was just hungry. If he didn't have this meal today, this ex-wife would probably keep pestering him. Li Yishang was very laid back, taking each day as it came, without any grand ambitions, but that didn't mean he lacked ability, he just couldn't be bothered to show it. The young man named Lu Chen watched the two leave, and thinking of the look Lu Ruyan had given him before she left, the fear in his heart could no longer be suppressed. This was just a small episode, but it proved that Lu Ruyan's troubles were still unresolved. In a Western restaurant on the top floor of a shopping mall, Lu Ruyan and Li Yishang found a private room to sit down. After Lu Ruyan skillfully ordered a few dishes, she took out a document from her bag and handed it to Li Yishang, saying, "This is for you in Shanshan." "An insurance policy?" Li Yishang opened the document, his brow furrowed, and said, "What does this mean?" "After we got married, I took out an insurance policy for you, 5,000 a month, and after Chanshan was born, I took out another one. The total insurance premium is 1,200,000, I had been paying in installments, but I paid off the remaining amount yesterday," Lu Ruyan said slowly. Li Yishang glanced at the policy dates, it indeed started shortly after their marriage. He put down the policy and said slowly, I'll transfer my insurance premium back to you later. You know that's not what I mean. Lu Ruyan's emotions became a bit agitated, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Then what do you want to say? You're a good woman for the Gu family, doing those things for my and our daughter's insurance? Do you know that your actions trample on my dignity? You didn't even discuss this with me beforehand, you just went ahead and did it. Deep down, you must think that my opinion doesn't matter because I didn't even graduate from middle school, right? You couldn't even be bothered to explain? Li Yishan could no longer maintain his calm, glaring, and speaking harshly. Whenever Lu Ruyan got nervous, she would bite her lip, her eyes were panicked as she hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you wouldn't understand, and I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't even buy anything for myself." I don't want to talk about the past anymore. No need to beat around the bush. Your new company is so busy, and you specially called me out. What do you want? Li Yisheng said lightly. Lu Ruyan lowered her eyelids, forcing a smile as she said, "Nothing, nothing at all." "If there's nothing, then I'm leaving." Li Yisheng pretended to get up to leave. As a couple, Lu Ruyan thought she understood Li Yisheng well, but in reality, he understood his ex-wife just as well, he just often couldn't be bothered to care. "Wait, don't go." Lu Ruyan grabbed Li Yisheng's hand, pleading. Li Yisheng hadn't intended to leave, the main course, steak, had just arrived, and it would be a loss to leave now. Lu Ruyan watched as Li Yisheng sat back down, organizing her words, and said, "I must explain today's incident. The other party wants to sow discord between us, and their purpose is different from Lu Dechen's. Our mom has a patent for a drug purification technology, and those companies are worried I might use my connections to obtain the patent. So your purpose for finding me today is still about this patent?" Li Yisheng paused with his fork, speaking nonchalantly. Lu Ruyan's gaze flickered, and she said softly, "If you could say a word to our mom, that would be the best. Don't worry, I will definitely pay the highest market price for the patent licensing fee." Lu Ruyan tried to achieve her goal through her words, still keeping our mom on her lips even after the divorce. "Sorry, I can't help you." Li Yisheng wiped his mouth and said. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock as she said, "Why? No reason, we're already divorced. I don't like letting you take advantage. You've been using my mom's name to get business lately, right? The calls have even come to my phone. My mom doesn't want to argue with you for the sake of her granddaughter, but don't take advantage of it," Li Yisheng said slowly. Lu Ruyan's face turned red to the point of almost purple, she didn't even know how to retort, feeling somewhat ashamed after being exposed. After a long while, her lips trembled as she stammered, I thought we were family, not intentionally using our mom's name. They all bully me because I'm a woman, trying to take advantage of me. You have to understand me." By the end, her eyes were slightly red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Li Yisheng remained unmoved, crossing his arms and watching her performance. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan bit her red lip, got up, and sat beside Li Yisheng, then hugged his arm, saying, "Yisheng, please help me. In this society, you can't do without money. The money I earn is for the family." A rich, fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, and Li Yisheng frowned, shifting slightly to the side, then said with a half-smile, "That reason isn't sufficient. Lu Ruyan, don't you like making deals? For this patent, what is your bottom line? What are you willing to give?" Lu Ruyan blinked and said, "In front of you, I have no bottom line. I'm willing to give everything for you, as long as you want it, as long as I have it." What a declaration so deep it makes one nauseous. I recently read a novel where some vicious female lead makes men prove their love by giving a kidney or donating bone marrow. Li Yisheng stroked his chin, speaking meaningfully. Lu Ruyan shivered and awkwardly said, "Those are just made-up stories." "Yisheng, what do you want?" "Apologize to me, apologize for your past words and actions. The apology must be sincere and creative." Li Yisheng said with a light laugh, feeling a long-lost emotional fluctuation, a thought forming in his mind. "Apologize? You want me to apologize?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. She had never formally apologized, mainly because she felt unjustified. In her view, everything she did was for the family, just like men socializing outside. As long as she adhered to her bottom line, it shouldn't be considered wrong. Li Yisheng scoffed, coldly saying, "What have you done that you don't know? Why are you still fixated on that? You know I have nothing to do with Lu Dechen. I did it all for that money. I'm completely innocent, I never cheated. When I get the chance to catch Lu Dechen, you can personally interrogate him. If there's any mistake, it's that I haven't cared enough for my daughter. But for you, I have no regrets. Someone has to hold this family together. If you hadn't made me lose hope, would I have resorted to such means?" Lu Ruyan's mouth was like a machine gun, speaking non-stop. She habitually used the rhetoric from their wedding, regardless of the facts. She had to first claim the moral high ground and then judge from there. Those who lacked clarity and logic could easily be swayed by Lu Ruyan's words, leading to confusion in thought, making it seem like it was their fault after listening. Li Yixiong watched her performance with a cold smile, his grip tightening, causing the wineglass to tremble slightly. He realized that this woman could indeed stir his emotions. Since being discharged from the hospital, he had hardly felt any anger. Bang! The glass goblet was crushed in Li Yixiong's hand, shards scattering across the table. Lu Ruyan immediately shut her mouth, shrinking her head in fear, then pretended to care and said, "Honey, are you okay?" "Waiter!" Li Yixiong completely ignored Lu Ruyan. When the waiter came over, he said, "What's wrong with this cup? Why are there fingerprints from someone else on it? Has it been used by someone?" The female waiter was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Sir, our cups are all brand new and cleaned by dedicated staff. It's possible that the cup brushed against something while pouring wine for you. Hurry up and change it for a new cup." Lu Ruyan was stunned but reacted quickly, saying, "Please." The female waiter hurriedly cleaned up the broken glass, and throughout this process, Li Yixiong maintained a sullen expression, silent. "Yixiong, these waiters probably made a mistake. I'll complain to their manager later," Lu Ruyan said cautiously in a low voice. "Lu Ruyan, let's talk about this wine glass. It's quite expensive and should be spotless. But when I find fingerprints on it, do you think it was just a careless touch by the waiter, or has she used it herself, or maybe even used it for trash? The cup may claim it's innocent, but the person using it would feel disgusted. What do you think?" Li Yixiong said pointedly. The female waiter, feeling wronged, approached the lobby manager and whispered, "Manager, I assure you the cup is clean, but the customer insists there are fingerprints on it." "Fool, that's not for you to hear. Go away. Don't go over there for now." The lobby manager waved his hand and said in a deep voice. At the dining table, Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise, along with a hint of shame. In her perception, the man before her was just someone who hadn't graduated from middle school, a man with limited vision, who would never say such things. The invisible slap in the face was the most painful, and the mental whipping made one feel like life was unbearable. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and said, "I was wrong, I apologize. I don't see your sincerity," Li Yixiong said with a cold smile. At that moment, a movie promotional poster on the restaurant wall caught Lu Ruyan's attention. The poster depicted a beautiful woman in an OL professional suit kneeling down, proposing to a loser man. From the movie Fake Marriage, Lu Ruyan shot Li Yixiong a glance, elegantly stood up to adjust her fitted skirt, and then, mimicking the actress in the poster, decisively knelt down and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, husband, I was wrong." Li Yixiong tried to lower Lu Ruyan's bottom line as much as possible, but she continued to refresh his worldview. Lu Ruyan had an outstanding temperament and stunning looks, and kneeling in public immediately attracted the attention of many guests. "Ha ha, Lu Ruyan, so you can sacrifice this much to achieve your goals. It was for Lu Deccan back then, and now it's for the patent. In the end, it's all for money. So tell me, how much do you think you're worth?" Li Yixiong mocked almost insultingly. Lu Ruyan smiled gently and said, "I came from the mountains, and I was poor as a child, so I value money greatly. However, I am very clear that my ultimate goal is to make the family happy. At first, I wanted to keep it from you, bearing all the sins myself, so you and the child could just enjoy life. But some things were beyond my expectations, and I didn't consider everything thoroughly, which led to the current situation. No matter what our relationship is now, in my heart, you will always be my husband. I made a mistake, and kneeling to apologize to my husband is only right. But apart from you and our mother, no one else can make me kneel." The corners of Li Yixiong's mouth twitched, and he laughed in anger. "So it seems that I'm the one being unreasonable? You must also admit that we have no feelings left. Ever since you joined the NM branch, we've been living apart for 2 years, and our feelings have long since faded. I'll say it again, don't cloak your shamelessness and greed in the name of love. Love won't take the blame. So it turns out you're still hung up on those things. I think I need to explain. At that time, I had already chosen to cooperate with Suyu, and the first thing was to keep Lu Deccan in the dark. At night, I forced myself to chat with Lu Deccan while suppressing my disgust, all the while being careful not to let you find out. It felt like being tortured every night. What I feared most was that you would misunderstand me as cheating, even though that was the false impression I created," Lu Ruyan said with a bitter smile. Li Yixiong squinted his eyes. He didn't want to consider whether her words were true or false. The woman before him was an excellent businesswoman, capable of justifying everything. Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed the tip into a piece of beef, then brought it to Lu Ruyan's mouth. Not everyone has the courage to eat meat skewered on a knife's tip. A slight tremor from the knife holder could result in a cut lip or, worse, a severed tongue. Lu Ruyan fixed her gaze on Li Yixiong, then resolutely opened her mouth and bit into the beef on the dagger. Li Yixiang wiped the dagger clean and slowly said, Lu Ruyan, after so many years of marriage, I realize I've underestimated you. Have you forgiven me? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, pretending to be innocent as she asked. Li Yixiang put away the dagger and said expressionlessly, if apologies were useful, what would we need the police for? What you've done is like stabbing a knife into someone's heart. The wound may heal, but the scar remains. The only thing you can do now is to make amends for our daughter. I'm currently responsible for the reserve training exercises, and I probably won't have time to accompany her in the coming months. I understand. Lu Ruyan slowly stood up, seemingly because she had knelt for too long, and directly fell into Li Yixiang's arms. Breathing in the familiar scent, she began to tremble all over, her cheeks flushed with heat, and she whispered, Yixiang, it's still early, let's find some time to talk. What are you dreaming about? My usual way of dealing with dirty things is to destroy them, just like a glass cup. So don't provoke me again. Li Yixiang threatened, gripping her chin with his right hand. What about the patent? Mom isn't answering my calls. Can you say something for me? Lu Ruyan never forgot her own matters, her eyes sparkling with charm as she pressed on. Li Yixiang coldly smiled to himself and took out his phone to call his mother, Han Ling. To bring about its destruction, one must first drive it mad. The more one gains, the more one loses. He wanted Lu Ruyan to experience the feeling of a roller coaster. Lu Ruyan listened attentively, behaving as obediently as a pet, her face filled with a flattering smile, almost wagging her tail. My mom wants to talk to you. Li Yixiang handed the phone to Lu Ruyan, then withdrew his arm from her embrace and sat down across from her. Lu Ruyan excitedly took the phone, her tone a mix of flattery and fear as she began to communicate with Han Ling. The outcome of the conversation clearly satisfied Lu Ruyan, her entire being radiating like a blooming peony. Phew! Lu Ruyan hung up the phone, her eyes seemingly misty, and in a soft, charming voice said, Hubby, thank you. When do you think we can remarry? Unless the Leifeng Pagoda collapses and the West Lake dries up. Li Yixiang threw down a sentence and left the restaurant directly. He was happy in his life now, only a fool would get entangled with Lu Ruyan again. Lu Ruyan propped her chin on her hand, muttering to herself, Hubby, I'm really not willing to accept this. With dual master's degrees, I can only earn a few thousand yuan. Why did your mom support me? Why did she choose me as her daughter-in-law? Isn't it all for you? I want to prove her wrong. I have the ability to make your life better. My fate will only be controlled by myself. As Lu Ruyan spoke, her eyes were filled with a strange light, and a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth. At this moment, Li Yixiang had just walked out of the shopping center when a black sedan stopped in front of him. A bodyguard dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses got out of the car, blocking Li Yixiang's path, and said, Mr. Li, right? Chairman Bai of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce invites you to dinner. He. All right. Li Yixiang replied expressionlessly, then tossed his backpack into the car and sat in the back seat. It was a business van, and Li Yixiang sat alone in the back, facing two bodyguards. He didn't know the so-called Chairman Bai, but he could roughly guess the other party's intentions. The business van drove into an underground parking lot of an ancient-style building. Through the car window, Li Yixiang saw dozens of burly men in black suits standing along the parking lines. The young man named Lu Chen, whom he had seen not long ago, was lying by the roadside, his head covered in blood. With a crash, the car door was opened, and the bodyguard pointed at Lu Chen, saying, Our chairman knows this person has offended you, so he's giving him a little lesson, just to vent some frustration. Drive! The business van slowly rolled over Lu Chen's legs. With a crunch, Lu Chen let out a painful scream, white bone shards piercing through the skin, blood soaking his pants. Throughout this process, Li Yixiang remained expressionless, not even blinking, his gaze indifferent and cold. A camera on the ceiling of the car was lit with a red light, aimed directly at Li Yixiang. On the other side of the camera was a room inside the ancient-style building. The room was very private, filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, and the corners were completely shrouded in darkness, with a huge projector displaying the situation inside the car in real time. A plump man in his 60s sat in a large chair, twirling a string of prayer beads in his hand, and suddenly spoke. Lu Ruyan's ex-husband is not simple, he is indeed Professor Han's son, unflinching in the face of danger, a true general's demeanor. Wu Gue, you have gone a bit too far with this. Your methods are somewhat despicable. This man was Bai Haowei, the chairman of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. A thin middle-aged man sitting in a lower position had a grim expression and lamented, Chairman Bai, I had no choice. It was Lu Ruyan who broke the rules first. She clearly knew my patent was expiring this year, yet she had to meddle. Isn't that stabbing me in the back? If my pharmaceutical factory loses its patent technology, all next year's orders will be gone. Lu Ruyan? Is she the woman who was flirting with Lu Dekhen online before? Old Wu, you can't even handle her? A man across the table scoffed. The thin middle-aged man slammed the table and said, "Wait until you deal with her, and you'll know how ruthless this woman is. Lou Ruyan wants to take my pharmaceutical factory but doesn't want to spend any money. Stealing the patent authorization is to force me into bankruptcy. Chairman Bai, you are the president of the chamber, you must uphold justice. This Lou Ruyan has been quite active lately, spending $1 billion to buy the Wanghai building and renaming it Nanxiang building. Such a move and funding are not something ordinary people can have. The NM Group has given the entire market of Tiannan province to Lou Ruyan. Who exactly is behind her? Who knows? She might have found some backing. A woman like her can do anything." The room was filled with discussions, with various opinions. Although the words were laced with disdain and disgust, they all acknowledged Lou Ruyan's methods and courage. Bai Haowei suddenly reached for the teapot, filled the cup in front of him, and said, "Turn on the lights. Serve the tea." Bang! The lights brightened, and the room fell silent in an instant. Everyone stopped talking. A dozen people all bent down and stood up, took the cups from the tea table, and drank the tea clean. The purpose of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce is unity. Now that someone is not following the rules, we have the obligation and responsibility to teach her a lesson. Let's discuss other matters after I meet this Li Yisheng, Bai Haowei said. Thank you, President Bai. Wu Guo breathed a sigh of relief. The President Bai in front of him was incredibly powerful, hoping to resolve the situation, otherwise, he would only have the path of bankruptcy to walk. Creak! The door opened, and everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance. Li Yisheng walked into the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, and what caught his eye was the incredibly luxurious decor and various antiques that could only be seen in museums. As the door opened, he slowly walked into the hall, facing a group of the wealthiest people in Lehigh City, who were scrutinizing him with their eyes. These people often appeared on television and in newspapers, and to ordinary people, they were figures they could never hope to interact with. Two bodyguards approached to search Li Yisheng, but Bai Haowei suddenly raised his hand and said, "No need, he's just a young man, let him come over." Bai Haowei seemed very confident, clearly just a businessman, yet he acted as if he were a big shot, creating a very strong and composed aura. The bodyguards made way, and Li Yisheng walked up to Bai Haowei, coldly saying, "What do you want me here for?" This rude attitude left everyone stunned, and they all turned their gaze to Bai Haowei, waiting to see how their president would respond. "My name is Bai Haowei, and I am the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. The reason I called you here is for a matter concerning a patent held by your mother, Han Ling, which is related to the business of one of our members. I do not want that patent to fall into the hands of your ex-wife," Bai Haowei said slowly, seemingly disliking beating around the bush and getting straight to the point. Li Yisheng laughed in anger. He didn't like Lou Ruyan, but he also wouldn't be threatened. He sneered, "Why should I? Your ex-wife Lou Ruyan is too ruthless, too greedy, and has affected the business environment in Lehigh City. The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce will not allow her to disrupt the market. Personally, I do not wish to have a conflict with Professor Han Ling, so I hope you won't be swayed by a woman. She's just a woman with a bit of looks. If you like, my club has as many as you want. I won't shortchange you on the price of the patent authorization." As Bai Haowei spoke, he poured tea, the rich and fragrant aroma filling the air, the exquisite teacup making the tea look particularly tempting. The teacup was within reach, just a hand away. At the same time, a dozen burly bodyguards subtly surrounded Li Yisheng, the threat evident. "Is this society still playing the bandit game? Are you out of your mind? What if I refuse?" Li Yisheng sneered. Hearing that the matter was again related to Lou Ruyan made his mind feel like it was infested with rats. His anger was like a volcano about to erupt, wanting to destroy everything in front of him, as if that would restore his calm. Hey! Capital operation is essentially the art of plunder, calling it banditry is quite fitting. Young man, don't be too arrogant, I'm being polite because of your mother. If you refuse, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today, Bai Haowei said slowly. Li Yisheng frowned and said, "Then I must leave today." The surrounding bodyguards simultaneously drew their batons, glaring at Li Yisheng, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Bai Haowei leaned back in his chair, smiling and saying, "I don't like violence. If you want to leave, it's simple. Since your ex-wife has a big appetite, you can eat 3 pounds of raw meat for her, and I won't interfere with this matter." After saying this, a bodyguard brought out a tray and placed it on the table. The tray held a piece of bloody raw beef. This piece of meat was clearly just taken from a live cow, the muscle tissue still twitching, looking extremely disgusting. Most people would probably vomit at the sight, and the timid would likely kneel and beg for mercy. "What if I don't eat it?" Li Yisheng said coldly. "Ah, young people, you always have to suffer a bit." Bai Haowei shook his head, putting on a big boss's demeanor. Li Yisheng smiled lightly and said, "Interesting, very interesting. No wonder it's said that successful businessmen are like wolves. It's indeed true. But unfortunately, you all forgot one thing. Our country is not a market economy, but a political economy. No matter how rich you are, it only takes one word to deal with you. This remark caused laughter among those present, thinking he was somewhat overestimating himself, but the next second, everyone's mouths obediently shut, their eyes filled with fear. Li Yixiang actually pulled out a handgun from his waist and walked towards Bai Haowei. Young man, don't be impulsive. You know what the consequences will be if you draw a gun in the country? Bai Haowei said in a deep voice. A drop of cold sweat had already unconsciously trickled down his forehead. None of the bodyguards around dared to step forward, fearing that Li Yixiang's gun might go off, and everyone would be in trouble. Li Yixiang lightly raised his wrist, the dark muzzle swaying up and down with his wrist, then he said in an extremely indifferent tone, "Stand up, I don't like talking to someone sitting down." Bai Haowei forced himself to maintain the demeanor of a big boss and slowly stood up. Li Yixiang directly sat in the other person's chair, slamming the gun on the table, then pulled out his officer's ID and slapped it next to the gun, saying, "If you think the gun is useless, I can also bring my soldiers to reason with you." Everyone was startled, and Wu Gui, the boss of the pharmaceutical factory, looked panicked and stammered, No, you're just a deputy section chief of the security department, fake. The officer's ID and the gun in your hand are both fake. Li Yixiang opened his backpack and changed into military uniform in front of them, the 2 bars and 1 star on his epaulette exceptionally eye-catching. He didn't need to say a word, directly silencing Wu Gui's words. The people do not fight with the officials, the rich do not contend with the powerful. I, Bai Haowei, admit defeat today. General Li, please draw a line. Bai Haowei cupped his hands and said solemnly. Li Yixiang took out a dagger and stabbed it fiercely into the beef. This action made Bai Haowei's eyelids twitch, regretting how he had been so arrogant and not let the bodyguards search him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been embarrassed. I have no relationship with Lu Ruyan now. If there is any relationship, it is only because she is the mother of my daughter. Do you understand? Li Yixiang said indifferently, then picked up a piece of bloody beef and stuffed it into his mouth. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining it bright red. After a moment of silence, Bai Haowei said, "Understood. Once I've finished the beef, can this matter be settled?" Li Yixiang continued to ask, not stopping his chewing. When he was on special missions, he had been so hungry that he could even eat insects and tree bark. "It can be settled. I won't take care of this matter anymore," Bai Haowei said. He now felt a tingling on his scalp. He hadn't encountered such a fierce character in many years, and the long-lost fear made his attitude become extremely friendly. Now Bai Haowei stood, and the other bosses didn't dare to sit either, all obediently standing in front of Li Yixiang, watching him finish a plate of raw beef. Clang! The fork was thrown into the empty plate. Bai Haowei signaled the bodyguards to take the plate away, but just as the bodyguard reached out, his wrist was grabbed by Li Yixiang. The terrifying strength made the bodyguard feel as if his bones were about to be crushed, and the next second, he knelt on the ground, letting out a painful scream. "No rules," Li Yixiang said coldly, then released his hand, and the bodyguard fell backward. Bai Haowei frowned and said, "General Li, what do you mean? My matter with you is over, but your matter with me is not finished yet. I've finished the beef, but there's still plenty of broth left. Chairman Bai, please," Li Yixiang said. The empty plate was covered in blood, a deep crimson that looked extremely disgusting. "I've already admitted defeat, so why do you have to be so aggressive?" Bai Haowei said in a deep voice, his gaze flickering, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the gun on the table. Bang! The empty plate, along with the blood, was slammed hard against Bai Haowei's face by Li Yixiang. Bai Haowei was caught off guard, his head buzzing, and before he could react, Li Yixiang forcibly pressed his head down onto the coffee table. The bodyguards around wanted to rush over, but Li Yixiang had already pressed the shards of the plate against the artery in Bai Haowei's neck. "What do you think you are, to make me eat raw beef? Do you know that I don't like eating raw beef?" Li Yixiang sneered. Fear swept over Bai Haowei's body. He wanted to struggle but found he couldn't move at all, his neck feeling as if it were caught in a hydraulic clamp. The sharp pain from his neck made him instantly understand his situation. "You madman, you're a madman. What do you want?" Bai Haowei shouted through gritted teeth. Li Yixiang pointed at the blood on the coffee table and said, "Lick it clean, and our business will be over. I only give you 3 seconds. 3, 2. I'll lick it." Bai Haowei endured the humiliation, kneeling on the ground to lick the blood clean from the coffee table, filled with hatred inside. Everyone around looked on, but no one dared to stop it. Li Yixiang noticed Bai Haowei's gaze was fixed on his gun, smiled lightly, and pushed the gun in front of Bai Haowei, saying, "Here, take the gun and shoot me. I'm giving you a chance." Bai Haowei trembled all over, feeling as if his thoughts were seen through, hurriedly shaking his head and saying, I dare not, Hee hee, you can't even seize the opportunity. Come on, eat the crispy bones on the table too. Li Yixiong said coldly. The so-called crispy bones were actually the shards of the porcelain plate. Bai Haowei dared not disobey, holding the shards in his mouth, but the next second he was slapped to the ground. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Crispy bones need to be chewed. Acting like a big shot, who do you think you are? Li Yixiong said coldly. Bai Haowei chewed on the shards with blood filling his mouth, lowering his head without a word. After a while, Li Yixiong calmed down and asked, who brought that man named Lu Chen today? Everyone's gaze turned to Wu Gui, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Wu Gui swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, dripping down to his collar. Bai Haowei took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his mouth, and gasped, Boss Wu, just tell the truth. Business matters should be resolved in business. Everyone else, please leave. The meaning was clear. Now that they were using extreme measures to solve business problems, they shouldn't blame the other side for doing the same. The Chamber of Commerce was just a group of merchants gathered together to seek profit, but when facing the military, they were like rabbits in the jaws of a wolf, with no resistance at all. Others were eager to leave, and with Bai Haowei's words, they immediately got up and left the room. This was the territory of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, and as the host, Bai Haowei could only accompany them. Boss Wu, have some tea. Li Yixiong said expressionlessly, slowly. Wu Gui's heart trembled suddenly, his body covered in goosebumps, as he was stared at by Li Yixiong's indifferent gaze, feeling as if his spine had been pulled out in an instant, instinctively bending down, then holding the teacup with both hands. But before he could lift the teacup, his wrist was tightly gripped by Li Yixiong. Boss Wu, I'm sorry, this tea is a bit cold, let me add some hot water for you. Li Yixiong said with a light laugh, then picked up the boiling kettle. Wu Gui's eyes revealed terror, instinctively wanting to pull his hand back, but his wrist seemed to be trapped like it was in a hydraulic clamp. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was useless. Scalding hot water poured down, drenching both Wu Gui and Li Yixiong's hands, and almost instantly, their skin turned a deep red. Ah! I'll talk! Wu Gui let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Yet Li Yixiong remained unfazed, his breathing steady, as if the boiling water had only splashed on someone else's hands. A chill rose in Bai Haowei's heart. He knew that a truly ruthless person could be harsh not only to others but, more importantly, to themselves. So, all he thought about was one thing, to quickly send the person away. Li Yixiong released his grip, set down the teapot, and said expressionlessly, then please tell me. Wu Gui, in pain on the ground, his vision blurred, gasped, I don't know. I just received an email. Someone provided information about Lu Ruyan entering and exiting the bar, as well as a video of the public relations accompanying her for drinks. Besides that, the plan for my pharmaceutical company regarding Lu Ruyan was also told to me by that person. I don't know who that person is, but they definitely have a grudge against Lu Ruyan. Director Li, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have involved you. After finishing, Wu Gui voluntarily sent the video email to Li Yixiong's phone. The video wasn't clear, but it was still possible to see Lu Ruyan entering a private room with several women of similar age, followed by a group of young handsome men. Among them was Lu Chen. Li Yixiong's first reaction was that someone was trying to provoke his anger to achieve the goal of using him as a knife to kill. This was definitely not something that the fool Lu Deken could come up with. The mastermind behind this had a clear understanding of Lu Ruyan's psychology, knowing how to strike at the heart. Interesting, very interesting. President Bai, do you have a cigarette? Li Yixiong muttered to himself. Bai Haowei hadn't handed out cigarettes to anyone for many years, but the earlier experience, combined with the handgun on the coffee table, bent his spine like a heavy stone. So upon hearing this, he immediately bent down and handed over a cigarette with both hands. Wu Gui trembled as he took out a lighter, trying to light it, but his hand hurt too much, and he failed several times. Li Yixiong pushed Wu Gui's arm aside, picked up the handgun from the table, aimed it at the cigarette, and pulled the trigger, causing blue flames to erupt from the muzzle. Bai Haowei's face instantly twisted in rage, and he instinctively wanted to explode, but seeing the red skin on Li Yixiong's hand, he forcibly held it back again. Ha! Li Yixiong exhaled a smoke ring and said, Alright, I've eaten the meat, drunk the tea, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. Okay, Director Li, take care, no need to see you off. Bai Haowei gestured for him to leave, speaking darkly. Li Yixiong neatly folded his new suit and placed it in his backpack, then picked it up and walked out the door. After Li Yixiong left, Bai Haowei no longer had any reservations, grabbing his favorite purple clay teapot and smashing it hard onto the coffee table, shards flying everywhere. It seemed he was venting his negative emotions in this way. Wu Gui leaned in and said, President Bai, we can't let this person go. He's clearly playing you. Slap. Bai Haowei slapped him across the face, scolding, "Isn't this all you're doing? This matter definitely can't be settled like this. Dashin, go do your job." A tall, burly bodyguard silently left the room, quickly following after Li Yixiong. At that moment, Bai Haowei's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing involuntarily. After answering, his tone softened. "Director Zhao, what can I do for you?" "Li Yixiong? He just left. I have nothing to find him for. Isn't it just Wu Gui's pharmaceutical patent?" "Don't worry, I won't touch a single hair on him. We're old friends, so tell me, who exactly can invite you to speak in person?" "So it was Chairman Pan who reported it, I understand now, thank you." After Bai Haowei hung up the phone, his expression fluctuated, and he turned to Wu Gui, saying, "Who was behind Lu Ruyan? How did she manage to get Zhao Hongwei?" "Chairman Bai, could it be Professor Han Ling? She has a good relationship with the provincial government," Wu Gui suggested tentatively. "No way, Zhao Hongwei is the police chief, he wouldn't give Han Ling any face. It must be because of Lu Ruyan," Bai Haowei said in a deep voice as he sat in the chair. Wu Gui couldn't help but feel anxious and quickly said, "Chairman Bai, what should I do about my pharmaceutical factory? You must help me. If you help me capture this Li Yixiong, I will personally threaten Lu Ruyan to let go." "Are you crazy? We've already washed ourselves clean and come ashore. Think about the fate of the Zhao family. Do you think you're still the old Wu from the past? You've made enough money over the years, it's time to retire. That Li Yixiong is also a madman. If you want to go, go. I won't get involved." Bai Haowei roared. The pain in his mouth made him speak with a slight lisp. Bai Haowei suddenly remembered that he had just sent his subordinates out and quickly took out his phone to call them back. It was already 8 in the evening, thick clouds covered the moon and stars, and a chilling night breeze swept through the streets. Li Yixiong felt a slight chill creeping into his neck, so he buttoned up his collar and rubbed his palms together vigorously. A jeep quickly drove up from the street, the headlights beams shining ahead. Upon seeing this, Li Yixiong waved his hand and walked over. "Wait, you can't leave." Su Dashin, Bai Haowei's bodyguard, shouted sternly. At this moment, the jeep had already stopped beside Li Yixiong, and a special pass was prominently displayed on the front windshield, along with the license plate of the garrison command. A guard quickly jumped out of the vehicle and stood at attention, saluting, "Sir, I am ordered to take you back to the base." The bodyguard's face instantly turned pale, his Adam's apple rolling nervously, his calves feeling weak, and the baton in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He had been inside the house and knew that the gun in Li Yixiong's hand was fake, so he assumed the officer's identity was also fake. Therefore, he was ready to teach this fraud a lesson with his baton. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Li Yixiong's gun was fake, but the guard's gun at his waist was not. Li Yixiong frowned and turned to ask, "Are you calling me? Is there something you need?" "Ah, Chairman Bai asked me to arrange a car for you." "If you have a driver, that's great," Su Dashin said politely, forcing a smile on his face. He was Bai Haowei's bodyguard and part-time enforcer, but he was neither a death warrior nor a thug. It would be foolish to confront armed soldiers with bare hands. The garrison commander of Lehigh City, Tang Wanzhong, was notorious for protecting his own. Last year, a reckless thug beat up a soldier on leave. In the end, the thug's boss and the entire organization were wiped out, and the main culprits were sent to the shooting range that very night. Revenge was not delayed. "Well, thank you for your help, Chairman," Li Yixiong said, his gaze shifting to the street across, where 3 trucks were approaching in a grand manner, led by an Audi. Lu Ruyan ran down from the Audi, nervously grabbing Li Yixiong's arm, looking around anxiously, and asked, "Honey, I'm so glad you're okay. I knew you were taken away, and it took me a long time to find out you were here. Are you alright?" "I'm fine, but you are in trouble." Li Yixiong pulled away Lu Ruyan, opened the video on his phone, and held it up in front of her eyes, saying, "You've been quite extravagant, huh? So many public relations and drinking companions, this must have been from this summer, right?" The familiar yet strange scenes in the video seemed to evoke memories that Lu Ruyan had deliberately forgotten, and a strong fear caused her stomach to cramp, leaving her mind blank. "Husband, I said it was all just socializing, I can explain. I didn't do anything, I was just discussing business." Lu Ruyan, in a fit of emotion, tightly grasped Li Yixiong's sleeve, trembling all over. Li Yixiong revealed a mocking smile, tugged at Lu Ruyan's hair, and slowly said, "Save your explanations for other men. If you say one more word, I'll spill everything. You set me up for that pharmaceutical company, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." The fear in Lu Ruyan's heart peaked, and she exclaimed, "Husband, I didn't set you up, it's really a misunderstanding. Those were just normal business tactics. I needed a pharmaceutical company for localized production. Those people rejected me because I'm a woman, they wouldn't do business with me. I had no choice, you have to believe me, I already have a plan. Lu Ruyan, do me a favor and get as far away as you can. If it weren't for our daughter, I would have dealt with you right now, Li Yixiang said coldly, then humiliatingly slapped her face, the sound echoing. His ruthless words made Lu Ruyan's heart ache like a knife, and she trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "Husband, I won't leave, I love you, really. You have to believe me. Without you, I would die." Then she noticed the redness and swelling on Li Yixiang's hand, her eyes slightly reddening as she said earnestly, "Husband, I won't let anyone who hurt you get away. Don't call me husband, I'm afraid Sister Cui will misunderstand. Handle your own matters," Li Yixiang said with a cold laugh, then got into the jeep. The military jeep quickly disappeared into the night, and Lu Ruyan stood there like a stone statue, her expression complex and hard to read. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she turned to Su Dashan and said, "I want to see President Bai. Right now, immediately. President Bai is not someone you can just see whenever you want." Wait a moment, I'll call him," Su Dashan said, but before he could finish, he watched in shock as over 100 strong men jumped down from 3 trucks, instinctively swallowing the rest of his words and hurriedly hiding inside the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. These strong men held various tools, such as rebar, shovels, and hammers, all dressed in work uniforms, wearing yellow hard hats, with dark skin and honest smiles on their faces. A middle-aged man leading the group approached Lu Ruyan, speaking in a dialect, "Boss Pan, the brothers are all here, when do we start? I'll smash their heads in." "Who, Brother Nyo, my husband has already come out on his own, so we might not need to take action," Lu Ruyan replied. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "That's not my concern. We agreed on 5,000 each, not a penny less. The same rule applied when Boss Xiao came to us." Brother Nyo misunderstood. "I'll pay the money. And I'll double it. Every brother who comes gets 10,000. Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice. Lu Ruyan's boldness shocked the middle-aged man, who hesitated for a moment before saying, "Boss Pan, do you have anything else for us to do? Otherwise, this 10,000 is too hot to handle." "Brother Nyo, your fellow countrymen are all brave and willing to fight. It's too much of a waste to follow Zhao Hu and his nephew. From now on, you'll follow me. My construction company is already registered, and I'll pay you the highest market wages. And no matter whether there are projects or not, I will give you a guaranteed 3,000 yuan every month," Lu Ruyan said. The middle-aged man was instantly excited and quickly replied, "That's no problem. As long as the money is in place, I, Lamyo, and these brothers can sell our lives to you." "Selling your lives is unnecessary, I just need the brothers to support me, Lu Ruyan, at critical moments. It's not easy for a woman like me. There are always people wanting to step on me," Lu Ruyan said fiercely. Niu Jianjun had followed many bosses, but it was the first time he admired a woman so much. In terms of courage and vision, she was absolutely no less than any man. "Boss Pan, rest assured, from now on, the brothers will follow you." Niu Jianjun gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, while the group of construction workers behind him cheered. The people in the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce were very tense, with a dozen bodyguards holding batons, sweating profusely as they looked at the group of muscular men. Su Dashan quickly came out and said loudly, "Boss Pan, our president requests your presence." Niu Jianjun picked out more than a dozen brothers over 1.8 meters tall, ready to follow Lu Ruyan inside, but was rejected by her. "I trust the credibility of President Bai of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. I won't be in any trouble. You all wait for me here, I will come out in an hour," Lu Ruyan said meaningfully. Niu Jianjun understood the implication, nodded seriously, and said, "Boss Pan, don't worry. If you don't come out within an hour, I will bring people in." Taking someone's wealth is like killing their parents. In Niu Jianjun's eyes, Lu Ruyan was like the god of wealth. Even if it meant drawing lots for his clan, he would ensure Lu Ruyan's safety. Lu Ruyan took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Niu Jianjun, saying, "Go buy some wine and food to warm the brothers up. Chen Hui, bring the tea from the trunk. You can't go to meet guests empty-handed." This series of actions flowed smoothly. Even Su Dashan, who had seen much with Bai Haowei, couldn't help but admire her in his heart. His expression became much more serious as he raised his left hand and said, "Director Pan, please." Lu Ruyan showed no fear and followed Su Dashan into the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, Bai Haowei was still seething with anger, waiting with a dark expression. He had already learned that Li Yixiang's military officer identity was genuine and that he had a very good relationship with the commander of the security department, Tang Wanzhong. This forced him to extinguish any thoughts of revenge, but unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan had come to him voluntarily. Tap tap. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed, and everyone in the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce focused their attention on the door. 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits stood along the corridor as Lu Ruyan walked into the room with an unchanging expression. Upon seeing Bai Haowei, she broke into a smile and said, "Uncle Bai, it's been too long since Pan Nan should have come to see you. I'm sorry for coming today. How have you been lately? I heard you like Da Hong Pao." so I specially prepared some premium da hong pao for you to try. This made Bai Haowei momentarily stunned, and the previously tense atmosphere relaxed. The bosses of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce exchanged glances, bewildered by Lu Ruyan's familiar approach. Those unaware of the situation might genuinely think Lu Ruyan was a younger relative of Bai Haowei. Lu Ruyan, don't think about climbing the family tree. I'm here today to give Director Zhao face, otherwise, you wouldn't leave here in one piece. Bai Haowei quickly responded after regaining his composure. Lu Ruyan walked up to Bai Haowei, gracefully placed the gift box down, and smiled, saying, Uncle Bai, I heard you have no children, and my parents have long passed away. Seeing you feels familiar. If you don't mind, I'd like to recognize you as my godfather and take care of you in your old age. This statement left everyone astonished. The people present were amazed by Lu Ruyan's audacity but couldn't help but admire her. The mall is like a battlefield, only those with thick skin and dark hearts can survive until the end. Although Lu Ruyan's methods are contemptible, they are perfectly acceptable in the eyes of those in power. However, unlike others, Bai Haowei felt a chill rising in his heart. The beautiful and alluring woman before him seemed like a venomous snake. Everyone has worked hard today. I need to talk to Chairman Pan privately, Bai Haowei said. He recalled the humiliation Li Yisheng had inflicted on him, and a surge of anger welled up, making his gaze towards Lu Ruyan increasingly hostile. Lu Ruyan interjected, Mr. Wu, could you please wait in the next room for a moment? I have something to discuss with you shortly. Wu Gui's twisted face was filled with anger and a hint of fear as he looked at Bai Haowei with a pleading expression. To his disappointment, Bai Haowei did not stop Lu Ruyan. Fine. I'll wait for you. Let's see what you can do to me. Wu Gui stammered, trembling with rage. Once everyone had left the room, Bai Haowei said in a low voice, Lu Ruyan, were you just threatening me? As expected of Chairman Bai, much smarter than those fools. So I'll get straight to the point. Your son owes 12 million at a casino in Southeast Asia, and I have the bill. Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Bai Haowei's expression remained unchanged as he replied coldly, I have no children, that's common knowledge. If you want to extort me, please find a reasonable excuse. Then I might have made a mistake. I'll have someone throw him into the sea to feed the sharks, Lu Ruyan said with a smile, pretending to take out her phone to make a call. Wait, what do you want? Bai Haowei quickly stopped Lu Ruyan, his eyes revealing anger and panic. Bai Haowei had a late child and knew he had offended too many people, which is why he raised his child abroad and claimed he had none. A ruthless business tycoon without heirs was the persona Bai Haowei had crafted for himself, and it was also the reason many feared him. Lu Ruyan said cheerfully, Uncle Bai, you're getting older, it's time to consider retirement. Why not drop everything and go abroad to reunite with your child? Don't you think it's a good idea? Do you think I can be the president of the business association without support? You want my fortune, on what grounds? The people below won't follow you. Bai Haowei slammed the table, standing up abruptly, and shouted sternly, I'm your goddaughter. It's perfectly fine for the child to inherit the father's business, right? Businessmen only care about profits. The Wanlong Business Association has shown signs of decline under your leadership. I believe I can bring greater benefits to everyone. All I lack is a title, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Bai Haowei gasped for breath and said fiercely, you're dreaming. I will never hand it over to you. Bang! Lu Ruyan directly picked up the teapot and smashed it hard against Bai Haowei's head, her voice cold as a blade. Am I giving you face? I'm speaking to you nicely. Can't you understand? Can the things you've done withstand scrutiny? Bai Haowei's head spun, the brand new teapot shattered, blood streaming down his forehead. A surge of malice rose in his heart as he shouted at Su Dashan, Dashan, kill this woman for me. Su Dashan, his bodyguard, looked troubled and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Master Bai, Chairman Pan gave me 2 million and arranged for my mother to have surgery. I won't be following you anymore. Bai Haowei stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his bodyguard had turned against him in just a moment. Su Dashan looked conflicted and helpless. He didn't want to betray Bai, but his mother was now suffering from a heart condition, lying in the hospital waiting for surgery. If he didn't agree, his mother might not come off the operating table. At this moment, Bai Haowei still attempted to struggle, gritting his teeth and saying, if you have the ability, just kill me. Let's see who will follow you. You give face but don't know how to appreciate it. Do I still need to do it myself to kill you? Lu Ruyan shouted sharply, then took out a stack of A4 paper printed with evidence from her bag and slammed it hard onto Bai Haowei's face. Bai Haowei only glanced at one page, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, his body starting to tremble uncontrollably. He collapsed into the chair, feeling like a deflated balloon. All his spirit and energy vanished, aging him by more than a decade in an instant. Lu Ruyan, you must have planned this for a long time. I want to know how long you've been preparing. Bai Haowei's face turned pale, his eyes revealing apprehension and fear as he spoke slowly. Lu Ruoyan sneered, I originally planned to let you live a little longer, but you absolutely should not have troubled my husband. Hee, the person who knows you best is often the one sleeping beside you. It was worth it for me to help her find companions for entertainment and become good sisters with her. That Lu Chen is your wife's favorite. Do you know that she has long wished for your death? You men, one and all. Once you succeed, you start to despise your loyal wives and fool around outside. I'll give you one night to pack your things and get out of the country. I don't want to see you again. Bai Haowei felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. When he realized it was his wife who had betrayed him, he knew he had no chance left. Those pieces of evidence were too damning. They were probably all in Lu Ruoyan's hands. If he disagreed, he would also meet a grim fate. 10 minutes later, the bosses of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce gathered again. Bai Haowei sat in the chair, his face filled with exhaustion, and said, Everyone, let me reintroduce this. This is my goddaughter Lu Ruoyan. I'm taking a flight tonight to Southeast Asia to retire. From now on, if you have any matters, just contact my goddaughter. She can represent me fully. Everyone sensed something was off, and one boss surnamed Li said, President Bai, without you, the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce will be in chaos. Boss Pan is still too inexperienced. The implication expressed dissatisfaction while also hiding some selfish motives. The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was not just an alliance. After members joined, besides exchanging resources, the most important thing was to negotiate externally under the name of the chamber, digesting the contracts and orders signed within the chamber. The president of the chamber held the power to control these contracts and orders, which was the most crucial authority. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes as she calmly said, Godfather, I'll see you out. Bai Haowei obediently let Lu Ruoyan escort him away, and the bosses in the room immediately became restless, with Boss Li's expression also looking grim. Bai Haowei used his decades of reputation and intimidation to serve as a stepping stone for Lu Ruoyan, allowing her to become the president of the largest chamber of commerce in Linhai City without shedding blood, further establishing her authority. From today on, I am the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. I hope everyone will work together for the development of the chamber. After returning to the room, Lu Ruoyan sat in Bai Haowei's former chair and slowly said, Beautifully packaged development plans were handed to each member. Everyone communicated with their eyes and then revealed satisfied smiles. Although Lu Ruoyan was greedy, she was not foolish. She redistributed the benefits that originally belonged to Bai Haowei, regaining the power of distribution by sacrificing the largest market share. This ability to turn the tables was astonishing. I've said it before, President Pan is a heroine, a woman who does not fall behind men. With President Pan leading us, our Wanlong Chamber of Commerce will surely thrive. Boss Li was the first to flatter her. Humans are profit-seeking beings, pursuing interests is the nature of businessmen. The other bosses were not to be outdone and quickly began to shower her with praise. Lu Ruoyan really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, her ambition growing wildly like weeds in her eyes. After communicating for over an hour, Lu Ruoyan sent all the members away. The matter is settled. Bai Haowei has already boarded a plane to Southeast Asia. His money and assets should satisfy you. Let's collaborate again next time. Lu Ruoyan said expressionlessly while holding the phone. Lu Ruoyan, the real biggest winner should be you, right? Congratulations. The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce is a hen that lays golden eggs. You need to be careful in the future. A woman's cold laughter came from the phone. Lu Ruoyan hung up, her expression turning serious, then waved her hand. Wu Gui was brought before Lu Ruoyan, kneeling on the ground. He said in fear, Chairman Pan, please spare my life. I will leave Linhai immediately. The pharmaceutical factory is yours. Beside him lay a bloodied man. It was Lu Chen, who had been beaten to a pulp. Lu Ruoyan shook her head and said, Boss Wu, please don't say that. Wouldn't that make me a bandit? I will acquire it at the previously agreed price. I won't take advantage of you. Thank you, Chairman Pan, Wu Gui said, breaking out in cold sweat, stammering. Lu Ruoyan smiled and said, I want to know who planned this, who gave you the bar's surveillance video. I really don't know, Wu Gui explained again. Sent from an email? I don't believe it, Lu Ruoyan said lightly. After Lu Ruoyan finished the sentence, Su Dashan directly picked up a baseball bat and smashed it hard against Wu Gui's knee. With a crisp crack, Wu Gui screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his knee and wailing, Chairman, I really don't know. Dashan, how could you injure Boss Wu? I can't keep you here, you should turn yourself in. The compensation you deserve, the company will give you, Lu Ruoyan frowned and said. Su Dashan was stunned, and his face turned pale. He knew he wouldn't be trusted, but he didn't expect to be discarded so quickly. This move killed two birds with one stone, both intimidating Wu Gui and eliminating the hidden danger of Su Dashan. Wu Gui fearfully curled up, finally managing to say a name. Thank you, rest assured, I won't speak of it, but I also hope not to see you in Linhai City again, Lu Ruyan said. Lu Ruyan had the room cleaned up, then leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. Overnight, the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce changed hands. Bai Haowei signed the asset transfer agreement, allowing Lu Ruyan to leap to become the foremost figure in Linhai City. After several days of continuous rain, the dark clouds in the sky finally receded, and the long-awaited sunlight poured down, clearing away the gloom. Li Yixiong sat in the cafeteria, looking up at the midday news from Linhai TV, his brows slowly furrowing. This is news from our station. The former president of the Linhai Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, Bai Haowei, suffered an accident in Southeast Asia. The helicopter he was on crashed due to a malfunction, and all aboard perished. The current president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, Lu Ruyan, expressed her condolences and is assisting the family with posthumous matters. On the television, Lu Ruyan was dressed in a black outfit, with a small white flower pinned to her chest, her beautiful face filled with sorrow, making her appear even more pitiful. Chairman Bai Haowei was a senior in the business world, and my heart is filled with immense grief at this moment. Our Wanlong Chamber of Commerce will definitely follow the late chairman's wishes and be a cooperative organization that helps society and the country. We will steadfastly fulfill our social responsibilities and obligations. This woman was a born actress, and a hint of disdain curled at the corner of Li Yixiong's mouth. He took out his phone, dialed, and said, Tommy, I know you're on a mission in Southeast Asia, help me investigate something. His name is Bai Haowei. If it was an unnatural death, send me the evidence, thank you. Li Yixiong hung up the phone, feeling that sending Lu Ruyan to prison might not be a bad method after all. His only concern was the impact it would have on his daughter's future regarding exams, public service, and marriage. After the morning exercises, he was called to the office by Tang Wanzhong. After tossing a cigarette to Li Yixiong, Tang Wanzhong said, the reserve militia has gathered, with retired veterans making up 30%, but they are still far from meeting the assessment standards. Alright, I understand. I'll practice more when I get back. Li Yixiong replied. Tang Wanzhong laughed and scolded, you little rascal, are you pretending to be confused? Fine, let me tell you. There's a civil engineering task in the assessment that requires time-limited digging of fortifications. The militia reserves are not soldiers, so it's unrealistic to have them wielding shovels to dig trenches. The military just held a meeting and decided to leverage the unique characteristics of the militia. Since they are militia, using civilian machinery to dig trenches is also allowed. What does that have to do with me? If we use civilian machinery, we just need to spend money. Li Yixiong frowned and asked. If it were that simple. I've contacted a company, but they specifically requested you to go. So I have no choice. Tang Wanzhong shook his head and said. Li Yixiong's mouth twitched slightly as he asked. This company isn't related to my ex-wife Lu Ruyan, is it? You guessed it. Your ex-wife is now the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, all the construction workers from the Zhao Group have been recruited by your ex-wife. She now has the largest construction team in our city. Chairman Pan specifically asked you to communicate with her, no one else will do. Tang Wanzhong said helplessly. Li Yixiong said coldly, you should have seen the news about what she did. Which man can tolerate that? I certainly can't. It's just civilian machinery. I know a few friends from technical schools, and I can borrow their excavators. That's not possible. Tang Wanzhong scratched his head and said. Li Yixiong narrowed his eyes and said, old camp leader, you didn't take any benefits from Lu Ruyan, did you? Nonsense. Tang Wanzhong slammed the table and scolded, would I sell out my own troops? Let me tell you, your ex-wife came to my house, cried to my wife for half a day, and was on the verge of committing suicide. Your aunt is also confused and agreed to help you two reconcile. I don't care what your relationship with Lu Ruyan is, you manage your own woman. Then, Tang Wanzhong personally took out a special supply cigarette, slammed it on the table, and said, get your ex-wife sorted out as soon as possible. I'll give you a week off. Just don't let me hear any big news. My heart really can't take it. Stop. Don't say any more. I'll find a way. Li Yixiong quickly urged his old superior to be quiet, grabbed the special supply cigarette from the table, and left the office. Back in his own office, Li Yixiong leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He didn't believe Lu Ruyan would really dare to die, but her series of actions gave him a hint that perhaps suicide was a dignified way to exit. After finishing a few cigarettes, Li Yixiong called Lu Ruyan. Hello, is it my husband? You finally called me. Did Commander Tang give you a few days off? I'm waiting for you at the Nanshine building. Hurry over, I have a surprise for you. Lu Ruyan's voice was filled with joy, laced with a hint of seductive tremor. Li Yixiong said, what exactly do you want? A qualified ex should be as good as dead. There was a long silence on the phone, and after a moment, Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, I want to make it up to you. We can remarry after the divorce. I can pursue you again. Lu Ruyan, I think you're playing with fire. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Li Yixiang's voice grew colder. Li Yixiang, I don't know why you're so angry. I didn't cheat. Going to the bar to find public relations is also for socializing. Everything I do is for our family. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? I even gave you a daughter. If you want money, I'll give you money. If you want to lie flat, I'll support you. Don't you like sports cars? Lamborghini and Ferrari, take your pick. Lu Ruoyan said anxiously, her patience seemingly fading away. It's no wonder Lu Ruoyan was losing her patience. Recently, Nanshan Company had been developing rapidly, and she was the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, her words capable of deciding the fate of thousands. In this state, it had been a long time since Lu Ruoyan had spoken to anyone in a lowly manner. Li Yishan sneered, do you think having money means you can do whatever you want? If you really think you can't live without me, you can find a man and get plastic surgery to look like me. In your eyes, I'm just a greasy middle-aged fat man. How dare you say it's for this family? If it weren't for my mother's background and connections, would you even look at me? It's the same reason now, right? If you want to die, do it far away. Don't come and annoy me. Their conversation was heading in a familiar direction. Before their divorce, they would argue almost every few days, followed by a suffocating Cold War. Slap. They both hung up the phone almost simultaneously, marking the beginning of the war. Lu Ruoyan sat in the president's chair, hugging her arms, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth, as if victory was already in her grasp. She pressed the red button on her desk and said, bring the top 10 candidates to my office. Soon, 10 stunning beauties walked in, bowing respectfully at 90 degrees, and called out, Chairman Pan, good. Lu Ruoyan looked at the girls, full of collagen and youthful beauty, and suddenly felt a surge of jealousy, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. The public relations department is the most important department. You all need to work hard. The company will not treat you poorly. Lu Ruoyan said, then dismissed them. No way, although I'm not as pretty, I have youth on my side. If Li Yishan really can't resist, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Lu Ruoyan muttered to herself. Lu Ruoyan's way of compensating was unique. She wanted to choose a beautiful girl for Li Yishan to play games with, but at the last moment, she regretted it. Lu Ruoyan flipped through the resumes of other candidates, skipping over all those under 30 with stunning and seductive looks, until she landed on one. Su Ruoyun? This one is suitable, but she needs to be trained well. Li Yishan, let's see if you can withstand this beauty trap, Lu Ruoyan said with a cold smile. Different world, different city, different realm. Important things said 3 times, not reality. Golden sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk. Li Yishan, with a gloomy expression, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, then picked up his phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing his mother Han Ling's number. After a long wait, the call miraculously connected. What is it? His mother's voice was very calm, showing no emotional fluctuations even when speaking to her own son. Mom, has the patent Lu Ruoyan wanted been authorized yet? Li Yishan took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Go find Bai Xiuha. If you want to know anything, ask her, Han Ling said slowly. Li Yisheng said in a deep voice, Mom, I want to transfer the patent to my name. He was interrupted by his mother. Don't talk to me about these things. You are my son, and everything I have is originally yours. If you want any patent, just tell Bai Xiuha. I have things to do in the lab, so I'm hanging up. After Han Ling finished speaking, she hung up the phone, not giving Li Yisheng a chance to continue. Bai Xiuha responded to the phone call quickly, chattering like a magpie. Senior brother, the patent for the purification of A308 crystals hasn't been officially authorized yet. The teacher has been too busy lately and hasn't had time to sign. The teacher just signed the patent transfer agreement, and we can go to the patent office for filing tomorrow. I have time to go up tomorrow. What do you think? Sure, thank you, Li Yisheng said in a deep voice. Bai Xiaoha replied happily, then see you tomorrow. You have to treat me to something delicious. Alright, no problem. Li Yisheng said with a rare smile, thinking about how Lu Ruyan would feel when she heard this news, and his mood instantly brightened. Bai Xiuha was also very busy and had no time to chat more. She was now an indispensable assistant to Han Ling. Knock knock. The office door was knocked on lightly. Come in, Li Yishan said loudly as he put down the phone. Then, a captain walked in, stood at attention, saluted, and said, Report, sir. I just received a notice that District Chief Sun from Guangming New District is here to visit the militia, and Minister Lu from the Publicity Department asks you to go over as well. Li Yisheng frowned and said, the militia being visited in Guangming New District is made up of militia sent by local enterprises. What does that have to do with me? I don't know, Minister Lu specifically instructed it, the captain said before leaving after conveying the task. Li Yixiong stood up helplessly, changed into his military uniform, and walked downstairs. On the playground downstairs, the militia had already gathered. After 2 days of training, their formation and discipline had noticeably improved. The insignia and shoulder boards of these militia were different from those of the regular army. They had no ranks. The collar insignia was uniformly 2 yellow stripes with the letters MB in the middle. The shoulder boards had 2 crossed rifles with a 5-pointed star in the middle, along with the words militia. The militia, lined up neatly, looked more imposing from a distance than the troops of third world countries. Each squad report. 1, 2, 3. A militia company commander saw Li Yixiong and immediately jogged over, stood at attention, saluted, and loudly reported, "Report, sir. The 3rd Battalion of the Guangmingnu District Militia is assembled. 105 were supposed to be present, 101 are actually here, 3 are on leave, and 1 is sick. Please give instructions." Li Yixiong walked to the front of the formation and said expressionlessly, "Speak." Bang! The militia, who were originally at ease, instantly stood at attention, their feet together and aligned. The uniform sound made Li Yixiong nod. "When the district leaders come to visit, you all know what to say and what not to say. Maintain military appearance and discipline, no whispering, show your spirit. Understood?" Li Yixiong shouted sternly. "Understood." The militia replied in unison. Li Yixiong frowned and shouted, "Haven't you eaten? Ha! Do you understand or not?" His voice thundered, instantly overpowering the entire company, and the person standing in the front row facing him felt their ears buzzing. "Understood." This time the response was particularly loud. "At ease." Li Yixiong gave the order and then turned to walk towards the base entrance. For the district-level leader's visit, Commander Tang Wanzhong did not appear. The arrangements were handled by Lieutenant Colonel Liu from the publicity department. "Old Li, come here quickly." Lieutenant Colonel Liu waved his hand and said. Li Yixiong said somewhat helplessly, "I told you, why do you have to pull me in? These people come to visit, and they bring either instant noodles or iced tea. I feel like I'm about to get diabetes, and you still take this so seriously?" Lieutenant Colonel Liu patted Li Yixiong's shoulder and said meaningfully, "This time is different. A military supporting enterprise sent 50 live sheep and 10 fat pigs as gifts for the militia. Later, I'll have logistics transfer the money to that enterprise. This is a great promotional material." While they were talking, a brown coaster minibus drove into the base, and a dozen people got off the bus. "Minister Liu, long time no see." Sun Yuzhou, the mayor of Guangmingnu District, greeted him with a smile. "Mayor Sun, it has indeed been a long time. Let me introduce you, this is our militia reserve officer, Li Yixiong," Minister Liu said, shaking hands with him and smiling. Sun Yuzhou said meaningfully, "Officer Li, I've heard so much about you." Li Yixiong saluted and said expressionlessly, "Hello, Mayor Sun. On behalf of all the reserve officers and soldiers, I thank the district for your concern. Officer Li, you've worked hard. By the way, let me introduce you to someone. Assistant Chen. Why don't you say a few words on behalf of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce? This time, your militia has more than 30 people." Sun Yuzhou turned around and waved. Lu Ruoyan's assistant, Chen Hui, cautiously walked over, with a hint of flattery in her voice, saying, "Officer Li, we are committed to supporting the military. Our chairman heard that the reserve training is tough, and he came with the district leaders to express our concern for the militia." Li Yixiong felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. Lu Ruoyan's sweet talk came on strong and fast, yet it was all under the guise of noble intentions. But he quickly regained his composure and said with a cold smile, "The reserves are changing uniforms this year. Why don't you go back and ask Boss Pan if he can donate 2 transport planes to the reserves?" Sun Yuzhou sensed that the atmosphere was off, his brows slightly furrowing, and his face showing some displeasure, but he was very shrewd and smiled, saying, "Officer Li is really humorous, but even if Boss Pan has the money, he probably has no connections for that. Alright, let's not stand here any longer. Mayor Sun, please come in." Minister Liu quickly smoothed things over, fearing that Li Yixiong might say something unpleasant again. Li Yixiong stood at the back with a cold face, watching truckloads of pigs and sheep being sent into the base, inwardly cursing Lu Ruoyan for being a lingering ghost. The midday sun broke through the thick clouds, dispelling the chill of late autumn and casting its light upon the earth. The soldiers of the militia reserve were practicing military boxing, the shouts and battle cries echoing loudly. Although they lacked precision, they made up for it with momentum. Sun Yuzhou nodded in satisfaction, but upon seeing Li Yixiong's gloomy face, he frowned slightly and said, "Minister Liu, does your officer Li have any objections to me?" "Ah, it's not that he has objections to you. His ex-wife is President Lu Ruoyan, and he feels uncomfortable about it. So let's understand him," Minister Liu said in a lowered voice. "Oh, so it's him. He looks different from the video. I've heard that President Pan has publicly said more than once that she loves her husband the most, and even though they divorced due to misunderstandings, they are still a couple. A hint of envy flashed in Sun Yujo's eyes, thinking that Li Yishan was simply the luckiest man in the world. Minister Lu shook his head and said, President Pan's reputation isn't very good. Officer Li can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He was a fierce warrior on the front lines, a blooded king of the battlefield. It's probably impossible for them to remarry. This made Sun Yujo curious, and he turned to ask, Officer Li, I heard you are a king of soldiers, can you show everyone a thing or two? Li Yisheng frowned tightly, he really didn't want to move. But Minister Lu showed a pleading look, he was preparing to transfer, and he might still need Sun Yujo's help. Li Yisheng, for the sake of an old comrade, reluctantly nodded and stepped into the training ground. A brand new sandbag hung in front of Li Yisheng. He loosened up a bit, lowered his center of gravity, and suddenly struck out. His fists rained down on the sandbag like raindrops. It didn't look graceful like martial arts, but it was full of ferocity. Simple hooks and jabs made the sandbag sway, creating indentations on it. Is that it? Sun Yujo said somewhat impatiently. He was an outsider and naturally could not see the horror within. Ordinary people could only last a few seconds at full strength against a sandbag before tiring, but Li Yisheng continued for a full 5 minutes, his stamina and strength showing no signs of decline. Just as Sun Yujo's words fell, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze sweep over him, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. At that moment, Li Yisheng suddenly threw a heavy punch, and the sandbag exploded with a bang, sand spilling down. Boom! Li Yisheng turned and delivered a sidekick, sending the soldier holding the chest target flying 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground as if hit head-on by a heavy truck. The entire training ground fell silent, then erupted with cheers like a landslide in tsunami. Sun Yujo, standing closest, felt the strongest shock from this visual impact, standing dumbfounded, eyes wide, gasping in disbelief. He had a premonition that the other party clearly treated the sandbag as himself. Chen Hui secretly recorded a video with her phone and sent it to Lu Ruyan. Her little action did not escape Minister Lu's notice. Normally, this was not allowed, but the militia reserve was not a regular army, and today was a visitation day, with people from the district propaganda office also filming. So Minister Lu turned a blind eye. Nanxiang Building Office. Lu Ruyan stared intently at the screen, drooling as she watched, swallowing hard, her eyes filled with obsession as she murmured, Hubby, you've been hiding such skills, it's killing me. Then, her brow furrowed, leaning back in her chair, her gaze fixed on the damaged sandbag on the screen, muttering, that punch could kill a cow. How could you have been hit by that waste, Lu Dekhen? Was it all part of your plan? You must have loved me too much, losing your rationality and getting ambushed, right? It's all my fault. Lu Ruyan felt a lingering fear, turned off her phone, and touched her neck to confirm her head was still attached. She found a reason for Li Yisheng, forcing herself to believe he was a simple man without ulterior motives. Lu Ruyan buried her doubts deep down. She knew Li Yisheng was a combat hero, but she had no concept of his martial prowess. Her impression of a combat hero was limited to the heroic images she had seen in movies. On the training ground. Clap, clap. Sun Yujo snapped back to reality, suppressing his fear, and began to applaud, giving a thumbs up in admiration, as expected of the king of soldiers. Li, you're amazing. Li Yisheng nodded expressionlessly and said, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the army. My skills are nothing special. I'm a bit curious, Li, you're so impressive. How could you have been hit by Lu Dekhen back then? Sun Yujo asked, feigning curiosity. His words somewhat reopened old wounds, mainly out of unwillingness to accept. Li Yisheng did not answer, his brow slightly furrowing, fists clenched, joints cracking. Minister Lu interjected, Li, your punches are so heavy, you could kill a tiger with one blow. If you really went all out, those people wouldn't stand a chance. Let's not talk about this anymore, Director Sun, the cafeteria has prepared lunch. Why don't you check the meals for our militia reserve? Sun Yujo thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Based on the terrifying strength Li Yisheng had displayed, if he hit someone on the head, it could really kill them with one punch. It wouldn't just be a simple fight, it would lead to a manslaughter case and prison time. He noticed something off in Li Yisheng's gaze and quickly changed the subject, saying, Xiaowei, don't let that footage of Li's punching get out. Understood, leader. The district propaganda officer quickly replied. Li Yisheng followed to the cafeteria and had lunch with Sun Yujo, finally having some free time afterward. Li Yisheng now had a week off, so after assigning the training tasks, he returned to the office, tidied up a bit, and left the base. He didn't call Lu Xiaotsui, thinking to surprise her. As Li Yisheng was driving his military jeep close to the neighborhood, he suddenly spotted Lu Xiaotsui in a corner by the roadside. At that moment, Lu Xiaotsui was being pulled by a middle-aged man, desperately trying to drag her into a van. Lu Xiaozui's eyes were red, and she wanted to break free, but her small strength made her arms stretch painfully. Many people were watching, and some tried to intervene, but the middle-aged man shouted angrily, "This is our business. If anyone dares to come over, I'll kill them." "No, help! Help!" Lu Xiaozui cried out in desperation. Li Yixiang's face darkened as he quickly opened the car door, got out, and grabbed the man's hair from behind, yanking him back forcefully. The middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his head and turned to curse, "Are you looking for death? Mind your own business. Let go." Bang! Li Yixiang kicked the man's knee hard, then pressed him down onto the hood of the jeep, the heat from the engine radiating through the metal to his face. Sizzle! Like a hot iron plate, the pain made the middle-aged man scream in agony. Slap! 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 Li Yixiang tightened his grip on the man's neck and delivered several slaps, leaving the man dazed and bleeding from his nose. Upon seeing Li Yixiang, Lu Xiaozui felt as if she had found her anchor. She could no longer control her emotions and hugged him, bursting into tears. "It's okay, I'm here, no one will hurt you. What happened?" Li Yixiang comforted her, gently patting her back and speaking softly. The crowd watching grew larger, but upon seeing Li Yixiang in his military uniform, they instinctively stepped back. The middle-aged man, dazed, tried to get up several times but failed. Supporting himself with his right hand on the ground, he wiped his nose with his sleeve and said viciously, "You dare hit me? I'll report you to the army." "Lu Xiaozui, I told you, you have such a big nerve, turns out you found a lover." Lu Xiaozui shook her head excitedly and said, "Yixiang, it's not like that, I don't know him. It's my uncle. Leave it to me." Li Yixiang gently patted Lu Xiaozui's head. He turned around, his face cold, and said in a deep voice, "You say this woman is your wife, have you registered your marriage? Let me tell you, she is my wife, and our child is almost 4 years old. Do you know what you're doing? Kidnapping and slandering a military spouse. I see you wanna go to jail." "I don't understand what registering means. Her uncle took my betrothal money, and it's written in the ancestral hall in the village, she is my wife," the middle-aged man said shamelessly. After these words, the crowd understood. "Isn't this an arranged marriage? On what grounds? Call the police, we must call the police. These outdated customs are deadly, this woman is really pitiful, sold by her uncle." The crowd murmured. The middle-aged man was dissatisfied but also somewhat afraid of Li Yixiang, shouting, "If we don't get married, return the money, 50, 100,000, and for emotional damages." Lu Xiaozui's beautiful eyes seemed shrouded in mist, filled with deep sadness, shaking her head frantically to signal Li Yixiang not to get involved. Li Yixiang narrowed his eyes and said, "Want money? Fine, I'll take Lu Xiaozui back to her hometown tomorrow and settle this face to face." "I don't believe you, what if you trick me?" the middle-aged man insisted. "You can choose not to believe me, but if you keep pestering, I'll knock you out with one punch." "Guard, take him to the airport, the ticket is on me," Li Yixiang said coldly. "Yes." The guard stood at attention and shouted loudly. The middle-aged man shivered, just about to turn and leave when Li Yixiang suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. The slap seemed not very powerful, but the middle-aged man felt as if his shoulder had dislocated. Under the intense pain, he staggered and nearly fell. He prepared to turn around and settle the score with Li Yixiang, but upon meeting Li Yixiang's cold gaze, all his courage vanished in an instant. "Remember, if you come back, it will cost you your life," Li Yixiang said coldly. I understand," the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, slumping his shoulders, not daring to linger, and obediently got into the jeep. After the middle-aged man left, the van driver cursed his bad luck, refused the fare, and drove away. With the main parties gone, the onlookers dispersed as well. Li Yixiang took Lu Xiaozui's hand, his brow furrowed, and said thoughtfully, "After your parents left, you haven't been in touch with your hometown for over a decade. Back then, my mom gave your relatives in your hometown 100,000 yuan as a severance payment. Now suddenly someone like this appears, what do you think is going on?" I don't know. My uncle loves to gamble, maybe it's related to that." "Yixiang, do you really want to go to my hometown?" "You shouldn't go, the people there are very rough," Lu Xiaozui said, her eyes red, tears streaming down her face. Li Yixiang smiled and said, "I'll investigate first, I won't go back for now, but sooner or later, I have to go back to pay respects to my in-laws." Lu Xiaozui broke into a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said softly, "What in-laws? You're just talking nonsense." Although she was reluctant to marry Li Yixiang, she had entertained some fantasies about it in her heart. If that person finds out they've been deceived, they'll come back quickly. What will we do then? Lu Xiaozui said with a worried expression. Li Yixiang pinched Lu Xiaozui's cheek and smiled, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Lu Xiaozui felt relieved and linked her arm with Li Yixiang's as they headed to the kindergarten. The two of them picked up Qianqian together, and their daughter was especially happy to see her dad, especially since Li Yisheng had brought her a cotton candy. After Lu Xiaocui left the house, she began to prepare dinner. Qianqian sat on the sofa watching cartoons while Li Yisheng took out his phone to call a comrade. Li Yisheng had a wide network of contacts after 10 years in the army. His unit was special, and the positions assigned after demobilization were all in the political and legal sectors. Old ho, it's me. I need to talk to you about something. I remember you're the chief of the city police now, right? Can you do me a favor? My girlfriend's uncle accepted a betrothal gift and promised her to someone from the same village. Please investigate if there's anything else going on here. It must be factual, fair, and just, if there's any wrongdoing, no matter who it is, they must be severely punished. I'll send you that person's flight details later. Please get back to me as soon as you have news. Li Yisheng stood by the window, informing his comrade of the situation. The implication in his words was clear: within permissible limits, use a bit of the great memory recovery technique. At the same time, he left no incriminating evidence. How it was understood was up to the individual. Li Yisheng actually didn't like using privileges, but there were always those who unwittingly delivered themselves to him. His first suspicion was Lu Ruyan, who had been trying to remarry him and had always harbored hostility towards Lu Xiaocui. The second was the mysterious person who emailed Wu Gue. The specifics would need to wait for the investigation results. Yisheng, wash your hands, it's time to eat, Lu Xiaocui called from the kitchen. She was very nimble, and in no time, she had prepared a table full of dishes. As Li Yisheng approached the kitchen door, he was greeted by a mouth-watering aroma. Looking at Lu Xiaocui's back, he couldn't help but swallow. He was indeed a bit hungry. There were cold mixed fungus, stir-fried lamb with scallions, stewed potatoes with eggplant, and so on, filling the dining table with 7 or 8 home-cooked dishes. Although Lu Xiaocui's cooking skills were average, she was sufficiently virtuous. She took great care of Li Yisheng, even neatly folding the napkins and placing them beside him. Li Yisheng picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, his brows slightly furrowing. Lu Xiaocui, seeing this, thought that her cooking did not suit Li Yisheng's taste, and anxiously said, "How is it? Is it too salty? There's still a chicken in the fridge. I can make you coconut chicken. Don't worry, it's not too salty, it's just that I'm craving it." "I'm craving meat," Li Yisheng said with a smile. Lu Xiaocui's eyes sparkled. She understood the meaning behind his words, her face turning as red as if it were bleeding. She lightly kicked Li Yisheng with her right foot and playfully scolded, "Don't say such things." Li Yisheng rarely enjoyed a comforting meal, and the gloom of the past few days vanished. After the family finished eating, Lu Xiaocui accompanied Qianqian to practice writing. Although her own education level was not high, she was very attentive to Qianqian's education. Li Yisheng lounged on the sofa playing games, his eyes constantly watching the clock on the wall. As the hours dragged on to past 9 in the evening, Li Yisheng even helped his daughter with crafts. Once his daughter fell asleep, he couldn't wait to yawn and return to the bedroom. "The light is still on. It's fine. Black? I like you. Be quiet." Time passed second by second, and the moon shyly hid behind the clouds. A ray of sunlight peeked through the curtains gap and fell on Li Yisheng's face, the golden morning light making his eyelashes flutter quickly before he slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of confusion, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, as if he could fall asleep again at any moment. Li Yisheng made an effort to get up, washed up, and went to the living room, where he saw breakfast already prepared on the table. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and Li Yisheng sat at the table to answer the call. "Old class monitor, we've caught the person," he confessed everything before even entering the station. "His real name is Ding Ermao, a thug from Liangshui Township. About a week ago, someone found him. Then, Ding Ermao set a trap and scammed your girlfriend's uncle out of some money, and your girlfriend was then given to Ding Ermao as a wife. This case is now being handled as extortion. Do you know who found Ding Ermao?" Li Yisheng asked. "Currently, there are no more leads. This person has strong counter-investigation abilities. From the accent, he is from Tiannan province. If I find out more, I'll let you know." "Thank you." Li Yisheng hung up the phone, his brows tightly knitted, his right index finger rhythmically tapping on the table. Li Yisheng never expected that after so many years of calm, Lu Xiaocui would be dragged into this. A surge of killing intent rose within him. Bang bang! The door was suddenly knocked on. Li Yisheng returned to the bedroom, found his tactical dagger, held it behind his back, and grasped the doorknob with his left hand, asking, "Who is it?" "Senior brother, it's me." Bai Xiaohua's clear voice rang out like a lark. Li Yisheng put away the dagger and opened the door. A young girl stood outside, wearing a white wool sweater. Although it was a bit oversized, it did not hide her exaggerated curves. She wore jeans and white sneakers, looking cute and serene. "Senior brother, you've lost weight, you look so handsome." Bai Xiaohua's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in surprise. Before Li Yisheng could respond, Bai Xiaohua jumped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and laughing heartily. Senior brother, is it because of me that you chose to lose weight? He. Li Yisheng, faced with this lively girl, felt a bit helpless. He pulled her down from himself and jokingly said, what other reason could there be? My mom wants you to be my wife. Bai Xiaohua's face instantly turned red, her features scrunching together in nervousness, her eyes tightly shut, her whole body stiffening and unable to move. Li Yisheng looked down at her head and smiled wryly. Alright, I was just joking with you. What? Why joke around? I think we can give it a try. Bai Xiaohua's face turned a frightening shade of red, quickly spreading to her neck and earlobes, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, steam rising from her. Hey, I told you I was joking. Don't take my mom's words as an imperial edict. We have a 7-year age difference, and our heights and builds are so different, it's not suitable. Be good, listen to me, I see you as a little sister. Li Yisheng hurriedly said. He already had Lu Xiaotsui and didn't want to attract other women. Bai Xiaohua's long eyelashes were adorned with glistening tears, her eyes filled with resentment as she cried out, I'm over 1.6 meters tall in high heels. I don't want to be your little sister. Alright, I'll treat you to ice cream today. Li Yisheng pulled out his secret weapon, which always worked like a charm. Bai Xiaohua stopped sobbing, a cute bubble of snot forming in her nose. She huffed and said, I want strawberry flavor. You annoying jerk with no luck. I won't be your wife. You big fool who hasn't even graduated from middle school. The only place Bai Xiaohua could attack Li Yisheng was his education. Li Yisheng changed into a suit and took Bai Xiaohua out. The height difference between them was striking, looking very uncoordinated from a distance. Bai Xiaohua occasionally glanced at Li Yisheng, puffing out her cheeks, her face still showing some resentment. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Where are we going now? Li Yisheng asked. Of course, we're going to the patent office first. The teacher currently has over 300 patents under her name, excluding the projects in collaboration with the academy. There are 138 personal patents, and this time they're all being transferred to you for just 1 yuan. The teacher has already given a heads up to the leaders at the patent office. We can handle it as soon as we get there. Yisheng, where are we going for our date? Bai Xiaohua blinked, tilted her head, and looked up at Li Yisheng with clear eyes. Li Yisheng struggled to suppress his quickening heartbeat, trying to clear his mind of all distractions, took a deep breath, and maintained his composure, saying, Stop talking about dates. After we finish the business, I'll treat you to a meal. It doesn't count as a date. Humph. Bai Xiaohua pouted, walking briskly ahead like a cute little deer. Li Yisheng's throat rolled with difficulty, and he finally sighed. Some things still needed to be dealt with firmly, otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would make a mistake. Bai Xiaohua came from a privileged background and was a research genius. If he really provoked her, there would be no other way but marriage. Li Yisheng had just escaped the mire of marriage himself. How could he jump back in? At the same time, he always felt that Bai Xiaohua wasn't as simple as she appeared. Anyone who could become Han Ling's assistant was definitely not that easy. Bai Xiaohua walked a few dozen meters, then quickly ran back, raised her arm, waved her little fist, and hit Li Yisheng several times, shouting, Hurry up! I'm hungry! The efficiency at the patent office was very high, partly because Han Ling had made a call, and partly due to Bai Xiaohua's outstanding abilities. In front of others, Bai Xiaohua was not childish at all. She spoke and acted decisively and sharply. Li Yisheng even saw a shadow of Lu Ruyan in her. It couldn't be said to be very similar, it was simply identical. Could it be because they were taught by the same master? Li Yisheng stroked his chin, muttering to himself. He now kept his distance from Bai Xiaohua, not wanting to have a deeper relationship with a second Lu Ruyan. Bai Xiaohua naturally didn't know this. She simply thought her way of doing things would make Li Yisheng feel she wasn't a child. When they came out of the patent office, it was just past noon, and the director of the patent office personally saw Li Yisheng out, respectfully shaking his hand before he left. Li Yisheng understood that the respect was for his mother, Han Ling. He was definitely riding on her coattails. At the same time, an Audi with the license plate Linhai 520 LYX slowly stopped outside the patent office. Lu Ruyan squinted at the car window, her face dark and sullen, muttering to herself, Good. Very good. They've hooked up so quickly. Lu Ruyan now had her own business team, which she had been preparing for over the past few years. Now that the funds were in place, she was sparing no expense to have headhunters recruit talent. After the patent ownership was transferred, the team leader quickly reported to Lu Ruyan. When Lu Ruyan saw that the new owner was Li Yisheng, she was so angry that she laughed, instructing her female bodyguard to drive her to the patent office to block Li Yisheng. When she arrived at the entrance, she happened to see Li Yisheng and Bai Xiaohui coming out. Li Yisheng had deliberately avoided her, but Bai Xiaohui clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, wrapping her arms around his, almost hanging on him. Damn it! What is their relationship? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and the jealousy surging within her made her tremble all over. At that moment, she finally felt what Li Xiang must have felt when he saw her with Lu Dechen. She could tolerate Lu Xiaochui because she knew Lu Xiaochui posed no threat to her. But by Xiaoyi was different. Lu Ruyan held a strong wariness towards this junior, as if she saw her own reflection in her. Jealousy, suspicion, pain, anger. All kinds of emotions converged, flooding her heart like a tsunami. Smack! Lu Ruyan could no longer hold back and directly pushed open the car door. Clack! The sound of high heels striking the ground echoed as she quickly walked towards Li Xiang. At that moment, Li Xiang was completely unaware, chatting with Bai Shouhe, or rather, listening to her relay Hanling's instructions. The fees from these patent authorizations will be donated 20% to a charity foundation, 30% to help impoverished students, and 45% for research investment. The remaining 5% can be managed by the senior brother, about $1 million a year, Bai Shouhe said. Li Xiang was not very concerned about money, just a bit surprised, saying, "So, my mom was supposed to be a wealthy heiress, but she gave it up voluntarily?" "Yes, the teacher doesn't value money, she wants to cultivate more research talents. Senior brother, you will need to connect with Ms. Su Qing in the future, as there will be dedicated donation accounts for the charity foundation to audit," Bai Shouhe said. Li Xiang asked in confusion, "Doesn't the charity foundation have an internal audit department? With Ms. Su Qing's character, she shouldn't be involved in any fraud, right? The teacher has said that all projects involving money need to be supervised, she never trusts human nature. Ms. Su Qing may have a character that can withstand scrutiny, but the people below her are another matter. The teacher signed a contract with an international accounting firm, and they will conduct audits every year. You just need to supervise, no need for you to worry too much," Bai Shouhe patiently explained. Clack! The sound of high heels approaching grew louder, and Li Xiang found it somewhat familiar. Before he could turn around, Lu Ruyan spoke first. "Lao, Yi Xiang?" Lu Ruyan suppressed her anger, trying to keep her tone even, calling out sweetly. Li Xiang thought he was hearing things. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. Bai Shouhe reacted quickly, turning around and exclaiming in surprise, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Lu Ruyan's face was dark, her brows tightly knitted, her chest rising and falling violently due to her emotional turmoil, gritting her teeth as she said, What are you two doing?" "We're here to change the patent owner, senior sister. Have you eaten?" Bai Shouhe seemed completely oblivious to Lu Ruyan's expression, smiling brightly as she spoke. Lu Ruyan's mind was a bit chaotic. She slowly adjusted her breathing, tried hard to control her emotions, and forced out a smile, saying, "There's no rush to eat. Such a big matter regarding the patent change, why didn't you bring it up with me? What identity do you have that requires me to tell you? Is there something or nothing?" Li Xiang frowned tightly, protecting Bai Shouhe behind him, his tone very unfriendly. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with anger, and the suppressed emotions could no longer be controlled. She pointed at Li Xiang and shouted, "What is your relationship with her now? Why are you protecting her?" "Senior sister, we're on a blind date." Bai Shouhe poked her head out from behind Li Xiang, made a face, and then hugged Li Xiang's arm, giggling. "No, I don't believe it. Husband, Xiang, tell me you won't choose this short winter melon." Lu Ruyan was so furious she felt like her lungs would explode, jealousy surging within her, her gaze sharp as a knife. She wished she could slap the pure and lovely face of Bai Shouhe in front of her and scold her for being shameless. "Senior sister, she's not a short winter melon." Bai Shouhe couldn't hold back anymore and stomped her foot, shouting, "Alright, let me remind you again, don't call me husband, so others won't misunderstand and affect my next relationship." Li Xiang said with a smile, then deliberately reached out to touch Bai Shouhe's head. A flicker of malice flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. She knew clearly that the man in front of her was soft-hearted, and using hard tactics would be absolutely impossible. "Ha, Xiang, have you forgotten me so soon?" Tears streamed down Lu Ruyan's face, her eyes filled with sorrow, looking pitiful and evoking sympathy. Li Xiang's heart was as calm as still water, while Bai Shouhe seemed to be enchanted by Lu Ruyan's performance. She hurriedly took out a tissue, feeling guilty, and said, "Senior sister, don't cry, I was just joking with you." Lu Ruyan took the tissue to wipe her tears and choked out, "It's fine, it has nothing to do with you. By the way, about the teacher's patent, when can we sign the contract as we agreed before?" "Contract?" Bai Shouhe looked up at Li Xiang and said hesitantly, "The patent has already been transferred to senior brother, you two can discuss it." Lu Ruyan quickly understood the implication and began to blame herself. There had been too much going on lately, and she hadn't urged her mother-in-law to sign the patent authorization contract in time, allowing Li Yisheng to take advantage of the situation. The patent authorization was something Lu Ruyan had to obtain, and it was her bargaining chip with the NM Group. She originally wanted to use the engineering team contract to deepen her relationship with Li Yisheng, but unexpectedly, her cleverness backfired. Lu Ruyan lightly tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a gentle smile, and said in a slightly magnetic, husky voice, Yisheng, let's talk about the patent authorization. I have nothing to discuss with you. Sorry, I have an appointment with Boss Wu Gue to talk about the authorization. Li Yisheng said. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly and said, Yisheng, you've learned to lie now. Boss Wu Gue has gone back to his hometown. He sold the pharmaceutical factory to me. Oh, then I can only talk to the NM Group. I believe they will be interested. Li Yisheng said with a cold smile. Striking at the weak point, the NM Group was Lu Ruyan's fatal weakness in her business landscape. Lu Ruyan was already at a disadvantage in front of the NM Group, and there weren't many conditions she could offer. Recently, many business developments were based on her relationship with her former mother-in-law, Han Ling. If she couldn't secure the patent, it would inevitably send a signal to the outside world that there was no longer a relationship between her and Han Ling, triggering a series of chain reactions. Lu Ruyan forced a smile and said, Husband, Yisheng, we are family, so let's have a good talk. By the way, I can help with the engineering machinery for the reserves. Li Yisheng said expressionlessly, we have nothing to talk about. The engineering team's issues have already been resolved by me, and there's no need for President Pan's help. I'm going to have dinner with Xiao Bai, so we may not meet again. Don't follow me anymore. Lu Ruyan fell into a dilemma and frustration. She felt that she had nurtured Li Yisheng into a good man, only to have him taken away by another woman. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan's expression, Li Yisheng instantly understood that this woman was already flustered, and he felt even more calm and composed inside. Lu Ruyan truly thought that starting a company would allow her to act arrogantly in front of him, but she was sorely mistaken. It was necessary for him to let her know what a dimensionality reduction strike was. As Lu Ruyan watched Li Yisheng prepare to leave, she was already panicking inside, holding back a surge of anger, forcing out a flattering smile, and said, Xiao Bai, Yisheng, let me treat you to dinner. The Jinlu Club under the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce has the best chefs in Linhai City. Bai Xiaohua, who was originally going to follow, instantly brightened up, as if her feet were magnetized, and glistening saliva appeared at the corner of her mouth. Senior sister, I heard that the North Jinlu and South Moonlight. I haven't eaten there yet. I heard it's by reservation only, and each private room needs to be booked a year in advance, plus a capital verification. Bai Xiaohua swallowed hard, saying excitedly. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly, seemingly regaining some confidence, nodded, and said, I am now the president of the Chamber of Commerce, so of course I can go. I'll get you a membership card later, and you can go anytime you want. Senior brother, I wanna go. Bai Xiaohua tugged at Li Yisheng, blinking her eyes and pleading. What else could Li Yisheng say? In front of Lu Ruyan, he deliberately spoiled Bai Xiaohua by pinching her nose and said, Alright, I'm purely doing this for your sake. Lu Ruyan instantly clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, and gritted her teeth, saying, Yes, thank you, Xiao Bai, for your consideration. Bai Xiaohua couldn't help but feel that the atmosphere was off, yet she was still happily stirring things up. Li Yisheng sat in the back seat of the Audi, and because of who was sitting with him, Lu Ruyan almost got into an argument with Bai Xiaohua. In the end, Lu Ruyan took a step back and voluntarily sat in the passenger seat. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Ruyan watched Bai Xiaohua resting her head on Li Yisheng's shoulder, her eyes reddening. She knew she had lost her qualifications and identity, and her heart sank deeper into disappointment and sadness. Senior brother, let me tell you, this Jinlu Club is amazing. It's said that princes go in, and eunuchs come out. It can make people spend their fortunes. Not only is there good food, but I also heard there are beautiful women performing. Bai Xiaoyun chattered away. A place for wine and meat, probably not a decent place, Li Yisheng said with a cold laugh. Lu Ruyan's heart sank, and she immediately explained, Yisheng, you're wrong. The Jinlu Club is not a restaurant, but a place for Chamber of Commerce members and partners to do business. On the surface, they serve lobster and abalone, but in reality, they are discussing deals worth hundreds of millions. He. Senior sister, I think you're amazing. You can handle those men so well. I wouldn't be able to do it, Bai Xiaohua said sincerely. Information trading, facilitating business cooperation, and expanding connections is quite a remarkable business, but when Bai Xiaohua said it, there was always an indescribable oddity. The Grand Chamber of Commerce Club seemed to have turned into a den of iniquity, like places of pleasure, while Lu Ruyan appeared to be a social butterfly navigating among the powerful. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized that she had been deceived by Bai Xiaohua's innocent appearance. The other party, who could become Han Ling's assistant, was definitely not a naive sweet girl, but rather a black-hearted green tea white lotus. Bai Xiaohua used her harmless appearance, combined with her innocent temperament, to make Lu Ruyan let her guard down. Li Yixiang showed a look of disdain and mocked, "This is what she's best at." Lu Ruyan's expression darkened as she said, "What I'm doing is not that. I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce, not a hostess. You'll see soon enough." Half an hour later, the Audi arrived at the entrance of an ancient-style building. For the first time, Li Yixiang learned that the place he visited last time was called the Golden Tower. The sunlight during the day spilled onto the glazed tiles on the top of the building, as if coated in a layer of gold. Luxury cars lined the street, and many well-dressed businessmen gathered at the entrance of the Golden Tower, coming and going, all of them dignitaries and wealthy individuals, creating a lively atmosphere. As the Audi came to a stop, many people immediately rushed over, and bodyguards and security quickly shielded the car door. Bang! The back door opened, and before Li Yixiang could step out, someone outside reached in with an arm. "President Pan, you must help me. This batch of building materials can only be handled by the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. I'm willing to lower the price by 2 points. A fat businessman shouted loudly at the car while being dragged by a bodyguard. Li Yixiang was taken aback, frowning as he said, "Lu Ruyan, these aren't your hired actors, are they? How could that be?" Lu Ruyan seemed to have returned to her element, actively opening the door and stepping out. The bodyguards quickly shifted to protect her closely. As these businessmen greeted Lu Ruyan, their eyes unconsciously glanced towards the back seat of the car. In their minds, a guest who could make Lu Ruyan sit in the front passenger seat must be a person of great wealth or status. When Li Yixiang got out of the car, countless arms reached out, each holding a business card. "Sir, we are from the Dafu Gui Jewelry Company. If you need anything, please contact me. Hello, I am a financial advisor from the X Foundation. If you have any financial needs, I can provide consulting services." Hello, you look very familiar, where have we met before?" There were all sorts of greetings, and Li Yixiang grew increasingly impatient, protecting Bai Xiaohua as they walked into the Golden Tower. He turned to see Lu Ruyan smiling, effortlessly sending one businessman after another away. "Senior sister is naturally someone who enjoys being in the spotlight. I don't like this kind of life," Bai Xiaohua whispered. "Everyone has their own choices, we are ultimately not on the same path," Li Yixiang said calmly. "Mr. Li, long time no see," a voice suddenly called out. Li Yixiang turned to see a man approaching. It was Zhou Mingqi, the lawyer from NM Group. Zhou Mingqi was dressed in a sharp suit, exuding an elite aura, with a gentle smile on his face. Notably, he was holding a bouquet of lilies. "Mr. Li, I didn't expect to see you here. How have you been lately?" Zhou Mingqi said with a smile. Li Yixiang squinted and replied, "Are we that familiar?" "Ha, don't misunderstand, I'm just here to greet you. I believe we will become good friends," Zhou Mingqi said, still speaking slowly. Bai Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Is this gentleman holding flowers to pursue senior sister Pan?" Zhou Mingqi looked down at the lilies and smiled. "A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal partner. I believe Mr. Li wouldn't mind, right? After all, President Pan is your ex." "I don't mind, of course not. Good luck to you." Li Yixiang suddenly felt a pang of pity, as he already sensed the fate of this young man. Lu Ruyan would squeeze out the last bit of value from him and then discard him like trash. Zhou Mingqi's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he nodded slightly, provocatively saying, "Mr. Li is very wise to divorce her early. President Pan is indeed not suitable for ordinary people. If she had entered the business world earlier, her achievements would be much greater than they are now. I hope that on this day next year, I can still talk to you, and I hope you're not the next Lu Decan," Li Yixiang said sincerely. "Put." Bai Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh out loud, then realized she had lost her composure and quickly closed her mouth. Zhou Mingqi felt a bit embarrassed and finally let his disdain show without holding back, slowly saying, "A qualified ex should be like a dead person. I don't understand why you're here. But someone who hasn't even graduated from middle school should find it hard to comprehend what your ex-wife has now. I'm not a useless person like Lu Decan. I graduated from HF Business School, and we're not in the same class." "You graduated from HF University too?" "So did I," Bai Xiaohua said with a grin. Zhou Mingqi looked at Bai Xiaohua in surprise and asked, "So you're a junior sister? Which department are you in?" "I'm in the physics and mathematics departments, double major, and now I'm an assistant under Professor Han. Right now, I'm a pursuer of Li Yixiang. I never judge a person based on their education," Bai Xiaohua said with a smile, her eyes filled with affection for Li Yixiang. "There's also a hierarchy among the colleges at HF University, and the mathematics and physics departments, being at the top in terms of intelligence, have always looked down on the business school crowd." Bai Xiaohua revealed her identity, and Zhou Mingqi didn't even have the courage to refute. If he dared to speak ill of Bai Xiaohua, his reputation in the academic circle would be ruined. Zhou Mingqi felt extremely awkward, as if he had been slapped hard in the face, his face turning red with anger, his fists clenching involuntarily. Li Yisheng couldn't be bothered to deal with Zhou Mingqi, but Bai Shouha's words made him feel unsettled. Tap tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed as Lu Ruyan entered gracefully. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Zhou Mingqi's eyes revealed a hint of infatuation, and he immediately straightened his back, saying, "Pan Nan, you're here." Lu Ruyan's expression darkened instantly upon seeing Zhou Mingqi, and she coldly said, "Didn't I say we'd talk at the company tomorrow? What do you mean by this?" Zhou Mingqi wasn't angry. He handed a lily to Lu Ruyan and gently said, "Pan Nan, I went to the company to find you, but you weren't there. Do you have time today? I'd like to treat you to a meal and discuss some business." Lu Ruyan completely ignored Zhou Mingqi and instead walked past him, saying, "Honey, why did you leave so quickly? You didn't even wait for me." "Hee, I came to eat, not to eat dog food." "I think you should deal with this pursuer first," Li Yisheng said with deep-set eyes, his tone indifferent. "Hee, honey, are you jealous? I'm just playing around with others. My heart is only true for you. Some men just don't know their place. A smile from them is like a lapdog. You can't get rid of them. It's so annoying." Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled as she smiled playfully, suddenly linking her right arm with Li Yisheng's, leaning against him. On the surface, she appeared calm and carefree, but her trembling fingers revealed her inner tension. Li Yisheng pushed Lu Ruyan away, looking at Zhou Mingqi with increasing sympathy, shaking his head and saying, "What a pity, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Zhou Mingqi's face turned frighteningly dark, gritting his teeth and saying, "Mr. Pan, you didn't say that back then. Didn't you say you appreciated my talent and liked cultured elites the most?" "Shut up. You believe everything. I told you it's just a game. Why are you like a dog? You can't get rid of them." Lu Ruyan said with a face full of disdain, her tone cold and sarcastic. Li Yisheng couldn't help but sneer. This woman beside him was pretending to act in front of him, but she probably wasn't the same with Zhou Mingqi behind closed doors, otherwise, she wouldn't have him so infatuated. Zhou Mingqi glanced at Li Yisheng, a surge of indignation rising in his heart, and in a fit of anger, he laughed and said, "Lu Ruyan, have you forgotten how we—" His words were abruptly cut off, as Lu Ruyan's gaze turned icy, filled with warning. Zhou Mingqi frowned, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, I was wrong. Mr. Pan, we should talk about business now. Are we still negotiating?" "Yes. We can talk now. Hurry up. Honey, you go with your junior sister to the private room. I'll be there soon." "Very soon. I have something to ask you about our daughter. You must not leave." "Chun Hui, come here. Take Mr. to Tianshang Renjian," Lu Ruyan said in a low voice. Lu Ruyan thought Li Yisheng would mind, but in reality, Li Yisheng was as calm as still water, showing no emotional fluctuations. If she hadn't mentioned their daughter, Li Yisheng probably wouldn't have lingered even a second after finishing his meal. After Li Yisheng and Bai Shouha left, Lu Ruyan coldly said, "Zhou Mingqi, you shouldn't provoke my husband." "Ms. Pan, you shouldn't provoke me either. I'm not someone to be trifled with. I will remember the humiliation from today." Zhou Mingqi replied coldly. "Ha, you better not forget. When you're out, keep your eyes wide open. You're not even worth a single hair on him. I forgot to tell you, he is now the patent holder. Without patent authorization, NM Group's research and development for the next 10 years cannot proceed. Think about how you will explain this to the group." Lu Ruyan said in a low voice, sneering. Zhou Mingqi's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and said, "You said back then that you had already obtained the authorization." "That's right, it was just verbal. Our family matters naturally won't be put on paper. However, since you just offended him, I'm afraid I won't be able to help with the authorization. Don't be fooled by his cold demeanor. He loves me deeply and is quite petty. Pursuing me in front of him, I'm afraid this deal is doomed to fail," Lu Ruyan said, feigning regret. This skill of hiding a dagger behind a smile sent chills down Zhou Mingqi's spine, and he immediately understood the hidden meaning. Zhou Mingqi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening, and slowly said, "So, I can deal directly with Mr. Li? I believe that in the face of interests, a small misunderstanding can be quickly resolved. You are now the chief investment representative of NM Group, so of course you can do that. But don't forget, I am a woman who holds grudges. Although I may not succeed, causing trouble is very easy. Once something is in my mouth, no one can take it away." Lu Ruyan said sharply. Zhou Mingqi looked at the beautiful woman before him, and the fleeting thought of desire vanished without a trace. He knew he had fallen into her trap. Lu Ruyan used various hints to make him mistakenly believe he had a chance of success, letting his guard down, and then foolishly offended the patent holder Li Yisheng, ultimately leading to the current situation. Zhou Mingqi self-deprecatingly shook his head and said, "It seems I have no other choice but to let Mr. Pan be the intermediary. I am truly ashamed. I will remember this lesson. While they were talking, the female manager in charge of reception suddenly ran over, anxiously saying, Chairman, Mr. Lee has gone to the kitchen. Assistant Chen asked me to inform you. What does he want to do again? Disobedient. Lu Ruyan felt a headache coming on and unconsciously pinched her brow. Zhou Mingqi returned to his original demeanor, rational and composed, taking a half step back, keeping a respectful distance from Lu Ruyan, and said, Mr. Pan, then I will wait for your news. You go prepare the contract now, reduce the price by 5 points from the original. Otherwise, I guarantee you will return empty-handed, Lu Ruyan pressed, threatening. Zhou Mingqi was already feeling like cursing, but after all, he was an elite, and he forcibly controlled his emotions, saying gently, of course, no problem. Lu Ruyan walked confidently towards the kitchen, a smile she couldn't suppress curling at the corners of her mouth. At this moment, Li Xiang had already pushed the door into the kitchen, greeted by a rush of hot air and the aromas of various ingredients being stir-fried and stewed. A plump chef wearing a tall hat put down his teacup and stood up, frowning, and said discontentedly, This is the kitchen, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Hurry up! Get out! Chef Wang, this is Mr. Li, he wants to take a look in the kitchen, Chen Hui said with a hint of respect and flattery, then turned to Li Yishang and said, Sir, this is Chef Wang Rui, a 3-star chef for 5 consecutive years and the executive chef of Jinlu. Li Yishang looked around the kitchen environment, nodded slightly, and said, not bad, clean and tidy, up to the standards of a 3-star chef. Bang! Chef Wang Rui suddenly slammed the lid of the teacup down and stood up, saying, You think I need you to evaluate my 3-star chef standards? If the hygiene is not up to par, what kind of chef am I? Sir, please don't be angry, Chef Wang's temper has always been like this. How about we go to the private room first? Chef Wang's culinary skills are top-notch in Linghai City, Chen Hui said, trying to appease him. Bai Xiaohua blinked curiously and asked, Senior brother, what are we doing in the kitchen? Amateurs enter through the front door, while professionals enter the kitchen. You can tell how good a restaurant is just by looking at the kitchen. Assistant Chen, can I order now? I want to eat here, Li Yishang said. Chen Hui was taken aback. She completely didn't understand Li Yishang's intention to abandon the luxuriously decorated private room and come to the kitchen filled with the smell of oil smoke. However, Chen Hui had already received orders and could not refuse any requests made by Li Yishang, so she said, Sir, please go ahead and order. I will ask Chef Wang to prepare it personally. Great! Senior brother, I've never eaten in the kitchen before. I want to eat abalone and lobster. Bai Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued, and she said excitedly, Stir-fried beef ho fun and sweet and sour pork. Li Yishang ordered 2 dishes and then sat down on the chair that Chen Hui had brought over. The sous chef frowned and said, We have signature dishes like premium lobster and abalone, but stir-fried beef ho fun and sweet and sour pork are inferior dishes, not worthy of being served. There's no need for the head chef to make these, any small chef can handle them. Li Yishang smiled and did not respond to the sous chef's words but instead turned his gaze to Chef Wang Rui. Wang Rui said in a deep voice, Alright, I will cook personally. This gentleman is here to test me. If I don't do well, I won't have the face to be the executive chef of Jinlu. He spread his arms, and his apprentice immediately tied a pure white apron around his waist. Wang Rui's reaction left those around him exchanging glances, and the sous chef frowned, not understanding the reason. Bai Xiaohua tugged at Li Yishang's sleeve and curiously asked, Senior brother, why is the head chef testing you? The most difficult part of stir-fried beef ho fun is controlling the heat. Too little oil will stick to the pan, too much oil will be greasy, and the highest standard is that there shouldn't be a single drop of excess oil left on the plate after eating. The challenge with sweet and sour pork lies in the seasoning. The sweet and sour sauce must not overpower the meat flavor, and the starch must be evenly distributed, or it will affect the texture, Li Yishang explained. Bai Xiaohua said in admiration, Senior brother, you're amazing, have you eaten it before? No, I've just heard about it and am learning on the spot, Li Yishang said, touching his nose and smiling. Chef Wang Rui, preparing for the cooking, heard this and said, Mr. Li is quite the expert. It doesn't seem like you're learning on the spot, otherwise, why would you come to the kitchen to eat these 2 dishes? Mr. Li, why don't you guide me on what kind of pan to use for stir-frying? A Western-style frying pan? Li Yishang raised an eyebrow and said, Using a Western pan for Chinese cooking, how unrefined and unorthodox, a chef muttered quietly. Wang Rui gave a thumbs up and said, Well said. Traditional woks heat up too quickly, so dry-fried beef ho fun tends to become dry. A flat-bottomed pan is just right. Everyone shut their mouths, guessing about Li Yishang's background, with some even thinking he was a gourmet. President, boss. The onlookers parted to make a path, their heads bowed, respectfully calling out. Lu Ruyan gently covered her nose, wrinkling her brow in disgust, and said, What are you doing here? Hurry up and come back with me, behave, don't make a fuss. Her demeanor resembled that of an older sister coaxing her younger brother, which was quite surprising. Li Xiong leaned against the stove, his expression strange, shaking his head as he said, Lu Ruyan, do you know what I dislike most about you? Dislike me? Alright, let me hear it. Lu Ruyan, having heard too much flattery lately and seen too many sycophantic smiles, felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing Li Xiong's words. She believed that her achievements today, even with some minor flaws, should be forgivable. How could she possibly be disliked? Boom! The flames flared up at the stove, and Chef Wang Rui skillfully tossed the pan, the beef rolling in the flames, and with the addition of the rice noodles, it was like a symphony. Assistant Chen Hui shivered, not daring to listen further, and immediately waved her hand, sending all the other chefs to another backup kitchen except for the head chef. What I dislike is your lack of self-awareness, pretending to understand, and imposing your will on others. For example, if I want to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and you like it sour, you add white vinegar without considering whether I like it or not, all while calling it authentic. You actually have no idea how to make authentic scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Do you know why I choose to eat in the kitchen? Li Xiong said sarcastically. Lu Ruyan frowned and said, are you sulking because of Zhou Mingqi? Sulking? Ha, I'm here to eat, and of course, it has to have the flavor of the wok. No matter how fast your waitstaff is, how can it be faster than me eating by the stove? The most comforting thing in the world is the smoke of the kitchen, and the greatest taste is simple joy, Li Xiong said lightly. When he finished speaking, Chef Wang Rui placed a steaming plate of dry-fried beef ho fun in front of Li Xiong, respectfully saying, Mr. Li, please enjoy. A glimmer of surprise flashed in by Xiaohua's eyes as she eagerly said, Senior brother, let me share it with you. Lu Ruyan fell silent, feeling a sense of loss. She truly couldn't believe that what had just been said could come from someone who hadn't even graduated from middle school. Li Xiong ignored this, quickly digging into the dry-fried beef ho fun, nodding in satisfaction, and said, not bad. Very authentic. Is there any smoke? There is, but it's not good. Please don't mind it, sir, Wang Rui said, smiling as if he had found a kindred spirit, handing a cigarette to Li Xiong. After eating some, Bai Xiaohua specially scooped a bowl and handed it to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, lost in thought, picked it up, but the greasy smell hit her face, making her feel a bit nauseous, and she immediately turned her head away. Senior sister, why aren't you eating? Bai Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, as if she had discovered some unknown secret. Lu Ruyan forced a smile and said, Xiaohua, I want to talk to your brother-in-law alone. Bai Xiaohua shrugged and shouted, Master Wang, I want to eat sweet and sour pork. Sure, let's go to the backup kitchen, they have all the ingredients there. Mr. Li, I'll excuse myself for now, and I'll come back later to make you a portion, Wang Rui said. The kitchen fell completely silent. Lu Ruyan walked up to Li Xiong, extending her slender fingers to help him straighten the creases on his collar, gently saying, Honey, I'm hungry, I want to eat the kimchi fried rice you make. Lu Ruyan, you once said that my cooking isn't even as good as takeout. Why do you want to eat it now? It's still because you need something from me, Li Xiong said with a half smile. Lu Ruyan's expression stiffened, her eyes revealing a hint of sadness as she said, I thought that even after the divorce, we would still be friends. For our daughter's sake, do you really have to speak to me like this? Li Xiong frowned, her attitude made him seem a bit petty, so he said, you step back to the door, and I'll make you a bowl of fried rice. But only for our daughter's sake. You just said you had something to discuss with me regarding her. What is it? Let's eat first, and then we'll talk. Lu Ruyan smiled, leaning against the door. She watched Li Xiong's busy figure, and the familiar sense of safety and stability surged in her heart. Li Xiong wasn't good at cooking. He had learned to make fried rice in the army and had only made it a few times after they got married. At first, Lu Ruyan thought it was delicious, but unfortunately, after getting used to high-end places, her taste became more discerning, and she found it hard to swallow her own fried rice. The sauerkraut at Jean Lu was pickled by master chefs, with no cheap hot dogs, only expensive ham, no day-old rice, only specially steamed fragrant rice. Li Xiong mixed all these expensive ingredients together and quickly stir-fried them before serving. He took a bite himself and thought it tasted just like ordinary fried rice, no different at all. Eat up, Li Xiong said. Lu Ruyan picked up her spoon and began to eat slowly. The familiar taste made her eyes slightly redden, and before she knew it, tears began to fall, blurring her vision. The fried rice, now mixed with tears, had a hint of bitterness, but Lu Ruyan didn't mind. Instead, she stuffed it into her mouth desperately. In a daze, Lu Ruyan found herself back to the time shortly after they got married, when she returned home from work, and her husband, with a mix of restraint and anticipation, served her a plate of fried rice, the same taste, the same feeling. Each bite of fried rice gave Lu Ruyan a sense of returning to the past, but an illusion is still just an illusion. The spoon scraped against the bottom of the plate, making a harsh scratching sound, and Lu Ruyan felt a sense of loss. A tissue was handed to her. After taking it, Lu Ruyan wiped her tears and said apologetically, "I haven't had such good fried rice in a long time. I'm a bit out of sorts, I'm sorry." "You shouldn't be. With your current status, you can have whatever you want, and it's just a bowl of fried rice," Li Yisheng said, indifferent as he smoked. "Eating the best things doesn't bring me the happiness I expected. Instead, I miss this bowl of fried rice even more. What I'm eating is not rice, but feelings," Lu Ruyan said with a bitter smile. Li Yisheng snorted coldly and said, pretending to be sentimental, "Don't make me sick. Just say it. What do you want, related to our daughter?" Actually, it's nothing much. I recently saw a bone-strengthening powder that can promote children's bone growth." Lu Ruyan began to fabricate eagerly. Li Yisheng looked at her with a look of disbelief, then glanced at his watch and said, "I'll buy it for our daughter later. I'm leaving." "Wait, there's something. The patent issue. You promised me. When will you sign the contract?" Lu Ruyan hooked her finger around Li Yisheng's sleeve, speaking pitifully. "What patent?" Li Yisheng pretended to be confused, feigning surprise. Lu Ruyan had a ghostly expression and said, "Husband, you have always kept your word. You shouldn't treat me like this. I want the patent authorization. What you want, I must give you. Ask yourself if you deserve it," Li Yisheng said sternly. The question, "Do you deserve it?" ignited Lu Ruyan's anger. She directly grabbed Li Yisheng's collar with both hands and shouted, "Why don't I deserve it? Everything I do is for you and our daughter, to give you both a decent life. A life above others. Grant me the patent authorization so that we can maximize our benefits. The money I earn is for you and our daughter. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Or do you think I would sell my body? If I wanted to sell myself, would I have waited until now? Back then, a lot of rich second-generation heirs pursued me, and I didn't even look at them. You don't understand me at all, Lu Ruyan, and it disappoints me so much. The black stockings mailed to my home, the intimate photos of the Lu family father and daughter, countless times spent working overtime at the company. What do these count as? Isn't it selling out? Selling my time, selling the happiness of my family, relying on dirty means to earn my first pot of gold. How dare you be proud in front of me? Letting your daughter spend this kind of money makes me feel sick just thinking about it," Li Yisheng said coldly. Each of his words was like a blade, stabbing into Lu Ruyan's heart, leaving her utterly defenseless. What terrified Lu Ruyan even more was that she found herself speechless, lacking even the courage to refute. "What's wrong? Not talking anymore? Have you turned mute?" Li Yisheng bent down, forcibly turning her head to face him, his tone filled with mockery. Lu Ruyan's lips trembled, her throat felt blocked as if by phlegm, and she hoarsely said, "Which of the first pots of gold from capital is clean?" You really misunderstood. I said I would make it up to you. The patent authorization involves my industrial layout. For my daughter's future, I beg you, should I kneel down again?" Lu Ruyan decisively knelt on the ground, her hands already gripping Li Yisheng's belt. Some people get used to kneeling, and it seemed Lu Ruyan had lost all sense of shame in front of Li Yisheng. "I see you're quite skilled at this position. Haven't you tried it in front of Lu Decan at the company?" Li Yisheng mocked, taking a step back voluntarily. This sentence enraged Lu Ruyan, her gaze turned as cold as a knife, and she immediately stood up, shouting, "You can humiliate me, I deserve it, but don't slander me for things I haven't done. My body is clean." Li Yisheng said disdainfully, "Who can prove it? You can lie to your daughter, what else can't you do?" The two of them were like hedgehogs, getting close would only hurt each other. Lu Ruyan's face felt hot and painful, but her eyes became wild, gripping Li Yisheng's arm, her nails almost digging into his flesh. "Since you doubt me, then just kill me to vent your anger. Let's die together. Aren't you tough? Kill me." Lu Ruyan shouted. "You think I wouldn't dare? I'll kill you right now." Li Yisheng's eyes revealed a fierce light, his right hand directly gripping her throat, needing just a bit more force to crush her windpipe. At that moment, his mind was filled with images of her betraying him, being intimate with Lu Decan. Lu Ruyan seemed to have given up struggling, her face flushed red, but her eyes showed stubbornness, unwilling to concede. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. After a dozen seconds, Li Yisheng calmed down and released Lu Ruyan. She covered her throat, gasping for breath, and said, "I'll give you the shares of the pharmaceutical factory, you take 51%, become the major shareholder, and invest in the patent. I'm a civil servant, I can't do business. Are you trying to trick me?" Li Yisheng said coldly. "Then what do you want?" "Whatever I can do, I will definitely do it," Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice. Li Yisheng slowly said, "Two things. First, it's been a month since the second divorce application, we should go get the divorce certificate. Second, 30% of the net profit from the patent goes to our daughter. I will arrange for someone to audit it. If you commit fraud, I will revoke the patent authorization. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you don't come, I will give the patent to NM Group for free. These ruthless words made Lou Ruyan's heart sink. 30% of the net profit was exactly her psychological bottom line, and it was firmly choking her neck. However, that wasn't much. Even if she gave it all to her daughter, she wouldn't feel heartbroken. What troubled her was the matter of obtaining the divorce certificate. Recently, she could only fall asleep while holding onto the marriage certificate, even fantasizing that Li Yishan would forget to go and get it, dragging it out indefinitely. Clearly, today she couldn't avoid it. On one side was the patent she was determined to obtain, and on the other was a marriage that had become a mere formality. After taking a few deep breaths, Lou Ruyan said, "What are your requirements regarding the patent licensing fees and timeline?" "None. Just discuss the patent licensing as you did with Xiaobai. Is Bai Haoi's death related to you? What did you do?" Li Yixiang said calmly. "Are you trying to catch me off guard? People can die. I can't say, I really can't say. I didn't kill Bai Haoi, believe me." Lou Ruyan's eyes revealed fear as she pleaded. Li Yixiang said, "Everything leaves traces. I won't let Qianqian have a criminal mother. If that day really comes, I hope you can leave with some dignity." I understand. Tonight I'll go see the child, and the next day we can leave together from home." Lou Ruyan breathed heavily, forcing herself to suppress her fear. "There's not that much space at home, don't think about playing tricks," Li Yixiang warned. Self-pity was not Lou Ruyan's style. She would seek the greatest benefit in the most unfavorable situations. Once she realized this, Lou Ruyan said in a deep voice, "Li Yixiang, I warn you. I am Qianqian's mother, and that is an unchangeable fact. Even if we divorce, I still have visitation rights. I hope you remember your identity and don't drag our daughter and me down." Li Yixiang patted his clothes and turned to leave the kitchen. Bai Xiaohua had been waiting at the door, peeking in to greet Lou Ruyan, then linked arms with Li Yixiang and left. After a long silence, Lou Ruyan also walked out and said to Chen Hui at the door, "Later, clean up a spot in the kitchen and leave a table. Make the dry-fried beef ho fun and sweet and sour pork the signature dishes, only to be eaten in the kitchen. And pass on what the gentleman said, the most comforting thing in the world is the warmth of human life. The greatest flavor in life is pure joy. Remember, if anyone asks who said this, just say it came from me, Lou Ruyan." Will the gentleman have any objections?" Chen Hui asked cautiously. Lou Ruyan snorted coldly, "It came from me, not that I said it. What objection could he have?" She walked out of the kitchen with a cold face and saw Li Yixiang and Zhou Mingqi chatting in the hall, immediately quickening her pace to walk over. "Mr. Li, I'm really sorry, I was confused. Please forgive me." Zhou Mingqi, unable to be arrogant, instead became exceptionally polite. He was one of the few smart people who, after seeing through Lou Ruyan's true nature, immediately chose to keep his distance. Li Yixiang shook his head and said, "I still prefer your unruly demeanor. Next time, be more careful, my mood won't always be this good. This time, it's because of the beauty beside me." Thank you, Mr. Li, for your generosity," Zhou Mingqi said with a smile. "Honey, wait for me to come home tonight," Lou Ruyan quickly interjected. Li Yixiang treated it as if he hadn't heard, taking Bai Xiaohua and leaving, treating Lou Ruyan as if she were air. Lou Ruyan turned her head and coldly said, "Come tomorrow afternoon to sign the contract. Happy cooperation." Zhou Mingqi breathed a sigh of relief and reached out his arm to shake hands. Lou Ruyan shot him a fierce, hostile glare, causing Zhou Mingqi to stiffen and awkwardly lower his arm. Li Yixiang sent Bai Xiaohua back to the research center, and she remained silent the entire time, with Li Yixiang not offering much explanation. When he returned home and opened the door, the sunset's afterglow poured through the window into the living room, revealing an incredibly touching scene. Lu Xiaotsui was humming a song as she brought dishes out from the kitchen. Her face wore a simple and kind smile, and the sunset illuminated her gentle and beautiful face, making her appear like a virtuous wife and mother bathed in holy light. "You're back? Hurry, wash your hands and eat," Lu Xiaotsui said gently as she turned her head upon hearing his voice. "Daddy!" His daughter Qianqian ran up to him immediately upon seeing Li Yixiang. After spinning around with his daughter in his arms for a couple of circles, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Cui, I'll take Qianqian back for a bit later. Tomorrow, I'm going to get a divorce certificate with Lou Ruyan, and she wants to see the child tonight." Lu Xiaotsui was taken aback for a moment, bit her red lips, and said with concern, "That's fine, but you have to keep an eye on Qianqian. She's been a bit unwell lately and might be restless at night." She had no objections, only caring for her daughter's health like a real mother would, and after speaking, she began to pack Qianqian's usual belongings. Seeing the worried expression on her face, Li Yixiang felt a twinge of pity and said slowly, "It's just for one night. Lou Ruyan might not even stay at home, and I'll come back afterward. Don't rush." She is the child's biological mother. Since she wants to bond with the child, you shouldn't stop her, or else Chanshan might resent you when she grows up, Lu Xiaotsui said earnestly. Li Yisheng looked at his daughter running around in the living room and couldn't help but sigh, pulling Lu Xiaotsui tightly into an embrace, and said in a deep voice, I feel a bit sorry for you. Do you still not want to marry me? It's not suitable, outsiders will gossip. This is fine too, Lu Xiaotsui said softly. The charming red glow filled her fair face, and she seemed a bit unsteady, softly leaning into Li Yisheng's arms. Li Yisheng kissed Lu Xiaotsui and then sat down to start dinner. His daughter Chanshan lay on the floor, pushing her toy car around, mimicking the sound of a car horn with beep-beep noises. Li Yisheng didn't want to leave this home, but Lu Ruyan's calls kept coming in, urging him relentlessly. At 6:30, Li Yisheng grabbed his backpack, took his daughter's hand, and got into the car. The car was sent by Lu Ruyan, registered under Nanshan Company, and the driver was a simple middle-aged man who didn't say a word more. Chanshan already knew they were going to see Lu Ruyan and seemed distracted, her spirit a bit low, leaning against Li Yisheng's arm, quietly asking, Daddy, can we not go home? Chanshan didn't like Lu Ruyan, mainly due to Lu Ruyan's elite education and wolf culture. Since she could remember, Lu Ruyan had always been strict with her, instilling knowledge that was inappropriate for her age, such as bilingualism, mathematics, basic biology, and so on. Ultimately, after Li Yisheng strongly opposed it, Lu Ruyan finally gave up on arranging studies for their daughter. It wasn't because she listened to Li Yisheng, but because she compared herself to her daughter and, upon realizing her daughter wasn't a genius, lost her patience for tutoring. Sir, miss, please be careful, the middle-aged driver said respectfully as he opened the passenger door, placing his hand on the door edge. Thank you, Li Yisheng replied lightly, then took his daughter's hand and returned home. Just as Li Yisheng took out his keys, the door opened. Lu Ruyan had changed into a light gray home sleepwear, wearing an apron, and held a spatula in her right hand. You're back. Come here, I made a few home-cooked dishes today. Chanshan, do you miss mommy? Come. Let mommy give you a hug, Lu Ruyan said with a smile, squatting down and opening her arms. If someone who didn't know her saw this, they might really mistake her for a virtuous wife and mother. Daughter Chanshan had never seen her mother so gentle, and for a moment, she felt scared, instinctively hiding behind Li Yisheng and then wrapping her arms around his leg. Lu Ruyan's expression instantly became stiff, a sense of loss welling up within her. She forced out a faint smile, stood up again, and said, It's okay, let's eat first. I made a few special dishes today, there's meat and sauerkraut soup. Chanshan whispered, Mom, we've already eaten. Lu Ruyan's expression grew even more unpleasant, her heart felt as if it were being gripped by a large hand, making it hard for her to breathe. In the past, she would have sulked and thrown a fit, trying to vent her emotions in that way. But now, no one was unconditionally indulging her, and no one would catch her fall. Lu Ruyan's unfortunate upbringing led her to have an obsession with marriage and family. She forced herself to perk up and awkwardly said, It's fine, I also made soup. It's nice for the family to sit together. Chanshan looked up at Li Yisheng, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Li Yisheng was feeling very depressed. His only connection with Lu Ruyan was their daughter. Lu Xiaotsui had advised him more than once that even if they divorced, they must never speak ill of each other to avoid affecting the child as she grew up. Li Yisheng had no way to refuse Lu Ruyan's closeness to their daughter. Even after their divorce, Lu Ruyan still had the legal right to visitation. Come on, let's go in. After washing up, tidy your room yourself, Li Yisheng said. Chanshan was very obedient, carrying her pink backpack into the living room. Although this was her home, she hadn't been back in a long time, and everything felt a bit strange. I'll go to the kitchen to serve the rice, you sit on the sofa for a while. By the way, I bought you a PCMax game console and some games, so go rest a bit, Lu Ruyan said, mimicking Lu Xiaotsui, preparing to bend down to untie Li Yisheng's shoelaces. Li Yisheng directly kicked off his shoes with his heel and said, Alright, don't do these things. You're not like Sister Cui, you're a strong woman, don't imitate her. Lu Ruyan was momentarily at a loss, and after a few seconds of daze, she helplessly forced out a very stiff smile and said, Strong women are also women. It's the last night, just let me be, let's not argue again. I want to know what a normal family is like, let's learn from each other. Learn what? Learn to please the new husband? Li Yisheng said sarcastically. After he said this, he realized that his mindset was a bit off and walked straight into the bathroom. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly, turned, and entered the kitchen. Li Yisheng continuously splashed cold water on his face, and after calming down, he understood. If they had no children, a divorce could be clean and they would never see each other again, which would naturally be fine. But as long as there was a child as a bond, they would inevitably see each other in the future. He couldn't let Lu Ruyan outshine him, otherwise, he would have no standing in the child's heart. He remembered a certain movie where a retired agent went to his daughter's birthday party and gave her a teddy bear, but the stepfather gave her a mixed-breed horse. Lee Yishang didn't want to face the same embarrassment as the male lead in that movie. After Lu Ruyan returned to the kitchen, she revealed a satisfied smile, took out her phone, entered a chat group, and sent a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The chat group was formed by Li Yishang's aunt and uncle, named Lu Ruyan's remarriage support team. Lu Ruyan used her cash ability to successfully win over Li Yishang's relatives and completely changed their impressions of her. The vast majority of ordinary people do not have such high self-control in the face of money. Don't think too highly of the feelings between relatives. Often, the greatest love among them is just comparison and jealousy. Lu Ruyan frequently sends red envelopes, naturally attracting a group of cobblers to offer their advice. Chung Fengying, ant-men are all soft-hearted, just give them a little warmth, and they'll soften up immediately. I'll take your uncle with me in a bit. With your mother and uncle around, Ishan will definitely listen. Wei Wenxia, third aunt, Li Wenwen's mother Ishan has inherited his father's temper. He's as stubborn as a mule. I think we should be a bit more cautious and take it slow. Chang Fengying, take it slow? The yellow flowers are already cold. We need to get the divorce certificate tomorrow. I think we should just cancel it all together. Lu Ruyan listened as the group became increasingly absurd, especially with the bad ideas coming from Chung Fengying, and couldn't help but feel a headache. She sent another red envelope, expressed her gratitude, and exited the group chat. What should I do? Should I change into the new black stockings? Lu Ruyan bit her nails, an unconscious habit when she was nervous. At that moment, a sudden scream from her daughter Chanshan came from upstairs. Lu Ruyan rushed out and collided directly with Li Yishang. Worried for their daughter's safety, Li Yishang pushed Lu Ruyan aside, nearly knocking her to the ground. Lu Ruyan stumbled, about to get angry, but Li Yishang had already disappeared up the stairs, rushing into their daughter's bedroom on the second floor. "Daddy, there's a bear," Chanshan said with red eyes, tears welling up, and then fearfully jumped into Li Yishang's arms. Li Yishang looked around and noticed a 1-meter-tall plastic toy bear at the foot of their daughter's bed, entirely pink and dressed in a Barbie doll outfit. "It's okay, it's fake, just a toy," Li Yishang comforted her, then tossed a piece of clothing over the bear's head. Lu Ruyan followed in and, after understanding the situation, explained, "I asked around, this is the trendiest toy right now. I specially bought it for our daughter, and it cost 300,000. A toy bear, 300,000? Li Yishang frowned and said, "You really have money to burn. Just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's the best. Don't you know our daughter doesn't like bears?" Lu Ruyan felt a tightness in her chest and said anxiously, I really didn't know. "Sweetheart, tell mommy what you like, and I'll buy it for you right now." Chanshan timidly peeked out and said, "I like the unicorn." "Oh, mommy didn't know. What do you like?" Lu Ruyan picked up her phone, looking a bit troubled. Li Yishang waved his hand irritably and said, "It's a white horse with a horn." "Enough. Don't make a fuss. We'll talk about it later. Motherly love isn't something you experience through a toy." "Chanshan, I'll move the toy bear out. You hurry up and finish your homework." "But she's only in kindergarten. What homework?" "Chanshan, mommy set up a home theater. Go watch cartoons. Our family is rich now, and you don't need to stress yourself out. We'll see what you like in the future, and we'll learn that." Lu Ruyan put on a loving motherly demeanor and said gently, "A child's willpower can't be compared to an adult's. Their loyalty can change in an instant." Just a moment ago, Chanshan was reluctant to acknowledge Lu Ruyan, but now she showed a look of surprise. Chanshan looked at Li Yishang with hopeful eyes and quietly asked, "Daddy, mommy let me watch cartoons." Li Yishang laughed in anger and said, "Little traitor, if you want to watch, go ahead, but only for today. I won't be the bad guy." Chanshan cheered and ran out of the bedroom, with Lu Ruyan following closely behind, seizing the opportunity to bond with her daughter. However, feelings cannot be cultivated overnight. Although Chanshan seemed a bit closer to Lu Ruyan, she still appeared reserved. Lu Ruyan comforted herself that there was still time. In her softest voice, she said to Li Yishang, "Honey, it's time to eat." Li Yishang felt a chill run down his spine. He warily looked at his ex-wife and said, "Come on, what are you planning this time? I don't have anything you need, right? Don't think about pulling any tricks. We'll get the certificate tomorrow, and let's keep our distance. How can you think of me like that?" "Alright, come and try the food I made," Lu Ruyan said, her beautiful eyes flashing like ripples on an autumn wave, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Since their daughter was in the living room, Li Yishang didn't want to argue with Lu Ruyan and sat at the dining table with a cold face. Lu Ruyan had prepared a table full of dishes, rich in local flavor. "I came from a mountain village, I don't know how to cook much, and I've been poor for so long that I only know fatty meat is a good thing. But you city folks rarely eat it," Lu Ruyan said, placing a piece of pork belly in Li Yishang's bowl, seemingly filled with emotion. I've been lurking in the rainforest on the front lines, surviving on ants and spiders. Having any meat to eat is already good enough, Li Yisheng said, never wasting a grain of rice as he devoured his meal. Lu Ruyan suddenly began to understand what Han Ling had said, her heart aching a little. In the past, she had found Li Yisheng's eating habits crude, like a pig grunting, but now she realized everything had its reasons. How could there be so many peaceful years? It was just that someone was carrying the burden for you. The so-called elegant and stable life she had relied on the sacrifices of ordinary soldiers like Li Yisheng. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned slightly red. She picked up another piece of meat to put in Li Yisheng's bowl, but he dodged it. I'm done eating, you take your time, Li Yisheng said, putting down his bowl calmly. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her gaze turning somewhat resentful, and suddenly stood up to go to the bedroom. When she returned, she held a car key and a gift box. This is for you. Lu Ruyan placed the items beside Li Yisheng and said softly. The car key had a golden shield on it, with a leaping black warhorse. It was a luxury car brand, often seen in movies and novels, a standard for rich second-generation kids to flaunt. Inside the gift box was a mechanical watch, with a black dial and emerald hands, exuding understated luxury. Take it back, you went through so much trouble to get it. It's not right for me to take it, Li Yisheng said coldly. Why? Isn't this your favorite brand? I've seen the same one in your collection of models, Lu Ruyan said anxiously. Those models were bought when I was 15. Back then, I thought driving a luxury car and wearing a famous watch was the coolest, the best way to show off wealth. But as I reach middle age, my thoughts have changed. Now, what I want most is an ordinary KDLK car and a string of beads on my wrist, Li Yisheng said, seemingly with some sentiment. KDLK car? No way. Lu Ruyan recalled hearing a vulgar joke from greasy middle-aged men at the company. The KDLK car came with a map of all the city's bathhouses, the true dream car for middle-aged men. Lu Ruyan didn't want Li Yisheng to pick up bad habits and instinctively refused. Li Yisheng shrugged and said, I was just joking, take the stuff back, I won't accept it. If you don't like it, I can change it to something else, like an SUV. How about that? Lu Ruyan said nervously. Li Yisheng shook his head and said, do you even know where your money comes from? Taking your things and money will only remind me that you exchanged them for the Lu family's father and daughter. I can't accept it, both physically and mentally, you know it in your heart, so don't test my limits anymore. Let's part on good terms and keep some dignity for each other. Ha! You still look down on me, thinking my money is dirty. I should have known this long ago, I was really foolish, truly. I clearly knew I shouldn't have done that. Lu Ruoyan's heart was filled with disappointment. Even though she had a premonition, the crystalline tears still fell uncontrollably from her eyes. Li Yisheng was not a saint who viewed money as dirt, he simply made choices based on a moral baseline. He never believed that there would be free lunches in this world. In his understanding of Lu Ruoyan, this woman's gifts often came with special purposes, giving one would require 10 in return. Dad, Chanqian is not feeling well. His daughter Chanqian suddenly appeared, walking over and saying uncomfortably. Li Yisheng turned to look at his daughter, shocked, and stood up. He saw that his daughter's face had broken out in a rash, and her lips were a bit purple. Chanqian, what happened to you? Don't scare your mother. Lu Ruoyan stood up nervously, trembling as she spoke. Li Yisheng remained very calm, holding his daughter and asking, Chanqian, what did you eat just now? Chanqian ate some cherries. Chanqian opened her small hand, revealing a dark red cherry in her palm. Cherries, the child is allergic, and you, as her mother, didn't know? Li Yisheng was furious and immediately rushed out of the house with his daughter in his arms. Lu Ruoyan was filled with guilt and panic, not bothering to change her clothes, and hurriedly chased after them. At this point, Li Yisheng had already sat in the car, and the driver hesitated for a moment when he saw the boss rushing over, not starting the engine immediately. Drive! To the children's hospital. Run the red lights if you have to. Lu Ruoyan jumped into the car, speaking anxiously. Yes, boss. The driver immediately stepped on the gas. Lu Ruoyan didn't drive a more expensive luxury car. A regular Audi with a special pass seemed to have some kind of special power on the road. Chanqian was taken to the children's hospital, and after examination, it was confirmed that there was no major issue, just an allergy treatment needed. Lu Xiaotsui seemed to have a sixth sense, constantly making phone calls while Chanqian was receiving treatment. Finally, Li Yisheng reluctantly answered the call and informed Lu Xiaotsui of the situation. Lu Xiaotsui rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible, her eyes swollen from crying. After confirming that Chanqian was fine, anger surged in her heart, and she said to Li Yisheng, if Lu Ruoyan doesn't understand, how can you not? Why aren't you more attentive? This statement was clearly scolding Li Yisheng, but it was even more embarrassing for Lu Ruoyan than a direct slap in the face. It's all my fault. Blame me. Lu Ruoyan took the responsibility upon herself, her face full of guilt. Lu Xiaotsui waved her hand and said, "It's not your fault, it's normal not to know, but poor Qianqian." After she finished speaking, tears welled up in her reddened eyes. The more Lu Ruoyan heard, the more uncomfortable she felt, wanting to refute but unable to find the words. After the allergy treatment was completed, Qianqian felt much better, but according to the doctor's advice, she needed to continue treatment for at least 2 more days. 2 days later, in the evening, Qianqian was discharged from the hospital. "I'll take care of Qianqian," the doctor said. "There's no danger, just be careful with her meals for a while. You are both busy people, no need to stay, just leave the child to me," Lu Xiaotsui said in a deep voice, her expression somewhat displeased. "I have nothing to do either, I have a week off. Let's go home. You've worked hard these past 2 days, you're better than her irresponsible mother. I don't know what I would do without you," Li Yisheng said sincerely, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Today, Lu Xiaotsui wore a white sweater, which was exceptionally flattering, paired with tight jeans that perfectly outlined her curves, especially her long, straight legs, which were even more eye-catching. Li Yisheng couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek, and Lu Xiaotsui blushed, playfully pushing him away, whispering, "Be careful, we're in public." Their intimate actions were seen by the approaching Lu Ruoyan. "Humph." Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, her stunningly beautiful cheeks instantly turning as cold as ice. Today, she wore a black professional suit, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her delicate face adorned with light makeup. However, the faint dark circles under her eyes were not completely concealed, making her look utterly exhausted. Lu Ruoyan took a deep breath and walked over quickly, the sound of her high heels echoing crisply against the ground. "Honey, I'm sorry I'm late, the car is ready," Lu Ruoyan said, deliberately pretending not to see him and feigning calmness. Li Yisheng frowned and turned to say, "I've already called a taxi, no need for your arrangements, you can go ahead and be busy. Don't forget tomorrow morning at 9. After sending their daughter to the hospital 2 days ago, Lu Ruoyan hadn't been able to stay for even 2 hours. After receiving a series of calls from the company and the business association, she hurriedly left, only showing up again today when their daughter was discharged. Lu Ruoyan saw the indifference and coldness in Li Yisheng's eyes, as if she were just a stranger, and her heart tightened instantly. "Yisheng, I'm sorry, I really am. The company encountered a sudden situation, it wasn't intentional." Lu Ruoyan raised her slender fingers and gently brushed the corners of her eyes, as if wiping away tears. Lu Xiaotsui, who had a kind heart, could see that Lu Ruoyan was genuinely remorseful. She tugged at Li Yisheng's shirt and said, "Forget it, Panin didn't mean it either. It's already very late, and Qianqian needs to rest." Seeing Lu Xiaotsui and their daughter, Li Yisheng didn't want to hold it against Lu Ruoyan too much and got into the car with a sullen face. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. After returning to the family area of Linhai Industrial University, Lu Ruoyan followed them home. Lu Xiaotsui took care of Qianqian and put her to bed, leaving the master bedroom for Lu Ruoyan and Li Yisheng. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Li Yisheng frowned and said in a deep voice. Lu Ruoyan felt uncomfortable inside, thinking about getting the divorce certificate tomorrow, and her emotions became somewhat uncontrollable. She truly regretted it, as if her soul was about to leave her body, becoming lost and aimless. Even though Lu Ruoyan now possessed immense wealth, it did not provide her with enough sense of security. "Honey, can we not get the divorce certificate? We've already registered for divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, we just need the document. I want to keep a memory, pity me a little, I still want to be your wife. If I do anything outrageous in the future, you can divorce me at any time, and I can change the agreement, I'm willing to leave with nothing." Lu Ruoyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded. Lu Ruoyan's words made Li Yisheng feel it was laughable. At this critical moment, this woman was still struggling for her life. Li Yisheng sneered and said, "Enough, stop pretending. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. How could I not know what kind of person you are? You could run out to attend a meeting while our daughter was getting injections in the hospital. If you can be so heartless to your own daughter, what about me, a husband with no blood relation? Aren't you just afraid of getting a bad reputation? Don't worry, after you go out, you can push all the blame onto me. You can be a good female CEO in the future, ending this is good for both of us." I didn't mean it that way." Lu Ruoyan stood up, her heart filled with bitterness, watching Li Yisheng walk into the bathroom. Lu Ruoyan bit her red lips, and after returning to the bedroom, she put on black stockings that accentuated her long, straight legs. Then, she changed into the white nightgown she had bought during their honeymoon, with 2 thin straps hanging on her shoulders, the sheer nightgown tightly hugging her body, showcasing her curvaceous figure perfectly. "Ha! It seems I've gained some weight since giving birth to Qianqian," Lu Ruoyan said to herself while looking in the mirror. Lu Ruoyan was actually worrying too much. She was in the best phase of a woman's life, like a blooming peony. When Li Yixiong came out of the shower, the lights in the living room were off. In the dim moonlight, he could see a graceful silhouette, standing alone. Li Yixiong suddenly felt a bit dazed, as if time had reversed, taking him back to the time just after they got married. At that time, the neighborhood had a power outage, and the two of them were at home with nothing to do. Lu Ruyan, wearing a white nightgown, danced in the living room under the moonlight. Their relationship was very good back then. They wanted to be together every moment. Unfortunately, time had passed, and while Li Yixiong remained unchanged, Lu Ruyan was no longer the innocent wife he once knew. "Honey, let's rest," Lu Ruyan said softly, almost pleading. Li Yixiong took a deep breath and replied, "Go to bed early. We have to get up early tomorrow." Lu Ruyan watched as Li Yixiong lay on the sofa, took out his phone, and opened a game. Although she had a premonition, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had been rejected several times and didn't know if they would have another chance in the future. Lu Ruyan returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, curled up, and stared blankly at her phone screen. On the screen was their wedding photo, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, perfectly matched. Li Yixiong slept soundly, and when he vaguely heard someone talking, he opened his eyes and got up, walking into the bathroom to see Lu Ruyan washing her underwear. "You're awake? I made porridge and fried dough sticks for breakfast. You should go eat," Lu Ruyan said, pulling her hair away from her face with her slender fingers, revealing her fair and long swan neck, exuding a sense of domesticity. However, her lower eyelids were dark, indicating she hadn't slept all night, and her eyes were slightly closed, showing signs of fatigue. Li Yixiong frowned and asked, "Where are Qianshan and Sister Cui?" Lu Ruyan bit her red lips and replied, "Sister Cui took the kids out to get some sun. She doesn't want our issues to affect the children." Li Yixiong glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30. He nodded and said, "Stop washing. It's never been washed before. Didn't you say there's a washing machine at home? Just toss it in, and it'll be clean." Hand washing is cleaner," Lu Ruyan said, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowering her head and scrubbing vigorously. In truth, a smart woman knows everything. There are reasons for her unwillingness to do things, and there are purposes when she suddenly becomes willing. Li Yixiong turned and returned to the living room, looking at the breakfast left on the coffee table, a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, a plate of smashed cucumber, and 2 buns. He hesitated for a moment but still stuffed the food into his mouth, surprisingly finding it quite delicious. This meant that Lu Ruyan could actually cook. She just didn't do it in the past because it wasn't worth it. After realizing this, a cold smile crept onto Li Yixiong's lips, and his gaze grew even colder. Lu Ruyan's phone kept ringing. She glanced at it but resisted the urge to answer. "Let's go." Li Yixiong wiped his mouth, stood up, put on his coat, and walked out the door. An hour later, in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Since they had already registered for divorce online and hadn't cancelled it after more than 30 days, the system automatically noted it, and they only needed to process the divorce certificate. Therefore, the process went very smoothly, without any prior mediation or inquiries. Throughout the process, Lu Ruyan lacked any vitality, appearing like a walking corpse, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. The 2 green divorce certificates were stamped with a steel seal, declaring the end of their relationship. "You two, it's done, next." The staff placed the documents on the counter. "It's over, everything is over, we have no relationship anymore." Lu Ruyan's dazed eyes suddenly trembled, a voice echoing in her mind. Li Yixiong picked up a certificate and walked away. Lu Ruyan's body seemed to lose control, following him step by step. Her footsteps were slow and steady, each step seemingly exhausting all her strength while endless regret surged in her heart. Lu Ruyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Yixiong's arm. "Husband, I won't give up. It's my turn to pursue you now, let's remarry," Lu Ruyan said slowly. Li Yixiong shook his head and said, "Stop talking nonsense. We go our separate ways, we are not meant for each other. I wish you great success in your future business." Tears fell uncontrollably from Lu Ruyan's eyes. She watched Li Yixiong's figure gradually fade away, and disappointment and fear made her start to tremble. "I've finally lost you," Lu Ruyan murmured to herself. The confusion in her eyes lasted only a moment. When the driver stopped the car by the roadside, her gaze regained its determination and decisiveness. "What's mine is yours. I have never lost." Chen Hui got out of the passenger seat, opened her mouth as if to say something but hesitated, then quickly opened the car door. Lu Ruyan sat in the back seat, slowly exhaling a breath that had been trapped in her chest, her whole being radiating a powerful aura that commanded respect without anger. The Audi slowly drove away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered with a cold glint as she said indifferently, "What is it? Boss, you don't seem to be in good shape today. How about we discuss it when we get back to the company?" Chen Hui said softly. "Feelings are feelings, and business is business. I, Lu Ruyan, know the difference." "Speak," Lu Ruyan said lightly, her voice soft yet carrying immense weight. Chen Hui hurriedly replied, "Yes, I understand. Our pharmaceutical factory's raw materials still can't get through. They were detained as soon as we got off the highway, and the transport fleet's fuel was drained." "What did Director Zhao say?" Lu Ruyan frowned and said in a deep voice. Chen Hui shook her head and said, "Director Zhao said that area falls under the jurisdiction of Jincheng, and he can't overstep his boundaries to arrest anyone, but he has already sent a request for assistance to the Jincheng police." "Ha ha, Director Zhao must be under pressure. No matter, I will handle it myself." Lu Ruyan laughed coldly, her gaze growing even more chilling. The raw materials for the pharmaceutical factory were crucial. If the order could not be completed on time, Nanxiang Company would have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. After Lu Ruyan returned to the company, the news had already spread. The person who detained the goods was named Du Dahong, who started out smuggling, was imprisoned for over a decade, and after his release, established a transport and finance company in Jincheng. On the surface, he appeared to be a legitimate businessman, but in reality, he was still entrenched in the underworld, secretly engaging in a large number of illegal activities. "President Pan, General Du specifically wants you to go and negotiate for the release of the people and the vehicle. If you don't go, Nanxiang Group's goods won't be able to enter Linhai City in the future," a boss with the surname Li said nervously. "All right, thank you, President Li." After Lu Ruyan hung up the phone, her gaze became deep and unsettling, her expression gradually turning cold. Chen Hui hurriedly said, "Boss, you absolutely cannot go. This Du Dahong is not a good person, you will be in danger." "I, Lu Ruyan, have come this far, what storms have I not seen?" "At noon tomorrow, prepare 10 million in cash and a car, I will personally go to negotiate," Lu Ruyan said coldly. Chen Hui was intimidated by Lu Ruyan's sudden outburst of power, lowering her head and daring not to speak further. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Hui, gave a cold, meaningful smile, then lowered her head to continue handling matters. The midday sun poured down, casting a golden glow on everything. After Li Yixiong completed the divorce paperwork, he felt as if he had shed shackles, exuding an indescribable sense of ease, and his steps quickened. He opened the door and returned home, seeing Lu Xiaotsui cleaning in the living room. He raised his hand and pulled Lu Yan into his embrace. Lu Xiaotsui was startled, her face showing confusion and shyness, biting her red lip and taking a half step back, reproaching, Don't do that, Shanshan is watching cartoons in the room." "I see something in your hair," Li Yixiong said with a smile, gently lifting the stray hair by the other person's ear and casually pinching their glistening earlobe. Lu Xiaotsui shyly lowered her head, letting out a soft whimper, her cheeks quickly flushing red. Li Yixiong whispered a few jokes, making Lu Xiaotsui's face turn even redder, then he went to the bedroom to check on their daughter, Shanshan. Shanshan was annoyed that Li Yixiong was nearby, disturbing her watching cartoons, and shouted for him to go away. The drafty little cotton jacket made Li Yixiong feel a bit sad. After carefully closing the door, he ran to Lu Xiaotsui's side seeking comfort. "Hey, Xiaotsui, I'm hungry," Li Yixiong said with a smile, then used his hand to lift Lu Xiaotsui's chin, making her raise her face. The two locked eyes, and Lu Xiaotsui's heart raced like a startled deer, feeling very flustered. A sudden ringing broke the intimate moment, bringing back reason. Li Yixiong frowned in annoyance, he was about to return to the reserves, and time was already limited, not knowing who was so blind. After answering the phone, his expression grew darker as he listened to the property manager on the other end. "You and Shanshan stay at home for now, I need to go back to Mingzhu community," Li Yixiong said in a deep voice. Lu Xiaotsui guessed something had happened. Without Li Yixiong saying anything, she didn't ask, just reminded him to be safe. Li Yixiong kissed Lu Xiaotsui, took one last look at their daughter, got dressed, and left. An hour later, Li Yixiong returned to Mingzhu community and saw several police cars parked downstairs. He hurried upstairs and saw a few people standing at the door. The cleaner was tidying up the hallway, and the property manager was checking the surveillance with security. From the elevator to the door, everything was splattered with red paint, and a skinned rabbit was hanging on the door. "What happened?" Li Yixiong said coldly. The property manager frowned and said unhappily, "Mr. Li, it seems you've gotten into trouble outside." "It's not my trouble. Where are they? What did the surveillance show?" Li Yixiong's eyes shot out a cold light as he spoke slowly. The property manager shook his head and said, "The person was wearing a mask. If you need, you can choose to call the police, we will cooperate with the investigation." "No need. I'll handle it myself," Li Yixiong said indifferently. This incident was likely related to Lu Ruyan, and calling the police probably wouldn't yield any useful information. The property staff cleaned up, but red paint still remained on the walls and tiles, and they would need to contact professionals for further cleaning. As soon as Li Yixiong stepped inside, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, he saw 4 or 5 burly men standing outside. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s, bald, slightly over 5 feet tall, stout and strong. Although he was wearing a suit, he deliberately showed off his colorful arm tattoos and wore a gold chain around his neck. You must be Lou Ruyan's man, Mr. Pan, right? Did you receive the gift from Honggu? This is just a warning. Honggu means that one shouldn't be too greedy. Leave a line for others, so you can meet again in the future, the bald man said arrogantly. Li Yishan never expected that the ones who dared to splash paint on his home were a bunch of low-level thugs, looking like their average education level didn't exceed elementary school. Even he, who didn't graduate from middle school, understood that before causing trouble, one should at least understand the situation clearly. What did Lou Ruyan's affairs have to do with him? Li Yishan's anger was hard to suppress. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly said, "Which one of you is Honggu?" "We call him Honggu, you should call him Hongyi. Let me tell you, our Honggu is Du Dahong, the underground boss of Jin City. Did you hear that clearly?" One of the thugs behind the bald man said arrogantly. A group of thugs from outside the city actually dared to act arrogantly in front of him, which made Li Yishan both angry and amused. When business reaches a certain level, it becomes like rotten meat, inevitably attracting countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants. The thug named Du Dahong would definitely not be the first. Li Yishan felt it necessary to give these people a warning. Cooperation benefits both sides. In the future, we can all make money together. Eating alone never ends well. Only by working together can we make big profits, the bald man said incessantly. Want to cooperate? Ha! With me here, your cooperation won't work, do you believe it? Li Yishan sneered repeatedly. The bald man sarcastically replied, "Do you need to reorganize your words and think about what you're saying?" "No need, I said cooperation won't work, so it won't work. Do you know where Du Dahong is right now?" Li Yishan said coldly. The bald man raised an eyebrow and sneered, "You think you deserve to call yourself Honggu? Alright, it seems you're also someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Come with us. Let your wife come to redeem you. I don't believe she can turn the situation around." After saying that, he raised his arm, ready to slap Li Yishan. But in the next second, the bald man flew backward, crashing into several people. With a punch accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the bald man's jaw dislocated, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Li Yishan suppressed the killing intent in his heart. These small-time thugs were just low-level characters, not worth his effort. He stepped out of his house, expressionless, and said, "Go back and tell Du Dahong that in a couple of days, I will personally go find him. Tell him to clean his neck and wait." Just standing there, Li Yishan's aura was enough to instill fear. "Go! Go!" A thug pulled out a spring knife, trying to threaten Li Yishan. Li Yishan's move was like lightning. Not only did he snatch the spring knife, but he also kicked sideways. The thug's leg was directly broken, his calf twisted grotesquely, and he fell to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. These street thugs were brave and fierce, but they were also intimidated by Li Yishan's brutal methods. Since no one was killed, the thugs tacitly chose not to call the police and left in a hurry. They were lucky to leave quickly, otherwise, they would have been blocked by Lou Ruyan's people. Lou Ruyan returned home, looking at the mottled red paint on the wall, nearly exploding with anger. She opened the door and tentatively called out, "Husband." There was no response inside. The silence was somewhat terrifying. Lou Ruyan walked around the house and suddenly whitened her eyes. She discovered that everything belonging to Li Yishan was gone, and the spot where their wedding photo hung in the bedroom was also empty, leaving only faint marks of the frame. Tears welled up in Lou Ruyan's beautiful eyes. Her heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife, and she instinctively pressed her delicate red lips together, as if that could ease the pain. The owner of 106, you can't just throw garbage around. A cleaner shouted at the bodyguard at the door. Hearing this, Lou Ruyan rushed out and found the discarded wedding photo and various items in the trash can. She refused the bodyguard's help, not minding at all as she personally tidied everything up and carried it all back into the house. Lou Ruyan slowly reorganized everything, rehanging the wrinkled wedding photo on the wall, then wandering around the house like a ghost. The wedding house was designed and decorated by her, so it felt especially familiar. Lou Ruyan took a deep breath, as if she could sense Li Yishan's presence, then opened her arms, imagining that she was embracing him. A single crystal tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Lou Ruyan couldn't help herself, and in recent times, she had cried more than in the past 30 years combined. Lou Ruyan forced herself to gather her spirits, sat on the sofa, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. "Director Zhao, this is Lou Ruyan. You must have heard about the situation with Du Dahong, right? I know you are seeking the position of deputy director. If you help me this time, I can connect you with the right people. Du Dahong has been committing crimes for many years, and if you can take down this gang, I believe the higher-ups will definitely recognize your capabilities." "I will. Lu Ruyan said with a smile in an extremely calm tone, her eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent, her whole demeanor like that of a venomous snake. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows, feeling as if her head was being pricked by needles. She forced herself to lie down on the bed, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't fall asleep. At the same time, Li Yixiang had already returned to the garrison command base, searching for information on Du Dahong on the office computer. There was a post pinned to the homepage of the Jincheng forum. Chairman Du Dahong of the Dahong Group to collaborate with mysterious beauty CEO from Linhai City for in-depth cooperation in the transportation and pharmaceutical industries. The poster detailed Lu Ruyan's background and stated that she and Du Dahong were a match made in heaven, with complementary business interests. This was clearly a public relations stunt. It was impossible for an outsider to come to Linhai City and cause trouble for the Chamber of Commerce president without a mastermind behind it, and the power involved was not small. Li Yixiang leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After checking Du Dahong's information again, he got up to find Tang Wanzhong. What? You want to take the reserves to this place for training? Are you out of your mind? Or are you planning something? Tang Wanzhong said suspiciously, looking at a vacant area on the map. Li Yixiang smiled and said, as far as I know, this year's reserve exercises are quite large, with both the military and the executive yuan keeping an eye on it. It won't be easy for us to stand out. If we can achieve some results during this time and show our militia's combat effectiveness to the higher-ups, I believe it will definitely be a plus. Go on, Tang Wanzhong said, his eyes lighting up as he picked up a cigarette box from the table, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Li Yixiang. Li Yixiang accepted it without any hesitation and said, at the highway exit leading to Jincheng, there is a group of highway robbers specifically targeting cargo vehicles with Linhai City license plates. My idea is to use the training exercise as a cover to take them down. We can arrange for a report afterward. At the very least, it would be a collective second-class merit. Tang Wanzhong frowned and said suspiciously, highway robbers fall under local law enforcement. It might not be good for us to overstep our bounds. Moreover, if they are as bold as you say, there might be other circumstances involved. Facing his old commander, Li Yixiang had no intention of hiding anything and laid out everything that had happened today. There are many smart people in the world, and Li Yixiang never thought of using others to do his dirty work. Sincerity is the most effective tactic. Tang Wanzhong listened attentively, making several phone calls to inquire about the situation. Li Yixiang patiently waited for an answer. Even if the other party disagreed, he had other means to deal with Du Dahong. I agree, those who dare to bully me must pay the price. However, the reserves from various departments and enterprises shouldn't go. Tang Wanzhong took 2 hard puffs, extinguished the cigarette butt, and said slowly, okay, I understand. I will prepare immediately. There will definitely be no problem. Li Yixiang said in a deep voice. The most important thing is to have a legitimate reason. If everything goes well, I'll invite you to my home for dinner. Anshin has mentioned it several times. Tang Wanzhong said. Tang Wanzhong's choice did not surprise Li Yixiang. It was a win-win idea. However, if something went wrong, Li Yixiang knew he would have to bear all the responsibility. Don't worry, I will definitely resolve this matter. At the very least, it's a collective second-class merit, Li Yixiang said in a deep voice. In Li Yixiang's heart, Du Dahong was already a dead man. No one could threaten him, not even the King of Heaven. Du Dahong's only mistake was provoking him. That night, the militia reserve training plan and route were reported to the military department for approval. 20 minutes later, the military department approved it and instructed the local traffic management department to cooperate. The Traffic Management Bureau of Linhai City did not take it seriously, as similar plans were common during local drills every year. In the early morning, under the urgent assembly whistle, teams of militia dressed in military green camouflage gathered at the training ground. Although these militia held training rifles that could not fire, they still exuded an air of intimidation. All companies, board the vehicles and depart, Li Yixiang said. 121. 121. Right turn. Attention. Under the command of their superiors, the militia opened the back doors of the trucks by squad and all entered the vehicles. This training exercise mobilized a battalion, with 10 military trucks in a grand procession, each one fully loaded. There were military jeeps at the front and back to escort the convoy. Another jeep carried militia members to conduct traffic control at various intersections. Regardless of red or green lights, all civilian vehicles were prohibited from passing, clearing a path for the military vehicles. Li Yixiang sat in the jeep, using the intercom to check the status of each vehicle, then took out his phone and made a call. Several transport vehicles with Linhai City license plates slowly started, entering the highway ahead of schedule. These transport vehicles were rented out of Li Yixiang's own pocket, and the drivers were a few comrades. When catching thieves, one must have a legitimate reason. Without evidence, one must create it. Moreover, Li Yixiang did not think he was fishing. He was punishing evil and upholding social fairness. At the same time, Lu Ruyan also arrived at the agreed location. Not far from the highway entrance, a repair shop had several seized trucks parked outside. After Lu Ruyan got out of the car with a few bodyguards, she was surrounded by dozens of thugs. Mr. Du, this isn't the way to treat guests, is it? I came bearing gifts. Lu Ruyan said calmly, then lifted a leather suitcase with one hand. Clap, clap. Applause erupted, and the thugs parted to make way. A middle-aged man with slick-back hair approached, dressed in striped clothing, his shoes polished to a shine, and wearing a large gold ring on his finger. The middle-aged man had his arm around a thinly dressed, alluring woman, who was also adorned in gold and silver, clearly someone who had been in the underworld for years. Ha ha, they say Mr. Pan is a remarkable woman, and indeed she is extraordinary. I am Du Dahong. The slick-back man's eyes sparkled as he raised his arm, ready to shake hands with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan gently shook her head and said, Mr. Du, let's skip the flattery, I can't afford it. I'm here today to express my sincerity, release my car and my people. Business matters can be discussed amicably. Lu Ruyan, just because I call you Mr. Pan out of respect, you really think you're something special? You want me to release people just like that? Where's my face in that? Your husband beat my own brother to this state. How should we settle this account? Du Dahong suddenly turned hostile, his demeanor transforming into that of a wolf, his eyes filled with brutality. Two thugs pushed a bald man forward, his face was pale, breathing rapidly, and he seemed to be in imminent danger. Lu Ruyan remained expressionless and said, 1 million, that's enough compensation. 1 million? Ha ha, that's my brother. Du Dahong clenched his fists, seemingly in great pain. 2 million. Lu Ruyan decisively raised the price, speaking in a deep voice. Du Dahong waved his hand and said, I'll be straightforward. I want the secondary distribution rights for NM Group's pharmaceuticals. All your company's transportation has to be handed over to me. Sign the contract now, and both the people and the vehicles can leave. Du, are you planning to rob me? Lu Ruyan's face darkened, and her tone turned icy. Du Dahong sneered, Lu Ruyan, you've offended someone, and a big shot has specifically called for you to be dealt with. It would be unreasonable for me not to take this windfall. Who is it? Is it the Chen family? Lu Ruyan frowned and pressed for answers. Du Dahong snorted coldly, not answering, and threw a contract in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took out her phone and said coldly, Du Dahong, you don't think I'm here alone, do you? Director Zhao and the Special Operations team are lying in ambush outside. As soon as I dial this number, someone will rush in to take you away. Du Dahong exaggeratedly acted out fear and laughed loudly, go ahead and call. I'm really so scared. Lu Ruyan's heart sank as she pressed the phone button, and with the passage of time, an ominous premonition arose. Du Dahong slowly walked to Lu Ruyan's side. Lu Ruyan's bodyguard prepared to intervene, but the surrounding thugs surged forward. No matter how skilled the bodyguard was, facing thugs armed with wrenches and crowbars left him at a disadvantage. In less than a dozen breaths, all the bodyguards were on the ground, some with broken bones, others unconscious. These thugs were ruthless, showing no regard for human life. A seductive woman beside Du Dahong quickly approached Lu Ruyan and slapped her across the face. Lu Ruyan dodged back, her reaction swift, and she raised her knee to strike the woman's abdomen. Then, she gripped her phone tightly and smashed it down hard onto the back of the seductive woman's head. The woman let out a scream, clutching her head, and shouted, You're all dead. Get her, take her down. The surrounding thugs stirred restlessly, their eyes greedy. Lu Ruyan suddenly erupted with a desperate momentum, shouting fiercely, I am the president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, worth billions. Before I came in, I had someone contact assassins. If you dare to touch me, your entire family will die. Everyone exchanged glances, neither daring to believe nor disbelieve. However, Lu Ruyan's words indeed struck great fear into everyone. Lu Ruyan's demeanor was completely different from that of an ordinary woman. Typically, women in such situations would either cry or beg for mercy. But Lu Ruyan's displayed ruthlessness and ferocity were not inferior to Du Dahong's, even overshadowing him in momentum. Du Dahong's expression fluctuated, he wanted to deal with Lu Ruyan immediately, but thinking of that person's orders, he could only endure. He took out his phone and made a call, briefly explaining the situation. After hanging up, Du Dahong instructed his subordinates. Several thugs immediately surrounded Lu Ruyan, not resorting to violence or taking advantage, but instead snatching her phone away. Du Dahong opened the phone, found the number labeled husband in the contacts, and smiled. Director Pan, is your husband Lu Dekan or that Li Yixiong? What do you want? If you have the guts, come at me. Lu Ruyan panicked and struggled to rush over. Du Dahong shrugged and said, of course, I want your husband to come save you. Didn't Director Pan publicly say that your husband, Mr. Li, is your one true love? I want to see just how much this man, who has been cuckolded and divorced you, truly loves you. Lu Ruyan's feelings were complex. She wanted Li Yixiong to come save her but didn't want him to take the risk. Du Dahong cleared his throat and pressed the call button. Beep, beep. The call connected, and Li Yixiong's voice came through. In the long silence, Du Dahong couldn't help but speak, saying, your wife is in my hands. My wife? Is it Xiao Tsui? Li Yixiong retorted. Lu Ruyan felt a pang in her heart, tears almost falling, her shoulders beginning to tremble. Du Dahong, furious, laughed instead. You must be Li Yixiong, right? Don't pretend to be confused. This is your ex-wife Lu Ruyan's phone. Can you really mistake her? Lu Ruyan is now in my hands. If you don't want her to die, come alone, and I'll give you an address. He hadn't even finished his sentence before being interrupted. Lu Ruyan's life or death has nothing to do with me. You're Du Dahong, right? You're the first to dare splash red paint on my front door. Remember, clean your neck and wait. Li Yixiong said. The call ended. Du Dahong's expression twisted in anger, and he roared, get me to Linhai, bring this guy to me. I want to skin him alive. My husband is an officer. When you storm the military camp, you better send more people. I'm afraid you won't have enough submachine guns for a full magazine, Lu Ruyan mocked. She was now somewhat resigned, provocatively challenging Du Dahong without a care. In fact, after hearing Li Yixiong's words, her heart felt as if it were being twisted by a knife, a sharp pain spreading to her limbs. Humph. Just a reservist, as if anyone isn't. I'm just waiting for him to bring his troops. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut, Du Dahong said coldly. The more he looked at Lu Ruyan, the angrier he became. He couldn't personally intervene, so he had his girlfriend start slapping Lu Ruyan. At the same time, several transport trucks exited the highway, only to be blocked by a group of thugs. These thugs banged on the car windows with steel bars, shouting loudly, get out of the car, get out. The driver revealed a strange smile and shouted loudly at the dashcam, robbery, robbery. Following that, all the drivers of the vehicles pushed open their doors and ran wildly towards the back, shouting about the robbery. The thugs, caught off guard, instinctively chased after them. This scene was witnessed by other freight drivers, triggering a chain reaction, and many drivers began to jump out of their vehicles to escape, completely blocking the highway exit. Things started to spiral out of control. At this moment, the transport truck carrying the reservist militia happened to exit the highway, and at the urgent sound of a whistle, all the militia jumped out of the vehicle. The public is in danger now. We've trained soldiers for 1,000 days, and we must use them at this moment. Militia are also soldiers. Capturing criminals is our duty, Li Yixiong said coldly. The thugs looked at the militia charging at them like fierce tigers. Their feet seemed to have brakes, desperately retreating. One thug, the fastest, didn't react in time and was struck on the forehead by a rifle butt, his body collapsing to the ground. There were fewer than 20 thugs responsible for blocking the cars, not enough to fill the gaps for the militia. To make this case a solid one, they had to capture Du Dahong. Who sent you to block the cars? Li Yixiong grabbed the collar of a leading thug and said coldly. This thug had never seen such a large formation. Usually, he would hide from the police, never expecting to be surrounded by the military one day. The thug confessed everything. The militia captain nearby became excited upon hearing this and said to Li Yixiong, they dare to kidnap and extort. They have such audacity. Let's go rescue them. Li Yixiong frowned tightly. He hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to be kidnapped. He didn't want to deal with anything related to his ex-wife, but now, by a twist of fate, they had collided, and he could only suppress his irritation, waving his hand and saying, let's go. When the militia charged into the auto repair shop, all the thugs were so scared they trembled, completely confused about what was happening. Husband, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Lu Ruyan was so excited that tears filled her eyes. She wanted to rush over but was pinned to the ground by two thugs, unable to move. At that moment, in Lu Ruyan's eyes, Li Yixiong was a heroic figure descending from the colorful clouds to rescue her, and an uncontrollable wave of emotion surged in her heart. Du Dahong, seeing so many camouflaged militia rush in, was initially a bit dazed. However, when he noticed the MB insignia on the militia's uniforms, he immediately felt a mix of anger and amusement, and shouted loudly, what are you afraid of? Their guns are fake, they're just a bunch of militia. The retired soldiers Li Yixiong had brought with him, many of whom had blood on their hands, laughed upon hearing this. The thugs exchanged glances. They were street fighters, not professional mercenaries. Although they were militia, they represented the army behind them. A bunch of useless fools, get lost. I'm a famous entrepreneur in Jean City. I don't believe these mere militia would dare to touch me. If you're so capable, come at me one-on-one. Du Dahong sneered. As soon as he said this, all the militia burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery towards Du Dahong. Du Dahong seemed quite confident as he charged at Li Yixiong, swinging his fist to strike. Li Yixiong raised an eyebrow, motioning for the surrounding militia to step back. When Du Dahong got close, he kicked him directly in the chest. Du Dahong felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his whole body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. He rolled several times on the ground, covered in dirt, clutching his chest, gasping for air, his face turning red as he struggled to get up. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Don't hold your breath, I've been holding back. Want to go again? Li Yixiong said casually as he flexed his wrist. Bring it on. Du Dahong stood up stubbornly, nearly driven mad. He was a big shot in Jean City's underground scene and couldn't remember the last time he had fought, but he had risen to power through ruthless means. Losing face was not an option. If word of today's events got out, Du Dahong would have a hard time surviving in the underworld. Interesting. Li Yixiong smiled. Few dared to challenge him like this. Du Dahong picked up a machete from the ground, his expression extremely fierce, and with his rogue demeanor, he could indeed intimidate an ordinary person. Li Yixiong attached a bayonet to his assault rifle, then stepped forward with his left leg, lowering his body into the most standard fighting stance for a bayonet duel. He seemed to transform into a hunting tiger, exuding a chilling and terrifying killing intent, making almost everyone feel as if they were suffocating. Du Dahong's mouth twitched, and he opened his mouth, almost cursing. His muscles trembled violently, and his body's instincts took over, making him want to turn and flee. Come, Li Yixiong said slowly, his gaze locked onto Du Dahong's chest, ready to thrust. Du Dahong threw away the machete, like a starving wolf on the brink of death, suddenly howling and then rushing to Lu Ruyan's side. This time, he pulled out a homemade firearm from his waist, pressing the muzzle against Lu Ruyan's head, roaring, "Come on! Aren't you tough? Come here! Let's see if I can blow your woman's head off with one shot." It was Lu Ruyan's first time being threatened with a gun, and the fear of death made her freeze. She felt panic inside but forced herself to remain calm, saying, "Honey, don't worry, he doesn't dare to kill me. If anything happens to me, take good care of the child." Damn it! Seeking death. Du Dahong struck Lu Ruyan's head hard with the gun but then shouted fiercely, "Li, I have people behind me, you can't afford to offend me. My target is Lu Ruyan, let's keep our distance. This pan has cheated, and everyone knows you've been cuckolded. Such a woman deserves to sink into the river. I'll help you take revenge, you should be grateful to me." Lu Ruyan was dazed from the blow, blood streaming down her forehead, but upon hearing Du Dahong's words, her anger instantly overshadowed her fear, and she shouted in exasperation, "You're the one who cheated. Your whole family is cheating. Du Dahong, I'm going to kill you." Li Yixiong ignored this, signaling to the captain beside him, then raised his hand and said, "The kidnappers have killed the hostage. I now order, prepare to fire." The guns in the militia's hands were fake, but their tactical movements were real. At the command, they all raised their guns. With dozens of assault rifles pointed at them, no one dared to gamble on whether there were bullets in the guns. This left not only Lu Ruyan stunned, but also Du Dahong. Du Dahong was stared at by Li Yixiong's hawk-like gaze, the terrifying killing intent making him break out in goosebumps. Snap! Du Dahong threw away the firearm in his hand, cursing, "Crazy! You're really a madman. Honey, I knew you would come to save me. I'm sorry. I caused you trouble." Lu Ruyan, unable to contain her excitement, directly threw herself into Li Yixiong's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, tears rolling down like pearls that had broken free from a string. It seemed that only in front of Li Yixiong could she reveal her vulnerable side. "Why do you think I would come to save you? If you know you're causing trouble, then get away from me, I'm busy." Li Yixiong pushed Lu Ruyan away, then walked up to Du Dahong, directly grabbing his hair and dragging him into a room in the repair shop. Lu Ruyan wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and found her phone to start making calls. She wanted to take revenge with her own strength, to make everyone pay the price. The first on her list was Zhao Hongwei. If it weren't for this director's solemn guarantee, how could she have risked herself? At this moment, Li Yixiong was in the room, expressionless as he took out a military dagger and gently moved his wrist. "Ah, Li, what do you want to do? Do you dare to touch me?" Du Dahong was a bit anxious, shouting fiercely but weakly. Li Yixiong didn't waste words, grabbing one of Du Dahong's hands and forcibly pressing it on the stool, the dagger inserted between his fingers, then slowly said, "You can do whatever you want to Lu Ruyan, it has nothing to do with me. But you shouldn't provoke me. Who sent you? Do you dare to touch me?" Du Dahong shouted. In a flash of cold light, his pinky finger was directly severed by the dagger. The intense pain left Du Dahong's mind blank, gasping like a catfish, his eyes bloodshot, and it took him several seconds to let out a painful scream. Alright, I like tough bones, let's do it again, Li Yixiong said indifferently, then with a flick of his wrist, another finger was chopped off. Blood splattered. Stop. I'll tell you. You madman. I'll tell you everything. Du Dahong wailed in agony. Li Yixiong took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, Who? Chen family's eldest daughter, Chen Hongzhuang. Du Dahong slumped to the ground, his face ashen. When he mentioned this person, he knew he had no chance left. Li Yixiong squinted his eyes. He had already had some suspicions in his heart. The assassination he encountered in the interrogation room might be related to this young lady. Why provoke me? Li Yixiong asked. Du Dahong shook his head and said, I don't know, whatever the young lady says, I do. My goal is to get the secondary agency rights for NM Group's pharmaceuticals from Lu Ruoyan. The Chen family has considerable influence in Tiannan province, why not cooperate directly with NM Group? Li Yixiong asked. Du Dahong's gaze wavered, but he finally said, Lu Ruoyan has already obtained the primary agency for NM Group, and the penalty for breach of contract is very high. On one hand, the Chen family didn't want to pay the breach of contract fee, on the other hand, they wanted Lu Ruoyan to take the lead. If something happened in the future, it would be Lu Ruoyan's problem alone, while the Chen family quietly made a fortune in the background. The young lady said you were a variable. If you still had feelings for Lu Ruoyan, many methods couldn't be used out of respect for Professor Han. I was just a pawn, thinking about making a little money. Everyone is out here mixing it up. This time I admit defeat. You let me go, and I'll host a 3-day banquet to apologize. Mixing it up? Who's mixing it up like you, wanting to admit defeat? Dream on. Li Yixiong stroked his chin and said with a cold smile. He didn't expect to be targeted, and the reason was utterly ridiculous, thinking he would be Lu Ruoyan's support. Smart people can be their own worst enemies. This young lady from the Chen family isn't smart at all. As for you, clean yourself up and get ready for prison. I want to see if the Chen family dares to jump out. Li Yixiong shook his head and sneered. Li Yixiong had taken the strategy of borrowing a knife to kill to the extreme. No matter how powerful the Chen family was, they were helpless against the military. If the Chen family dared to jump out, Tang Wanzhong would truly dare to pull a gun. Li Yixiong stretched lazily, wiped the blood from the dagger on Du Dahong's suit, and then got up to leave. Du Dahong, flustered, scrambled on the ground to find the severed finger and wrap it up. He was completely terrified, not daring to utter a word of complaint for fear of being heard by Li Yixiong. At that moment, police sirens sounded outside, and police cars from Jincheng and Linhai City rushed over. The situation had escalated somewhat, and after obtaining evidence, Tang Wanzhong reported directly to the military, which then informed the relevant departments in Tiannan province. In less than an hour, Police Chief Yang Wei was scolded mercilessly. During a meeting, Su Nanfeng hung up the phone and slammed the table, shouting, setting up roadblocks, kidnapping for ransom, audacious. Who's in charge of Tiannan province? Yang Wei, investigate this thoroughly. I want to see who dares to be the umbrella. After receiving the order, Yang Wei didn't dare to delay and personally rushed to the scene with special forces. The public security departments of Linhai City and Jincheng received the news, and some individuals who knew the inside story immediately felt uneasy, thinking of ways to remedy the situation, but it was already too late. The reserve militia had already captured all the criminals, and evidence such as recording devices had been secured at the first opportunity. Who is your commander? Yang Wei said with a dark face as he got out of the car. Slap. Li Yixiong saluted and said, I am from the Garrison Command, Reserve Militia Staff Li Yixiong. Hello, Director Yang. Staff Li. What a coincidence. Last time it was the Zhao family uncle and nephew, and this time it's Du Dahong. Why do these kinds of people always get involved with you? Yang Wei said expressionlessly, slowly. It's my duty, it's a coincidence. Li Yixiong replied indifferently. Lu Ruoyan, unhappy, rushed over and said, Director Yang, this is victim blaming. In front of you, I formally report Zhao Hongwei as the mastermind in the umbrella. I have solid evidence, will you take action? Lu Ruoyan actually already knew it was the Chen family's instigation but only mentioned Zhao Hongwei, clearly not intending to tear her face with the Chen family. Li Yixiong smiled lightly and said, Du Dahong has already confessed that it was a woman named Chen Hongzhuang who instigated it. Director Yang can follow the clues to investigate. Many things can be easily resolved internally if kept under wraps, usually through a trade of interests. But once the lid is lifted, even if one is reluctant, they must handle it fairly. Lu Ruoyan and Yang Wei's expressions changed simultaneously. Yixiong, you heard wrong, Lu Ruoyan hurriedly said, gently tugging at Li Yixiong's sleeve. her tone filled with anxiety. "Oh, so I heard wrong. I'll take the person away first. Don't worry, Mr. Pan, this matter will definitely be investigated thoroughly." Yang Wei nodded and said. Li Xiang laughed and said, "I hate politics, and I won't care who this Chen Hongzhuang is. I've reported everything truthfully today. As for the handover of the criminals, when our Commander Tang arrives, Director Yang can discuss it with him. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Yang Wei's face darkened slightly, and before he could speak, he heard a hearty laugh. Tang Wanzhong walked over quickly, surrounded by several guards. He nodded at Li Yishang and then took the initiative to shake hands with Yang Wei, saying, "Director Yang, shall we find a place to chat?" Yang Wei took a deep breath and said, "Then let's chat." Li Yishang was not concerned about the outcome and was well aware that the Chen family would not be implicated in the end. He was doing this purely to discuss the other party. If the Chen family still didn't understand, he would choose his own method to thoroughly resolve it. Lu Ruyan closely followed Li Yishang, tugging at his clothes from behind, anxiously saying, "Husband, you shouldn't have mentioned Chen Hongzhuang. She is the one in charge of the Chen family, someone we can't offend." Lu Ruyan, "Remember, I have my own ways. You're afraid, but I'm not," Li Yishang said coldly. His piercing gaze was as sharp as a blade, carrying a chilling aura. Lu Ruyan shivered inside, but her eyes soon became somewhat dazed, her cheeks slightly flushed. What she admired most about Li Yishang was this kind of spirit, which gave her a strong sense of security. She instantly turned into a little girl, her 10 slender fingers intertwined, timidly saying, I'm just worried about you." "Ha, you're worried about your business, aren't you?" Li Yishang mocked. Lu Ruyan's burning heart felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving her somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She also understood the impression she had in the eyes of the man before her. It would probably take a long time to change. The reserve militia handed over the criminals and happily returned to the base. A dark cloud loomed over the sky of Tiannan province, attracting the attention of countless people. Zhao Hongwei was dismissed and investigated by the supervisory agency. The criminal organization led by Du Dahong was completely wiped out, and within 3 days, the prosecution was initiated, with 13 people sentenced to death in the first trial. Meanwhile, certain departments in Tiannan province underwent personnel adjustments, with some people retiring early or facing investigations. Both incidents were related to Lu Ruyan, and this president of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce successfully caught the attention of some people, though her reputation was not very good, and she vaguely earned the nickname Black Widow. Professor Han Ling suddenly announced a groundbreaking invention, causing a sensation in the scientific community. The timing was too sensitive, and under these circumstances, certain investigations targeting Li Yishang abruptly ceased. The thank you letter from Tiannan province and the collective second-class merit award from the military arrived simultaneously. These had no effect on Li Yishang, but for the sake of protection, Tang Wanzhong did not allow him to leave the base again. This turmoil lasted about a week until the evening news of Tiannan province's television station broadcast a piece of news. Current Governor Su Nanfeng visited a nursing home today to comfort retired officials, listening to their heartfelt words and paying attention to their actual difficulties. An elderly man flashed briefly on the screen, and many people watched this clip repeatedly. The head of the Chen family, Chen Xiantong, appeared alongside Su Nanfeng, sending a very clear signal. One of the main purposes of watching the news is not just to see who appears or doesn't appear, but also to see who suddenly shows up. The wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind. It's time to suppress it properly. The mayor of Linhai City, Qi Hong, squinted at the investigation report and then signed his name on it. Seeing the news, Lu Ruyan tightly clenched her pen, her knuckles slightly turning white. She dialed Suyu's number again, but this time the other party did not answer, and the phone was turned off. A feeling of an impending storm made Lu Ruyan shiver slightly. In Sansan City, at Chen Hongzhuang's private villa, the light from the crystal chandelier cast a hazy glow on the rosewood coffee table. Chen Hongzhuang's expression was not good, her eyes occasionally flashing with a fierce light. Sitting opposite her was a man, Zhou Mingqi. He wiped his blurry glasses with a cloth and said casually, "Miss Chen, your plan has failed." Chen Hongzhuang lifted the teacup with her left hand, elegantly stirred the tea lid with her right, blew on the floating tea leaves, took a gentle sip, and then said, "This time it was my mistake. I misjudged Li Yishang's temperament and underestimated the military's protective attitude. But don't worry, Lu Ruyan won't hold out for long. I will personally take action this time. Our cooperation will still proceed smoothly." Due to Lu Dekhan, the upper management of the group does not trust the Chen family, so you'd better deal with Lu Ruyan. By the way, Miss Chen, don't underestimate Lu Ruyan. This woman is greedy, but she is not foolish, and her methods are quite high, Zhou Mingqi said. Chen Hongzhuang's fingers tightened around the teacup, causing ripples in the tea. Her face showed no emotion as she said, "How much insight can a woman from the mountains have? If it weren't for my grandfather's excessive concerns, I could crush her like an ant." "What if Li Yixiang intervenes again?" Zhou Mingqi reminded. Chen Hongzhuang coldly replied, "Once the reserve training ends, all officers and militia will return to their original units. Without his identity as a major staff officer, he is just a small shrimp, unable to stir up any waves. I will handle it my way." A glint of coldness in Chen Hongzhuang's eyes made Zhou Mingqi feel a chill in his heart. However, Chen Hongzhuang did not know that the small shrimp she mentioned, Li Yixiang, was currently standing across from the villa, his figure blending into the shadow of the phoenix tree. The night was as dark as ink, and an invisible killing intent silently spread in the darkness. Buzz! The sound of a vibrating phone rang out. Li Yixiang frowned, opened his phone, and heard Lu Xiaozui's voice. "Yixiang, I made dumplings. When can you come back? I left the light on for you." Lu Xiaozui's voice was gentle as water, soothing the brutality in Li Yixiang's heart like a spring breeze. Soon," Li Yixiang said slowly. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaozui seemed to have a telepathic connection. After a moment of silence, she said, "Yixiang, don't be impulsive when things happen, think more about the child." "And me. I understand, don't worry." Li Yixiang hung up the phone, the boiling killing intent in his heart gradually dissipating. He calmed down and thought for a moment, deciding to temporarily let Chen Hongzhuang go. While seeking revenge was indeed satisfying, it was not worth the price of his lover and daughter's stable life. "But I can't let you off easily, otherwise, I won't be able to clear my thoughts. Let me give you a little warning." Li Yixiang stroked his chin, muttering to himself. As the night deepened, a crescent moon hung at the edge of the sky, and the cold moonlight fell, making the whole world seem silent. Chen Hongzhuang lay in bed, drowsy, when she suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in, causing her to instinctively shiver and pull the blanket. A strong smell of blood rushed towards her, and the next second, she suddenly opened her eyes. "Ah!" Chen Hongzhuang let out a sharp scream and turned on the bedside lamp. A bloody wolf dog's head was pressed against her pillow, its tongue hanging out, and its hollow eyes staring intently at its owner. Chen Hongzhuang felt a chill rise in her heart, goosebumps covering her body, and an unprecedented fear turned her face pale, her stomach churning as if it were about to erupt. The female bodyguard rushed into the bedroom and immediately protected Chen Hongzhuang. After all, Chen Hongzhuang had seen her fair share of big scenes and quickly regained her composure, looking at her beloved pet, her teeth nearly biting through in anxiety. After more than 10 minutes, the entire villa was brightly lit. "Miss, we searched inside and out, checked the surveillance, and found no one. It's a skilled opponent," the female bodyguard said solemnly. Chen Hongzhuang's expression darkened as she slowly replied, "A skilled opponent? It seems they are after me." "Miss, we found something under the head of the blue wolf," a bodyguard exclaimed. On a plain A4 sheet of paper, written in the blood of a wolf dog, was a message. "This is a warning for you, next time, it won't be a dog's head." The bloody writing was like an invisible slap, striking Chen Hongzhuang's face hard. Chen Hongzhuang couldn't remember the last time she had been provoked, but after her beloved dog was killed today, her anger had been ignited. Good, I will remember this debt," Chen Hongzhuang said with a forced smile through her rage. The bodyguards began to clean up the bedroom. Chen Hongzhuang sat in her study and said to her assistant, "Shadao, I remember Lu Ruyan recently recruited some people? Are there any skilled ones among them?" "We're still investigating. Lu Ruyan transferred a sum of money to Southeast Asia, so it's possible she recruited an overseas organization. Besides, I believe the real experts are in the military. Don't forget about Li Yixiang, miss," the assistant said solemnly. Chen Hongzhuang replied indifferently, "No, it was Lu Ruyan who did this. It has nothing to do with Li Yixiang, understand?" "Understood," the assistant said, lowering his head respectfully. Chen Hongzhuang needed a reason. No matter who did this, it could only be Lu Ruyan. Soon, news of Chen Hongzhuang being hospitalized due to shock spread quickly to those with ulterior motives. Lu Ruyan was one of those people. When she heard the news in the morning, she couldn't even swallow the toast in her mouth and spat it out immediately. Lu Ruyan was not crazy. The more she understood the Chen family, the less confident she felt. Originally, she was in the position of a victim, but with Chen Hongzhuang's hospitalization, everything seemed to have completely reversed. What's going on? Is it self-directed and acted? Lu Ruyan's head throbbed. She sensed trouble was coming. The first trouble arrived at noon when the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was accused of unfair competition, suspected of violating antitrust laws. Lu Ruyan, as the president and legal representative, had to accept the investigation. The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was in turmoil, with many business owners withdrawing from the association. Once the top chamber of commerce in Lehigh City, it quickly became an empty shell. Lou Ruyan did not sit idly by. On one hand, she hired lawyers to negotiate, and on the other, she sought help to mediate. Unfortunately, reality was cruel, seemingly confirming her premonition, as former partners began to distance themselves one by one. I'm sorry, I only cooperated with you because of Professor Han. I remember you divorced Professor Han's son. Our hospital is considering changing suppliers. Next time, have Professor Han call me. The more Lou Ruyan heard these words, the more helpless she felt. In the military family compound of Lehigh City, Li Yishan brought several crabs and, with his daughter Chanchan and Lu Xiaocui, openly went to Tang Wanzhong's house for a meal. In fact, eating was secondary, the main purpose was to inquire about the situation. Although the last incident was handled cleverly, it couldn't escape the eyes of those with ulterior motives. If it weren't for Tang Wanzhong bearing the pressure, Li Yishan would likely have already been taken away by the supervisory department. Tang Wanzhong's residence was a very ordinary small villa, somewhat unbefitting of his rank as a major general, but he didn't care much for status. Comfort was the most important thing. Lu Xiaocui, holding Chanchan, followed behind Li Yishan. It was her first time visiting as his girlfriend, so she appeared quite nervous, like a startled deer. Why? Yishan, I think I won't go in. You take Chanchan in, Lu Xiaocui stammered. What are you afraid of? Anshan is very easy to talk to. Just treat her like your own aunt. Li Yishan said nonchalantly, then rang the doorbell. Tang Wanzhong's wife, Shin Huan, was a music teacher in her 50s, with a very elegant demeanor. When she opened the door, she paused for a moment, raised an eyebrow slightly, and said, "You're here, come in. You little rascal, it's been so long since you last visited. You're worse than Pan Nan. Aunt, I've divorced Lou Ruyan, and you can't say that in front of my girlfriend. Otherwise, I won't go in," Li Yishang said in a deep voice. Shin Huan clearly favored Lou Ruyan, and Li Yishang didn't know what kind of charm Lou Ruyan had cast on her, but he had to protect his own woman and not let outsiders speak carelessly. Lu Xiaocui felt very touched, her days becoming stronger as she held Li Yishang's hand and mustered her courage to say, "Aunt Shin, hello, I'm Lu Xiaocui, I am Yishang's girlfriend." Shin Huan adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing Lu Xiaocui, then nodded and said, a proper and family-oriented girl, come in quickly. Just treat it like your own home. This little rascal treated my house like a mess hall when he was in the army, so you don't need to be formal. Lu Xiaocui wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but her oval face, coupled with a pure and virtuous demeanor, easily won the favor of mothers. "Oh, I just saw our Chanchan. Come, let grandma hold her." Shin Huan particularly liked Shanshan, and a joyful smile immediately spread across her face. Shanshan was also very accommodating, not making a fuss, and opened her arms obediently to be held by Shin Huan. Shin Huan said with a smile, "Xiaocui, go help me in the kitchen, let Yishang chat with my old man first." "Yishang, you brought these crabs, who are they enough for?" In fact, she didn't need to specifically instruct. After entering the house, Lu Xiaocui took the initiative to head to the kitchen. Li Yishang, familiar with the place, went to the living room and saw Tang Wanzhong reading the newspaper, so he directly sat down opposite him. "On Saturday, you weren't at the basekeeping watch. What are you doing here?" Tang Wanzhong couldn't help but throw the newspaper on the table, frowning as he spoke. Li Yishang shook his head and said, "A bunch of reserve militia, what could happen? There were just 2 fighting in the morning, and they were taken back by their original unit. They're all idle. The exercise is over, and you're about to return to your original unit. What are your thoughts?" Tang Wanzhong changed the subject and asked, "What thoughts could I have? Wife and kids, warm bed, I'm very comfortable now." Li Yishang yawned, propping up his leg as he spoke. Tang Wanzhong poured a cup of tea for Li Yishang, shook his head, and said, "You've caused quite a bit of trouble this time. You might face some difficulties when you return. Why not enlist again? The military is relatively straightforward, without so much petty intrigue. What would I go back for? To be your advisor?" Li Yishan laughed. Tang Wanzhong sighed and said, "If you come back, you'll only be stuck in an administrative position. Don't even think about being a commander in a frontline combat unit. Who told your father to take on the nationality of Baikal? If it weren't for that, with your achievements, you'd at least be at the regiment level by now, and the military wouldn't have denied your professional application." Hearing his father mentioned, Li Yishan's expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Forget it, I still prefer a relaxed life. I don't want to think about those things. I guess I'm just unlucky in this life." "You like it, that's good. Life is short, and choosing the life you want is the most important thing. By the way, your ex-wife Lu Ruyan has been coming over a lot lately, making your Aunt Shin so confused she can't find her way. You should take back the things she sent me." Tang Wanzhong shook his head and said, Li Xiang looked towards the corner of the living room, where a pile of famous cigarettes and wines resembled a small mountain, and frowned, saying, "Did she ask you for a favor?" Tang Wanzhong glanced at Li Xiang with a sidelong look and snorted coldly, "Isn't this all you're doing? She came to me asking for help with your Aunt Shin, wanting us to mediate. I was wondering what was wrong with you. You're divorced, why are you still entangled with her? This Lu Ruyan has a problem with her head. If she weren't my daughter's biological mother, I would have dealt with her long ago," Li Xiang said with a cold gaze, filled with killing intent. "People like us are like fierce beasts in the mountains. Family is the last shackle that binds our reason. If it weren't for your daughter, I would worry about what you might become. Before you act, think about your daughter. Sort out your relationship with your ex-wife and stop bothering me," Tang Wanzhong advised. It was clear that Lu Ruyan had indeed caused trouble for Tang Wanzhong, yet this woman was so meticulous that even if Tang Wanzhong was angry, he couldn't express it. Li Xiang frowned and said, "Do you think Lu Ruyan really wants to remarry me? Her desire to remarry is quite strong, but the motive may not be out of love. A single female CEO worth hundreds of millions, with exceptional looks, is like a candle in the dark. There will always be fearless moths drawn to it. If she remarries you, not only will she face less harassment, but she can also leverage your mother Han Ling's reputation to develop her career. It's a win-win situation. But how to choose ultimately depends on what you think," Tang Wanzhong said slowly. Li Xiang nodded and sneered, "That's what I think too. Lu Ruyan just loves to be clever, all her words are about feelings, but in reality, it's all about benefits. Sigh. I really can't understand, with so many good girls, how could your mother Han Ling choose Lu Ruyan? A woman so driven by utilitarianism and purpose is definitely not a good match. Isn't that pushing you into a pit of fire?" Tang Wanzhong said discontentedly. When it came to his mother, Li Xiang remained silent, but it was impossible for him not to harbor resentment. Dad is foolish, and Mom is foolish all around. This was something Han Ling often said, and improving intelligence and genes was one of her main reasons for introducing Lu Ruyan to Li Xiang as a daughter-in-law. In the past, Li Xiang believed it wholeheartedly, but since Lu Ruyan's ambitions were exposed, he began to doubt Han Ling. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. As Lu Ruyan's former guardian and teacher, Han Ling must have some understanding of her. Marrying such an unruly woman would be a disaster. Don't talk about favoritism towards Lu Ruyan. Can any favoritism surpass that of one's own son? Now, Tang Wanzhong's words stirred up doubts in Li Xiang's heart again. If you don't want to return to the army, then it's best not to mix within the system either. Your father's nationality will always be an issue, and your development will be restricted. You'd better step out and have your own career. A man cannot be without power for a day. Otherwise, I worry you will never be able to escape Lu Ruyan's entanglement, Tang Wanzhong said meaningfully. Li Xiang took a deep breath and silently remembered this advice. At that moment, Shin Huan walked into the living room, waved her hand, and said, "Xiang, come here, help Aunt get something from the study." His daughter Chanxian had been taken over by Tang Wanzhong, cherished like a granddaughter. Getting something was just an excuse. Li Xiang guessed that Shin Huan had something to say to him. Li Xiang followed Shin Huan into the study. Shin Huan sat in the chair, her eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. "Aunt Shin, what's the matter?" Li Xiang said somewhat helplessly. Shin Huan lifted her chin and said, "Do you know that Pan Nan has always wanted to remarry you? Now you have a new girlfriend, how can you justify that to her?" As soon as these words were spoken, even though the pressure of the bullet was compressing his nerves, Li Xiang's calm emotions exploded in an instant. "I call you aunt, so you need to clarify what you mean by that. What do you mean justify to her? Clearly, she is the one who wronged me. She took her lover's child to the amusement park to play, to be a stepmother. Why should I keep such a woman around for the new year?" Li Xiang's gaze turned cold as he spoke slowly. Shin Huan was taken aback. Perhaps she hadn't expected Li Xiang's reaction to be so intense. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Hey, is there really no possibility for you and Pan Nan? As a woman, I can see that she has feelings for you. She has repeatedly assured me that she has not cheated, but has only been pretending for certain reasons. It's not easy for a beautiful woman to strive for her own career. You should try to understand that. After all, you two have a child. Even if it's just for the sake of giving the child a complete home, don't you think so? Anshin, what kind of spell has Lu Ruoyan cast on you, or what benefits has she given you to make you speak for her like this?" Li Xiang frowned and said in a deep voice. Shin Huan hit Li Xiang lightly and said, "Is your aunt that kind of person? We're all women, I just feel sorry for Lu Ruoyan. The last time we met, she was crying so sadly, kneeling on the ground begging me to help her win you back. Anshin, please don't be fooled. This woman is the best at acting. Last time she also knelt on the ground begging me, but her goal was still my mother's patent. This woman is greedy and only cares about profit. She is absolutely untrustworthy, Li Yisheng said disdainfully, frowning. Shenhuan sighed and said, don't blame me for meddling. I just feel that Lu Ruoyan is quite pitiful. Think about it for your daughter. Sacrificing happiness for the sake of children, being forced to live with someone without feelings, just the thought of it made Li Yisheng feel pain. Li Yisheng waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry, my girlfriend can be a good mother. Shanshan has been raised by her since she was little, and in terms of feelings, she is closer than Lu Ruoyan. Hey, I won't interfere in your own matters, but I want to remind you that a man cannot just lie down and live, he must keep striving and fighting for his own career. When marrying a man, a woman needs to see hope. Lu Ruoyan's situation is a cautionary tale. This Lu Xiaocui seems to be someone who can live a stable life, so you can't be lazy anymore, Shenhuan advised. Li Yisheng smiled bitterly and said, Aunt, it's not that I lack ambition, it's just that I have a time bomb buried in my head, causing headaches every few days, draining all my energy. The situation is a bit better now, but who knows when it will flare up again. Before we got married, Lu Ruoyan already knew about my condition. So in the end, it's still a matter of differing views. Shenhuan then remembered the reason for Li Yisheng's discharge from the military, her eyes slightly reddening as she said with guilt, I'm sorry, and forgot. It seems that you really are not suitable for each other. At this moment, Li Yisheng also regained his calm and said, it's not your fault, it's hard for a clear official to judge family matters. Yisheng, come out to eat with Aunt Shen, Lu Xiaocui's gentle voice came. At this time, the dishes had already been placed on the dining table, mostly home-cooked meals made by Lu Xiaocui. Lu Xiaocui held Shanshan and said nervously, Uncle, Aunt, my cooking isn't very good, please bear with me. That's great. Not bad. Tang Wanzhong gave a thumbs up and praised. Shenhuan nodded along and said, Xiaocui, it really is delicious. Just relax a bit, we're all family. Lu Xiaocui pressed her red lips together, her tense muscles relaxing a little. She followed her habit of feeding Shanshan first while not forgetting to serve Li Yisheng. She would peel the shrimp shells, clean the shrimp veins, and pick out the fish bones. All of this was done very naturally and skillfully, without a hint of awkward pretense. Shenhuan watched this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even if she favored Lu Ruoyan, she had to admit that if she were a man, she would probably choose Lu Xiaocui as a wife. Tang Wanzhong felt a bit envious and exchanged a glance with his wife Shenhuan, then nodded towards the large shrimp. I want to peel it myself. Shenhuan glared, lowering her voice and speaking fiercely. The harmonious atmosphere was broken by the sound of a ringing phone. After Shenhuan picked up the phone and listened for a moment, her expression became somewhat strange, and she said to the others, Lu Ruoyan is here, at the security office by the door. Li Yisheng's face instantly darkened, while Lu Xiaocui felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Tang Wanzhong hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we just let her go back? Everyone leaned towards this suggestion, but when Shanshan heard Lu Ruoyan's name, she timidly said, Mom, Mommy is here? This call of Mommy touched Shenhuan, and she sighed, saying, the child's biological mother is here, we can't just keep her outside. Let's meet her. Everyone fell silent. Li Yisheng stood up and went to the balcony to smoke, not intending to meet Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan was in high spirits today, mainly because the supervisory department had dropped the charges against her. Her biggest trouble and crisis had disappeared. She brought expensive cosmetics and cigarettes as a thank you gift for Shenhuan. She had learned that the reason the supervisory department dropped the charges was that someone had spoken on her behalf in the province. This person, aside from Shenhuan, Lu Ruoyan couldn't think of anyone else for now. Lu Ruoyan was dressed beautifully today, wearing a pure white professional outfit, her black hair freshly styled. Flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her beautiful legs, outlining a straight curve. Not only did she showcase her voluptuous and sexy figure, but she also exuded an extreme charm. All the men who saw her couldn't help but take a second glance, some even unable to move their feet. As the doorbell rang, when Lu Ruoyan saw Shenhuan, a smile blossomed on her face, and she affectionately said, Godmother, I came to see you. Shenhuan felt a bit awkward, glancing at the living room, and lowered her voice to say, Yisheng brought the child, and his girlfriend is here too. You can come in and see the child. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's smile instantly stiffened, her eyes revealing disbelief and anger, her full red lips pressed tightly together, unable to suppress the anger and jealousy in her heart any longer. Godmother, to be honest, I came to see Shanshan and Yisheng. I knew they were here, so I rushed over. Please don't blame me. Lu Ruoyan reacted quickly, regaining her composure and immediately thinking of a plan. Her acting skills were excellent. Her eyes turned red as if she were very wronged. Seeing her like this, Shenhuan thought it was because Li Yisheng wouldn't let her see the child, and for a moment, she felt pity, so she took her arm and said, if you miss the child, go see her. The law doesn't stipulate that divorced parents can't have visitation rights. Lu Ruyan forced a smile, and when she entered the living room and saw Lu Xiaozui, a glint of coldness flashed in her lowered eyes. She greeted Tang Wanzhong, then squatted down, eagerly opening her arms, and said in a gentle voice, "Come here, Qianqian, mommy is here to see you. Come here. Let mommy hug you. Qianqian, mommy is here." Lu Xiaozui did not stop Lu Ruoyan, but instead coaxed Qianqian. Qianqian showed great fear towards Lu Ruoyan, and there was a hint of rejection. In front of Lu Ruoyan, she couldn't even bring herself to say the word mommy. Qianqian hid behind Lu Xiaozui and wouldn't come out at all. Lu Ruoyan felt somewhat embarrassed and very uncomfortable inside, while also experiencing an indescribable jealousy and resentment towards Lu Xiaozui. It seemed as if the other party had taken away everything she cherished, yet still pretended to be a good person in front of her. Controlled by a surge of anger, Lu Ruoyan directly reached out and grabbed Qianqian's arm, pulling her forcefully into her embrace, while shouting, "I am your real mom. How can you turn your elbow outwards? You came out of my belly." Qianqian's arm was pulled painfully, and she was startled by Lu Ruoyan, opening her mouth to start crying. "Lu Ruoyan, what are you doing?" Lu Xiaozui was heartbroken and pushed Lu Ruoyan away with all her strength, saying loudly. Lu Ruoyan stumbled back, her eyes clouded with grievance and fear, tears streaming down like broken pearls, choked with emotion as she said, "Qianqian is my daughter, can you please give her back to me? Qianqian, I am your mommy. Let mommy hold you, okay? Mommy was wrong." The cries were heart-wrenching, and the few people around, upon hearing the cries, had very complex expressions. Shen Huan was still prepared to criticize Lu Ruoyan a bit, but seeing her like this, he felt very uncomfortable as well. Tang Wanzhong felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, thinking he shouldn't have stayed at home. He had no experience in dealing with these matters at all. At this moment, the only sound in the living room was Lu Ruoyan's crying. Lu Ruoyan felt an unprecedented loneliness, as if the whole world had abandoned her, and everything she did had lost its meaning. Suddenly, a handkerchief was presented in front of Lu Ruoyan. She looked up, her eyes filled with tears, and saw her daughter timidly placing the handkerchief at the corner of her eye, a warm current surging from her heart. "Mommy, don't cry, I'm sorry," Qianqian said softly, her voice very small, but it struck Lu Ruoyan's ears like thunder. Lu Ruoyan suddenly hugged her daughter tightly, then kissed her daughter's cheeks a few times before continuing to wail. "You are mommy's precious darling, mommy can't live without you. Everything mommy does is for you." This time, Qianqian was not afraid. Instead, she obediently wrapped her arms around Lu Ruoyan's neck, snuggling in her mother's embrace. They say a mother and daughter are connected at heart, and it was at this moment that Lu Ruoyan truly realized the meaning of this saying. Come, sit down and talk," Shen Huan said, her eyes also reddening. Lu Xiaozui stepped aside, went to the kitchen to secretly wipe her tears, and then brought bowls and chopsticks for Lu Ruoyan. Tang Wanzhong seized the opportunity to get up and go to the balcony. Seeing Li Yishang smoking, he kicked him in the butt and said unhappily, "You still have the leisure to smoke? Look at how your wife and child are messing up my family. Hurry up and go in." Li Yishang did not dodge or evade, allowing the old camp leader to vent his dissatisfaction. He took out a cigarette and handed it to Tang Wanzhong, saying, "Just bear with it. What does Anshin mean? You all accepted Lu Ruoyan as a goddaughter, isn't that slapping me in the face?" Tang Wanzhong smiled bitterly. "Your Anshin acted on her own, I never agreed. Your ex-wife has made your Anshin so confused that she treats her better than she does Tang Wu. You better be careful, don't let her use you, otherwise, you'll lose your reputation," Li Yisheng said lightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tang Wanzhong sneered, "If it weren't for your face, she wouldn't even be able to enter the courtyard." The lighter clicked open, and Li Yisheng lit Tang Wanzhong's cigarette, the smoke slowly dispersing. He said coldly, "That would be best. Don't be fooled by her tears now, her heart is the cruelest. Her own daughter means nothing in the face of. Sai, seeing you like this, I don't know what to say. The scene of your wedding is still vivid in my mind, after so many years of love, can you really just let it go?" Tang Wanzhong said tentatively. Li Yisheng's expression showed no signs of wavering as he coldly replied, "She chose to live apart for 2 years, to pursue her goals while flirting with other men, the feelings are already gone. Let her make a scene, if it gets too out of hand, I'll deal with her all at once." In an instant, hostility filled the air. The crying gradually subsided, and Li Yisheng casually extinguished his cigarette but in a flower pot before turning back to the living room. "Oh no, my Clivia! You little brat!" Tang Wanzhong exclaimed in exasperation, hurriedly dealing with the cigarette but in the pot. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was sitting at the dining table, holding her daughter Qianqian, her eyes already swollen and red, quietly chatting with her daughter. Most of it was her talking, explaining herself, regardless of whether Qianqian could understand. Much of what she said was directed at others, and when Li Yisheng walked into the living room, Lu Ruyan's voice rose a few decibels. Li Yixiong wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaocui's shoulder, sat down in a chair, and said expressionlessly, Mr. Pan has graced us with his presence. I wonder what brings you here? Lu Ruyan glanced at the hand on Lu Xiaocui's shoulder, her gaze sharp as a knife. She took a deep breath, forced out an ugly smile, and said, I'm here to thank my godmother. Fortunately, she spoke up for me regarding the investigation of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce by the Supervisory Department, or else it would have been really difficult. Li Yixiong frowned tightly, casting his gaze toward Shen Huan. He didn't believe that his Aunt Shen could speak on Lu Ruyan's behalf. After all, when Shen Huan's own nephew broke the law, she personally sent him in. This Aunt Shen appeared gentle and weak, but like Tang Wanzhong, she wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. Just as Li Yixiong had anticipated, Shen Huan's expression was one of confusion as she hesitantly said, Pan Nan, you mentioned this to me over the phone last time. I meant to tell you, but then something came up at home, and I forgot. I'm not very familiar with the supervisory department. I actually couldn't help. Lu Ruyan was taken aback by this, puzzled as she said, a friend of mine told me it was a lady who made a call to the city. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Let me ask around. Such matters can't be taken lightly, otherwise, it could offend someone, Shen Huan said solemnly, then picked up her phone to call her friend. Her friend worked in the city, responsible for political and legal affairs, which proved that it wasn't that she couldn't help but that she didn't want to. This action also subtly hinted to Lu Ruyan to be cautious. The relationship between their families wasn't close enough to be indistinguishable. Li Yixiong's face turned cold, his brows furrowed. He already had a suspect in mind. Shen Huan put down her phone, hesitated for a moment, and said, Pan Nan, the one who spoke up for you is Yixiong's mother. Surprise clearly showed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She truly hadn't expected her mother-in-law to save her once again. Li Yixiong suddenly stood up, coldly saying, Aunt Shen, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. I'll come to see you next time. After saying this, he snatched Shanxian from Lu Ruyan's hands and walked out with his daughter. Lu Ruyan was caught off guard and hurriedly stood up to follow, flustered as she said, Husband. Yixiong, where are you going? A few people exited, and only then did Tang Wanzhong walk in from the balcony, looking at the table full of dishes, shaking his head regretfully. Shen Huan said worriedly, I hope nothing happens. With the child around, nothing will happen. If Lu Ruyan weren't Shanxian's mother, Li Yixiong would have dealt with her long ago, Tang Wanzhong said. Nonsense. Shen Huan felt a bit uneasy and picked up her phone again to call Han Ling. At the same time, Li Yixiong had already exited the courtyard and opened the door of the military jeep. Lu Ruyan was running to catch up, but in her haste, the heel of her shoe broke. She twisted her ankle and fell to her knees in pain. Husband, wait for me. Lu Ruyan cried out anxiously, tears in her eyes. Lu Xiaocui's heart softened, and she hurriedly got out of the car to help Lu Ruyan up but was held back by Li Yixiong. She has bodyguards and assistants, what are you going to do? Li Yixiong's expression was not good. Lu Xiaocui was the most obedient. Even though she felt a bit reluctant, she was still pushed into the car without resistance. The military jeep sped away, and Lu Ruyan watched helplessly as the taillights disappeared from view. Lu Ruyan, you still have a chance. Your mother-in-law still cares about you, you still have a chance to make amends. Lu Ruyan muttered to herself. A young man walked out of the courtyard and saw a beautiful woman kneeling on the ground. His eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out, saying, Hello, are you okay? Get lost. Scumbag. Lu Ruyan brushed off the dust and stood up, her stunning face cold as ice. Her eyes were as dark as an abyss, filled with resentment and regret. The young man felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill creeping over him. After watching Lu Ruyan get into a car and leave, he stroked his chin and suddenly smiled, saying, What a thorny red rose. What a big sister. On the other side, Li Yixiong was driving through the traffic. The roar of the engine seemed to represent his inner turmoil. Yixiong, calm down, Auntie must have her reasons for doing this. You should ask her nicely, don't get angry, Lu Xiaocui comforted. Li Yixiong remained expressionless and silent, but he slowed down a bit. He dropped his daughter and Lu Xiaocui off at home, then headed directly to the research center building. After several unsuccessful calls to Han Ling, Li Yixiong frowned as he looked at the armed guard at the entrance and took a detour around the corner. He looked up at the 5-meter-high wall, took a running start, and with a powerful push of his right foot against the wall, he leaped up and grabbed the edge of the wall with both hands. Relying solely on his grip strength, he climbed over the wall and jumped into the courtyard of the research center. The skills of lurking and infiltrating were already ingrained in his blood. Li Yixiong avoided the surveillance and followed a test subject into the research center, walking through the security passage to the 3rd floor. As he passed a break room, a familiar laugh made Li Yixiong turn his head. Bai Xiaohua was holding a cup of coffee, smiling as she chatted with a young man. The distance between them was very close, almost touching. Junior, today's experiment must succeed. or else the teacher will be angry, Bai Xiaohua said with a smile. Sister, don't worry, with you by my side, I will definitely succeed. Don't move, you have a hair on your shoulder, let me get it for you. The young man showed no hesitation as he personally removed a strand of hair from Bai Xiaohua's shoulder. Bai Xiaohua lightly laughed and playfully hit the young man, saying, "Don't touch me, annoying." Though she said she was annoyed, her body's reaction was quite honest. Li Yisheng sneered coldly, indeed, one could know a person's face but not their heart. If it weren't for his accidental encounter today, he might not have seen this other side of Bai Xiaohua. This was not Bai Xiaohua, she was clearly a black-hearted white lotus. Li Yisheng had sensed a similar aura from Bai Xiaohua as he did from Lu Ruyan, which had raised his vigilance. Even when Bai Xiaohua actively expressed her affection, even if she threw herself at him, he was unwilling to accept it, mainly because he didn't want to encounter a second Lu Ruyan. Now that his premonition had turned into reality, Li Yisheng felt not only relief but also an indescribable anger. These women really think too highly of themselves, believing I can be easily deceived like a fool? Or have I been too lenient with Lu Ruyan, leading these women to develop unrealistic fantasies? Li Yisheng thought to himself, his gaze gradually turning cold, his dark eyes deep and penetrating. Bai Xiaohua seemed to sense something, instinctively turning her head. The moment she saw Li Yisheng, her pupils constricted, and the scalding coffee in her hand spilled out. The young man was caught off guard, gasping in pain from the burn, and hurriedly stepped back a few paces, saying, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Bai Xiaohua, not paying attention to the young man, replied perfunctorily, "Guwen, I'm sorry, you go ahead and get busy." She quickly set down her coffee cup, forcing a smile, her face regaining its innocence, and walked briskly to Li Yisheng, saying, Senior brother, when did you arrive? I've been here for a while. New boyfriend?" Li Yisheng said meaningfully. His tone was very natural, and his emotions seemed stable, but Bai Xiaohua keenly sensed the coldness that kept others at a distance. Bai Xiaohua gently bit her lip, a hint of bitterness rising in her heart, and forced herself to say, "Senior brother, you misunderstood. We're not in a romantic relationship, he's a new intern named Guwen." Her hurried attempt to clarify the relationship made the young man named Guwen uncomfortable. As a genius who had just graduated and entered a top laboratory, Guwen had his own pride and self-esteem. Like a male animal vying for a mate, he straightened his clothes and walked up to Li Yisheng, saying, "Hello, I'm Guwen. May I ask who you are?" Before Guwen could finish his sentence, Li Yisheng raised his hand and rudely interrupted him, saying, "Sorry, I'm not interested in who you are. Xiaobai, please help me contact Professor Han. I need to see her." "Okay, wait a moment, I'll call the teacher right away." Bai Xiaohua wasted no time, inserting her ID card into the fixed phone on the wall and contacting Han Ling through the internal line. Guwen was burning with jealousy and asked without disguise, "What is your relationship with senior sister? Why do you call her Xiaobai?" "None of your business, young man. Just focus on your research. Some women are beyond your reach," Li Yisheng said. In his mind, he had already categorized Bai Xiaohua as one of those academic seductresses. Now, she was no different from Lu Ruyan, both wanting to use Han Ling to achieve their own goals. Guwen was a standard research-oriented tech guy, lacking much emotional experience. When he encountered the deep-thinking Bai Xiaohua, he immediately fell for her. Therefore, he didn't catch the true meaning behind Li Yisheng's words and instead felt that Li Yisheng was mocking him. "Senior sister Bai is pure and kind, you better watch your words, or I won't be polite," Guwen said in a low voice. Li Yisheng replied, "I don't know how you got into the lab, but your brain is as dumb as a pig. Professor Han is my..." At that moment, several guards rushed in, armed. The captain raised his gun and shouted, "Raise your hands. You are suspected of illegally entering a restricted area, do not resist unnecessarily." Guwen instinctively raised his hands and shouted, "I am a researcher here, I did not illegally enter." Li Yisheng raised an eyebrow. He was not surprised at all, as the ubiquitous facial recognition surveillance would soon identify the intruder. As the guards approached Li Yisheng, Guwen gleefully said, "So you climbed over the wall to get in? Probably trying to find Professor Han for a backdoor deal. Hurry up and arrest him." "Ah, wait a minute." Bai Xiaohua, hearing the commotion, quickly hung up the phone and rushed over. "Senior sister, let me tell you, don't be fooled by this person. This guy might be an enemy agent. We should keep our distance and not get ourselves into trouble," Guwen said loudly, blocking Bai Xiaohua. Bai Xiaohua was almost brought to tears by the stupidity of the person in front of her. She pushed him away with all her strength and said, "Get lost. Who do you think you are to speak? Do you even know who he is?" Just as she was speaking, Han Ling pushed open the laboratory door, frowned, and said, "What's all the noise about?" The guard stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Professor Han, we have discovered an intruder. Please keep your distance and be cautious." "Keep what distance? This is my son. I was busy just now and told him to wait here. You all get out of here, this is the experimental area. Han Ling waved her hand impatiently. The guard hesitated for a moment, holstered his gun, and lowered his voice to Li Yisheng, saying, "Next time you come in, please follow the registration procedures to avoid unnecessary trouble." The guards left, and Guwen was completely stunned, his face turning a shade of purple as he stammered, I'm sorry, Professor Han, I didn't know he was your son." Li Yisheng looked at Guwen for a moment, then poked him in the chest and said, "Now you know the difference between us, right? You think you're not as dumb as a pig, but you still don't accept it. Enough! You come with me to the office. Guwen, you continue with the third group experiment, this time using the seventh plan," Han Ling said. Her tone was flat but filled with pressure. No one dared to disobey, even if Guwen had been humiliated by Li Yisheng, he could only endure it. Li Yisheng followed Han Ling into the office, and Bai Xiaohua originally wanted to follow them in but was called back by Han Ling. "You go conduct the experiment with Guwen, and strive to publish another paper in a core journal. By then, your associate professor title should be able to come through, and I will give you a review," Han Ling said slowly. Bai Xiaohua instinctively opened her mouth but hesitated, looking at Li Yisheng with eyes full of resentment and pleading. Li Yisheng completely ignored Bai Xiaohua. He had picked up on Han Ling's hidden meaning. It seemed she was not very satisfied with this assistant, and the so-called paper and title were probably just severance pay. Bang! The office door was closed. Han Ling sat down in her chair and began to change her shoes, fully aware of Li Yisheng's purpose for coming but showing no intention of explaining anything to her son. "Why?" Li Yisheng said slowly. Han Ling replied indifferently, "We'll talk about Lu Ruyan's matter later. I don't plan to use Bai Xiaohua anymore. You haven't had anything with her, have you?" Upon hearing Han Ling's words, Li Yisheng was directly angered to the point of laughter. He raised his chin and said, "I don't even know if you're my biological mother. Is there anyone who would set me up like this? That Bai Xiaohua has been by your side for so many years, and you haven't seen through her intentions? She puts on one face in front of me and flirts with other men behind my back. Only you can keep such an academic seductress in check." Lu Ruyan set a bad precedent, and some people have become restless. "If you haven't had anything with her, I can transfer her away," Han Ling said flatly. Li Yisheng took a deep breath and said, "Don't meddle in my personal affairs anymore. I think Cui Jie is quite good. Did you say something to her? She doesn't want to marry me. How would I know about your matters? I don't want to meddle in your affairs either. Drive me to a place," Han Ling said, frowning. "I can take you, but you have to explain to me why you're helping Lu Ruyan," Li Yisheng said in a deep voice. Han Ling frowned and said, "First, take me to a place, and then I will give you an explanation." Li Yisheng saw his mother's resolute attitude and felt a surge of curiosity. Since it didn't matter much, he decided to follow Han Ling out of the research center. The entire research center heightened its security level due to Li Yisheng's intrusion, and they were stopped by the guards when they were about to leave. "I'm sorry, Professor Han, according to regulations, you must be accompanied by security personnel when you go out. I'll arrange that for you now, please wait a moment," the guard said in a deep voice. Han Ling patted Li Yisheng's shoulder and said, "If my son can't protect me, then there's no safe place in this world. I'll speak to the director, you don't need to take responsibility. Rules are tailored for ordinary people, and as a top-tier scientific leader, Han Ling had privileges that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Of course, this was only the case when Han Ling's interests aligned with those of the state. Upon hearing this, the guard did not stop Han Ling from leaving and personally opened the door, escorting the two to the car. "Where are we going?" Li Yisheng asked, frowning. He had been driving on the highway for over 2 hours, far from the coastal city of Linhai. "Exit the highway at the next intersection, turn right for 3.5 kilometers, to Beishan Sanatorium," Han Ling said. Beishan Sanatorium wasn't very famous, but Li Yisheng had heard of it. It was a place specifically for the rehabilitation of certain special groups. Li Yisheng asked in confusion, "Which elder is sick? Or are you introducing someone to me?" Lu Ruyan's mother, Han Ling said slowly, but it seemed she was unaware of how terrifying her words were. The steering wheel in Li Yisheng's hands trembled slightly, and the car veered off the main road, nearly colliding with a nearby truck. "That's not a funny joke at all. Lu Ruyan's mother ran away when she was 3, how could she possibly be living in Beishan Sanatorium?" Li Yisheng said incredulously. Han Ling glanced at him and said, "With Lu Ruyan's looks and intelligence, do you think she could have been raised by mountain people? Compared to acquired training, I believe more in innate genes. Of course, you are an exception, you take after your foolish father." Li Yisheng's face darkened, but the information in Han Ling's words was too much, leaving him lost in thought. Why did Lu Ruyan's mother run away? There are only two possibilities. One is that she couldn't bear the hardships of life, and the other is that she was abducted. The former is unlikely. Not contacting her biological daughter for so many years doesn't align with human nature and common sense. If she was abducted, then everything makes sense, Li Yixiang said solemnly. Han Ling remained silent, lighting a cigarette, her gaze becoming deep amidst the swirling smoke. Half an hour later, the military jeep turned into Beishan Sanatorium. Han Ling explained, Beishan Sanatorium is not open to the public. Every visit requires a reservation in advance. You should behave yourself here, there are many elderly people. Is it you who arranged this, or her family? Li Yixiang asked curiously. I suppose it's my arrangement, I'll cover all the expenses. Her family has already disowned her, it would be embarrassing if it got out, Han Ling said sarcastically. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Li Yixiang fell silent. He could easily imagine why his former mother-in-law's family would make such a cruel decision. Beishan Sanatorium had dedicated staff to receive them, leading the two to a private room. Inside the room was a bed, and sitting on it was a woman in a striped patient gown, looking to be about the same age as Han Ling. Although her appearance was somewhat aged, one could still vaguely see the resemblance to Lu Ruyan in her features. Through the thick single-pane glass, Li Yixiang saw Lu Ruyan's mother for the first time. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. When he married Lu Ruyan, none of her family members attended the ceremony, except for classmates and friends, leading some to misunderstand that Lu Ruyan was an orphan. Baby, be good, it's time to sleep, his former mother-in-law said, holding a pillow, her face showing a kind smile. Her demeanor was very elegant, and the etiquette she had been trained in since childhood had become instinctive, not fading away due to mental reasons. Mom, you're not going to tell me that the reason you take care of Lu Ruyan is because of her mother, are you? Li Yixiang said in a deep voice. Han Ling slowly replied, originally, I planned to keep this a secret for a lifetime, but it doesn't matter now, you can find out for yourself. I was college roommates and best friends with Pan Nan's mother. At that time, my family was poor, and I almost dropped out to get married in my sophomore year. When I was at my most desperate, Pan Nan's mother helped me. Not only did she help me graduate from college successfully, but she also helped me apply for a scholarship to study abroad, completely changing my fate. Pan Nan's mother was in a relationship with Li Haiyong during college. Stop. My head is a bit confused. Is Li Haiyong my dad? Li Yixiang quickly said. Yes, he's your stupid, useless dad. Han Ling's gaze was cold, filled with disdain. Li Yixiang was extremely surprised and said, then, did you steal him from someone? Shut up. Let me finish. If you interrupt again, I'll sew your mouth shut. Han Ling's mood was clearly not good, and her tone was very stern. Li Yixiang obediently closed his mouth, waiting for Han Ling to continue. Li Haiyong was a prominent figure in college, but after graduation, it wasn't about who played basketball well or who was handsome. What mattered were family background, connections, resources, wealth, and so on. Pan Nan's mother came from a distinguished family and was allowed to date freely in college. However, after graduation, if one lacked ability, they had to obediently follow the family's arrangements for marriage. Pan Nan's mother was forced to break up with Li Haiyong and marry someone else, and before the wedding, she asked me to keep an eye on Li Haiyong to prevent him from doing anything foolish. When I went to the bar to pick up Li Haiyong, I was set up and woke up to find myself lying next to him. Meanwhile, my family was urging me to get married, pushing me to marry. So I simply got a marriage certificate with Li Haiyong, and that's how you came to be. I had no emotional foundation with your father, so we divorced quickly. Pan Nan's mother was not happy after marriage, and by chance, she contacted Li Haiyong again, and they planned to elope to Baikal. But Pan Nan's mother didn't show up as agreed, and Li Haiyong thought she had changed her mind, so he went abroad alone. In fact, Pan Nan's mother was drugged by a taxi driver on her way to the airport and sold to human traffickers, eventually being bought by Pan Nan's father. She found an opportunity to escape from the mountains, but she became quite mad, so I took on the responsibility of taking care of her. Han Ling spoke slowly, her eyes rarely showing emotion. This was the first time Li Yixiang had heard these things, although it wasn't long, it was enough to be convoluted. Li Yixiang frowned and said, so you chose to harm your own son to repay a debt of gratitude? Is your heart made of iron? What nonsense! Although I have no feelings for your father, I can still distinguish right from wrong. Pan Nan was outstanding in intelligence, emotional intelligence, appearance, and character at that time. I introduced her to you, and I don't know how many people were talking behind my back. Of course, there were indeed some selfish thoughts on my part. I hoped Pan Nan could live a simple and happy life, just never expected that people's hearts could change. Now that Pan Nan has entered the business world, she will soon become the focus of attention, and danger will follow, Han Ling said. Li Yixiang's expression fluctuated, and he said, so? Do you plan to protect her for a lifetime? I have already divorced her, and we have no relationship anymore. Her mother has been kind to me, Without her, there would be no me now, and no you. I hope you can help me repay this kindness. Besides, you have a child with Pan Nan, and you wouldn't want your child to grow up without a biological mother, would you? Han Ling held her son's hand, her voice trembling slightly, carrying a hint of pleading. Li Yixiong took a deep breath and said seriously, Mom, you helped Lu Ruyan out of the mountains, from high school to university, and then to graduate school, arranging a decent job for her. The help her mother gave you was merely a small favor, you have long since repaid that kindness. Lu Ruyan is a woman with great ambition. When she had nothing, she dared to gamble her life and fortune. As her chips increase, her gambling nature will grow bolder. What will we do when she attracts people we cannot afford to offend? Should we follow her into hell? A kindness must be repaid. I hope you can lend her a hand at a critical moment, so she doesn't fall into an irretrievable situation. After all, I do bear some responsibility for Pan Nan's mother being like this. If it comes at the cost of your own safety, you can choose to stand by. I won't blame you. I believe Pan Nan's mother would understand me too, Han Ling said slowly. Li Yixiong fell silent, feeling increasingly troubled at the thought of possibly being entangled with his ex-wife in the future. The hardest thing to repay in the world is human kindness. Li Yixiong had actually prepared himself, waiting for an opportunity to create an accident to completely resolve all troubles. But the plan was clearly unfeasible now. If anything happened to Lu Ruyan, Han Ling's intelligence would quickly lead her to the truth. What is her name? Li Yixiong asked. Her surname is Li, and her name is Li Bailu. Isn't it a beautiful name? She was the goddess in many people's hearts back then, Han Ling sighed, pushing the door open and walking in. Li Yixiong pondered for a moment, unable to think of any prominent family with the surname Li in the country. Perhaps his social standing was still insufficient to understand some matters of the upper class. Ling Ling, you're here. Look at my daughter, isn't she beautiful? His former mother-in-law said excitedly, showing Han Ling the pillow she was holding. Beautiful, really beautiful. The child has grown up, looking just as pretty as you, Han Ling said with a smile. The two chatted, occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. A doting smile appeared on Han Ling's face, and it was the first time Li Yixiong saw such a gentle and happy side of his mother. His heart softened a little. It seemed that his mother Han Ling and his former mother-in-law had a really good relationship. Han Ling waved to Li Yixiong, who then pushed the door and walked in. Oh, you look like my boyfriend. Ling Ling, who is he to you? His former mother-in-law exclaimed in surprise. Han Ling smiled and pulled Li Yixiong closer, saying, This is my son. Isn't he handsome? Very masculine. Boys should look like this. When my daughter grows up, how about letting her marry you? His former mother-in-law said with a beaming smile. Li Yixiong secretly scoffed. Marrying Lu Ruyan again would be worse than killing him. Han Ling pinched Li Yixiong's arm and coaxed, Bailu, look, my son is so happy he can't even speak. This time I brought him to meet you. In the future, when I'm too busy with work, I'll have him come to visit you. If you need anything, just tell him directly. Okay, I understand. I want to drink hand-ground coffee. His former mother-in-law nodded repeatedly, smiling. Han Ling coaxed her former mother-in-law, saying there was no coffee left and suggested she lie down to rest. After a while, his former mother-in-law fell asleep hugging the pillow, and Han Ling carefully covered her with a blanket before leaving with Li Yixiong. Mom, did you just say I should take care of her? Li Yixiong asked, frowning as he drove. Han Ling nodded and said, the research has reached a critical point, and I can't afford to be distracted right now. My biggest concern is her. Although I am Bailu's guardian, as Lu Ruyan's reputation grows, her family will eventually take notice. Currently, she is safe in the Beishan sanatorium, but if she is taken away, it would be hard to say. I've left your phone number with the sanatorium. Keep your phone on 24/7. No matter who it is, besides me, if anyone wants to take Bailu away, you must stop them. Once the research is over, I will handle it. That's a small matter. What does Lu Ruyan say about this? Should we tell her? Li Yixiong said in a low voice. Han Ling shot a sidelong glance at Li Yixiong and said, do you think we should tell her? Right now, I think she is the most dangerous. If she finds out and recklessly uses Bailu's identity, the trouble it could cause would be even greater. Who exactly is Lu Ruyan's maternal grandfather? Li Yixiong asked curiously. Don't ask. You won't have the chance to get involved anyway, Han Ling said irritably, her brow furrowed. Li Yixiong dropped his mother Han Ling off at the research center and was just about to head home when Bai Xiaohua chased after him from the center. Senior brother. Bai Xiaohua's face was slightly pale, her expression weary, and she grabbed Li Yixiong's sleeve without regard for the public. Li Yixiong frowned and shook off her arm, saying, is there something you need? Senior brother, can you give me a moment? I want to explain, Bai Xiaohua said, her eyes misty, looking pitiful as she spoke softly. If it had been 6 months ago, seeing her like this would have truly evoked his sympathy. But after a series of events with Lu Ruyan, Li Yixiang had developed a strong resistance, even to the point of being as hard-hearted as iron. Li Yixiang raised an eyebrow, pretending to be puzzled, and said, "Explain what? I don't think we have any misunderstandings, do we?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowa's lovely face turned even paler, her curled eyelashes glistening with tears as she choked out, "I can explain about Guwon. He has an important project, and I was trying to please him to get my name on the paper and quickly obtain my title." Why are you telling me this? This is your private matter. I have my own things to deal with, so I'm leaving, Li Yixiang said, growing increasingly impatient. Bai Xiaowa clung to Li Yixiang's sleeve, pleading, "Yixiang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about taking shortcuts. But I had my reasons. I want to be worthy of you, to win the teacher's attention. I can give up everything now, please forgive me, okay? I'm willing to be your girlfriend. I can also be Qianqian's mother. Just give me a chance, please. I'm begging you." As she continued to say more outrageous things, Li Yixiang felt his blood pressure rising. The more he looked at Bai Xiaowa, the more she resembled Lu Ruyan. Li Yixiang lifted Bai Xiaowa with one hand, expressionless, and said, "Do you think I'm stupid and easy to fool? My education may be low, but I'm not an idiot. Instead of learning properly, you want to follow Lu Ruyan's example. Clearly, it's your own problem, yet you shift the blame onto others. Women like you make me feel disgusted. Remember, don't come looking for me again, or I won't be polite." After being set down, Bai Xiaowa sat on the ground, tears welling up, unable to say a word. "Hey! What are you doing?" The young man named Gu Wen, who had been observing from the side, rushed over, fully embodying the spirit of a sycophant. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade a dead ghost. The young man is willing to jump into the pit, so Li Yixiang has no reason to stop him and turns to leave. However, Gu Wen is relentless and shouts, "Senior sister, don't be afraid. Did she threaten you? You, with the surname Li, don't think just because you're Professor Han's son, you can bully people at will. If you want to take advantage of senior sister Bai, you'll have to step over my dead body. Don't leave. Apologize to senior sister." After saying this, he places a hand on Li Yixiang's shoulder, trying to prevent him from leaving. Li Yixiang, instead of getting angry, laughs and turns around, kicking Gu Wen in the calf. The front of his black combat boots is reinforced with steel, and even without much force, kicking a leg feels like being hit with an iron rod. Gu Wen lets out a cry and kneels on the ground, holding his calf, shouting, "He's hitting me." Li Yixiang looks down at him and says, "If you weren't my mother's student, I would take your life right now. Remember, we are not on the same path. Don't provoke me." Bai Xiaowa stares blankly as Li Yixiang leaves, and when Gu Wen gets up, she suddenly pushes him down, her eyes red as she shouts, "It's all your fault. Why did you come out?" I was worried about you," Gu Wen says, being pushed down again but not blaming Bai Xiaowa, speaking cautiously. Bai Xiaowa's face turns from pale to red, and after taking a few deep breaths, she says expressionlessly, "For this paper, I want to be the first author, is that okay? What I just did was for you. You dare to offend Professor Han's own son. You're not planning to pursue a career in research anymore, are you? As long as you want it, I can give you anything. Just don't ignore me," Gu Wen stammers. He seems quite good at self-pity, and his eyes are a bit red as well. Bai Xiaowa brushes her hair behind her ear and says lightly, "Don't worry, as long as you perform well." Li Yixiang takes out his keys to open the door, and a wave of smoke hits him in the face, causing his brows to furrow instantly. In the living room, his aunt Cheng Fengying's uncle Han Zhuangfei is sitting on the sofa, Lu Xiaotsui stands beside him holding a fruit platter, and Qianqian is standing at the bedroom door. "Ha ha, my nephew is back," Han Zhuangfei says, crossing his legs and holding a cigarette in his mouth, laughing. "Yixiang has lost weight. Looks like it's been tough. There's not a single woman at home to care for you, that's not good." Cheng Fengying interjects. Bang! Li Yixiang picks up a chair and slams it down in the living room, coldly saying, "Who allowed you to come without notice? Have you forgotten what my mom said? Don't come over for no reason. Han Zhuangfei, Qianqian is still young, and you, as her uncle, have no sense, daring to smoke in my house?" Han Zhuangfei's face turns red, and he slams the table as he stands up, saying, "I'm your uncle, how can you speak to me like that? If you weren't my uncle, I would make you lick the ash clean. Stand up and clean this mess." Li Yixiang says coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling glare. Han Zhuangfei shivers. He suddenly realizes that this nephew is not an ordinary person, but a guy who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Cheng Fengying is very good at handling situations. After stepping on Han Zhuangfei's foot, she stands up with a smile and says, "Yixiang, don't be angry. It's my fault, I'll clean up. It's about time I made your uncle quit smoking, he just can't remember. You sit down quickly, and I'll take care of it." She gets up and opens the window to let fresh air into the room. Li Yishang completely ignores the two of them and says to Lu Xiaocui, "You take the child back to the bedroom, and don't let any outsiders in from now on." Lu Xiaocui is happy to see Li Yishang as her backbone. After agreeing, she carries Qianqian into the bedroom and then closes the door tightly. "You, how can you be so petty? We're relatives," Han Zhuangfei says unhappily. Li Yishang coldly pointed at the cigarettes on the table and said, "In the past, you wouldn't even spare 10 yuan for cigarettes, and now you're smoking 100 yuan huabia. Who bought you this cigarette? Aunt's PLD bag is worth at least 100,000 yuan. Who bought that? What do you want from Lu Ruyan? Do you see me as family?" Han Zhuangfei was a proud man, and after being exposed by Li Yishang, his face turned even redder. He wanted to criticize Li Yishang with the authority of an elder, but he lacked the confidence. Han Ling was not a sycophant. She had principles when it came to helping family, and it could be said that the future development of the Han family's business relied on her. Although Lu Ruyan had given some benefits, they were trivial compared to Han Ling's influence and power, which were not worth mentioning. Even a full meal could be distinguished. Aunt Cheng Fengying was a person who could navigate any situation. She slapped her thigh and said, "Yishang, I admit that Aunt took some things from Lu Ruyan, but your uncle and I are definitely on your side. Those things weren't taken for free. She asked us to take good care of Qianqian. You're not married yet, and taking care of a child alone is not easy." Cheng Fengying had a way with words. She could bring the dead back to life with her talk. Li Yishang never believed her and didn't think someone as cunning as Cheng Fengying would be so kind-hearted. Li Yishang raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm just kindly reminding you that Lu Ruyan's things are not so easy to take. If anything happens in the future, don't come looking for me. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Cheng Fengying was thick-skinned. Even when Li Yishang had already told them to leave, she didn't care at all and instead said enthusiastically, "I really have something to discuss this time. Your mother mentioned to us before that we should introduce you to a partner. I happen to know a nice girl. She's the right age, gentle in character, and hasn't been married before. Most importantly, she has a stable job, an associate professor at a music university, a talented woman. In the future, Qianqian won't need tutoring or a private teacher. Isn't this a win-win situation? I'm not interested. I already have a girlfriend, and I don't think my mom would be so bored." Li Yishang said coldly. Han Zhuangfei took out his phone and said unhappily, "What kind of attitude is this? We're doing this out of goodwill. Just listen." He played the recording on his phone, and indeed, his mother Han Ling's voice came through. "This girl named Su Ruoyan is not bad. I've heard of her name, and she's the right age. You guys can introduce her as intermediaries. Whether it works out or not is up to Yishang to decide." Li Yishang didn't doubt the recording was fake because it was too easy to verify. After listening, he waved his hand and said, "My mom is meddling. I'm not interested. Alright, you can go." Wait a minute." Lu Xiaocui suddenly opened the bedroom door and said seriously, "Yishang, uncle and aunt mean well. Regardless of whether it works out or not, I think you should at least meet her." Yes. Let's set a time for you two to meet," Cheng Fengying said, seizing the opportunity. Li Yishang looked deeply at Lu Xiaocui and turned his head, saying, "Let's wait a while. My reserve duty task isn't over yet, and I have to return to the base tomorrow." "Alright then, we'll talk another day. It's a promise, we won't leave without seeing each other," Cheng Fengying said with a smile, then pulled Han Zhuangfei away. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the house fell quiet again. After the windows were closed, the warm air from the air conditioner gradually raised the temperature to 23 degrees. Lu Xiaocui timidly looked at Li Yishang and said softly, "Qianqian is asleep. Do you want to take a shower? I can run the bath for you. Come here." Li Yishang's face was dark as he patted his leg. Lu Xiaocui's face instantly flushed bright red, but she didn't dare to resist at all, obediently sitting beside Li Yishang. Her good figure made the nightgown cling tightly, with the right places full and the slim areas slender, outlining an enchanting curve. Her neck, long and graceful like a swan's, was as white as jade, making her appear exceptionally charming. Li Yishang pretended to raise his arm, and before his hand could fall, Lu Xiaocui was so frightened that she closed her eyes. Her eye sockets quickly turned red, her muscles stiffened, and she held back her tears. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Li Yishang said very seriously, though a smile crept onto his lips. "No. I don't know." Lu Xiaocui's voice flowed like a stream rushing through a mountain gorge, soft as water. Li Yishang pinched her cheek and said, "You are my woman. Don't make decisions for me. And don't put yourself in a difficult position." Lu Xiaocui seemed to feel a great injustice, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling, breathing fast and tense. "Ahem. Today's punishment ends here. Later, you'll have to give me a back rub. And change into the clothes I bought for you." Li Yishang coughed lightly and said seriously. Lu Xiaocui spat softly, a hint of shyness in her voice as she scolded, "Shameless, you just like to bully me. Can those few pieces of rope be called clothes? Hey, those are clothes worth thousands. Just throw them away." Don't throw them away, let me try. Lao Mo's Bar. This bar has a very elegant style, and the patrons are all tasteful high-end individuals. A band on stage played soothing jazz, creating a relaxed and leisurely atmosphere. All the guests spoke in hushed tones, seemingly afraid to disrupt the ambience. Lu Ruyan and Bai Shoha met at the bar. Both were beauties but of different styles, making them particularly eye-catching. Since Lu Ruyan was accompanied by a bodyguard, no one dared to approach them. "Ladies, strawberry daiquiri and margarita, enjoy." The bartender respectfully placed the cocktails in front of them and then carefully retreated. "I heard your associate professor title is about to be approved. Congratulations," Lu Ruyan said, lifting her margarita slowly, smiling. "Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself?" Bai Shoha raised an eyebrow, took a small sip of her strawberry daiquiri, and said expressionlessly. At that moment, she displayed a maturity that belied her appearance, her drinking actions very skilled, clearly a habit. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "Why would I want to make fun of you? You're just a failed imitation of Dongshi." "Failed imitation? Ha! I'm just not convinced. Why does the teacher look at you differently? If I were the teacher's daughter-in-law, the resources and connections I would gain would last me a lifetime. I really don't understand why you would cheat, just for a little money? It's ridiculous. It's simply foolish," Bai Shoha said with a cold laugh. Lu Ruyan instantly tightened her grip on the wineglass, gently swirling it, took a deep breath, and said, "Being the teacher's daughter-in-law is not that easy. I originally had the same idea as you. I thought I could inherit the mantle and follow the path of academic power. But the reality is far from that." Lu Ruyan's words sounded full of Versailles to Bai Shoha, which made the ambitious girl feel dissatisfied. She scoffed and said, "That's because you lack ability. Can you blame the teacher for not giving you a chance? The opportunity you speak of refers to the hospital's logistics department, with a salary of over 3,000 a month? Enough stability to see it through a lifetime," Lu Ruyan said with a cold smile, downing half of her cocktail. The initial taste was the strong stimulation of tequila, followed by the sweet and sour lime juice and the aroma of orange peel mixing together, slowly emerging in her mouth. She clearly hadn't drunk too much, yet it felt as if her memories had made her head spin, her gaze gradually becoming hazy. Bai Shoha shook her head mockingly and said, "The teacher has long seen through you, you simply aren't cut out for academia. Arranging for you to go to the first hospital of Linhai is mainly to temper your character and expand your network. If I were in your shoes, with a teacher as a backer, I could break free from administrative positions in 3 years, enter management in 10, and become a senior dean or vice dean in 20. The first hospital of Linhai has extremely strong technology, with its experts and comprehensive surgical skills ranking among the top 3 globally. Do you know what it means to have a large, comprehensive, tertiary hospital that integrates medical care, teaching, and research? It's not just a simple hospital, it's a small society. And you actually regard a place that everyone else struggles to enter as a form of oppression from your teacher?" Lu Ruyan raised her delicate finger and gently wiped the remnants of alcohol from the corner of her mouth, slowly saying, 10 years is too long, I only strive for the present. How many decades can one have in life? I want to reach the top of society and become a rule maker. You have great ambition, but your ambition doesn't match your status. 3 generations of lineage, 5 generations of aristocracy. True nobility relies on bloodline. You have no chance, Bai Shoha said with a cold laugh. We are not on the same path, so we cannot collaborate. Now, back to the main topic. Don't get close to Li Yishang anymore, Guwen is actually quite good, Lu Ruyan said. Bai Shoa's expression darkened, and she coldly replied, Why? Why can you, but I can't? You are already divorced. If I say it can't be done, then it can't. What Li Yishang wants, you cannot provide. I won't let him be used by you. And you know very well what you've done. If Yishang finds out, do you think he'll have a chance? He won't tolerate any sand in his eyes. Lu Ruyan said slowly. Bai Shoa's face instantly darkened, and she raised her glass, saying, What have I done? I've come this far with Li Yishang. You must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes, right? Lu Ruyan said with a half smile. Bai Shoa expressionlessly put down her glass and said, I don't even know what you're talking about. The outcome between you and Li Yishang is entirely your own choice. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, she prepared to stand up and leave, but her arm was firmly grasped by Lu Ruyan, and several bodyguards blocked her path. Lu Ruyan chuckled lightly and said, Sit down, what's the rush? Or are you feeling guilty? After Bai Shoa sat back down, she fell silent. Lu Ruyan signaled the bartender for a bottle of whiskey and then slowly said, you bribed Zhang Tao from the original NM Group branch to send stockings to Li Yixiang. At the same time, you sent him photos of me and Lu Decan through a chat app. The reason Li Yixiang appeared at the hotel that day was also because of your call. The purpose of all your actions was to make us divorce? Do you have evidence? Bai Xiaohe retorted, her pupils slightly constricting, her voice trembling. Lu Ruyan lightly laughed and patted Bai Xiaohe's head, saying, "You're smart enough, but unfortunately, some things don't need evidence. Your hands are quick, you sent Zhang Tao to a park in Southeast Asia, and you cancelled the chat app. You disguised yourself when you went to the hotel and destroyed the footage. However, you underestimated me. I never believe there are that many coincidences in the world. With Lu Dechan's pig brain, he can't see through my plan at all. In fact, Li Yixiang has been investigating this matter. He has already traced it back to the park in Southeast Asia. So what if he found out? I have a clear conscience. I just let him know the truth in advance, so he knows what kind of woman you really are," Bai Xiaohe said with a cold smile. Slap. Bai Xiaohe was slapped by Lu Ruyan, her head uncontrollably turning to the side, leaving a clear handprint on her fair face. Lu Ruyan's movement was swift and decisive, catching people off guard, filled with a surge of anger. Bai Xiaohe's body trembled, her right hand covering her face, her eyes wide open as she shouted, "You dare hit me?" Lu Ruyan regained her composure, rubbed Bai Xiaohe's head, and said, "Not only do I dare to hit you, but I also dare to kill you. If it weren't for you ruining my plans, Li Yixiang and I would still be a happy family." "A family? With the disgusting things you've done, how can you even call that a family? That's cheating. What I hate most is you flaunting your love. Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, just kill me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Bai Xiaohe, feeling desperate, growled softly. Lu Ruyan, filled with rage, laughed coldly, "Kill you? Of course not. I want to know who was behind you. He. It's just me. Because I'm jealous of you, why do you get the teacher's favor? If it were me, I would do better than you," Bai Xiaohe said coldly. Lu Ruyan shook her wineglass, as if talking to herself, "No one can do better than me. If it weren't for your interference, my plan would have been very successful. I would have made Yixiang and our daughter live in happiness for a lifetime, without worries about food and clothing. Our family could travel the world, enjoying the best life. You can leave, I won't take revenge on you. No matter who is behind you, tell them this, I will only be a widow in this life, not divorced. Li Yixiang is my only man. Crazy woman, you crazy woman. I won't let you succeed, I will make you watch me marry Li Yixiang," Bai Xiaohe said in a low voice as she stood up. Her expression was somewhat twisted and fierce, but her tone was very firm. Lu Ruyan ignored Bai Xiaohe, as if watching a clown. After Bai Xiaohe left, Lu Ruyan also prepared to leave. Suddenly, a young man approached, ignoring the bodyguard's threats, extending his arm and said, "Hello, beautiful, let's get to know each other. My name is Qi Bin. We met before at Commander Wan's house." "Qi Bin? The son of Mayor Qi? He. Little brother, your sister is not someone you can flirt with, go home and play games," Lu Ruyan said lightly, then elegantly stood up and left the bar surrounded by bodyguards. "Interesting. This is interesting. After the Chen family makes a move, let's see if you can hold on." The young man licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. The moonlight seemed to drape a thin silver veil over the city, with stars dotting the sky, making the night exceptionally tranquil. Li Yixiang sat in the study chair, the ashtray in front of him filled with cigarette butts, his gaze locked on the computer screen. He had originally asked his friend Tommy to investigate the cause of Bai Hui's death, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Tommy inadvertently found Zhang Tao, who had gone abroad 2 months ago, only to be sold into a park. Through interrogation, Li Yixiang learned that the person behind Zhang Tao was actually Bai Xiaohe. Bai Xiaohe? Is she simply trying to dig a wall or does she have another purpose? Li Yixiang stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, deeply merging his memories, almost forgetting that he was a time traveler. He was not the simple-minded, brawny man that the original body was. Why think so much? I am Li Yixiang. Don't make me have a split personality. Li Yixiang rubbed his face, talking to himself. Li Yixiang did not think he had much charm. Apart from having a good mother, he probably had nothing to attract a talented and beautiful woman. Is it because of my mom Han Ling? Could she be a spy? Li Yixiang frowned, hesitating for a moment before calling Han Ling. At 1:30 in the morning, Han Ling was still awake, and the phone was answered by the new assistant. Teacher Han is currently verifying data and will finish in about half an hour. Mr. Li, I will relay your message. The new assistant was clearly an intern, aware of Li Yixiang's special number and the situation with the former assistant Bai Xiaohe, so her tone and voice were cautious. After hanging up, Li Yixiang opened the gaming platform out of boredom. He had plenty of time now to play games at will. However, upon opening it, he found that he had lost that joy, and even the system's built-in card game was more effective at passing the time. He waited for Han Ling's call, but instead, a sudden knock on the door rang out. Lu Xiaotsui was exhausted, completely asleep, and didn't hear it at all. Finally, Li Yisheng frowned and opened the door, having already guessed who it was before he opened it. At this hour, there was no one else but Lu Ruoyan. As it turned out, Li Yisheng's guess was correct. When the door opened, Lu Ruoyan was supported by 2 female bodyguards, her arm raised in the air, her eyes hazy with drunkenness, grinning foolishly. "Hubby, I'm back. You all come pick me up tomorrow." Lu Ruoyan pushed away the bodyguards and directly leaped into Li Yisheng's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck without a care. The 2 female bodyguards exchanged glances, and one of them respectfully said, "Sir, boss, we will wait outside. You can call on us any time." "Wait, take her away. I have nothing to do with her now," Li Yisheng said coldly, pulling Lu Ruoyan away. The 2 female bodyguards consciously quickened their pace and disappeared at the stairway. In this situation, Li Yisheng couldn't just throw Lu Ruoyan outside. If someone picked her up, it would be a disgrace to the whole family. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Ruoyan was pretending to be drunk. This woman was always very good at acting. Li Yisheng didn't want to wake his daughter and Lu Xiaotsui, so he picked up Lu Ruoyan with one hand and took her to the bathroom. "Hubby, help me take a shower, hee." Lu Ruoyan's long black hair was disheveled over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed, and the buttons of her collar, which had been fine before entering, were now undone, revealing her fair, slender swan neck, along with a large expanse of skin and cleavage. Li Yisheng remained expressionless as he turned on the cold water and rinsed her off. The cold water instantly sobered Lu Ruoyan, who hurriedly turned off the water and pouted, "Hubby, I missed you, don't tease me. If you're awake, just leave. You shouldn't be here, and you shouldn't disturb my life," Li Yisheng said flatly. Lu Ruoyan's starry eyes were hazy, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a strange smile as she whispered, "A flower at home is not as fragrant as a wildflower. I am now a wildflower. I find you dirty. Who knows if you have any diseases," Li Yisheng sneered. Lu Ruoyan took a health check report from her bag and slammed it onto Li Yisheng, saying, "I knew you would say that. Take a good look. I have nothing to be ashamed of." "Crazy." Li Yisheng threw the health report aside. He felt that Lu Ruoyan's mental state was probably problematic. Who would go for such a report? It seemed like a clear case of trying to cover something up. Lu Ruoyan mumbled dreamily, "I don't care, I just want to find you. Let's chat. If you have grievances, just hit me, I'm willing." She clung tightly to Li Yisheng, refusing to let go. A rich fragrance, mixed with perfume, wafted over, reminiscent of musk. "Which man did you drink with? Did he not satisfy you, so you came here to seek validation? Get lost." Li Yisheng frowned and said, pinching the other person's face, trying to make Lu Ruoyan roll away from him. Lu Ruoyan's knees went weak, and with a thud, she knelt down, saying, "I don't want anything, please, I've been insomnia for a long time, let me stay. Otherwise, I really might die." Her clothes were loosened, seemingly issuing some kind of invitation. Li Yisheng clenched his fists, a sinister smile appearing on his face, then he flexed his wrists. Lu Ruoyan raised her head and said sweetly, "Hubby, I want you to hit me. You must have been holding back for a long time, right? Seeking a hammer to get hammered." The next second, a precise chop landed on the back of her neck, and Lu Ruoyan rolled her eyes and fainted. Li Yisheng frowned as he threw Lu Ruoyan onto the bed. After a moment of mumbling, her breathing gradually became heavier, and there was no more sound from her mouth, clearly having fallen into a deep sleep. Daytime thoughts lead to nighttime dreams. Lu Ruoyan went from unconsciousness to deep sleep, dreaming of many things, a smile of happiness and satisfaction gracing her lips. In her dream, it seemed she had gotten her wish, curling up like a cooked shrimp. Li Yisheng frowned, lying on the sofa watching short videos. It wasn't until after 5 in the morning that he changed his clothes, left a message for Lu Xiaotsui, and went out. When dawn broke, Lu Xiaotsui woke Lu Ruoyan for breakfast, and the latter opened her eyes, sleepily saying, "Hubby, I want to eat sour soup noodles." "Yisheng has gone back. I made wontons, you can eat with the kids," Lu Xiaotsui said slowly. "Oh no, I still have important things I haven't told him." "Forget it, I'll find another opportunity." Lu Ruoyan instantly woke up, struggling to sit up, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with a hint of happiness. Lu Xiaotsui noticed the bruises on Lu Ruoyan's face, frowned, and said helplessly, "What's the point of this? Yisheng doesn't care for you, yet you insist on offering yourself up to be beaten. What do you know? Hitting is affection, scolding is love. Yisheng has me in his heart. Besides, I'm clean, I haven't strayed in body or mind, just acted impulsively and made some mistakes. I believe that after a few more times, Yisheng will completely forgive me, and I will be his strongest support. Let him enjoy life in peace. I won't have breakfast, there's still a lot to do today." Lu Ruyan yawned, looking radiant, and her chatter increased. After leaving the bedroom, Lu Ruyan changed her mind upon seeing her daughter, accompanying her for breakfast, and then together with Lu Xiaotsui, they sent her to kindergarten. Lu Xiaotsui always felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. If anyone could come and go freely in a confidential unit, it would probably only be Li Yixiang. This was mainly thanks to Han Ling. One could say this research center was established for her, with the administrative and security departments all set up to assist her work. So when Li Yixiang stood at the door without regard for his face, Han Ling impatiently issued him a pass. The cafeteria of the research center at Lehigh University. The usually bustling cafeteria was particularly quiet. Researchers quickly finished their breakfast and left, moving lightly, afraid to make any noise. Guliolu, guliolu. The sounds of food being chewed and swallowed were particularly jarring in the silent environment. Yet no one dared to look over, nor did anyone express dissatisfaction. Li Yixiang's plate was piled with a dozen buns, 7 or 8 tea eggs, plus pickled vegetables and porridge, enough for 3 people. Opposite him, Han Ling looked at her son's eating habits with a slight frown. She elegantly picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of her mouth, then picked up some buns from her plate and placed them onto Li Yixiang's plate. "Mom, can you just have a cup of coffee in the morning?" Li Yixiang didn't hold back and finished the buns in 2 bites. "It's not time for me to eat yet, just watching you is enough. I'll have a couple of chocolates when I get back later," Han Ling said. Li Yixiang looked around before lowering his voice. "I called you last night, but you didn't answer. I wanted to talk to you about Bai Xiuha." Han Ling listened quietly, not interrupting, until Li Yixiang finished speaking. Then she said, "I know. Well, then I have nothing else to say. Please take care of yourself," Li Yixiang said with a hint of meaning. "You don't need to worry about me, but what about you? Were you with Lu Ruyan last night?" Han Ling raised an eyebrow and said. Li Yixiang replied in surprise, "How did you know?" "The scent of perfume. I smelled it on Lu Ruyan the last time she came to see me. It's a special custom blend." Han Ling's answer was always simple and direct. Li Yixiang felt a bit helpless. He had been lazy and didn't shower in the morning, not expecting Han Ling to notice. He spread his hands and said, "Would you believe me if I said no? Do you think I would believe you?" Men are all driven by their lower halves, completely out of rational control. They may say they dislike it, but their bodies are often very honest, Han Ling said disdainfully. "I don't want to wash the dishes, and I have a psychological cleanliness obsession. Once I'm done eating, I'm leaving." Li Yixiang stood up, preparing to leave. Han Ling coldly snorted and said, "Sit down. I haven't finished speaking. Are you planning to remarry?" "Remarry? Don't even think about it. I will never forgive her," Li Yixiang said firmly. Han Ling took off her glasses, tiredly pinching the bridge of her nose, and said, "Then what happened last night?" Li Yixiang shrugged and said sulkily, "Fine, you've already made up your mind. No matter how I explain, you won't believe me. I did what I had to do, 7 times in one night, and now she can't even get up. You'll be able to hold your grandchild next year." Honestly, it's impossible not to have thoughts about it. Every man has possessiveness, unless he hates his ex-wife to the extreme. Reality isn't a romance novel. What normal man wouldn't want to have both sides, especially with an ex-wife in such a special position? Watching Lu Ruyan throw herself into someone else's arms? In the future, whenever others talk about her, they'll mention me too? If Lu Ruyan is like a bowl of food, and a wild dog licks it, should I throw the bowl away for a pack of wild dogs to use as a dog bowl? I might as well lock the bowl at home and beat it up when I don't like it. If Lu Ruyan makes a mistake and loses face, Xian Xian will be affected too. How will she get married in the future? Some men in books, when faced with problems, either wallow in self-pity or escape reality, as if the fault lies with them. Li Yixiang was deliberately trying to provoke Han Ling, but she took it seriously. "That analogy makes me very unhappy. It's uncouth. But I can understand you. After all, your education level is too low. Lu Ruyan isn't a foolish woman who wants to be kept at home. Even if she wholeheartedly wants to remarry you, she will still maintain her economic and ideological independence. When the time comes, your values won't match, and there will be constant arguments. Your resources can't compare to hers. I don't want a day to come when you're imprisoned by Lu Ruyan, and I have to call the police to save you," Han Ling said sarcastically. Li Yixiang nodded and said, "You hit the nail on the head, but you also underestimate me. I may not have many other skills, but I'm best at disappearing on a physical level. As long as I'm not around, any schemes won't succeed." "What if Lu Ruyan finds another man?" Han Ling countered. Li Yixiang laughed and said, Then Sister Cui will have no pressure. We'll get our marriage certificate right away." Han Ling was somewhat dissatisfied and patiently said, "Lu Xiaotsui grew up under my watch. She's a good person, but her education is too low. There's already you in the family. I don't want Xian Xian to end up like you. I heard your aunt mention a Su Ruoyan, and I inquired a bit. She's a nice person. Stop. A low education doesn't mean low character. Lu Ruyan is highly educated, just look at what she does. And Bai Xiaohe, one of your two students is just as bad as the other. If you didn't know better, you'd think there was something wrong with you as a teacher, with all your students coming out of the same mold. Li Yixiang retorted. He successfully provoked Han Ling's anger. Han Ling, somewhat angrily, said, "Nonsense. I teach knowledge, not how to be a person. It's all Lu Ruyan setting a bad example. Fine, I'm really leaving. If you care about Lu Ruyan, then keep her away from me." After Li Yixiang finished speaking, he immediately left. Han Ling also held her breath, glaring fiercely at her son. Only her own son dared to show her such disrespect. No one else had for many years. "What are you looking at? Eat." Han Ling threw down the words and angrily walked away with her coffee cup. The atmosphere seemed to lighten instantly, and the cafeteria returned to normal, as if everyone had shed a heavy burden.